sort of composition that they are having. Lolita 4th pick for EVOS Legends.
Oh, very early Lolita pick here. I think they want to wait to kind of like a point and click. Make sure if Harrod decides to go in and is out of position, you can lock him down with the charge. Even for a split second, that should give enough time for the rest of the team to collapse on him. RRQ, they kind of have to set up around the Lolita. Now that they know it, it's like, oh, you know, if I want to force out a Chang'e, not going to be too great. Granger, his Death Sonata can be blocked by the shield, but, you know, it's not like the hardest counter in the world.
Yeah, I certainly would say that there's still many ways to actually counter that in that sort of sense. And of course, back in towards the side of EVOS Legends here, there's a couple more options on the table. If they really want to go for a marksman, then yeah, that's still the carry right outside. And if they want to go for a little bit of that double mage composition, you know, Chang'e has been always appearing in that sort of battle, especially on Todak's side way early on.
That's true, that's true. And they did take a game because of it against RRQ. I don't know if EVOS Legends want to take the same route. Zeus is kind of giving the coach for EVOS Legends is kind of thinking about it, like what do they go for? Ooh!
Whoa!
It's time! And I've talked about this previously, like in the group stages. I joked about it, like why don't people bring Zas? Like Zas is great. Zas can do has a lot of options. Is super annoying, and I think now is the time to bring it out. Very bold for EVOS Legends. I want to see how they play Zas.
I want to see how they actually control the tempo, especially when you know Zas is somewhere towards the mid game where he will start to ramp up. And if you really want to go for those split pushes, he can also hold on for those pushes as much as he wants. And wow, pleasant surprise. We never thought that they would actually bring it in, especially in the grand final stages.
Yeah, it's extremely bold here. And I think they're setting... I'm pretty sure they're setting up We Will Rock You right in the back there. Oh, man.
Tutu versus Reckless.
Yes!
Let's see that happen.
Yes, I love it. The fans are ecstatic. They're ready to go at it. And now, as the teams get ready to load into the game, hopefully they are ready to bring out something new. I mean, the Zosk is looking pretty good. I want to see how that plays out. I'm not sure who exactly is playing on it, but that will kind of give us an idea whether he's going to be in that support role or he's going to be that, you know, hard mage, hard carry role.
Yeah, and it will be amazing to see players like Tsuru actually pulling that one out, because we've never really seen him go in for that pick all too often either. Now, that Zas will be protected by the Lolita, so it's really hard to actually get anywhere close to him either ways. So how does RRQ actually find a way to work around this? Because they do have the Cho, but they have to get past so many of these frontliners from EVOS Legends.
That's true. It's going to be tough because now that you have the Grok, you have Lolita, you have options to kind of disengage from bad fights. And I think that's really, both teams want to go front to front. And that's why they have the Valir to make sure it's a front to front. You go into our backline like, nah, I'm going to push you away. With the options like Grok, I think that's going to change a little bit more, and it sounds like the games are getting really pretty hyped here.
We're not the only ones pumped up. All the casters that are joining alongside with us. We have the Indonesians as well, the Malaysian casters here. Of course, kicking things off alongside with us. It's time for us to head in towards our very first game. Before that, let's introduce them once more. Our RQ side will feel Sin, Liam, Lemon, Tutu, as well as Vin.
But don't forget about EVOS Legends. Is going to be Donkey, arguably one of the best players there to kind of stop this lineup here. I want to see him pop off because, again, time and time again, this one man single-handedly hands games over to his team, making the carry roles look so easy to play.
Yeah, and I gotta say that there's so much more than just that. Well, Sin, as well as all these guys from EVOS Legends, there will be bloodshed, there will be tears after all these series that we have concluded. Now it's time for our very first ever best of 7, and now it's game 1 showtime.
Let's see how they want to play this out. Looks like Lemon is going onto that fighter role, as you can see with the high and dry. That gives you a lot of info. Ooh, he's going to get chunked out and punished here. He's already down to 50% HP as the rest of the top side. They sent 3 members top side. I'm pretty sure somebody has an arrival to catch that bottom wave. Looks like Masha is kind of hanging around Gargoyle side. Interesting play coming in from EVOS Legends just to ensure that they steal away this buff.
Well, EVOS Legends here with some aggressive attempts. Same goes to RRQ. 3 members versus 2. Donkey's gonna swing his arms around. Doesn't really do all too much damage towards Liam and Sin though, as they will slowly regroup for another push. But the proxy is not over yet, as we see EVOS Legends here being pretty much greedy on approach. Takes on the second wave as well as the River Crab at the same time. So, of course, Zaz is going to be having a really good time up there bullying that show.
Yeah, I think this is really smart. Oh, wait, no, Lemon's in trouble. He's going down. First blood going over to EVOS Legends. Arrival coming in from Liam. He's trying to make a difference, bring a punishment. I think he's going to go down here. Here, giving another kill over to EVOS Legends. The channel took a little too long.
Absolute domination in the early phase. Then this proves to be a little bit way too much. It's just a melee matchup, and now they're walking to a trap once again. Lemon watching things go down, and Luminaire already zoning him out, but Lemon needs to actually find a response or give this first turret to EVOS Legends.
Yep, they're using Zask as a siege mechanic. One is kind of walking around, helping him siege. Like, if somebody walks up, they get chunked out very, very hard by Gloom, and the early game from Lilia and the range that she provides is just so effective. Let's see how they... I want to see what our RQ is going to do in response, because EVOS Legends just denied them. They denied them the invade. They denied them getting their buffs. What can they do at this point of time?
Well, there's so much to be done here, and I think that they really want to force some objectives instead. They can give one turret up, but they could not afford to lose this turtle. Here comes Winter Dragon going on to Donkey. Diamond Force being popped out as well. Juan dancing around Liam. Liam, oh my goodness. Donkey will be able to survive, but Liam instead caught on his foot, and that will be one more being drawn out. EVOS Legends, and they are just crushing it.
That was a great save. Now they're doing the zone control. Sin's in trouble. Can he get out? No, he cannot. The Luminol Blast with the flicker ensures his death. Vid, he can't really do too much. Luminaire is just walking into his face. What you gonna do, boy? As the rest of the team slowly peels backwards. Luminaire has to now go down, but the Death Sonata's coming through. All 3 left. Tuturu doesn't miss the shot.
That was a perfect Death Sonata. Here comes Winter Dragon as well. Righteous Pathway has already been opened up. Liam's gonna go in for a charge as well. And this is an extended fight that we're seeing as the tour goes on a triple track.
Strong play, but notice that Masha on the bottom side of the map is holding her ground, and she's getting quite a lot of pressure here. Liam quickly using the arrival to get on top of Aura. Aura is just too weak as of yet to take him on 1v1.
Flicker.
Forcing out the flicker. Liam continuing the chase. He's a little low, but Lolita should be able to pick him up. Aura, he sees the opportunity. He pops his passive, activates it, gets the second bar, and kills him in response.
Perfect baiting coming in from EVOS, and now Luminaire trying to actually chunk up some health. Here comes Lemon with the way of the dragon, pushing him all the way towards the turret range. But Luminaire here still surviving. Here goes the cavalry, have just arrived, and now the Zaz will be on the pushing steroids. And RRQ, they are just slowly bleeding in this 5-4.
That was so well done. I mean, holy cow, I think Aura literally just saved the Lolita. But wait, hold on. Sin might be in a little bit of trouble here. He has to send points back out. Aura gets right on top of him. You took a little too much damage. You're in my kill zone.
That was absolutely beautiful. Didn't really see that wall charge connecting to a setup for the Chow. And that's 7 kills in the back already for EVOS Legends. And of course, if you haven't already shared this stream, go ahead and share all the love, because this grand finals is gonna take some time to complete. Now, of course, all thanks to you, Mobile, for providing us some great stuff. Let's have a look into some of these potential island builds for these teams.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good so far. I mean, both sides are holding on to their ground nicely. There is a 3-kill deficit coming in from RRQ, but they're not too far behind. They've been farming very efficiently. Windtalker just been farmed, and now they're contesting for the Turtle. Sin, glorious pathway in the back line. Liam is making something happen here. Turtle has been slain, and the rest of the team has to pull back. There is no reason for them to go any further. Numenor Blast being held up. Wreck is in trouble. Oh, he's going down. Liam is going to be the first to go as the rest of the team in the back line. As Sin is trying to make it all work together. But what goes back with the black shoe? With the black shoes. She's going to be A-okay.
Luminaire missing out the huge element right there, trying to actually head in towards that pit, but not really clipping onto any members of Rex, Rick, and Kian. But they did catch out Liam in that sort of sense for a 1-2-1. But here comes another dive, trying to actually secure the tower, and Lemon's going to make a move first. And look at Sin, he's just dashing around with the chrono, and one will catch out that kill. Lemon down on the ground now. It's all up to Sin, but Sin, can he take it all up? Donkey's here with the wall charge, and this is a goner for Sin.
Yes,
but he's still hanging on.
Landed.
What?
He's got to stick it. Yes, he sticks the ability, uses the black shoes just to ensure his death, just in case he misses in that sense. But they lose topside in response. EVOS Legends 2K gold lead ahead, but RRQ very close behind.
Well, we're looking at Luminaire here, trying to actually reset a little bit of that tempo. Donkey just opting to spot out that buff with an attempt to steal it away. And EVOS now having that sort of a 2K goal lead. And usually at this point, if you are giving away 5 kills, most of the teams will be having a huge downer in terms of goal, but not for RRQ though. They're still hanging on, and Lemon here will be sacrificed with Donkey not coming on the air.
Yeah, these small catches are really helping EVOS get their split push game on lock, because Zask is put so much pressure on the map, especially when he can do it at a safe distance. Not to mention that his ultimate putting down a super turret and going inside of it to kind of dodge these bigger abilities can be so frustrating to deal with.
Yeah, and they just get completely zoned out in that sort of sense that they can't really split push effectively. They can't really commit to a team fight as well. So Rex, Rick, and Kian here is in trouble once more. Sin, after that, actually take out this 1 versus 2, and those dashes won't be able to save him all too long. Nominal Blast will be missing out, and there's no more turrets for him to hide, but here comes Liam though.
Yep, the angle wasn't there yet. Liam as well as Luminaire, not really too exciting for both of them. They kind of understand, like, we're just having a tickle fest here. Let's go back into our own respective zones. They want to keep control over the area here, but I think EVOS Legends, their composition just does it so much better. RRQ are kind of in this position where, you know, Lemon either has to make a play or Sin just has to dodge more abilities than EVOS can kind of duck under.
Well, I would say that there's no places to actually duck safely in that sense. But now, over the top side, what do we have here? We have the Dragon onto Aurora. Flicker has been popped as well. And here comes some down Sonata from Tsuru. Just not finishing up, but Chao will be the first one being slain in that skirmish. Liam right here holding on towards the mid lane. Knows that he can still go on lockdown against Luminaire, but not for long. Finn instead getting burst out. Whoa, look at that go. One is just scaling upwards. Luminaire almost catch him out.
Very, very close here, but Sin gets a good push, breaks the tier 2. However, he's losing out the tier 2 mid side, which is arguably more valuable as they will have control over the jungle and have more feasible pathways now that all the tier 2s are basically destroyed.
Well, I gotta just reiterate, 5 turrets in the span of less than 9 minutes. This is definitely a real good run for them in terms of a push. Liam already setting up with the pathway. I would say that it's pretty much unnecessary. Well, he popped it prematurely, and now there's the Lord coming up pretty much soon. And they're not really in this position to fight at all.
Exactly, and I think EVOS Legends are playing to their win conditions. They just need a zone control. RRQ have no real way of engaging except for either Sin or maybe even Lemon. This front to front is not looking as good as it initially thought. Lemon kicks away Luminaire, making sure he doesn't get on top of Vin. Vin can only do so much to zone control, but he's getting outranged by this Zask that it's becoming difficult for the team to walk up.
Well, we're seeing a split push coming out from the side of RRQ, knowing that they will have to give this one away to EVOS Legends. Now, there's going to be a lot of plays being bought out, and Tsuru here will be shredding Donkey 60%. This is all being done by only one marksman. Imagine that 5-man effort will be able to actually take down Donkey, but that's a little bit too much of an overkill onto one tank. But the goal, of course, still swinging in the favor of the EVOS Legends.
Oh, looks like Aura's committing into this. They're going quite far out, but Vin is going to disengage, completely lock him off. But the problem is that they're losing position over the mid lane. They got pushed out of it, allowing EVOS Esports, EVOS Legends to keep control over this top side of the map, especially since they took Lord. This could be a little unforgiving.
Well, I'm not too sure whether or not will Rex Riggin can stop that Lord in time. There already is Disaster alongside with the component of Rock to actually get a little bit of that push, but here comes Wailer Dragon onto Luminaire. That's gonna be pretty much a dead Lilia if they don't flicker away, and he just bought a little bit more seconds here. Sin instead forcing another one coming out from inside of Aura.
This is so good for EVOS Legends because Hera, I mean, Masha is just buying time. She could die here and she doesn't really care. She just needs to hold on until Sin can't really do much as the rest of RRQ has to defend this inhibitor. He has to go for the recall as EVOS Legends are going to break this. The Numenon Blast as well as Zas just zone controlling. They can't do much here. There's nothing they can do. And now Lord has been walking over to the second inhibitor.
They needed Sin, and where exactly is he? He's going in for the flank in and out. Little side of RRQ will commit to Sin. Luminaire gets kicked all in the back, but he bought enough time, and RRQ now have to find a way, and one goes in for the first instead. It's a huge killing spree for EVOS Legends. One right there.
All that was such a good duel. Juan coming up on top, buys the Genius one. 300 IQ there, but he set that up perfectly. He was kind of baiting out the Chrono Dash because he knows that it has a very short cooldown, but that is a window to allow Gloom to get on top of him, getting popped for 1.2k damage just with a Shadow Ball, and Gloom eating it and exploding. My God.
That was just the Shadow Ball. It's not even the full combo. Hi, look at this. 5-1 on that Lilia that we just talked about, and it's just so scary here, judging for the fact that Donkey could also soak in so much of that output coming from Finn as well as Sin. Here comes that kick that will connect, and there goes one. They picked up for that mega kill, killing spree for the Zas, and now there's gonna be a little bit of that reset. Next Lord coming out in 70 seconds.
Dude, I can't. This Zask is absolutely a beast. Like, he puts down the turret. There's multiple uses for it. It can block a lot of the damage coming in, especially from that Death Sonata, and that Rhapsody can't exactly go through it either. He can go inside of the turret, protect himself, go back out to dodge abilities, but he's still gonna have full health. Like, the only way for RRQ to kind of get ahead or at least win the fight is like how they did it just now, where they got Sin in the back line and pops the Salmon Force.
That's a rare occasion that you can actually pick him off. And of course, you also have to make sure that Luminaire does not disrupt that in that sort of sense, because that Numenon Blast being missed out gave a little bit more room for RRQ to react.
Yeah, and I think RRQ just need to figure out a way to get to the backline. Sin has a lot of work, and the same goes for Lemon. They have to make sure that they somehow find an angle to get in on them. EVOS Legends not going to let that happen here. It's coming very close to the later stages of the game. 5 more seconds until Lord comes back up. But again, EVOS just going to play to their own game, keep control over the map, make sure the waves is in their favor, and then just completely lock them out at choke points.
Well, that choke point is definitely coming into effect here as EVOS Legends are already trying to actually disturb the Lord, but that will only be a bait. And now we're looking at Lamont here trying to set things up. Donkey does have immortality, and now Liam being caught in between. He forces out that righteous pathway as well. Now Sin so actually taking a little bit more peek as the rest of all these players are just going on that defensive mode. They cannot afford any sort of mistakes at all right here.
Exactly, and now, I mean, even though the Glorious Pathway has been popped, it's still going to be fine. The rest of the team is going through. Lemon's in trouble. He's taking quite a bit of damage. Aura is right on top of him. Luminaire peels backwards slowly. Great zone control coming in from Rek. Very close to the end. Lemon still going to go down. Lemon for Masha seems pretty worth it. Now Sid trying to make a play on the backside here. Juan needs to get him out before he dies, but the black shoes is going to be enough to get him back up to health. Sid trying to make the play. He doesn't. He gets the Lilia, and now RRQ have found the opening that they've been waiting for. It's going to be a 3-for-1 trade.
This definitely will be the greatest of comeback if they could actually turn this game around with this Lord already for taking, but here comes Luminaire. What can the Lilia do as we see all three members crashing upon that mage as well as the tank. And here comes Flicker coming in from the side of Luminaire, and it will be finished off by Valir.
Yep, Ice Queen Wand just being purchased by the Valir. He's going to make sure not only is he going to push you away, he's going to slow you down to allow the rest of RRQ to kind of chase them down. But now, Donkey's in a little bit of trouble, takes a full hit of the Rhapsody. He should be going down here. Immortality is going to get popped, but that's not going to be enough. RRQ want to keep control over this. The fans are extremely happy, but remember, the death timers are still not too long.
Of course, there's many things to be happy about here because Tsuru, of course, finding so much of a grip in this game, and he's the hyper carry that everyone sought after as they managed to take down one of the best tanks in the world, Donkey. And for the first time, we saw that Grok fell as he already got so beefy, and that was definitely a thorn in the flesh for them for the longest of time. But RRQ, now, they've already set up the double push. Top side, bottom side will push natural with the Lord, and now they're giving this one away. EVOS Legends have to defend.
Yep, they know that they've kind of messed up that 50-50 earlier, and they have to just kind of let them take as many objectives as they want, because really they just want to survive and start another fight later on. Lord is walking through. Luminous Lord is going to be breaking into that inhibitor here.
Oh, here comes Chrono Dash is coming from Sin as well. That force being popped up, and Luminaire getting a little bit of that damage being soaked, but there will be all the other members ready for a fight coming from EVOS Legends. They're holding on towards the mid lane turret, will not let this one slip away. And the highlights through, trying to actually set things up. Oh! Great movements coming from across. And there's just that sort of wall being created here. Donkey always on the front line, making sure that everything stays safe. Lemon taking a little bit of peek. And now even the bottom side have nothing for Rexware Kion to actually seek advantage of. Lemon goes in though.
Luminaire, he's in trouble. He's taking quite a bit of damage. Sin right in the front line, but the rest of the team is holding on very, very well. Look at this. Rex is making sure that they can't really move forward. The waves are being cleared a little too fast, and Zask is holding on his own. Earlier, he was able to defend from Lord because of his annoying little mini turrets that he puts up to kind of protect it. It gives Lord a secondary target to hit, and he doesn't get the charge off.
Well, that charge definitely is going to be pretty important, but look at this. I would say that EVOS Legends could still hang on for the longest of time because of this sort of pickup. Well, Zaz, you talk about him being one of the greatest pushers of the game, and well, he could also be great work in towards defending the entirety of the base as well. How much time has he bought for the team? Now, even the kills doesn't really matter too much as Rexware Kion has already breaking that sort of a lead back into his favor.
Yeah, what's really, I mean, the Nightmare spawns are doing such a good job. Oh, Donkey might be taking quite a bit of damage here, but I think he's just really, really tanky for the most part. He uses the Wild Charge to kind of create some space, and now Juan should be there to protect him, giving him a safe passage back to base. It's now even 55-53. RRQ finally have found the lead, but it's so late into the game, the goal doesn't really matter at this point, but they have at least come back from a huge goal deficit previously.
Well, a lot of all these wings have been bought by both sides of the party. Well, I'm just looking to see if members of EVOS Legends could even get anywhere close to taking down Tsuru. Well, he does not buy Immortality yet, but he does have a full set of equipment coming up online. Look at the amount of damage on those minions. And, well, 15 more seconds, and we just see that EVOS Legends want to find a way to get into the lore.
Yeah, Liam taking quite a bit of damage here from the Nightmare spawn. The rest of the team is kind of just making sure they maintain the waves as much as they can. Ooh, a big arrival use. I kind of feel like they could have set it up for something else, like maybe even, you know, collecting mid lane with the arrival to kind of buy some time and maybe look to destroy it. They're going to clear the waves. Lord is on the bottom side of the map. Masha is going to go for a slight split push here. If EVOS Legends can kind of hold their ground and buy some time for Masha to get some pressure, they might be able to force RRQ off of Lord.
Well, I would say that they have to try no matter what, and that split is going to be commencing really shortly, but Masha will be stopped on his tracks with that child for on the top side, but suppression coming in. Here comes the rest of the pathway over on the Sin as well. But yeah, I think this is going to be that
the nightmare
thinking
spawn.
too much.
Oh, so close, so close. Wait, what's happening on the bottom, top side of the map? Lemon is in trouble. Aurora has scaled super well, and he should be able to pick this kill up. This is a huge kill for EVOS Legends, because now they have top side control. They can look to pick up Lord, or maybe look to end the game, as they are trying to pick up Liam as well. They've locked him out. Donkey!
Aurora!
His barrier is so good. Sin, he's turning around. He got hit by the Numenor Blast. Sin goes down. Immortality should be popping back up, but that lockdown is just too much. EVOS Legends looking to end the game through top side, and the next pushing wave is coming in.
The one who set the tempo was Aurora, and now they're trying to break through the top side here. Only down to Tsuru, and he will be able to actually hold on for a little bit longer. Aurora trying to escort this bit of wave, and Donkey soaking that damage to be taken down, but he does have immortality as well as wall charge to escape, but not for Luminaire though. They have to sacrifice him for Tsuru's sake of a takedown.
This is unfortunate. They aren't able to actually take down the Crystal this time round. Our RQ still have scaled very well, but Lord just has been taken away. Oh no, this is some bad timing. They're all dying at the wrong time. Aurora is in trouble. He needs to get out of there. The nightmare spawn isn't able to help him out. Dutharu is not gonna let him walk away scot-free. This game is gonna be extended because Lord should be taken out easily by RRQ now. Look at those death timers.
And all those tap timers is all thanks to Tsuru, all putting them down in those fights. And every single one who came close had to fall with Finn now getting taken down. That was nasty.
That was really nasty. Yikes. Ouch. Oof. I mean, it's a feels bad moment, but what can you really do? Topside, Harith is kind of escorting the Lord into their favor, like, hey, don't worry, you're not going to be able to push any further from here. But the rest of EVOS Legends now respawning are looking to keep some control over the other two lanes, both mid and bottom, to hopefully maybe snag a kill here. Lemon is getting pretty low. Dutharu takes a little bit of damage, but he should be able to heal up with no issues.
All thanks to Dutharu. They managed to buy enough time to actually take out the Lord, take out all the other members. Oh my, Liam. Really bad position. This might just be that opening for EVOS Legends, and that wall sets him apart, and the barrier might just be the downfall of Liam right here. Here comes the righteous pathway.
He
survives.
Oh my goodness, all the abilities expanded to try and take him up, and he still lives. My goodness, Hylos, could you just go down, please, says EVOS Legends. But RRQ, now, because of that, they have a little bit more pressure to use, and maybe an option to kind of push them off. But EVOS Legends using that nightmare spawn super effectively. They need to hopefully break this mid-tier 3. Oh wait, no, Sin in the backline. He found a backline attack. He takes him out. Oh no, Sask is down. They're continuing their push. Lilia gets the kill onto Sin, and now the fight begins to continue as Luminaire taking quite a bit of damage, flickers backwards. Donkey going back into the safety of his team. Masha on the bottom side of the map, still getting a really good push, but now Lemon has to go occupy top side so that they don't push into the center. Aura's in trouble. He walks away. Liam is locked down. Can he please go down? Oh my goodness, he finally does. And now Dutharu has to deal with Donkey in his face.
Wow. After all of that, it's only 2 members of RQ falling flat. But they were just looking to take down Rek, because Rek was the one that caused so much nuisance. And with him around, Zaz could easily just take down that inhibitor on the mid lane. Now, this is still another second goal for EVOS Legends, but it's only the tanks and fighters to possibly split things up for now. Aura, I think this is definitely one of his greatest time for redemption here. We see him from the start being one of the OG members of EVOS Legends. And now it's time for him to be crafted in with his name written on that trophy to be known as the best of Mobile Legends.
You know, the worst part about this is that this is only game 1. There's still so much to come in this best of 7, but they're already putting a lot on the line here for both teams. Expect this best of 7 to be just as long.
Yeah, and every single game counts. Like, you can't come in with a mentality that, hey, if I drop a series, I still got a few more games to go. So, of course, EVOS, they usually will not even give that sort of advantage. Like, they really want to finish off that start of the game, at least get that momentum on track. But Liam you talk about Liam here being pretty much indestructible. He has already built that immortality as well. So I don't think that any members of EVOS Legends wants to get anywhere to actually expend all these utilities on towards that tank.
Agreed. Now, you know, topside is always going to be pushed in, and I think that's kind of a given because the inhibitor is gone. I think Aurora just... I'm not sure who bought the Blade of Despair, but I'm pretty sure it was Aurora. It looked like Luminaire for a second, but yeah, Lauren is being held control by EVOS, and I think RRQ is going to wrestle for it back.
Looking at Luminaire, possibly just tickling onto Liam, but there's still a little bit of that push over the bottom side. The Sparks going to handle it in time, but now RRQ opts to snatch this one away, and there is already a setup being done by Rek as he's exposing himself for a little bit more. All these potions being popped, and here comes a little bit of movement coming from the innocence. He's getting suppressed right under the noses here, but here comes Liam with a righteous pathway being opened up, and EVOS Legends, they have to fall back to Turu in the greatest of places. Opens up that depth, so Nada, and there goes one member down for the side of EVOS. My, oh my, Aura now on the back foot, and there's going to be a bit here getting locked for a bit, but Luminaire, he tries to actually run away, going on the opposite direction, but how long can they hold on?
They can't. They're going to be going down. This is going to be a clean wipe coming in for RRQ. That Winter Truncheon is just biding its time. They take out Lemon, but Lemon has done a great job locking them up. He survives because of the immortality as the rest of the team gets onto Lauren. EVOS is forced to back away. Lemon, oh my goodness, RRQ just played the map perfectly, and they took a 50-50, and they won.
They won this pretty much cleanly in this sense, and EVOS Legends, they definitely got caught out in the worst time of it all. And speaking of getting catch here, Donkey needs to respect the distance, and now he's just trying to actually negate or actually give Kion from claiming this for their own.
Yeah, and then nobody is going to get Lord this time round, and I think RRQ made some really good decisions there. They started a fight the moment they saw Lemon had a really good push. They saw bottom and mid pushing in very nicely, and that netted themselves a turret. Donkey is in a little bit of trouble here. Zast won't be able to bail him out even with the Nightmare spawn. Immortality has been popped. Donkey is trying to turn this around, holding himself on with the shield. The true damage coming on through, just not enough. Aura against Lemon, it's a 1v1 of a lifetime, but it's not going to be fair the moment Liam shows up to the battlefield thanks to a rival.
Well, Aura have no more left to do, and that will be a mega kill for Vin. 5-1-11. Look at how cleanly this Vin as well as Secure has been playing the entirety of game one. And there was way too much money in the pockets here. And speaking of money here, RRQ making a run for the $250 million.
Yeah, and up to through, slowly but surely, he will be able to take Lauren with the rest of his team here. They're getting control. Valir is on the top side of the map as well as Lemon down in the bottom side. They are just making sure that they don't have any options for EVOS Legends to push on in. Can RRQ actually come out of this on top? It's looking really good for them. They've scaled so nicely.
I can't believe it. In game number one, we're breaking the 30-minute mark. And Rextrigam Kion is on a stalemate for the longest of time alongside with EVOS Legends, but now that they do have the help of the Lord, they're trying to commit fully towards the bottom lane. That's where the very final inhibitor will be standing right before their eyes, and they got to find a way to actually take down that Zaz, who's already camping in the middle of that crystal.
Yeah, and the Nightmare spawns are just so frustrating to deal with, but it's going to go down really, really quickly. But the rest of the team is holding on. This is the fight that they've been waiting for. Lauren is walking out through the Nightmare spawn. It's not letting him go through. Newman there gets a good catch onto the backline. Min takes a good chunk of damage there. But in the mid lane, Liam is taking too much. He goes down thanks to Gloom. They're trying to protect every side of the map. They are doing a really good job. Sin is in trouble. He's holding on with the shield. He's holding it on with as long as he possibly can. Luminaire is blocking everything. He's making sure, hey, team, we got the first initial pickoff. Now we're going to reset this all over again. We need to play our game.
Rek has been doing such a great work. Luminaire got that huge Luminon blast to find a way to take down Liam. 0-8-9, but we know Liam is just a tanky Micho just for them to actually set things up. Lemon now will lose off that buff to Donkey, but at this point, it doesn't even matter if you do have the buff.
Yeah, I mean, it's more of just denial. you want there's nothing you want to deny EVOS Legends from getting it so they don't sustain into the lane a little bit longer. It's true. Oh no, Tuturu, he might get caught out here. Donkey coming in with a wild charge, but again, he has the protection of Vin nearby him to kind of push the team away, deterring them because they don't know where Sin is, and I think that's the issue that EVOS Legends is having right now.
Well, EVOS Legends, of course, having an issue to actually get themselves out in the open because they need to find a way to defend, and this is definitely not a great signal for them yet. But Recure has purchased that immortality. A little bit of a switcheroo in terms of items, as we see Lem trying to actually find a way to stop Aurora from pushing. And now a little bit of that sort of a push and pull between that jungle, but members of Recure Gupkion are grouping up over top lane.
Yeah, the rest of the team is slowly peeling backwards into the jungle. They're struggling to keep control over it because of how RRQ is kind of playing this game. Oh, he gets a good pick on to Donkey. Donkey might be in a little bit of trouble, but the Nightmare spawn is right on top of them, making sure that they're using the empowered version to get hits with that Hive clones. Liam is forced to be pulled back. EVOS Legends and RRQ are just wrestling for control over the jungle.
Well, RRQ now have the power in their hands, but it's really hard to actually juggle the waves properly, especially when you have Dash. Somebody needs to find a way to take down Reg before they could actually go into close out a game. And look at them, just pots after pots, it's just full item stack for every single one of all these players. So right now, gold doesn't matter anymore. They're going to break that 10K mark real soon for RRQ. Here comes Wall Charge onto its Liam, and there it goes. Well, Righteous halfway will keep himself safe and sound, regenerating some health back in order.
Yeah, and again, this stalemate is going to keep on going until somebody makes a mistake. And again, Donkey gets away the dragon, but there is not much follow-up. Donkey doesn't really care because he barely takes any damage from it anyway. He's going to use the power of nature to kind of clear up that bot wave. The only issue EVOS Legends is having right now is the fact that they're down by 2 inhibitors, so they always have to deal with top and bottom kind of pushing into them. And especially mid lane, where RRQ has the most control, it's getting pushed in constantly.
Yep, and then for RRQ, they know how to make sure that EVOS Legends gets themselves way too occupied. And now, this might just be the final lord, but I can't say too soon. Yeah. There's so many lords that have already been taken down, and we really just gotta save our voice for a little bit. And even for the players themselves, they know there's a lot of risks that they might not need to take. And speaking of risks here, Donkey's in trouble. He goes back in with a wild charge. He whips. Oh no, this could be big, but the arrival on the bottom side. This is a 4v3, and it's not looking too good. Aura is trying to turn this around. He's trying to kill Lemon, but it's not going to be enough. He's on his last health bar. He needs to turn this around with the third hit of Jacundo. Lemon, smooth as butter, takes him out with the help of his high loss. RRQ with that arrival alone is shutting down this Masha. They lost Donkey. They lost one more.
Oh no! Oh no! Sin's in trouble. He's so low, but there is no follow-up for the rest of the team as Juan in the backline gets locked down by both Vin and Liam.
Liam now going in for that push, and Reg has been caught out. This might just be it. They have a minute wave, and Lemon is trying to spot out where the Luna is going. Luminaire's gonna hop right back, but they have all it takes to close things out. 1 versus 4. Can they do it? Numenon Blast to try to remove the minute, but they get pulled back. Lemon going in for the kick as well, and here comes Lemon soaking one big hit coming from the Crystal. Now up to Donkey. The best tank in the world has to do his duty, and even the best may fall in that sort of sense. And RRQ looking to close out game 1 in this sort of a matchup, but there's still the minutes not reaching the base. Here comes Aurora.
The timing is just so poor. They just the minions, they completely block. They need to wait a little bit longer. This is gonna buy time for Lilia. Aura pushing the wave away. He needs to survive, but he's not. He goes down straight away. 2 more seconds until Lilia comes back up. It's not gonna be enough. This is it. RRQ take game 1.
It all started with a catch, and now the bait and switch die at the very least. And well, to do that, it will take a lot of effort to break down RRQ.
And you've waited long enough. We're gonna provide it for you. It's gonna be game 2, RRQ versus EVOS Legends. Let the games begin. Oh, looks like they're moving as a 5-man unit towards the bottom side of the map. EVOS Legends going for an aggressive invade, but this is going to give RRQ enough information, as I'm pretty sure Liam has just spotted out at least 3 members down on bot side.
Well, of course, Sin he's already getting chunked out, and he
Oh, wait,
tries to
whoa,
retreat.
whoa, whoa!
That's a little too much. There it goes. First blood here secured, and EVOS Legends take the lead.
They walk up a little bit too far. Liam and Luminaire down on the bot side. But again, buffs have been taken away. Rekt is now turning around just to poke his nose into enemy territory. But Aura, he has to hold his ground a lot better. The buff has been stolen, but not without getting chunked out just a little bit, because X-Borg is such an annoying hero.
Yeah, and he did respect that X-Borg as well. We saw that flicker being pulled out from Lemon. Of course, getting a little bit more distance in. Rexon is going to be able to secure that river grab. Well, Liam, of course, we talk about Hylos not reaching level 4. It's going to be really difficult for them. And Rek is just applying more and more of this pressure. Might just be able to secure a great kill if he lands his level 4.
Yeah, and now, you know, Akai, he's taking a little bit too much damage. I think Rekt is going to be able to put some hurt into that turret. Oh, he took Mage Slayer. That means they're looking to take these early objectives. Liam coming in with the arrival. Law and Order locks down Rekt. But I think they know exactly what they want to do. They want to break this bottom tier 1. Harith, as well as Kaja, is moving down to the bottom side of the map. Luminaire is just kind of sitting there, waiting for an opportunity, or better yet, giving information to EVOS Legends. A good clear by RRQ. The lane resets.
We can see great balance of the mid waves coming from RRQ, like you said. And now Harris is going to be spotting out Luminaire. Just going to be dashing off and away. Well, here comes the Grok as well. One arrival being utilized by Liam early on in this whole lot of flicker on top of RRQ. Only one redemption, so, well, Sid is not going to give this one away. And there goes EVOS Legends starting off the very first turtle of the game.
And now they're going to rotate really quick. Oh no, the turtle's been stolen away by the Kaja, but she's going to die in response. Lemon is kind of in trouble. Glorious Pathway has been popped to kind of disengage from the team, but, you know, not really utilized too well. Luckily, Lemon was able to shitpo over the wall. A little unfortunate that they lost it, but EVOS Legends is still in the lead, and they want to do a good response. They're going to steal away the buff and take away jungle from the bottom side of the map.
Well, look at EVOS here, getting one more picked up. 2-0, having slight lead. So we see Liam still hugging real tight. Well, there's a little bit more of that sort of a tempo going towards the top side. Tsuru in danger! Oh, Aura!
Yeah, that's just a little unfortunate there. EVOS Legend, for RRQ, EVOS Legend. Oh wait, no, Aura's in trouble. He's slucked by the Divine Judgment. He has to pull on back. The Fire Soldier's gonna pull it back in. The flames, the rage, he's got it. He needs to pick up his passive to get a little bit of health. Wow, Donkey, he wants to secure this kill. Finn goes down.
Double kill for Donkey, and now Liam, the next one to fall. As we see Rekt as well as one get this one underway. EVOS Legends here are making a huge statement here, 6-1.
Yeah, 6-1 already, 3 minutes into the game. Pushing into the 4th minute. They should be able to get top tier 1. Nope, not yet. Looks like Harith is there to turn it all around. Donkey is being kicked away, but the Wild Strike should allow him to get out of there. Oh, that's insanity. Ain't gonna be enough to get you out of this time, X-Borg. Even one can't save you with the Meteor Shower.
Yeah, what one was doing right there was great, but they lost out on Aura. Well, you have to really take one for the team in that sort of sense, but look at our RQ here. Losing a lot of all these gold lead over onto its EVO as well. Donkey's is going to be balancing things out. It's going to be doing quite a number of damage towards Lemon.
Resurrecting
wow,
soon.
Lemon, I'm just waiting to see how he's going to build out this Cho.
Yeah, I think so far the Cho is doing an overall okay job, but like these smaller mistakes have really started to affect their playstyle overall. They're losing a lot of pressure here and there. EVOS Legends is getting ahead, and again, remember, they're an early game composition with some great mid-game playing capability. They're going to try and take advantage of that, and if RRQ keep making these mistakes like this one, he's definitely dead here. Goodbye, Finn, you're going down, and now Liam is into the backline, the Destinata. They're trying to turn this around, but Juan, he's already using the Meteor Shower. Liam is taking a little too much damage. Donkey actually survives at the very end of the day. It's going to be a 1-for-0 trade. Make it 2-for-0 for the side
Aura
of EVOS Legends.
Aura, he came in to turn it around, and somehow some of all these members survive, especially for Donkey right here. Now, look at Sin, he might just go in for the steal while there is a split push coming in from the top side here from RRQ. Aurora versus Sin, and he's going for the flank!
No, he doesn't steal it away! Oh boy! Yes, they pick him off, and Sin is going to peel away. Unfortunately, he doesn't get the steal, but he got really, really close there. Whew! I'm sweating for EVOS Legends now.
Oh, this is definitely going to be real tough. RRQ giving them a surprise. Might just even get a heart attack from that because they did not see the rest of the members and they don't have any clue where the Harif was camping out. Sliding from the back as well. Here comes Liam.
Oh,
Step on the wall. Beautiful Hurricane dance as well. The wobble combo with Peter Shower hitting him through.
That was just a firing range. That was literally a firing range. Just ready, steady, shoot. Oh my goodness. That's a brutal way to get executed under your turret. Well played to EVOS Legends. They're going to continue their onslaught for now, but we've seen this position in the previous game for RRQ. They held on to their guns and they were able to rotate a little bit faster. So this might be the exact same case. We just have to wait until 20 minutes into the game.
Yeah, I guess like we're definitely going to be heading towards the late game if we're going at this sort of tempo. But EVOS Legends is definitely doing a lot of great work actually catching out RRQ. But in terms of macro play, they haven't really all too much made themselves pretty much clear to take down the rest of the tier 2s. But they did open up the top side though. Here comes Aura. Here, trying to clear the wave. Couldn't really do much, and he will fall to the likes of Sin.
Yep, it's going to be a 3-man dive down on the bot side. And through just to kind of secure this, but they're going to trade tier 2s for tier 2s. Liam, same position. He's going to get Gnome under turret. Vin is trying to turn this around. Luminaire is traded. It's a 1-for-1, but I think they should be able to pick up Vin here now that Juan is able to get in the fight. Oh, the meteor shower is going to be... Oh, he is able to get out with the lightning bombs. Vin survives.
Wow, pretty clean as a whistle, and you gotta say that Rex Q looks a little bit more messy when they did commit towards the bomb side. Well, EVOS just trying to actually mirror that sort of movement over to the top. And, well, they're getting a lot more advantages to that because EVOS find themselves that turtle finally being safe in their hands. It's still getting stolen away by RRQ.
Yes, I definitely agree there. But now EVOS Legends, I think they need to kind of keep control over the enemy jungle of RRQ and kind of starve them out every single time. RRQ, it's kind of on them to make the mistake because EVOS Legends, they're playing extremely safe. They're not forcing out anything too hard unless they know they can profit off the situation. So now RRQ, where is the play going to be? Vin, where is that Divine Judgment play that we're all waiting for?
Well, we've definitely been waiting for quite some long time, but well, we do expect a whole lot more coming from them, but here comes Donkey, already spotting out Sin, and he has to actually force his way through. Maximum charge on towards Liam. Liam is already used up that pathway, and now Akai secures that kill onto Hyla.
Oh, they go right over the wall as Juan is going to be A-okay. The Death Sonata doesn't actually kill Donkey. He's still alive. Sin might turn this around. Rekt is really, really low, but the backline is already dead. And now Sin is running for the bridges.
Oh, Luminade. I'm not too sure if he does have the Hurricane Dance back up, but that's going to be a great sort of go down. But will be stopped here by Donkey, already getting a meta kill.
4 for nothing in favor of EVOS Legends. This is their reply to RRQ's game 1. That was a fluke. We're not going to make the same mistakes.
Well, no mistakes so far for Grok and Chang'e, to say the very least. Look at them go. They're already building out all these sort of tankiness items. Casino Shield already being finished off. Of course, a lot of all these wands already in the hands of that Chang'e. Well, Juan is definitely going to be looking forward to securing this title of Champions of M1.
Yeah, and now we're just going to have to see how RRQ kind of responds to this because we haven't seen them in this position. It's been a while. We saw that in the previous upper bracket, and EVOS Legends, they don't let go of leads very easily, so RRQ really have to clutch it out in this next upcoming Lord fight.
Well, I'm not too sure how could Rex and Keon actually move forward without getting caught here. Well, look at Vin. Haven't really been all too effective 1-for-1. Every single time he moves forward, he gets caught out. So EVOS Legends, they know how to respond to this kind of pick, and they prepared so well for it. Well, Liam now on the back foot, getting pinned down once again. But now Rex's pathway will be opened up. But that is too much coming from one.
Lemon goes down as well, and another one. Vin's in trouble. The lightning bombs ain't gonna save him. He quickly flickers on out of there to create enough distance. The 1,000-pounder doesn't actually land. Luminaire got really close to getting one more pick for his team, but even with the two, it's gonna be enough for EVOS Legends to secure that Lord without any competition.
Well, speaking of competition, yep, there won't be any at all as Richard Kian to occupy over a mid. And now, EVOS Legends here, looking to occupy and invade the inhibitor.
This is really, really scary because now EVOS is at 35k while RRQ is at 27k. That means EVOS Legends is a full item ahead of RRQ. That's a power spike. Their timings are really on point. They could have waited a little bit longer for the 11 minutes, but once again, they get another catch here. Unstoppable.
Woo!
Lemon and Sin go down, and once more, they cannot find any breathing room.
This could just be one of the best toggers we've ever seen throughout the entirety of the tournament. Moon came to a close second if we really want to bring him up, but now it's our highlight reels coming in for EVOS Legends. If they can just shut down the rest of RQ to call it a tie. There goes Infinite Tower and Luminaire trying to actually go in for that sort of push. And Liam here will be actually changing things up as Couture gets one kill. Monster kill for Donkey. Finn forcing it out, and EVOS here opening up the mid lane as well. Let's get to the top lane. This base will be bold.
They need to wait for top and bottom to kind of push in. They've all respawned here, so 4, 3, 4, and now Juan is in trouble. He has to bail out of there. Lemon won't let him go that way. The dragon ensures the kill. Sin is still alive. Rex needs to peel away. Finn is in trouble. He uses the lightning bombs to get on out of there, and now it's gonna be a 1-for-2 trade, but they just lost all their inhibitor turrets. RRQ are in a lot of trouble. Oh, Rex, he's gonna be going down. Yes, he does it. I thought Min was not gonna be able to pull him into range for Tuturu, but that Divine Judgment made it matter.
Unbelievable. We were talking about those sort of catches with Divine Judgment. Finally, we see Finn delivering what we've been asking for. But RRQ, of course, got a little bit of that room to catch on towards one. Overextension coming in, and that was the very first step, forcing them to actually retreat. And to be honest, we look at EVOS Legends, they've already got all that they wanted except for the base, and they should have left way sooner.
Yeah, that's true, and I think in these final fights they need to get one more pick. Donkey is in a lot of trouble. That Sonata might be coming out here. Looks like he's going to be A-okay. They're not going to commit too much to this. Oh no, the Rhapsody one more time. The Blender is pushing back. Liam gets hit by the Hurricane Dance back into EVOS' second turret.
That Donkey will never even move all too much muscle, having the Akai doing the duty. So Luminaire was in charge, but Lemon here. Whoa, Luminaire with the setup.
They just set themselves up for defeat. RRQ got caught out, and now EVOS Legends will punish. Donkey probably going down, but he still has enough to survive. They're pulling back up. Aurora is alive, and now they have a minion wave. They're just biding their time. Tuturu needs to make the best out of this situation as Juan shuts him down. He survives. He pops the shield, and now they're going to end the game with one more kill into Juan. Oh, they don't get him just yet, but that still doesn't change much.
The champions of MPL Indonesia will draw this one to 1-all.
Great game. Looks like the games are ready. RRQ versus EVOS Legends. Game 3. Who is going to take this away?
Well, starting off with a pretty much a safe sort of lane for EVOS Legends here. Donkey hoping to secure that early level 2 as we are cloaking to actually fight off against some of all these guys of Rex, Rico, and Kian.
Yeah, they're going to be trying to keep control as much as possible. RRQ kind of, rotating about. Looks like the arrival is being used by Xborg here to make a difference, so he doesn't lose too much EXP, but it looks like both sides, they're unsure who wins the level 1.
Yeah.
Like, if they go in with the invade, like, it's going to be a bloodbath, but I don't think anybody's really going to win, and I think they're both giving each other the ample respect.
Yeah, and this time around, of course, it seems like they really know that they're still going to be going all out towards the mid-game here, but oh my, Luminaire taking pretty much a huge blow, been a little bit way too late to secure that River of Crap, so that buff's definitely going over on towards the favor of EVOS Legends. Now, Sin already going on that great clearing, and he himself is going to regenerate so much with that goal lead.
Uh-oh,
There goes, he's going on to his Aura, pop out that Viraga armor as he will be joined by Liam. Not really going to be able to actually secure all too much, but here goes Dark Knight Fall from the back as well. Here comes Liam as well as Sin, trying to back away as Swan. It will be the next one. Will be turning it with the sort of the Dark Void coming in as well. Now chasing over on Liam. They might be able to stop this Hawk on the track. First blood for EVOS Legends.
Wow, that could have gone for. Oh wait, no, it's not over. Donkey might be in trouble. Ooh, happening on the bot side. Looks like a Kai. It's a 1-for-1 trade. It was looking pretty good, and I honestly think that was a risky 50-50 for both sides. Oh no, Aura, he's in trouble. The Simon Force is already blocked. Sid wants to pick him up. Oh no, the last hit. He goes for the outplay and nails it.
Aura could have fallen off with another auto attack coming from the Hareth, but the flames have burned him down right under the edge of the turret. And now Rex Grigum Kion only getting one off. And look at Luminaire, is getting stuck here. And here comes Dark Knight Falls to actually buy him a little bit more space. Luminaire's blast onto it, Luminaire, but there's not too much to do. Luminaire does not have his ult up as he's only level 4.
Not too sure what he's doing there entirely. Like, it's a split decision, I guess. But it looks like Turtle is kind of under trouble. Both sides actually want to go for this. The backline won. He's locked in by the penalty zone. Sin, he's in trouble. He's trying to get to the backline to help his rest of his team. Liam and Lemon are doing such a great job. The Terizla is just chunking on through. Now Donkey isn't going out of there alive.
RRQ got themselves a little bit of a comeback scenario, but oh my, the spike hit them hard with Chitsuru here. Of course, knowing that the rank is low, just trying to turn things with the flicker, but look at that burst coming in, and the Luminaire as well as Aura trying to gang things up on Chitsuru, blasting out Blasting Sanity to secure the kill, and Liam is already off of position. Where can you run? There is no stable here safe for you.
Great play coming in from Rek. Like, Rek just bought time. He could have gotten out of there. He could have dashed away, but he saw the rest of his team that they were communicating with. It's like, we're coming. I have the arrival. We can get both of them here, and if we do, your death will be worth it. He knows what he had to do, and he made the ultimate sacrifice.
Well, I'm not too sure if there's going to be more sacrifices to be made towards the entirety of this sort of matchup here. Vin as well as Aura going on an even terrain, but Vin here also actually back away, not too much Lolita can do, and over the top side here, Luminaire trying to actually stand up. That sort of is knocked, and of course, already using the penalty zone, and Lemon trying to actually run away. Get pushed back as EVOS secures the 6 kills for themselves.
Oh, but Aura on the opposite side gets struck down as well. Both teams aren't letting go of this lead.
Wow, Aura, of course, getting flanked out. And now, even inside the jungle is nowhere safe, but Luminaire will be turned around. Sin arrived to the scene as he will be able to finally take down that path.
Now, it's time for EVOS Legends to play from behind, because in the previous 2 games, they were the ones who dictated the pace. 3K to 4K goal leads. Now, it is completely turned 360. RRQ now having the 4K goal lead ahead of EVOS Legends. Can they do the same thing RRQ did in Game 1?
Well, I do believe that RRQ here definitely have huge priority on this turtle here with Donkey marching forward. He's going to be buying a little bit more space here, but Liam here is trying to actually negate them from entering at all. Nice to charge over the side of the wand. Here comes Dark Knight Falls as well. That's going to be that turtle up for grabs, but Sin does have a little bit more space. Flicker coming from Liam. And no, blast it up in the air, and now Donkey has to fall back, but Luminaire keeping them at bay. They are not going to be having enough room, and he's going to leapfrog in towards that tower ridge and turn things on around, and Rex Rikum Kion here will secure 1 kill with Terizla smacking them down.
Oh my goodness, what a fight. Luminaire, actually, what a beast. He was able to keep them under control so they couldn't go forward, even with the Salmon Force. But unfortunately, on the top side of the map, Rex doesn't win this matchup against Lemon until later into the game. He needs to get that Blade of Despair. He needs to get his 2nd and even 3rd item before he can take Lemon on.
Yeah, it's way too early for him to actually take down that Terizla. And one, being so annoying on those Dark Boots, so we're getting that health. So it's going to be by solely waiting for that cooldown to come back up online. But luckily for him, there's not enough that objective, so he can just stall things out. But here comes Liam here, trying to actually steal this one away. Wreck with the Dark Knight Falls will be escaping from this with RRQ, just setting things straight. Look at the goal, skyrocketing to 3,000, or well, heading towards 5K mark real soon.
Yeah, and you know, Rekt, he has to play super safe. The moment he sees Hylos by himself, he's like, oh boy, where's the rest of the team? I don't see them on the map. I have to use my Dark Nightfalls super early as a precaution more than anything else.
Well, I definitely would say that they need to take careful steps here. Donkey now trying to protect one for a little bit more. There's going to be a little bit of crash in towards the bottom lane here as we see Rex Freakum trying to go for this setup. We're looking at Rekt as well as Luminaire already prepared to defend the tower as well. They do have the Dark Boots up, and Vin will be hugging by the corners of that brush. Well, Luminaire already getting spotted out, but Luminaire does not have that superior position to actually pull up a good Hurricane Dance. While Torresla still camping on the top side, which means that the export will be well occupied, will not join the fight with the rest of the team.
And now Aura taking quite a bit of damage here against this Torresla. He just needs to auto space correctly. He's doing a great job. The true damage is coming in. He's low enough to actually come into this, and now Aura has the range. He has full gauge. Rekt wants to turn this around. He has help. He needs to buy some more time. And then strike. One more! Oh! He doesn't! The execution of strike was enough!
And they turn it 1-for-1. Here comes Lunar going in for Hurricane Dance. A little bit of the back and forth trade going on. And Sin! Oh my goodness, Tsuru lands that final blow in the coffin, and they open up tier 2.
What did I tell you about Torresla, man? That's the beauty of him. If he gets you low enough, that revenge strike will execute you. It does max percentage health, missing damage, true damage even. Sorry, just regular damage against your opponent. So the lower you are, you get hit by that revenge strike, that pop. Ooh, so satisfying.
Yeah, it just popped like a pimple, and look at that turtle go. This is going to be Rex Freakum Kion just slowly showing who's boss. And EVOS Legends gonna find a little bit of a response as well. Now, speaking of that, here comes EVOS here trying to catch out. Been concentrated energy being bought out by Sin. So this is definitely gonna be some great coverage of all that map control coming from RRQ.
No. Yeah, it's not going to matter too much. Luminaire can disengage with the Hurricane Dance, but, you know, the pressure from Lemon, that's what it's about. He lands that revenge strike, and now he's going to chip away with the executioner strike, because Aura on the top side is in a lot of trouble. He takes quite a bit of last maximum impact, does actually land, but Donkey trying to buy some time. Sin doesn't let him go through. Chrono Dash was just enough.
Now, RRQ has already got themselves into the position where Luminaire also tries to actually catch them out. Only inhibitor turrets left for EVOS Legends here, as we do wait for another minute before that Lord shows up. So 9 minutes pass. We're looking at the goal graph here, of course, slowly going upwards. RRQ here has already made sure that they could not have any EVOS members pushing towards the mid lane.
Yeah, and now RRQ, you make a really good point, because they're trying to just choke EVOS out before they hit their power spike. And we know for a fact EVOS scales so well into this game. The problem is just buying that time. Eventually, Lemon is gonna fall off of this game. He can only put so much pressure. 9 minutes, they've developed a significant goal lead, but they can't afford to get caught here. Vin just absorbing the damage. Dark Knight falls already. Top side, Lemon taking on Aura.
They didn't really want to fully commit with the Hurricane Dance as well, though they did see a little bit of the opportunity, but now Lemon, respecting a little bit of space, gives it over onto the side of Export. Now Aura already having immortality, so he can push as much as he wants. He can even break the Firaga armor. There goes DM here, trying to steal this one off, but will still be secured by one.
Well, what's happening up on top line? It looks like Aura is putting some damage into Vin. Forced to use his last insanity there, just to make sure he doesn't get caught out by the rest of the team, which kind of gives the green light for RRQ to go on top of Lord.
But look at that go. Donkey has already known that the Lord has already been on that pursuit of RRQ. So do they actually know that this could be a really huge steal coming in if Donkey moves right inside? Here comes Luminaire, and they are on a pro. They almost still in the way, but here comes the team fight breaking through. There will be blood being shed as we see Vin getting chunked out with that Surfing armor being popped out with the last insanity.
Yep, and great play coming in from EVOS Legends. They were trying to go for the steal, but they managed to get out without losing a single member, which is really important here because Rex was able to get a good push down on the bottom side of the map. I mean, EVOS Legends now have to defend against this upcoming Lord push. RRQ 9K ahead. We've seen this happen the other way around during Game 2. This lead might be a little bit too much for EVOS to handle.
Well, it's kind of like what they actually delivered in game number 2 in that sort of sense, where EVOS Legends is just getting a little bit of taste of their own medicine of what they just did. And true enough, look at how they know. They did have that sort of same pick, which was the Kimmy. Of course, now we have Luminaire trying to go in for another setup right here. Ooh. But is EVOS ready to actually take this fight? Because there is the Lord already marching for it, swinging the hammer upon Donkey here. Good setup.
They're going for the big setup here on the play. They're trying to push out through, but on top side, Harold is getting pushed away. I think they're trying to lock Sin down, but the Salmon Force is a little too much. He doesn't pump it down. Sin is in trouble now as he pushes away the rest of the team, zoning out, taking quite a bit of damage, but the shield from the Chrono Dash is a little too much. Arrival being used on the turret to buy some time and damage. Aura pushing on through, clearing up the waves.
Well, now it's still pretty much even out, but EVOS members are slowly losing those grip. They need to hold on a lot more stronger. They did lose out the Lord, which means that they have a little bit of sign of relief, to say the very least. Now we're just waiting for Red to come up online because he could not actually leave that base.
Yep.
And now Helker rendering him a little bit redundant in that sort of sense, where he's supposed to actually go for this push. He's supposed to actually dive for the back line, but he could not find Sin. He could not even find the lines of Tsuru. Now, the last point in, instead, here comes the setup coming from Donkey as well as Luminaire, but they got the pin over the wall. But here comes Salmon Force coming out from the Harif as well. They're going on the reset. They don't have any more minutes left, and RRQ patiently waiting to blow, and there's not much time left. If they give too much of that time over onto EVOS Legends, they might just find a way to fight back.
They're doing a really good job in terms of defense. They have superior wave clear. They're making sure that they're using Lilia as much as they can. But the problem is that Juan doesn't have those black shoes. Lemon trying to 2v1 here. Rex has to get on out of there as Luminaire won't be able to support him. Lemon has too much damage on his side. He buys the glowing wand to kind of help out the team.
Well, speaking of glowing wands here, they might just put it in the back. No, it's back over onto the corners of Luminaire. And here comes Donkey with the wall charge. Could not stop this turret from falling, but here comes Sin, trying to actually re-engage with Aura ready back. And that will be a huge shutdown coming in with the Lilia burning them. And here comes the rest of EVOS fighting back. Lemon getting caught by the corners of the wall as he is forced to flick away. Outside here, Immortality being popped out. So Liam is in danger, and EVOS Esports trying to go in for their comeback kill. And now chase down over the side of it. Hurricane Dash being popped out as well. There it goes. Lolita will be blocked, but they will dash away.
The timings of their death couldn't be worse. Now Liam won't be able to make it to the Lord in time if EVOS decides to go for a big fight, but luckily at least Sin will be there to kind of hover around the Lord side to buy enough time for Liam to join the fight. The only issue is that EVOS Legends is hitting that 40k mark, and once they hit 41k, their carries will be getting their final items.
Well, that will definitely be pretty much scary once they do hit that final mark. Now, things are slowly getting into shape as EVOS Legends stabilizes himself with about 4k gold. That Lord's coming up online for the second time round. Lolita already rotating across, spots out Lilia as well as the export moving forward. Donkey trying to actually make sure that no members of RQ gets anywhere close, but now there's going to be a commitment over the top side.
Yeah, he's trying to win this 1v1. It's kind of a struggle because Immortality is just so powerful. Rex is in trouble. He has to use the... Ooh, he sidesteps. That might have been able to chuck him down to about 1 HP if he got another auto attack as well as the revenge strike. One's in trouble, has to take the black shoes, is forced to pull backwards as Rin now. Glorious Pathway has been put. They're trying to lock him down. Donkey is in a lot of trouble. The power in nature isn't back up, and on the bottom side, Sid is taking so much damage from Korra. Rex trying to turn it around. The silence is enough, but the stingers don't land. But now they have a lead.
That's a lot of almost being committed, and now EVOS don't really have too much to actually fend off the likes of RRQ. Luminaire now already losing out that Hurricane Dash. Liam just have to fall all the way back. Well, look at Donkey, he still has immortality. Oh, that's a huge penalty, so a long time with Luminaire, but RRQ locking them down. Aurora does have the Firaga armor, using the last insanity to actually escape out of it, but it will be the double kill falling in the hands of RRQ. And now EVOS down to only a few members left, but here comes Donkey.
Great play, uses the Hurricane Dance real quick to get it out. He should be able to kill Liam here. Wrecked nails them, and he's going to keep on pushing. What did I tell you about Turisla? Ultimate at the end, the great penalty zone, like, my God.
Yeah, I'm sold right now, but now let's watch this 1v1 here between Rek as well as Vin. Well, Vin was not really all too scared. He says, I can take you any day. And, well, that's a little huge silence coming in, and Rek creating a little bit of discord between the two. Now trying to actually turn things around, overcommitting, and Rek might just fall.
He's dead. He doesn't win this. He gets the bulwark. He gets the Guardian bulwark.
Finn actually wins that trade. We talk about Lolita here, usually not really having a huge damage output, and this is where RRQ shows them how it's being done. Fortune being purchased from the Kimmy.
This is unfortunate because now that he's down, the rest of the team needs to somehow figure out a way to defend Lord while still holding pressure. Lemon is on the top side of the map. He has a flag, but the rest of EVOS Legends can't really do too much to protect the Lord and give it over. They just have to. You don't have a choice.
Well, they definitely don't have any more choice. Luminaire getting closer and closer, and that's last insanity. That is it! That is the biggest still and the lifetime. EVOS Legends, they might lose their lives, but they have the Lord.
They were baiting it out. This is it. RRQ is looking to end this game right here, right now. Lord just spawned on the bottom side, but that's not their concern. They should just keep on pushing towards mid and looking to end the game. Lilia is back up. This is a little unfortunate. Sid was holding on to his abilities to turn this around. They're going to kill Lord real quick and look to end this game off of the mid wave.
There's way too much time on the depth of Marks, as we still need 20 more seconds. And here goes RRQ trying to close things out, but Rek trying to stall things as they don't really have the minute waves. But with so many of these forces, they will still wait it out. And now as they crush down the bomb lane, this will be RRQ in the lead, 2-1.
That was 300 IQ coming in from RRQ. They purposely baited out the Lord fight. They decided, you know what, we're going to put it at almost 1 bar of HP just to let them commit to a fight, which they wanted to. Waste their ultimate abilities on the Lord so that we can collapse and take you out. And look at the rejoicing members of RRQ. After a crushing Game 2, they come back with a statement. We're not going down just yet.
Well, they are trying to go. Well, they definitely gotta march up ahead. And now, speaking of that, we're going to Game 4, RRQ versus EVOS.
Oh boy, let's see how greedy this comp is going to be, because number one, RRQ have the better early game. Oh, wait a minute. Wait, Badang's going to the mid side. It looks like Liam is going up top side to kind of clear that wave really quickly.
Well, I do think that they would be able to actually do so if they really want to actually focus on that. But, well, RRQ, they are making sure that this buff is well secured. But here comes the invade coming from Luminaire as well as one. Oh my, that attempt was definitely evading, but I'm not sure. Luminaire now might just get caught out. Looks like they want to keep control over this bottom side. They want to actually take the trade. They get the stun onto Vin, but they have to move back. The auto alarm bombs are proving to be a little difficult to deal with, and they chunk 2/3 of the HP of the turret down so quickly. They're going to miss out a wave down mid side, but the jungle is wide open for the taking for RRQ, but they don't even care about that. They want to just stop the game plan of EVOS Legends. Well, EVOS Legends have a plan of their own as well. Don't count them off just yet. Now, a couple more seconds before we see a little bit of that contention up and towards the top side of the river. Well, Donkey here, we're going for a little bit of those movements by the bush, hoping to actually catch a little bit of that Fender Brenner coming in from the side of Liam, actually trying to actually swing his arms to secure that buff, but it's already being secured by the cushion right there. Sin trying to actually call in for a little bit of a backup from the rest of the members of RRQ, but A little bit of stalemate for now.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen for now. 4 members on the bottom side of the map. They kind of want to relieve pressure there. Ooh, Turtle. Sorry. River Crab has to be taken away by Sin, who has the Retribution. Luminaire is taking quite a bit of damage from the auto alarm bombs, but you got to remember that Vin will be able to disengage the entire team from a Numenor Blast just with a time journey.
Well, I definitely didn't see this Diggy pick to actually be played out in this game 4 here, because I thought there will be possibly another sort of pick which is left out on the table. Like, might just be like those huge bursty mages. Well, heading into this sort of the wall charge that's being pulled out by Leo, there will be inconsistent being popped out. The Turu opens up the freeze crack here, just trying to get that cushion back into its where he belongs, inside of that jungle. But here comes Rek, might just be pulled back, immediately dashes off away. Here comes Luminaire joining in, trying to actually push the way forward. And whoa, that's gonna be a win, just hoping to actually go in for a little bit of that regroup. But as of now, nobody wants to fall for Claire's blood.
Yeah, they have to take their time. Don't get pressured off here. EVOS Legends taking the first initial invade. Sin taking quite a bit of damage here, gets kicked back, he's in trouble. He needs to pop the Salmon Force real soon, but he doesn't have it. The rest of the team comes in turn. Last Insanity actually get that first blood. Well done, but 1 HP away. Double kill on the side of EVOS Legends. Aurora is just so large, but the Groknium is able to help pick up 1 to even the score.
And this is the lead that they have been looking for. Aurora will be able to regain his shield in a little bit more, but he's dropping really low. Here comes Aurora recommitting into that. And here comes Finn coming back online. Gets the pull up. And by Donkey still getting himself alive under the turret.
Yeah, he can't walk up anymore. Great play. I think they kind of forgot that Diggy has a passive that allows him not to spawn at base, but wherever he pleases as long as he runs towards that direction. Really unfortunate there, as EVOS Legends end up overextending in a fight that was looking so good for them.
Rodrigo and Peon still have the goal upon their favor. Well, I like the sort of movements that they actually force EVOS to places that they don't want to be, and this is one good example of EVOS trading back here. Bursting down Sin, putting in 0 and 2. Now, this is the first time that we're seeing Sin actually losing out. But here comes Aurora with the last instead being popped, and here comes Time Journey as well, popping off on the side of Finn. Donkey, flicker in, kicks it, went away on the dragon.
Donkey, stop it! Stop it, man! We know you're good. Oh my goodness, that was such a good flicker. He knew exactly what he was doing. Backline is now in trouble. Madak gets cancelled out. Luminaire makes sure he uses that charge to just stop that initial fist crack.
Donkey already facing off against Lemon, but he might just want to go in for that fight as well. 2 versus 1 is not that situation that he wants to be in, because they're still Diggy forcing him backwards. Donkey will have to lose the turret over the bottom side, but there will be a trade coming from EVOS Legends on the top lane as well.
EVOS Legends right now, their game plan, they wanted to play the early game a little bit better, and especially when you see Kimmy take that Mage Slayer, they want to go for these objectives, but right now RRQ have the tempo, have the goal lead, they're taking whatever objective they want, and you know, EVOS is just a little bit behind in terms of that objective game.
Well, looking at the objective slowly stolen away, it's just having so much space for Riem to just walk around without any care of the world. Here comes Donkey here with the Way of the Dragon, and the Chow will be getting that 1 kill off as they punish that Harif. And I talked about how they could easily just lock down onto 1 unit. That's what Donkey is doing. Aura forcing Outlast Insanity, but here comes the chase coming from Donkey. Not really landing all those knockups for the time being, as there's only that Grok here. And well, EVOS Legends still having the kill lead.
Yeah, really pixel perfect play coming in. I mean, Juan, he goes in, tries to land the sword spike, but the problem is that, you know, Liam is, his character model is gigantic. Like, it's hard to land the sword spike, so he uses the Candaces to get right in front of his face, ensuring Sin's death. But man, that could have gone bad very, very soon.
Yeah, it could have gone wrong, but they did make it work and some reasons. But, well, I gotta say, that's one big sigh for Juan, as Juan has not really secured a finishing blow onto any one of these Kami Embers. But here comes Donkey with the Way Dragon. Juan's gonna be committing in as well. That will be Time Journey being opened up, and the Padam turns this fight, takes out both of these assassinators, and they are the ones getting depleted.
Oh! Aura makes it away with 1 HP. My goodness, that was close.
The rival is what they needed at that point in time, and they will arrive back to the base safely. RRQ taking both the turtle as well as the tower, and now they're setting things straight. They want to settle the score. They want to prove themselves as the real champs. And wow, meteor shower being opened up onto Aura as one goes in.
He doesn't go in. He kind of had an idea that maybe, just maybe, somebody was in that brush, even though he had to waste the Candescence, and he landed the Sword Spike. I mean, it was looking pretty good, and I'm sure he would have killed, but again, it isn't worth dying now.
Definitely never worth to fall out just for a play. Now, here comes Vin, just trying to actually get Donkey set back for a little bit more. Let's go to the next objective, 7.5 minutes, and that Harif may not be the best performing one in this matchup, but Liam here pulling it all the way back. And now chasing Donkey away. They're going to be opening up the bottom side as well. How Retrigon Kyung actually plays out all these waves were just a definite masterclass for everyone to watch.
Absolutely. They're doing a great job, but remember, they're only 4K ahead, and both teams play pretty optimally still during that 4K. It's when it starts breaking the 4K lead to like maybe even 5K. In this case, they're still relatively close, but not just there. Donkey's in trouble. He takes quite a bit of damage here. Illuminaire isn't able to protect him with the Guardian's Bulwark. He goes down. This is a good pick. But remember, the timing is still there. They can't go for any objectives. They can't dive. And Lord is only spawning in 25 seconds, while Donkey should be back up in about 12.
RRQ already evening things out in terms of kill, and Liam getting shredded by Aura. Drew securing that buff, and now RRQ is trying to find a way to actually crash upon the top lane, and it's only going to be one Lolita defending, which means this is a free pass for them to secure the top lane tower.
Yep, and remember that 5K is getting very, very close. Donkey getting chucked out again by that meteor shower. He's so close. He's lost pretty much all of his HP. He has to back away, and now Lord is back up. Sin has the concentrated energy. Aura is in trouble, has to use the last insanity to get on out of there, which is going to be a big plus side. But can RRQ burst away this Lord without using their ultimates?
Well, as we go using ultimates right here, they are trying to get as much damage out from being done. And Fizzcrack has already been brought up by Donkey. Donkey jumping right in, and that might just be a steal, but instead, Retrigon and Kel will secure it in the back. Time to be popped out as well. Been trying to go in for a chase as well. And Liam all the way in the front line here, looking for Donkey. Down the they popped out as well. Nino Tower coming in. Mark's not coming from the back, but it won't be too much as we see Luria dropping out. All right, going last insanity. Here comes EVOS members trying to find a way to reach out towards Liam as well. But here comes no kill. Why would it inconsistent? Here goes maximum charge as well. Oh my goodness me. 3 kills in the bag for EVOS Legends.
Oh my goodness, that was such a good save from Aura. Aura disengaged from the fight. He's like, you know what, I'm gonna go for the backline. Our front line can't handle this. They ended up losing 2 members, but in that fight alone, they chunked them out just low enough to get to the back line, making this Lord push not as effective as it should be. Last Insanity to clear out the way, but they need to make sure Lord dies this time round without losing a single member. Meteor Shower does all pull through, but EVOS Legends, great defense coming into this.
They understood what they needed to do, and that was what the play was meant for. Aura 2 times. Last Insanity was the saving grace where they managed to beat Retrigon Kyons there, bursting them off. And of course they were extending to actually try to annihilate all these members of Evil Legends. But how could they possibly push any further with the likes of the Esports still alive, and they did not have any clue where he was?
Yeah, oh, that was really, really unfortunate. I mean, RRQ definitely wanted to get a little bit more out of that, but EVOS just bought themselves some time to kind of even up the score. RRQ have one more opportunity, and that's when it's nearing that 40K mark. Lord should be getting close to spawning by then, and that's going to be the opportunity, because then they're going to hit their next power spike, and EVOS will just be a little bit behind.
EVOS finding the lair, sort of a long-term plan coming into effect with Donkey, just easily moving across Diggy as squishy as it is. He still managed to actually find a way to keep himself safe at most of all these team fights. Now, trying to actually go in for the reverse time. Luminaire is gonna block in every single shot of that meteor shower.
Yeah, he's going to make sure he protects his team. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to do that earlier when Grant kind of pucked him out. Oh no, Donkey, he's in trouble. Trip ball isn't going to be enough. Luminaire, he's going to flicker. He catches 3 people. Liam is going to be there in the front line. He had that power of nature to protect himself. Great catch from RRQ, but can they capitalize on this?
Well, I do think that they could capitalize on losing that flicker from Luminaire. So RRQ wants to make sure that they open up this Meteor Shower. Will be blocked by Luminaire, being pulled back at the same time. And now RQ will be focusing on towards the mid lane, and one goes in for that fallback. Tsuru almost getting bursted down. Instead, there's not any commitment to take down the Badang.
Oh my god, that was close. One having to expend the Candesis to get over the Grok wall there. Nicely done.
1 more minute to the next Lord. Thunderbelt being bought by Lemon. So far, he's playing extremely safe.
Yeah, the Guardian's barrier just locking up, making sure they can't get into, choke points. But EVOS Esports just looking for an opportunity. Donkey, he doesn't mind going down, to be honest. His death timer isn't like a minute long. So him dying at, before the Lord spawns would be terrible. But he has to be super careful now.
Well, it's rather to be safe than sorry, as we see Donkey dancing around, of course showing off his martial arts. It's just Finn as well as Sin already trying to secure this sort of buff. One great attempt coming from the Kimi at the same time. Well, it's just gonna take a little bit of that commitment. The time journey being popped there, Finn walks back to safety. Lemon opening up that meteor shower. So more and more defensive items coming online for RQ and EVOS Esports.
Yeah, they can't seem to walk out of their base. They can't afford to lose members at this point in time. Lord is back up. They know what their priority is. Xborg went back to reset, and now Liam buying time. They have to kind of expand their abilities to chunk out Lord.
We're looking at Finn here, losing out too much, so he will need to retreat for time being. Lord has already been falling out flat. RRQ gets this Lord, and now it's time for him to shine and force this right through. And now Great Guardian's barrier here coming from Liam, and he will easily just dash away. But can EVOS Legends pull off another defense to negate that Lord from crashing in?
Oh boy, this is going to be a tough one. And again, remember when I said the 40k mark? RRQ is 45k ahead compared to EVOS Legends, which is a total of 8k gold deficit for the side of EVOS Legends. They are trying to pick up their whatever farm they can, actually, to kind of at least even out with their final items onto like Juan or maybe even Aura as well. And Rekt buys Genius Wand. Now, can they actually pull through?
Well, it's only time for EVOS Legends to prove everyone wrong. Well, EVOS almost getting pulled back here, having Donkey going in for a little bit of setup here, but stalling a little bit of time. Last insanity already being utilized, and the Lord crashes right through, and the Lord will be destroyed. Finn almost getting popped up as well at the same time over the top side. We have the DOS over there onto his Sin, but does not connect just by the edge. Donkey just strafing through, and they are just having a little bit of that battle bruise after the Lord marches in. And here comes RQ going in for round 2 as well. Down on foot in towards the time journey, and they will go out of a reset. Sin!
He makes it through. Great use of the Winter Trudge and protects himself from the callback of the Shadowblade Slaughter. He was so close to dying there. Juan trying to pull off the same thing, but the auto alarm bombs secure his death. Donkey is still running around. He's in trouble. He's forced to flicker. Topside is being defended. They need to hold on to their reins.
Now, just holding on for a long time here. And now, Aura going in over the last insanity. They open up the inhibitor tower, and where we go. Sin goes in, tries to take down a little bit. There is the shield, and they will buy enough time. EVOS Legends, they've already been opened up. Meteor Shower will break down that immortality. Aura still surviving, but Donkey here could not do all too much. They lose out the top side tower, and now this base is being wrecked, and EVOS Legends have nothing else left to defend but the crystal.
8 to 8 kills for both sides. RRQ 53 ahead, at least 10k ahead of EVOS Legends here. This is a tough game.
We're looking at Rex, Rikum, Keon having great power to actually just control the entirety of the mid lane. Donkey just making sure that the waste gets depleted, but Liam may not have all too much damage to actually go blow for blow, but the rest of all these guys of EVOS here,
This is
we need to find something out.
This is such a scary situation. Like, I'm feeling the pressure that EVOS Legends are pulling. They don't want to play anything too flashy. Like, Donkey, he's trying his best. But again, he maybe find a catch here. Oh, he does! They're going straight in, right to the back line. But the Salmon Force might be in. They've cut them off. Sin is in trouble. He has the Winter Touch to protect himself. And now Liam already coming through with the Guardian's Barons to cut them off. But Luminaire is just done for. He goes down. The rest of the team has to pull back.
And pull back they will. There is still the Chow from the back. They've already utilized a lot of ultimates, and here comes Meteor Shower number 2. And Donkey being brought down to 60%. That's going to be Liam already soaking in. Here comes the fence back, and they will crash right in, trying to take down the rest of the members of EVOS Legends as they deploy them, trying to go in for the wipeout as well. Repo kill for Sin, and they do not care at all. They are on that point. RRQ. What are they? Are they gods? Are they titans? Or are they the legends? The first one to take the life of that $400,000 US, or bite that crown, if you will.
All troops deployed.
Let's see how they play this out. EVOS Legends versus RRQ. Game 4, match point.
That's right. Go crazy with unlimited data from U Mobile with Killer Unlimited GX30. Well, enough promotions. Here comes Donkey here, clearing out the wave alongside with 1. Trying to get them the head start. Both sides giving utmost respect because one misstep could have cost that first blood. Aura now regrouping towards the top side here. He's got those charges already intact, and
yes.
One will get that sort of buff in his hands.
Yeah, Aura was able to cut the wave down, was trying to cut the wave, but was deferred by the Kaja. They have to pull back here. Lemon, he won't be able to 2v1 this very easily as long as they play around that execution strike. Rekt as well as Luminaire have options because that third hit hurts a lot. So as long as Luminaire lands that charge onto Lemon just before it hits, he can cancel the ability.
Yeah, of course, having Rondo online would be great to deal with Lemon, but here comes Sin also protecting him for a little sense. Liam having a little bit of a back and forth against the export. Donkey usually on that tank. Well, of course, building a little bit of semi-build on that export to still dish out a whole lot in this sort of lineup. But now, 1 minute 36 seconds here. It's just Boots being bought over as we see the next turtle up for grabs coming in shortly.
Yeah, level 4s have been hit by the Chunga here. They want to contest with this bottom river crab. Let's see how they want to play this out because right now it's a 4v3. Lemon right on top.
Well, he's just hugging by the corners of the wall. Donkey system is all the rest of the members of RRQ away, while Masha, of course, having a little bit of trouble to actually go out of this turret range. And if they do, that Kaja, if it goes in level 4, might just get that dividend judgment to pull off Masha away from it. So Aura will just play really safely to make sure that EVOS Legends still have this sort of structure still left intact.
Exactly, and even though Aura doesn't have, you know, the best wave clear, he does have a really strong passive that allows him to make him stay in lane a little bit longer as long as he has multiple health bars, and he can actually gain an entire health bar if he just waits it out. It does have a cooldown, but you know, as long as he minimizes the amount of damage, he can survive in lane a lot longer in comparison to Lemon, who the only potential he has is just strong wave clear.
Well, not only is it strong lane clear, there's also a whole lot of damage output much later on, heading in towards that mid game. But of course, early game a little bit weaker than what it's supposed to be. But as for Lemon, he got a little bit of free passage in towards the back just to negate that wave from crashing towards the middle. So this will be an auto push coming from Rex, Rig, and Keon, and they are now in a really good lead to actually push the top as well as secure that turtle.
Okay, it looks like they're going for a lane swap here. Masha is going to transverse to the bottom side of the map. She's going to take a little bit of damage against Lemon. She can't win this matchup just yet, but she'll take her time. The rest of the team is going to top side to hopefully contest for this turtle.
Now, turtle has already been built away by the Akai. Both sides now just waiting for the enemies to make their move.
Yeah.
While RRQ, of course, trying to beat Tutur as much gold as he can, and they are well on their way to perhaps complete that Blade of Despair first.
Wait a minute. Did Sin just take both? both camps by himself single-handedly with a meteor shower. Like,
Looks like it.
boy. Looks like topside is taking quite a bit of damage. Luminaire is hurt, but Sin's in trouble. Salmon Force, he's gonna get solo killed. One actually finds the lead. He's gonna walk on there scot-free. Something is different. Something is very, very different in this game. The atmosphere is not the same. Both are giving too much respect. Nobody has made the play just yet.
Well, we know EVOS Legends have been started up, but here comes Finn going in for the Divine Judgment. Instead, gets turned around with that Nuance Blast. Beautiful flank coming in from Donkey.
Talking about plays, really nicely done. I mean, the Divine Judgment was looking pretty good until he flickered away and got the support from... Oh no, wait, Lemon, hold on. Lemon is forced to flicker on out of there. They're going for the dive. They're in trouble. Aurora has too much damage and too much life. He flickers on out of there. Such a clean dive coming in from EVOS Legends. They're back into shape.
I just love how Juan was actually tanking all the blow because he knows it's the Masha who will be right in front of the Terizla. But now Turtle going in the hands of Rex Ringumkia, but they don't really care. They already got 3 kills and they open up the bottom lane.
I think they should be able to take the bottom tier 1 with no issues whatsoever. And RRQ, they realize, hey, okay, you're going to take that down. You have to go to the top side. Oh no, Mean is in trouble now. How do you respond to this, RRQ?
Well, for the starters, they're going to be trying to deal with Aurora first before anything else. Aurora now already cutting off the wave as well, and they need to actually find a way to go back into the base or just to save themselves. Here comes Findo dealing with Luminaire. They don't really want to commit in towards catching out Lolita. Now, over on the top side here, Tsuru, of course, not really facing all too much of a danger, but will soon be facing up against Donkey.
They're in trouble. Oh no, EVOS, they're trying to set something up here. They're going for the dive. One pops the Salmon Force. He's coming in with the final insanity. He's going to secure the clear and clean this up. Mid is going down as well. It's going to be a 2-for-0. EVOS, the aggressors this time round. They found their confidence again.
EVOS Legends now having such a huge lead after taking blow after blow. Now Leo will be giving a free kill, thank you very much. And EVOS Legends here will be pushed back with the Hurricane Dance. They walks away alive for the temporary moment. But here comes Nesonata. Might just actually connect here. Donkey! Oh. Whoa! 1 HP left, and same goes to Donkey here, saving his immortality, but here comes Finn, trying to pull back Juan, and that will be a catch onto Juan.
Finally, they shut down Juan, telling him, no, we will not take this disrespect any longer. RRQ finally get the kill back. Oh boy.
Of course, we're gonna update the score to 1 for RRQ. So, we see Marsha still having a little bit of that free push against that Terizla.
Turtle resurrecting
now, here
soon.
comes the next turtle here with Luminaire setting up the tempo there. Sin being locked against the wall, but Sin Luminaire gets caught out. He's rotating right around the Rosie, and well, there will be a little bit of that movement coming in with Donkey with the saving grace.
Woo! Able to just charge right on forward to build enough space to get out of there. And Donkey continues his onslaught for now, burning away at the team, making sure he's maintaining that distance, controlling the area. And I think EVOS should be able to get this turtle, no problem whatsoever. One, just gets the turtle buff, which is going to be huge, because now the next time he goes for that dive, he's almost ensured to kill somebody.
And now, that's 2K goal lead, and well, to ensure that they actually land those kills, they still need to make sure that the coast is clear. Lemon so far hasn't been able to actually join any of these fights. That proved to be one problem for the side of Rex Ringumkia, and we know how slow a Terizla moves.
Yeah, I mean, Terizla, the only thing that stops him is his mobility. He has to land the Revenge Strike to get the initial movement speed to maybe close the gap half the time, but now Aura, he sees the potential death threat. He quickly flickers on out of it to save himself. Lemon on the top side is able to tank a lot. He's waiting for the cooldown so he can clear the wave one more time. Oh, Luminon Blast just to secure this turret. They can't move forward. The threat of getting stuck by the Luminon Blast is just too high.
Well, Luminaire just making sure that he stays all the way up front in case of any sort of shots being pulled out, especially Sin not really having the most effective runs as the Chang getting blocked out most of the time, but here comes Lin going in for the Hurricane Dance, pushing Donkey all the way back, but remember, he still have the Farragut armor. They popped up, but here comes full commitment over onto Juan, and RRQ finds the window to actually fight back.
That was a great catch coming from mid. He held up his Divine Judgment. He knew he just needed to land it. And once Juan walked up a little too far, flickers forward, locks him down, sets it up for his team. 1-0 in favor of Rex, Rigo, Keon. And now Aurora is just going to solo it. Lemon can't do much.
Well, Flicker coming from Lemon, trying to actually catch onto Aura. I do agree, there's nothing much of a business for him, but now Divine Judgment will secure the kill for Rex Rigo Keon.
It's going to be 2-0 now, as well as they're going for the return kill, but they don't actually get it. Liam is able to use that 1000 pattern to get on out of there.
Well, stops the recall right there for the time being. Yep, back to what you were saying. I do believe that EVOS Legends, of course, they already counted their blessings way early on, and now what could they possibly rake up here other than Bedlord?
Yeah, I'm not too sure, because right now we're coming into the later stages of the game. The game needs to end at some point. EVOS is 4K goal, has a 4K goal lead, but we know that RRQ are very comfortable when they are at a deficit, especially when it's only 4K. They need a 7K goal lead like they did in Game 2 to kind of convincingly take this victory. Luminaire takes a little bit of damage from Liam here, but it's not going to progress to anything too lethal just yet. Topside in full control over RRQ. Let's see how they play this out. Ooh, look at the respect. The moment he gets hit by the Death Sonata or sees it, he's like, nah, I'm out of here.
Yeah, they were expecting the same sort of the reaction coming in from EVOS as we look at Donkey. Already trying to actually spot out Liam there. Shadow Mask being purchased by Vin, hoping to actually surprise members of EVOS Legends, especially when they go in for this attempt. And there we go, one great pull coming in. Divine Judgment blocks into it one as he opens up the 7-4. He gets himself safe. Look at the chill, look at the move, and it will be Sin going in for that double kill. And now they're going on in lockdown, looking for Lemon as well, as they will try to take down the rest of Rex. Liam, one more hit. Liam, he walks away alive.
This is huge. This was a huge play. RRQ were looking to try and make a huge play, but instead they get punished. Donkey was able to turn it around, and now Aura, he knew his team had that fight in the bag. The choke point was too much. Lord is under EVOS' control.
Well, Donkey looked like king right there, or could you call him Donkey Kong? Well, of course, with respect to him, he was the one who actually backed all the way up for one. And what a perfect play that was. I thought one for sure would have fallen.
Yeah, I agree. Like, that was not looking good for him. They pushed him into this choke point, which Chang'e is like, I am going to clap you guys. And all of a sudden, Luminaire as well as Donkey come rushing on through with Rex getting out with the Rondo. That turned around so quickly. Oh boy, but this is it. Luminaire does get the initial catch, but they don't capitalize on it. They don't have the right conditions, and not to mention, Lord is pushing up on through the top side.
Beautiful camera display. Thank you very much, observers on the desk. And now, here comes Donkey, already in the front line. Got that immortality up online, pulls it back. There we go. Donkey will come in, blast insanity to take out the Chang'e. And EVOS Legends forcing their way through. They are trying to fight game number 6.
Yep, they're gonna break tier 2 here, but they don't have an inhibitor. That's what they want. Donkey could go for something here, but they get gets the initial Divine Judgment, but Rex is able to get on out of there. Luminaire is getting pushed back, and now it's time for the one show as he goes on forward with the 7-4. He secures it, he doesn't. They break the inhibitor. They're gonna get topside now, but the rest of the team is respawning. They're looking to end the game. They've done it! They've done it! Rex, they bring it to game 6.
My goodness, is this possible? EVOS Legends me that, you know, you cannot outfight all the number of fans of EVOS Legends, because you saw the stadium. A lot of them came in with full swag of jerseys, headbands, what else?
Flags,
drums, you name it, they have it. I'm not too sure. Like, what do they not have? But RRQ, I'm pretty sure $400,000, they can equip themselves even with more merchandise.
Even more swag to bring it to the next one.
Oh, yeah.
But I'm excited to see how this game plays out, as Aura is going to be on the bot side by himself. Masha getting impressed on the top side. They're going to be A-okay for now. But so far, a lot of respect going to both sides, because I kind of expected RRQ to try and make a play. And, oh no!
Oh, wow.
Liam stole away the buff!
Well, call the police because we got a team right here. And here comes lots of flicker coming into the table.
Oh my gosh, he took retribution. He stole it with a retribution.
Okay, that is dirty. I mean, who would have thought? Like, well, definitely Liam don't really need that flicker anyways because that tank will not be heavily focused as compared to the rest of these units. But huge defense system going on for EVOS Legends as they try to protect that side. And they lose out on the Regal Crab as well. That is very rich grok in this game.
Wait, what's going on here? Who's the real carry this time round? Is it Grok or is it Lemon? I can't figure it out. But so far, RRQ are slowly getting ahead. But the next upcoming Lords, they have to be very, very scared of this Grok. That Power Nature has a high base damage, and not to mention, with Retribution as well, he's not going to be able to be locked down. He can kind of just walk in and be like, yoink, that's my Lord.
He's going to yoink in even more camps as we see him rotating across and towards the mid lane as well, setting things off as we see RRQ just pulling a lot of triggers right here. Mouse is going to be chasing over onto Rek. Early game, yep, love massage of chemicals. Well, hoping that the members of EVOS Legends could actually respond to this to really get Luminaire. Now on that, Lolita gets knocked up in the air. Liam will not be able to actually commit further than that.
Yeah, this is where, you know, the breaking point has begun. Somebody needs to make something happen. Luminaire gets disarmed. Sin has to pull on backwards, but wait a minute. Gutharu might be in a little bit of trouble. Luckily, he was able to roll out of it with the Death Sonata to the top side of the map as that last Insanity kind of misses.
Yeah, I would say that there's still more chances intact for both of these guys, but look at Luminaire alongside with Rek. This is Sin, or is having enough wave clear advantage. Now, back to the drive while we go. Donkey going in for the flicker as well, but that is the grab right in from his first blood, handed over to RRQ. As we see Liam also getting chunked out, and Lawyer can he run? Last Insanity! 1 for 1.
1 for 1, pretty good. They killed the Grok. Now they don't have to worry about someone jacking away the turtle this time around, but they're going to go back into their lanes. Sin was able to break the top tier 1. That's pretty good considering everything that has happened.
Now, consider this done as RRQ opens things wide, and only the mid lane will be the tier 1 still standing for EVOS Esports. EVOS Legends, of course, slowly trying to actually scale up in terms of momentum. They still need to farm up, but Sid not really giving them enough time. That's going to be one knockup onto one. Liam don't really have that opportunity for that wall charge.
Pretty good play coming in from RRQ, to be honest. They get ahead with that 2-turret lead in their pocket. Now, even though they did lose 1-1, they were trading 1-1. That didn't seem too good. Oh no, Juan, he's taking quite a bit of damage here. He has to kind of sidestep it, but the AoE is really, really powerful, especially in the early stages of the game. And he doesn't even have items, but Luminaire takes a little bit of hits from the third hit of the Jukundo. The rest of the team kind of peeled backwards as RRQ trying to maintain control over this river on the top side.
I think they want to get this turtle. They definitely could just start it from this point onwards because the rest of the team for EVOS Legends are occupying the bottom side. They are prioritizing on towards that tower instead, so they will lose this one out as RRQ now gets the first turtle.
Yeah, they're going to continue to maintain their dominance here as EVOS Legends have shifted their attention from the top side to the bottom side. They want to go for the next turtle, most likely, but Sin is taking quite a bit of damage here. Going on the all-in against Aura, but that might not be a good idea. Down to the bot side, they lock down. Donkey does catch. Ranger through, might be going down. One more hit. Numenon Blast to try and disengage the team. Vin is trying to go into the back line. They get a good kick onto Donkey, but Donkey still has plenty of health. He should be able to make it out of there. Gets chunked out. Ooh, the power of nature doesn't exactly land. Great lightning bombs.
Great work coming out of the members of RRQ. Now, Luminaire is just going to be absorbing a little bit of that heat. Same goes to Lemon as well. Of course, for RRQ, still 2-2, but in terms of gold, they have definitely had a huge lead after getting so many of all these objectives. They got the turtle checked. Same goes to the 2 towers, top side and bottom side. Now, what they can possibly do is go in with the Dragon, going in with a huge shot as well. Donkey makes it out alive as this kind of moves backwards. EVOS Esports, and they are just slowly coming across and towards the mid lane. They know that there's enough pressure coming from the leader, trying to go for the catch against Luminaire as well. EVOS Legends still hanging on this sort of battle there. Aura buying Bloodless Axe.
I've never seen a game so tense before. Both sides showing a lot of respect. They're not just going ham and trading for the sake of trading. They are calculated. They lock down Vin. Vin shouldn't pose, and Jacundo's on out of there. Donkey has to try and kind of peel away the wave. Guardian's barrier comes up to kind of put some space in between them, get a little bit of damage down, and the chip continues as Sin scales into the top side.
Vin almost getting a little bit of suppression. As we know, Divine Judgment could lock him down, but of course, if they do slide up in time, then too bad for him. Since he's going to be facing off against Aura, that's insanely being utilized, so he will still be pretty much safe. But now, Changer, does she have that meteor shower to just stop this wave pushing in RQ on that second attempt on that turtle?
Ice Queen's wand just being purchased by one here. That's going to be a huge buy. And same as Lemon, both of them are trying to get ahead as possible. Donkey's in a lot of trouble. He has to get on out of there. The Destinata has to almost secure his kill. He actually lands it in. Now they're trying to turn this around. RRQ get the first initial kill. One takes quite a bit of damage here. Numenor Blast secures them. Another kill. Finn goes down. He flickers into the brush. He survives. Aura tries to join the fight. Way of the Dragon gets the initial kick. Finn needs to get on out of there. Something needs to die from the side of RRQ, and it's going to be the Grok.
And the Grok will fall out. The last inside being popped, but the mid lane has to crush out as well. Rex, Regan, Kion has that win-win condition. No matter what, it's that sort of 50-50 that they take when they get that 51%.
Yeah, this is just a solid game coming into this. EVOS Legends, they're biding their time. They're trading 1 for 1, and now the score hasn't really changed too much. Turtle in control of EVOS' territory, but this could be really risky.
Vin sliding at the back, trying to actually get a little bit of patches here. Aura does pop his last inside, but instead, look at the trade out there. Sin, one more time, and it's a killing spree for the export, and more fights ensue as we see RRQ here. Numenor left, and can take over on the Liam as well, but can EVOS proceed? And Luminaire getting taken down for a double kill on Tuturu.
Wow, that was a really good Guardian's barrier there. It kind of blocked off the rest of EVOS from going forward. Both Juan and Rek didn't want to loop around to maybe look for a kill because that will put them out of position. They were just out of range, which is kind of unfortunate if I have to say so myself.
I would definitely say that's definitely not so fortunate for them at all. Now, heading into its 8 minutes and a half in terms of kills. It's really close for both sides.
Yeah.
But that's one kill being given away in that previous battle right there where EVOS Legends had to just let that Lolita pass by. Well, what can they do?
I mean, more importantly, the goalie developed by RRQ, we've seen this before. Ooh, Lemon forcing out the black shoes straight away, but more importantly, RRQ have secured more objectives, which in fact has given them quite a decent lead over EVOS Legends, and EVOS weren't able to recover the last time from it, so based on that alone, they might be able to catch them off guard. EVOS, hopefully they can come back into this game.
Well, definitely going on a little bit of that relapse for a moment, and as for some of all these players here, we're looking at the Granger here with the endless battle, and they are just scaling off the charts. This is going to be Luminaire bringing out the shield, trying to go in for a little bit more commitment, a little bit of positioning, not really favoring the side of RRQ. Pretty much a huge split as we see a little bit of a dancing lord in between. They are still looking to stop Finn, and Dark Shoes being utilized there by Lemon, with Donkey not really fully committing to this. But here comes Aura there, trying to actually chunk down the health. Sin still have another bar to go, and here comes Donkey as well as Luminaire. Yeah,
it doesn't look like they're committing to this. Liam doesn't have the power of nature. I'm not too sure why they didn't want to yank it back and get the free kill. Tuturu lands on a great. That's not a Donkey gets caught.
Whoa!
Thunder Kundo's not enough. Finn is taking so much damage here, but they're able to do it. Flicker into Numenor Blast. He makes it out with 1 HP, and now EVOS have to pull back. They gave away the kill. They prioritize trying to get Tuturu a little too much.
Donkey, the best tank we've ever seen, falling flat with Tuturu, just landing that critical shot, bringing down that Kanja, and why? Rex Rico Keon at least gets one more, and we saw that Numenor Blast was huge. in the world was that damage output coming from that Death Sonata?
That was scary. Oh, looks like Vin tried to make a play there. The arrival coming in early by the X-Borg. He has nothing to do topside, therefore he is going down to bot side to hopefully keep it in check.
Now checking every single lane as they go. Chang'e protecting that top side, which means that RRQ will send members in towards the Lord section. And they're already being the first line of defense for EVOS Legends. Slowly getting themselves into the H-Brush. That's going to be Donkey coming in with the Shadow Map. This is a perfect catch for them as they manage to actually get them low. But oh!
No way!
No!
Oh, thank God. Oh my God. I never thought he would have made it out of there. Vin should have definitely died. I thought he got super lucky at the end there. He was playing that absolutely well, canceling into the Shunpo very, very quickly after the third hit of the Jacundo. But my God, Aura is in a lot of trouble. He's pulled back. He doesn't have the Firaga armor, and Juan can actually turn this around. He has the Meteor Shower, and there he is. He gets 2 kills up on the top side, but that's not going to be enough for RRQ to lose their lead because they are still 7K ahead.
Well, at least they draw the line between the kills, and they needed a Chang'e to be right in front of Masha. So they found that answer to this solution. Well, I definitely contradicted myself for a moment, but here comes Luminaire, just getting that shield up. And Donkey!
Shut down!
The disrespect! You can't walk up that far. Now Lemon's in trouble. You have to use the black shoes as well as the flicker to get on out of there. Luminaire very close to dying, forcing out the flicker as well. Vin got pretty close, but Donkey ain't gonna let him go. Rek as well as Juan, a great Guardian's Bearer coming up. The chemical refinement coming in from Rek, but it's just not enough distance for him to commit to that fight.
Well, EVOS Legends, I can see they are here to take this game. They are here to prove every one of these guys RRQ that they can beat them for the second time coming if they were to come back onto this upper bracket. Well, there's no more brackets. There's only the grand finals for them to fix their eyes on to claim their throne. But Aura once more. Oh, Sin going in.
He doesn't win this. He doesn't win this. He forces out the flicker for Sin. He has to turn off his passive or at least hit something for the
There
second. But Juan is there to cut him off. Another kill going on for EVOS Legends. RRQ is starting to crumble.
RRQ slowly losing the plot right here. Vin, every single time he goes in for a fight, he will be picked up at least. And Luminaire getting tankier and tankier. And Donkey was just one of the baits right out there, just waiting for that perfect Divine Judgment. Now that they've already flushed off some members of RRQ, it's their turn to make a move. Here comes it, going in with great knock up in the air. And here comes the rest of the members going in for the chase as well, trying to take down Vin as Vin takes onto Tree. And EVOS Legends will be able to take him down for that mega kill, going in the hands of Juan. Juan still looking for more. Chituru forced away, and 3 members are out from RRQ.
Well played coming in from EVOS Legends here. I don't think anybody realizes that, but Juan and Aura are really far ahead. They're 4-0. As long as Luminaire blocks Tuturu's Death Sonata with that Guardian's Bulwark, he is going to be considered the MVP.
We're speaking of MVPs right now, and EVOS Legends seem like they have found one in the forms of Aura as well as Juan. These tag team, they do not seem to be that sort of perfect combo if you think of it that way.
Wait a minute.
Formula.
Did Juan just buy a Windtalker?
Yes, he did.
Why did he buy a Windtalker? Wait, what's going on here? Hold up.
Talker Chang'e in the grand finals. Let's digest this for a little bit. In what scenario should this be brought out?
Why? Does he get the immediate Windtalker proc off of his auto attacks? Like, what's going on? Like, I can't understand.
Donkey.
Oh, Donkey, he actually goes in. He gets kicked back with the way of the dragon. Luminous Lord is knocking onto that tier 2. He breaks. They trade 1 for nothing. Thunderbell has just been purchased by the Granger. He's going to be huge. Topside, Aura is going to be going down. He's in a lot of trouble. Finn is making it all happen as the 2 fights happen at the same time. Sin can't actually get ahead. Luminaire is trying to block his way. Finn's in trouble. He's taking too much damage. He flickers. He gets hit for the 3rd hit. Luminaire is able to pull it through 2 for 1. EVOS Legends are walking through. Aura has done it. They're breaking through to the inhibitors.
My goodness! EVOS now will break down the inhibitor, and EVOS EVOS Legends escorting this wave. It's all down to
They've
one.
done it!
There it
They've done
goes!
it!
Shadura is down! Only down to Sin. They are trying to do
Oh
it
my
against
God, no.
This might just be Game 7 coming in the way. EVOS Legends, they're bringing this game and one away to finish things up. We are going in Game 7, EVOS Legends.
Oh my God, because this game is going to be who can execute better, who can play better, who can make that decision faster.
Well, it will be Swift. And now we're heading in for the final time of M1 World Championship. It's our RQ versus EVOS Legends. Rex Recon Keon will be on the red side here. EVOS Legends on the blue side here. This grand finals is just going in with a bang.
Now, it has begun. Both teams aren't going to go for anything too flashy here, but for the most part, they are leaving Gusion by himself in the mid lane. He doesn't want to do too much, but this kind of gives the signal for the rest of the team to do something. Oh no, Liam, he's in trouble. He might be the first to go down. First blood has been secured for EVOS Legends.
Win condition enabled, some may say, as one. The hyper carry of EVOS Legends here gets that head start, and we'll see this Lunox buying all the ability powered items as she can get.
Yeah, and this is surprising because number one, what is Liam doing? He's playing the support position. I get that you can't run away in the same direction as the Chang'e. Oh no, wait, Matcha, Aura, he's in trouble. They're trying to turn this around. He flickers it over, but luckily he does have a little bit of space to work for. But getting back to the point, what was he doing, especially with a high pressure game? He can't make mistakes like that.
Well, I think that is definitely misposition that comes down to that sort of position that he forced. But here comes Donkey though. It will be a little bit of that hard tussle for him in that sort of sense. But over the bottom side, look at that, one on his second kill streak.
They're getting the momentum. You can feel it. And you can already see Vin. He's been chunked out pretty low, but I don't think they're going to go for the dive just yet. They're making sure Aura starts getting ahead. I mean, Donkey, he's not exactly kind of rotating
there we go.
Mid and bottom. Rek gets the first turret, and the crowd is ecstatic.
We know why they are ecstatic, because this could be it. Reverse sweep. I can't stop saying this word because I could not believe it myself. And I'm starting to believe it. I'm starting to think that one, if he's not being stopped on the track, he might be bringing this one in.
Liam, he's in trouble. He gets pulled away. The Divine Judgment, as well as Baxia knocking right into him. Great stun. Wombo combo from EVOS Legends. They're going to maintain control over this turtle. It's a great game so far as they extend their lead to Tsukere. Luminaire, he's right on top. The Turquoise Poisson has been popped already to deny them space. He's trying to make something happen. He doesn't get it. He has to get out. It's over. They're being pulled. Finn is going to be the next to fall. They are crumbling under the pressure.
Lunox, oh Lunox, they deserve a brand new skin for EVOS Legends with this stellar performance. 4 kills in the span of less than 3 minutes. Now Lemon have to fall back. They are all pretty much on the low. Aura getting chased from here. And, well, let's have a look into the graph because they just got themselves that 2.5k mark.
This is such a huge blow for our RQ. They can't be making mistakes like that. Why are they in this mispositioned areas and giving EVOS the respect they absolutely don't deserve because they're overextending in too many areas than one. Our RQ holding their ground. Liam, he's gonna pull in Donkey, but he might be in trouble here as they pull in with the Divine Judgment. Might actually be going through. They actually get the first kill onto Finn. He pops out the revitalized glorious pathway. Ain't gonna be enough with 3 members shoving down his throat. He's not gonna be out of this awkward situation.
Sacrificial Lamb will not go down in vain as we look at the rest of EVOS Esports here. EVOS will have Luminaire just trying to block up some shots, but Rek is eyeing on that prize, which will be the tier 2 top lane. And there's no answers in response, and they go crashing in. What could they do? RQ on this really back foot. They now just find a way to stop this Baxia, and they will take him down.
Yeah, Baxia goes down, but they put quite a significant amount of damage into that top tier 2. Unfortunately, they couldn't extend the lead further. However, this is the same position they've been in before. 5k goal lead, but couldn't end the game. But 5k goal lead, they can end the game. It's kind of a 50-50 at this point.
Well, I love myself some of all these 50-50 traits. Speaking of that, here comes Donkey pulling in the place to win. Tuturu goes down. And there we go. Another kill well secured by EVOS Legends.
Holy cow, Aurora has a win talker at 4 minutes, 30 seconds into the game. This is not looking good for RRQ. They take Turtle, but EVOS, they feel it. They are hungry. They have the crowd by their sides, and they are slowly wrapping this game so much faster than you would have expected. Lemon coming in with the meteor shower to kind of clear up the waves, with Liam using that arrival to protect that tier 2. They can't afford to lose another objective.
Now, speaking of the depth here, Kimi already on the push as well. Now these members of Rex Regum here will be able to even go anywhere to touch onto one. And that's a level 9 Lunox that they're facing against everyone else on that level 6.
Bottom tier 2 is under siege here, as well as mid tier 2. What is going on? RRQ, they're letting go of this game. The pressure is really getting to them. They've already let go 7K ahead. EVOS Legends, they might turn this around. They have the momentum, and now they want to take this inhibitor.
Well, that's definitely the way being cleared. One great shot coming from Rex. But man, this could be one of the quickest game in history. Doggy goes in for the divine judgment. Killing spree for that Kimmy. Send the next one to back away. And now opening up the mid lane as well as the bottom side. EVOS Legends not giving them that edge, not letting them die. They're gonna die. There goes Luminaire. There we go. EVOS Legends double kill. Crushing this. This will be the fastest game ever that they could possibly pull out. All 2 members are still down and out, but they need to clear it. RRQ, they need to take pride in what they have to team, and they need to stop them right now.
They are hungry. They are so hungry. They can feel the killing blow coming closer and closer to RRQ's throat. The Tigers are hungry, and the killing blow is so soon as the last inhibitor falls. Baxia goes in. The divine judgment onto Liam. They are pushing forward. Finn can't deal with the darkening as the backline is in trouble. Donkey goes down. Sid finds the initial catch, but it's a 2-for-1 trade. It's not looking good. Lemon, he's so low. They need minions a little bit more, and this game is pretty much over and done.
Can they pull up an upset? Sid now getting chased by Luminaire. Baxia falling low as well, but there's no time for this cat and mouse chase. Luminaire.
This is honestly the biggest lead we've seen so far. They are ahead by 12K.
Aurora!
They find him! Oh my god, Aurora! He sees the opportunity. He collapses on top of him. 12K goal lead at 7 minutes into the game. RRQ are crumbling.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Grand finals. There we go. Donkey with the pickup once again. Divine judgment. You should have banned out this conduct. EVOS Legends, they are now on the lead, looking for the win as well. They're taking down Finn to 50%. There we go. That much of the kill being secured, but instead, Luminaire escorting that minion whip, going into the bottom side. They are trying to find a leeway. They are trying to negate them from exiting the base.
All right, 4 more seconds until Chang'e comes back. They could look to clear the waves. They're looking for some options as the wave slowly creeps into RRQ's base. Here it is, the final push. They're going in for it. They're looking to destroy the crystal. The backline's in trouble. The blazing duet ain't enough. The arrival from Liam buys enough time. 5 for 3. They've done it. They have done it. Well played to your new world champions of M1. It's gonna be from Indonesia, EVOS Legends.
EVOS Legends have done it. The reverse swing complete. The curse have been broken, and now everyone hail to the new kings of Mobile Legends. Bang bang.
I can't wait. I can't wait to see them lift that trophy. Let them savor this moment here in Axiata Arena for the first M1. This is going to be your new M1 2019 champions.
Both of these teams are ready.
These 2 teams definitely are ready to take each other on. Are you on the Philippine side or are you on the Myanmar side? As Burmese Ghouls will be having this feed of a best of 7 against Bren Esports. We will find out who will be the grand champions after all of it. Starting from game number 1, we'll see how well will they adapt in the land of Dawn. It's your casters here on the desk. Butters, get in, as well as Leo.
Welcome.
All right,
to
it's
Mobile
time to get the show on the road. And now, let's look at the lane assignments here because it's very important that they get the counter matchups on either side. And it looks like the Baxia is going to be meeting up his boy, the Yu Zong, down in the EXP lane, while in the gold lane it's going to be Alice and the Harith. Bren going to be starting off on their purple buff, while maybe looking for the distraction.
Ooh, this is maybe just looking for that ejector on the purple.
He did take smart missiles, though.
Oh, all right, so he's just gonna try to steal, clear wave, bother them maybe. Gonna be using the Cyclone Eye right on through. Flapteasy has lethal intentions, goes for the stun, misses, there's no damage here, but puts maybe at pretty low health, so yeah, that's the tank of Burmese Ghouls out of commission for now.
I like the reaction of Flap just going in for that first kill, running over maybe. He forced maybe to use the flicker. There might be a pull yourself together on his side, but at least it goes down for a couple of minutes.
I mean, interestingly enough, I'm looking at Flapteasy and I was thinking, maybe he's going so hard because he has the execute. I double check it. Boom, he's got the rejuvenate. So again, Bren is showing a lot of respect to the Burmese Ghouls, knowing that this is going to be all about that team fight.
Yeah, Revitalize super important in this matchup. Like, you want to outlast the Yu Zhong, and you want to make sure you're putting as many marks and making it as hard as possible to sustain a team fight. Now, Karlteasy here has both of his buffs, so the initial thought of invading and making Karlteasy's life hard before the first turtle, the second minute of the game, is out the window for Burmese Ghouls. They have to find another way of attack.
Now we can see up on top, Rebo here getting harassed a bit by Harith, and that is one of the things that the Harith can do. The flowing blood can be easily dodged by the Chrono Dash, so it's not gonna be a problem for him. Now Karl pulling that trigger on that Blazing Duet to clear the wave.
Yep, he wants to try his best here to kind of just control the wave so that they have first priority on this turtle. You can see the rotations. Even Harith is heading, is making his way down towards that turtle fight. And this is going to be really big here because Burmese Ghouls, they've won so many of these just off of one turtle.
This is Karlteasy going for the purple, and I do believe after Flapteasy pushes them off, they're going to go for this turtle. Now, that's few going to be pushed in by Ruby DD. Oh, Karlteasy gets invaded in by Ruby DD, and that's going to be the turtle taken here by Ace, and there's not much Bren Esports can do. Flapteasy sure palms the Poissons, but for so long, how can you survive this? Oh, he's still in it. That's a nice dash. He saves himself, and that's going to be just the first blood and the turtle. Oh wait, Burmese Ghouls, they're not going to force it. Instead, just going to go for a few hits on the first turret.
Great save coming from Few there. If he wasn't there, at least then he would be going down and giving another kill over to the Burmese Ghouls. But this is what BG kind of play for. First turn, get that extra gold, make things work.
Oh, here we go. Butters, check it out.
And look at this, the Unstoppable Force will be forced, but still maybe won't go for the engage. They don't have their ultimates, they don't have their spells, and they are just forced to back out. It was a bit of a, let's say, they're trying to just scare out Lusty to not follow them.
What's happening here up on the top side? Looks like, I mean, both sides are kind of just eyeing for information, and especially Kid. There could have been an engagement there, but counting the numbers, 3 versus 2, not the best, so they have to pull back. They get some good damage onto Few for now, but how long can this last? Calamity Reaper being purchased by Ruby DD.
Ooh, Mountain Shocker scouting out where the rest of Bren Esports are, and that's going to be Rebo. Just hit by 3. Smooth operator. Ruby DD is so far responsible for the 2 kills currently present for Burmese Ghouls.
And Ace even stole the crab coin that Karlteasy was taking on that top lane with the Mountain Shocker. So things are going great for the side of Burmese Ghouls.
Maybe. Maybe looking low. Oh, that's the first pick off. Few gets it. And this is some redemption for Bren Esports. Like, they can at least take the purple. And yeah, we are about 5 minutes in for 30. 1,000 gold ahead.
I mean, is it some? Because again, they're losing pressure across the map, and now Burmese Ghouls are looking to continuously attack, and they are destroying the shields. They've already completely cleared off the barriers coming in from that topside turret. Few, he gets on out of there. He doesn't want to, put himself in any more danger than he already is. The Burmese Ghouls only up by 700 gold, but they could double this off of a single kill.
Bren Esports, they should look out for the pickups that Burmese Ghouls are going for.
Yep, on angles the Burmese Ghouls want to go, and that's Few getting blasted out, but Ace from the back lines, getting caught first. That's a trade currently. The mid support for the core and the tank. And now Flapteezy still has the Poison, gets caught in there by the Dragon Tail, knocks him out. And the fight stays here near the turtle pit. Now Lusty trying to make sure that they all stay put. And Flapteezy trying to take this. And he does it 1-for-1 now. An ejector onto one. Rebo going into the back lines. He is going to retreat. RubyDD wants more. That's the disengage.
Oh, RubyDD, he needed to target a single person. He drops down the Zamet Force and he got splits in two. He wants to go for D, but then Kaltizi's in the back. Which does he go for?
Bren Esports know that Burmese Ghouls have the team fight on lock right now for the early game. What they are doing right now is this: they're trying to get the small victories. Get the turtle, don't overextend, do not engage him as much as possible. It's their time now. Just scale for a bit, wait for the proper timing to fight, and Bren Esports are doing it well.
Can they get more though? Can they push this advantage that they have here? D needs to get out of there. Oh no, Rebo, he gets caught by the Imperial Justice. Great play coming in for the Burmese Ghouls, and a huge counter item here. Necklace of Durans just to stop the healing coming in from everybody on the side of Bren. And they want to go for another pick onto Lusty. Wrong place, wrong time.
On the bottom lane, there is another kill on Flapteezy, and bodies are going down on the floor just because Burmese Ghouls, they really like these pickoffs.
3 fronts and 3 losses here for Bren Esports so far. Kaltizi looking for revenge. The bloodthirsty prodigy here gets one at least, shutting down RubyDD. Now the fight continues after taking this turret. That's the knocking him up. Gonna go for the Black Dragon form. This is a full bar of Sha energy, and now Kaltizi dueling with Ace. And there you go. The unstoppable force takes down the core. That's Claude destroyed here, Kid flickering out, and that's D finally shut down by Lusty. Currently 2-for-1. Bren Esports, they seem to be getting trumped by Burmese Ghouls at every turnstile.
I think so far, I think it's just 2 mistakes, and that's why the Burmese Ghouls are only slightly ahead here.
Burmese Ghouls, they've been getting a lot of these kills, but for the side of Bren Esports, they're getting the trades because the last time they met, every fight that Burmese Ghouls wins, it actually has an objective that comes with it. But for this certain game, there is always a trade in terms of 2-for-2, 2-for-1, and Burmese Ghouls, they're not getting the turrets early.
Yep, unstoppable force here, plus the ejector into the back lines. Poison's not gonna save you. RubyDD, an assassin of a Harith, takes down Flap. And now, hold up, Kaltizi looking for some revenge. Kid uses the Imperial Justice to retreat. That's gonna be D going in. Where's the backup? They're looking for it. Kaltizi getting blasted. Oh, that's a fatal link onto one. D is still alive. A bar full of Sha, and that's Few destroyed by D, and they get away with it. RubyDD is just having a ball.
Oh my goodness, how did D survive that? My goodness, he really took quite a beating off of it.
And Burmese Ghouls, they're getting the fights, but they're timing it well. When do they take a fight? They take a fight when they take down Flap. Flap is respawning. He cannot respond to that gank, and that means D, as of now, will be unkillable.
I think it was looking good initially because Few, he was looking for that pick off. He was trying to say, hey, I could get this big stun onto D, and maybe we can play off of this. Burmese Ghouls see the opportunity to say, hey, he has no options to get out now. We can look for the punish.
That is true. As you can see right now, Burmese Ghouls, they really like to go for these kinds of plays. Just stay in the brush, try to get the ejector close to Kid. Kid sets up the Imperial Justice, and that is a 1-for-1. And that's what happened right here.
Same old story, the same old story. Lusty walks into a death bush, and now Flapteezy trying to save the day. Son, it's too late.
The classic happens more times to pros than you would like to admit, but D is going to keep on smacking up that tier 2, and this is what Burmese Ghouls have been doing ever since the group stages, just making sure they take fights and they start getting that return of investment somewhere across the map. Todak did a pretty good job, but you know, Burmese Ghouls making it look really, really natural.
Bren Esports, they should be looking at that Lord, maybe not give it to Burmese Ghouls as of the moment, because when they do, that is going to be all of the outer turrets down, and probably one inhibitor turret on their side is going down as well.
Flapteezy hit there with the ejector, but it's going to be a non-starter. Real quick, item check Kid just bought a glowing one. That should lead to more kills, but right now, that's the Mountain Shock. They're starting it off. As we just said, Few gets taken down. Ruby DD though, 2 for 1. The current trade here, the numbers are going well for Bren Esports. Kid and Ruby DD for Few.
That was a great fight for Bren Esports. Burmese Ghouls, they thought that they caught Bren off guard, but they were ready. They knew that there was a possibility, a small possibility, that someone or two people are there in that brush, and it paid off for them.
Yeah, and I mean, even Ruby DD, he dropped down the Salmon Force to make something happen, but now the Burmese Ghouls looking to turn this fight on top of them to make sure they don't get the Lord, maybe in the back line, but he goes down almost straight away. Baptiste making sure he's zoning out Ace. They have a double kill coming in for Carlteasy, making it look real nice and smooth as the comeback mechanic is here, down 4K, now evening up the score to at least 1K differential and taking the lead.
Oh no, the fight continues. Kid forced to retreat. Zaman forced it in by Ruby DD, but the damage has been done. Words have been said, feelings have been hurt, and Lord is marching down mid.
Nice engage there for the side of Kid. He might have bitten off more than he can chew, but Ruby DD saves the day. They cut their losses to a minimum.
Check this gold graph out. At least we get a better idea because, again, when we were looking at the Burmese Ghouls, they were almost reaching that 5K mark, and that would have been a really difficult position to get, especially when it was about 7 to 6 minutes into the game. Now, things have changed, and they're looking to force it harder.
Yep, they're pushing this mid lane turret. Mission accomplished for Bren Esports. Ruby DD takes a few hits from Lord. The swing of the axe chunking him off to about half health, and there's another push up top. Wow, how the tables have turned. Burmese Ghouls now feel the pressure from Bren Esports.
And look at this, all turrets, all outer turrets for the side of Burmese Ghouls are going down, and for the first time in forever, I'm seeing Burmese Ghouls defend their own turrets.
I mean, don't hold your breath for too long here. This is going to be the Lord power play. Red going to force the situation here. D trying to disengage the entire team to allow time and buy space for Ruby DD to drop the Salmon Force. And Bren Esports, they call it. They see what's going on. No, I will not let you choose this fight. And maybe he's not done with it yet. The Unstoppable Force is going to get punished with the Circle Eagle as the rest of Bren Esports push him back into the Toys Poissons as a recommendation to stay away from our jungle.
That was a good move for the side of Burmese Ghouls, that they just wanted to catch one person for the side of Bren Esports and toss him back. Maybe just stall Bren Esports from pushing. But Burmese Ghouls, the execution right there didn't really work out for their side. Just because Bren Esports, they were ready and they know that that will happen.
Oh, Flappy here picked off by Ruby DD. They get their comeuppance, and it's not for free. Butters.
Divine Crystal and Divine Glaive and Holy Crystal, not Divine Crystal, goes up for the mages here on the side of Bren Esports.
Oh, D with that Black Dragon form, and we're looking for a big engage here. That's going to be the... the Blazing Duet takes down the Kid with Few putting in the last touch. Now D here, caught in no man's land. You are the odd one out. 2 for none here so far. Bren Esports turning the river into a wasteland.
Right now, I have to give it to Bren. Their re-engagements into these fights, especially when Burmese have the advantage, is pretty significant. Let's check out the items here. Butters, what are your thoughts?
Okay, Athena Shield for the side of Lusty. That will help him survive Kid Sylvana. Rebo is on a roll right now. He has all of his items up. Winter Truncheon is there. Flapteasy is kind of having a hard time just getting his items. He has a Molten Core there just to clear the waves. For the side here of D, he doesn't have, let's say, a Blade of Despair just to add extra damage. Ace here still has 4 items only on his belt.
I mean, with the items in the position that they are in right now, Burmese Ghouls, 39k to Bren's 43. Bren just hit their power spike. All Burmese Ghouls have to do, play this slow, clear that waves, wait until that Lord is up, and then play this stalemate where you're putting enough pressure to say, hey, I could look to contest you on Lord, and I might contest you on Lord, but as long as you are not finishing the Lord, we have enough time to hit our 42k power spike, and then that's where they're going to call it.
Queen swings on Carlteasy. He might just tank some of the damage.
Oh,
here.
The fight has already started from the back lines. Ejector on the Flapteasy. He pops the Poissons, and that's D taking quite a few hits from that. Mountain Shocker gonna be an incentive for Bren Esports to back out. That's gonna be from the backlines, baby. Getting Chong. Oh, this is going to be the pit helping Bren Esports out. That's a double for Bren. Make it a triple. It's one for each of the TZs, and right now they are primed for the second Lord take. Mind you, this is Luminous.
Oh no, this was a very poor choice for the Burmese Ghouls to actually initiate on that fight. They said, hey, maybe we can go back in. The Toys Poissons has been wasted, and D, he's got a little bit of health. He has max on his passive, so he could heal back up. Unfortunately, RubyDD can't get into the fight. You want to fight on these neutral objectives, a place where you have a lot of places to abuse your Chrono Dash and kind of outmaneuver your opponents.
Molten Core became the cursed helmet here for FlapTZ. CarlTZ having a good time just roaming around the map, getting those stacks, and Dominance Eyes, Wind Swings, Cursed Helmet. That is enough defense items to tank the damage that will come out from Burmese Ghouls. So that means as long as FlapTZ is getting item progression, there is going to be a lot more resources that will be put to him to take him down.
I would totally agree here, and again, Burmese Ghouls have to choose the places that they fight in. They cannot go into these narrow corridors. They cannot afford to get hit by these big-ticket ultimates from Lusty. And if Rebo gets into that back line, sure, you have escape mechanics, but Kid needs to be the one to dictate where the place and time the fight is going to occur.
And those are all tall orders because Bren Esports has the superior combat mobility. They can just say where the fight happens and they can force him, and right now that's what's happening here. Mountain Shocker to try and clear the waves, but it's too little too late. Lord already whacks away at that inhibitor turret. Ace at less than half health. That's going to be the push on bottom lane as well. Now only mid stands. Let's see how Burmese Ghouls will deal with the second Lord of the game. There's a fight on all fronts here, and I'm waiting to see who's going to make the first move.
Oh, thankfully they were able to kill the Lord before it actually charged in towards that inhibitor down on mid side. That would have been a huge blow.
That Rebo is just turning on that Blood Ode. He's never turning it off. He has the purple buff on under his belt. Now CarlTZ, they have all the time in the world to just end this just because Burmese Ghouls, they're not getting their buffs anymore.
Yeah, this is the choke right here.
I mean, yes, you're saying it's a choke, but it's only 8K. They're only 8K behind. Burmese Ghouls, if they win one fight, they're even. And if they win that fight, the goal lead isn't going to matter at all once it hits that 53K mark.
But then again, Gidjon, if you are defending this hard, you take every advantage that you can.
True, but that also means you have a safe way to farm. It goes both ways here. Bren need to find a way to catch the Burmese Ghouls off guard. And the Burmese Ghouls, if they get a little too antsy and they don't play disciplined and walk out and get punished for that mistake, Bren will end this game. There's going to be 92 more seconds, and Burmese Ghouls don't necessarily have to force anything.
So far, these two teams have been acting like well-informed businessmen. They know the economy of their skills. They know what the timings are like. They know which heroes should be the priority. And right now, they know how much each buff costs. And that's what I'm trying to get at. The last time we checked, as you said, it was what, like a 7K, 8K gold lead? Just. But that's because Bren Esports has been on the choke only about a rotation of buffs in, but now that's the second or third, and Burmese Ghouls, you see it, you feel that RubyDD, you feel that Ace, they're just not dealing as much damage.
For now, but let's have a look. I mean, they've got the purple buff, which is really important, especially for Rebo here, and now keep your eyes on CarlTZ. When he has that orange buff, Burmese Ghouls might have to reconsider whether or not, who the hero priority is going to be here, and this orange buff, it's way too important. Legs pulls in two from the Burmese Ghouls, and the Mountain Shocker does come out, but maybe he's trying to zone out the rest, and FlapTZ, he doesn't mind taking that damage as he goes on forward, but RubyDD is going to be the next on the chopping block. He tries to dodge it around with his Advent Force, but it ain't going to be enough as maybe pulls backwards, and Kid, he can't do too much. He turns around with the Imperial Justice. Ace tries to go in and get the killing spree. He's got it down. Now it's a 1v3. He dodges right in between, sweeping and sliding, but Rebo finally joins the fight. This is looking pretty bad for the Burmese Ghouls, especially on game one, and Bren, they call it off, take their wins, and now they need to end this right here, right now.
And this is going to be Few trying to do as much damage as possible. Maybe here, gets gone out. Ace gets gone out as well. And look at this, the burst down won't be there, but that is not going to be the main objective as the base of Burmese Ghouls
Only a change of pace, and of course, having a little bit of that skill ability definitely helps the side of Burmese Ghouls, but
you know, Bren Esports is that team that will press you on from minute one, and that might just be the trouble for this side of Burmese Ghouls. But, well, Butters, this game, I'm pretty sure there's a stance coming in, but I'm liking what I'm seeing from both sides.
Yep, it's just hard to execute for the side of Burmese Ghouls, but Bren Esports still has something simple, so let's see.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going in towards game 2. Bren Esports 1-up. Burmese Ghouls still looking for the first point. And casters, please have the floor.
Well, thank you, Aaron Contra, my friend. Now, the reason why I'm saying Burmese Ghouls have a more difficult composition naturally is because of what they have in the lineup. But more importantly, we saw previously when they were up against RRQ. RRQ was like, yes, we want a hard-to-play composition. Burmese Ghouls, I like it simple, and I like it effective.
They have 2 executes on their side for Burmese Ghouls, and it really makes a lot of sense just because they want to take Flap TZ as fast as possible. Get his HP on that threshold, press that, and just rinse and repeat.
Yep, and they want to do it to everyone on Bren Esports side because they're all high damage output heroes, right? Rebo, even Lusty with the only fast, Carl TZ, of course, the core, and this is currently turning into the most fair metagame of Mobile Legends we've seen in a while, right? Save for those Diggy strats, but right now, Flap.DZ dueling with D down bottom. Up top, it's going to be the Benedetta versus the Farsa on Rebo and Ruby DD.
Yeah, this might be the first engagement here. Again, we are seeing the Mountain Chakra to get a good idea of how this is going out. Lusty, he sees what's going on top side. He's just going to use his G Kundo to get on out of there. As you can see, the Burmese Ghouls have control over that top side, but Bren don't necessarily have to react. I mean, look down bot. They are pushing out D.
Ooh. Now Lusty caught out here. Again, the big rotations by Burmese Ghouls not turning into much. Getting a few hits on this energy shield is Flap TZ and Few growing their lead by about 400, 500. Very, very small, not yet noticeable. But right now, after this turtle, 2 minutes in, definitely we're going to see an early lead.
You can see right now how serious Burmese Ghouls is into taking this turtle. They know when will it come out, and look at this, they have 4 people in the area already.
Knock up here by Cho, maybe gonna be telling them, hey, it's ready, it's ready. The blade put in by Kid, taking some damage is maybe Pop the Poissons, Carl TZ, Lusty at less than half health. I think Bren Esports already got what they needed. That's the turtle.
Yep, and I definitely think it was a little bit of a macro mistake coming in for the Burmese Ghouls where they're making the call thinking that they were going to get invaded, but instead Bren Esports take the advantage of this and you go for the turtle because again, look at D, he only just hit his level 4, his wave was already pushed in, they realized, oh, we're at a level disparity only because they were able to push D out at the 2nd minute of the game. Small decisions like this make a huge difference and Burmese Ghouls will not take that risk.
Now Lusty is just staying in the brushes. He knows that he needs to find where maybe is gonna come from, but Carl TZ is just farming well, different from the start of game number 1.
Here we go, Way of the Dragon already on top of maybe to get the first pick of the game. First blood goes through, a quick follow-up of the Abyssal Arrow here, and Burmese Ghouls, again, they are just pulling backwards and not trying to be too aggressive, and these picks are going to hurt them at the end of the day considering what their lineup is.
Now 3 minutes, 30 seconds in, all heroes on the map have their ults. So now fights are going to get more interesting. Engagements are going to be almost all in, and if not, somebody's going to be counting, hey, this guy spent his ult, we should go for a move now. Like the final blow here by Ruby DD, gets caught in by Few in that bush. Oh, Ruby DD wants more, level 6. Here comes the rest of them. Nice arrow to scout out the bush. That's going to be Carl TZ charging up this arrow. Gets a few hits in. Mountain Chakra from the back. Here comes Lusty. Way of the Dragon. That's going to be the Fatal Links by Maybe. And the fight is happening underneath the turret. That's going to be Ruby DD, the first casualty. That makes Kid the second. That's Rebo getting double. Maybe is next. D coming in with the Black Dragon form. And Carl TZ is in his face. That's going to be Flap TZ coming in. No regeneration for you. Far for none currently. And Ace is the lone survivor, dodging that arrow by just an inch. And right now, he has no choice but to go down. The wipeout delayed by Bren Esports. They take it nonetheless.
Burmese Ghouls Bren Esports, they're playing each other's game. Bren Esports went to the territory of the side of Burmese Ghouls in terms of playstyle, and now they are serving the pain to the side of Burmese Ghouls.
Now, Leo, I know you were very iffy about specifically the Selena and how it's supposed to be executed here. Few legitimately won that entire fight, landing one of the most weaved through abyssal arrows to make sure it landed onto Ace. Full 3 seconds of lockdown, allowing Lusty to control the fight. But again, another one will occur.
Same way with the Way of the Dragon, but not, I'm a believer. Ladies and gentlemen, maybe gets knocked out. They trade out for Lusty, but it's worth it because it's a 3-4-1. Ace bites the dust. Now, back to what you were saying. This was yesterday, man. This was yesterday when the win rates were on an all-time low, and Ruby DD barely gets away with his life, spending his entire kit.
I have this hunch that Ruby DD was looking at the map, just staying there, and he forgot that Bren Esports was still in the area.
I mean, look at Carltese. He has literally 100% kill participation. 4 kills, 5 assists, making sure that that Mountain Sharker is getting maximum value. But check this out. The way that they initially started, Few is ensuring that every single time he doesn't necessarily need to be there. He just needs to stop the follow-up after the abilities occur. So, Fatal Links, whatever. Oh no, you're going to be throwing your Roger in? That's when I'm dropping the arrow.
You also have to look at what Joe did, and Benedetta gets caught out.
It's like he dashed into the arrow as well. Great conditioning here by Bren Esports. Oh, and they get another! Carltese takes down Ace and maybe is running for his life. That's a double for the Prodigy. I don't need the Lancelot. Y'all gave me the YSS, and now Kid flickers back.
Oh my goodness, if you would see the fights, how they happen. Lusty and Q, they're just playing out of their minds. D here getting controlled, arrow thrown out. D will escape, but there is a cut there by Lusty. And that is going to be another takedown. Paper the side of Bren Esports.
Oh my goodness, Few is just, I'm not gonna lie, there's not a few games where I'd say, there's not a, few games I would like to admit it, but this one, he's kind of smurfing. He really is kind of smurfing here. And Burmese Ghouls are playing so nervous around him.
You know, Gideon, I get your point. I'm not a fan of the Selena 50-50 hit or miss as well, but for Bren Esports, if it works, it works.
Numbers don't lie. If you're sitting at 13-1 at 7 minutes in, about 7K ahead, and you leave your opponents running like that, and you're drawing lines with the arrow, I couldn't ask for more if I was Bren Esports, but the Burmese Ghouls, they must be sweating it right now because I think after this last turtle is going to be Lord. What do they need to do? Do they need to take less fights? Do they need more defensive? Because they've already lost all their first-tier turrets.
They need to start playing a lot more safer. They don't need to get caught out like this. The real big threat is going to be Lusty and Q, so as long as they have eyes on them, they don't necessarily need to do these aggressive plays. And Burmese Ghouls, once again, want to try and make this aggressive play happen.
Oh, here we go. The fight has already begun with the turtle being taken out at the right second. Now D getting caught out in the middle of 3. That's going to be the Poissons in here by Flapeezy, stopping the regeneration. Oh, and we're going to see a triple. Are we waiting for it? That's maybe down by Rebo, and Ace is running away. Oh, he's not going to survive. That's Flapeezy getting him on the rollout. And right now, Bren Esports is feeling it. They could convert to a massive scale. Maybe 2 turrets, maybe 3. Who knows? They're unstoppable in this state.
I'm starting to get more and more disappointed. This isn't the Burmese Ghouls that we know and love. This wasn't the same team that played yesterday. They are playing scared, and not only that, they're making terrible decisions. Right off the bat, they're not playing off of the power spike. They could have waited for the 22K mark. Instead, they give another 5K over to Bren Esports, a full turtle, and another turret. At this point, Burmese Ghouls are just putting more nails in their own coffin. This is not what I wanted for them. This isn't the team that we know and love.
Burmese Ghouls, they need to find a way to stop this bleeding right now. Flapeezy is just zoning out everyone. Even D cannot stand in front of Flap. Flap is level 10, D is level 8.
Huge gap here, huge gap. And the fact that Flapeezy knew that D was there went their way because he knew that it was the only thing left. And if anything, I'm sure he could have forced the Black Dragon form and wasted it for the next team fight. But right now, Ace! Oh, he thought he could get executed, but now it still counts as a kill for few.
It was a very good attempt, but now Burmese Ghouls, this is a situation where every single fight you really can't do anything, and Bren has the perfect lineup to start pushing their leads with the Farsa and as well as the Selena. Those two are so snowball oriented, it's ridiculous. Rebo can scale. Unfortunately, Few may not scale as hard, but regardless, his utility is invaluable.
Oh, wow. D retreats from the duel. He was going 1-1 against Flapteasy, and Rebo says, I gotcha, bro. Finishes it off with a feathered airstrike.
It hit earlier just because he was flying. But still, that is going to be a Lord attempt going to the side here of Bren Esports. Oh my goodness.
There's no contest here.
There's no contest.
Look at the wall of Flapteasy and Few.
And it's not because Burmese Ghouls doesn't want to contest. It's because they can't.
Oh, it hurts to see. It hurts to watch. 13k ahead, and all this because Burmese Ghouls are feeling nervous and made some really bad decisions, especially when they wanted to contest that turtle. They lost 10k off of that, and honestly, I think this pretty much seals the deal here unless Bren makes a mistake. But we've seen how Bren plays. This is how they do it there at the Philippines, watching their VODs. The moment they get that lead, they don't let go of it.
Burmese Ghouls, they need to find a way. And what's that way? Just wait for Bren Esports to make a mistake. But how long can you hold on?
Bren Esports is gonna force you to answer, and here we go. Feathered airstrike here by Rebo. They know now after 3 fights that have just gone sideways, they know that, hey, let's not force it. I know we're under our base. I know that they're certain, but hold up! Lusty with the way of the dragon. Ace gets eliminated. That's gonna be the trade though. Kid takes the show down, and now Ruby DD is feeling his life is in danger. And yeah, that's gonna be the push onto mid lane. The inhibitor has been taken down, and they're sieging up top as well.
You know, considering the situation, this ain't too bad, but now the Burmese Ghouls, it's an all or nothing push here as D tries to get another pick onto Cartesi. They're trying their best. Ruby DD goes down. The killing spree puts Cartesi in perfect position, and now this was their last attempt to try and go for a fight, and Bren is able to stand up tall. They're going to take all the inhibitors and force out the Burmese Ghouls to take one last fight to ensure they put the last nail in the coffin in this game.
Oh, 2 defenders now, 3 in comes Ace, but there's no way taking this inhibitor with them. They're not keeping it, that is. Oh, I'm wondering if they can finish here. Bren Esports, they're all here, all 5.
Bren Esports, they're gonna try, but there are a lot of buffs onto the side lanes, and they're just gonna go for the all-in.
Yep, Kid taking out here. Calteezy barely surviving. The shutdown onto Flapteasy. Oh, Ruby DD feels it. He can shut down Calteezy, and indeed he does. The execute pops the Yusun Shin, shutting him down 9-1 and 8. Hold up, Rebo and Lusty, they're not done. Oh, what an alley-oop by Few from down south. It's just D left here to defend, and I don't think he can do it Black Dragon form. He's gonna try. He's gonna try. He's going in for Few, and he knows that there's a wave here. Feathered airstrike by Rebo. Feathered airstrike by Rebo. Lusty knocking him up. There's some Shy energy, but it's not enough. That's the wipe out. We're waiting for a wave of minions, and here's one defender. Here's Kid. What can Kid do? Flame shot here by Few. He's gonna knock him up in just a matter of time. Ladies and gentlemen, Bren Esports takes game number 2.
Ourselves in towards Landon.
Here, now Burmese Ghouls want to play a game where it's macroly sound. They want to go for split pushes. They want to have a little bit of elements of pick potentials to get these small skirmishes done. Bren, on the other side, complete team fighting composition. They want to go for those big dives. They want to go for those full 5v5s in the jungle. It's something they can be aware of because Burmese Ghouls, if they're still feeling nervous and they make the wrong decision, they could break.
And here we go, another game in the grand finals. It's the M2 World Championship 2020 M2. And Burmese Ghouls still looking for that point, and Bren Esports looking to lock themselves in towards match point.
Let's get it on, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be Kid, so brave, trying to stop Calteezy from this quick take, and Calteezy, mind you, already at less than half health.
This is the way you want to do it. Burmese Ghouls, they know that level 1 is stronger than Bren. They want a team fight, but not at level 1. What can they do? Kagura can try to zone them out, but level 1, she's pretty useless. Flapteasy on the other side, isn't going to be able to participate. Lusty can't push out, and the same goes for Few, who didn't react and start with a mid opening.
Butters, are you seeing what I'm seeing?
I'm seeing
quite
what
the
you're
shuffle on
seeing.
Bren. Quite the shuffle.
That is going to be Few on that support Benedetta. Well, mid lane Benedetta, rather. And that is going to be very interesting since we do see few on these kinds of heroes, but ever since he went to the mid lane, this has changed a lot. And as you can see here, he is punishing Kid and he's giving a hard time for Maybe. It just feels like Maybe is forced to use his kills on that Benedetta alone.
At this point in time, I think it's a pretty good opening coming in for the Burmese Ghouls. A great adaptation to say, hey, even though you do have a Benedetta in towards that mid lane, we're still going to put some damage into your jungler. Because remember, Cartesi, he is going to need a little bit of help on his first clear, and then after that, he's generally okay.
Yeah. The last time we saw a Kagura on the side lane, that was used by 10S Gaming Frost. It's as if Bren Esports, they're getting a lot of their ideas from the enemies that they faced along the way.
Yep, just like the Sharingan from Naruto. Did I say that right? Did I say that right? 2 minutes in, here's the first turtle. Two teams jockeying for position. Few picking the fight. That's going to be the Spiral Strangling by Maybe, although he does take quite a chunk of damage. Ace resetting the turtle here. From behind, in comes Fnatic. Where do Carl TZB taking that gold buff down bottom lane? I think there's enough time for him to rotate. Oh, hold up, Fnatic getting caught out here. Oh, that's gonna be D committing already. He sidestepped the fight, and that's gonna be Carl TZ with the battle mirror image out. RubyDD wants to disengage. That's already a few ults spent.
That's some very big ults spent. The more key ultimates, unfortunately for Kaltizi here. Fortunately for Kaltizi, he survives all that damage, and still Burmese Ghouls now just waiting for their ultimates to come back up off cooldown, and then Bren just needs to kind of maneuver the fight a little bit more.
Yeah, and as you can see, Burmese Ghouls, they're not getting the play that they're good at. They're not getting the first turtle. Bren Esports just controlling this area of the map so clean.
Yeah, same goes to the side of Burmese Ghouls. Now, get in. Right now, on Bob's side, it's RubyDD. He's kind of suffering a lot of hits.
Yeah, he's taking a little bit too much damage overall, and I think at this point in time, Bren, they want to make sure that they are playing this stalemate game. Ace, he doesn't get hit by that perfect match, which is going to allow D to get into the backside. The Bravest Warrior comes in, but unfortunately, it's going to be the rest of the team coming through. It's going to be Faptizi with the Black Dragon form. They trade 1-for-1, but it's still not looking good, as the pick potential coming out from the side of Burmese Ghouls is still a little better, and the rest of Bren Esports weren't able to keep up.
I like the execution there coming up from Burmese Ghouls. They did not back down on the idea, and they get rewarded. Flap here getting harassed a bit by Kid, and as you can see, Burmese Ghouls, they just want to take down a turret.
Oh, here we go. I think the Burmese Ghouls have committed so far, and there's no turning back. That's Rebo getting bursted down here by the Lone Wolf. That's D. That's going to be the Electro final blow, not hitting much, maybe a pulse or two. And right now, that's going to be disengage off camera. Maybe duels down Carl TZ and wins.
That is some great micro mechanics there. Kid abusing the fact that you can get pulled, and even a pick. D surviving a 1v4, hops over the wall, making sure that he's using the structure to gain that extra bit of distance. It pushes him on the other side, creating a large gap that Bren cannot close in on.
Burmese Ghouls, they're being very flexible in what they're able to do. They learned from the 2 games that came, that Bren Esports won. But maybe here, that is an Imperial Justice hitting the ground.
He's already spent it, and right now they are overcommitted. Carl TZ with the Blazing Duet. He's protected by this wall. Flap TZ gonna help with the kill. That's Rebo securing it. Down goes Kid. Oh, and Few getting threatened here by RubyDD. Mind you, this is an assassin show with the high and dry. Sitting at 3-2. Burmese Ghouls have a 3K gold lead waiting for this second turtle.
But you know what? This is looking great for the side of Burmese Ghouls. I mean, Carl TZ is not getting the steady farm progression. For Few, he's having a hard time dealing a lot of damage just because he is forced to join every single fight.
Yeah, and you bring up some really great points here, because again, Bren, they cannot just keep on taking these fights again and again and again and again. Their teams still need that return of investment that Burmese Ghouls have been denying them. So unless unless Bren is able to try and pick those buffs up later on, it's going to be tough, because Burmese Ghouls doing a great job at just saying no, no, no.
Oh no, Rebo here. Getting jumped on. Nice. Yin Yang overturns a swap underneath the turret. There's a lot of damage. Made the links by Lusty. And RubyDD still stands. Way of the Dragon, but he will not survive. That's going to be 2 for none here on the side of Bren Esports. Some room to breathe for all of us.
I mean, I took off my blazer already. This has been a really intense game here. I feel like I am just sweating all the time at this point. Oh boy, yes. So coming into this game, and more importantly, we can talk about some important factors here while we're at the in-game pause. We can see that number one, Cartesi, yes, he is starting to get ahead here off of the over-aggression coming in from the Burmese Ghouls. However, you have to kind of commend them here for the side of BG, because now they're not playing as nervous. You can definitely see a little bit of their previous form.
Yeah, and of course, speaking of those sort of forms, right, they're also taking all these sort of playbooks out there. They face the side of... they've seen 10 Seconds Gaming Frost do this exact same thing with the Atlas as well as the Kagura. Just before we pause, the exact combo. Fatal Links can be coming right after or before that Yin Yang overturn.
Burmese Ghouls just woke up. They know that they have to start winning, so Burmese Ghouls just... I don't know. It seems to me like they're being more, they're being very careful than their most, extra careful rather than their most games. Just going into the fights, it's like they really just try to utilize the Lee Sun-shin, and this is why this is one of their best heroes. They know how to pick their fights. They know how to set the positioning. Now, for the side of the Cho, he's been winning it a lot. He's been catching Rebo out a lot, but that two-man, that skirmish on the bottom lane, which they won, I don't really know what kind of effect will it have for Bren Esports, but it will stop Burmese Ghouls from being aggressive for the meantime.
It keeps Bren in the game for sure.
For sure.
And seeing how this draft has come to fruition, again, you see the intention before they locked it in, and now the execution. It's definitely divide and conquer. That's the only way that they can make this work. And right now, going back into the game, we are still sitting at 3-4, about a 2,000 gold lead for the Burmese Ghouls. And yeah, that's 2 turrets ahead. Hold up, fight already breaking out. Not wasting any time. Maybe Dash is on out of the way. Burmese Ghouls, again, you'll never see them being there 3 or more in a single place. Like, they want to pick off these little fights. And again, Ace is just happy to help at any point.
And I think the Burmese Ghouls, obviously, it's still a little rough around the edges here. They need to start focusing on their side lanes. And although they're getting, they're getting some really good catches overall, their main focus should be, yes, major objectives. All tier 1s have been destroyed here. And if Bren Esports takes one back, no big deal. We're still going to pressure the other side of the map.
This is the Burmese Ghouls that we all know, and this is the Burmese Ghouls that their fans really love. This early game domination, this is a trademark of the Burmese Ghouls.
Oh, this fight is already broken out. Imperial Justice by Maybe. There's the Fatal Links by Lusty, but there's no damage present. Flat Easy, Black Dragon form, drawing a line that he's enforcing. Nobody goes through here. Cartesi is busy farming. That's going to be killed with the Duran. So yeah, he can start going into Flapteasy and make sure that Flapteasy doesn't even heal off of the killing spree now. Orange, oh, I think it gets stolen away from Carl.
Wow, D is doing a really great job here. Few gets absolutely chunked out. A solo kill down a bot side? Flapteasy? What happened? Oh, he had Kid nearby. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense.
This is tricky for the side of Bren Esports. This is the winning form of the Burmese Ghouls now. For Flap, he should be a bit more careful. If the enemy knows that he doesn't have the Black Dragon form, that is an automatic engage on his side.
Yep. Permission to attack, sir.
Permission to attack.
Oh, that's going to be a catch onto Few. Electo final blow using the iframes to get on out of there. But despite all this effort, despite surviving, they are going to lose another turret up top, and now only one stands in mid.
Now, just for a quick explanation for those of you who don't understand what iframes are, iframes is just a short form of invulnerability frames, a short period of time, or frames that the game uses to kind of calculate how calculate a measure of time in which you are going to be invulnerable. You can't take damage, the CC is not going to matter, and especially with Benedetta's eye for an eye, if you haven't played against her yet, well, you probably should be playing more ranked.
This is a high-level game, and one of the signs of or symbols that it is a high mechanic game is look at the kill score. 4-4-4, 8 minutes in. 8 minutes in, it's usually a blood battle already.
Oh, Imperial Justice here by Maybe, and yeah, they disengage. It's a false engage, but they're forcing Bren, and I think Flapteasy bit the bait. That's going to be the Black Dragon form, and that's a check All right, no ult on Flapteezy. We can go the next time around.
Oh my goodness, they have insurance policies for the side of Burmese Ghouls. The moment maybe is deciding, okay, maybe I should go for the Imperial Justice, he's allowed to go. Ace quickly uses his Mountain Chakra to give him a double confirmation, whether to keep on going or to pull back out. And as soon as he did that, he saw, oh, 4 members of Bren are already too nearby. We got to back on out of there.
Now, Bren Esports, they're clearing the minion waves. I'll give them that. But Burmese Ghouls, they are setting up well for this Lord. Now, looking at the items here of Carl Teasy, he only has the Demon Hunter's sword. The sword, the Golden Staff will come out in just a bit, but still, look at the items of Ace. He is with the Blade of Despair and a newly built Endless Battle.
Oh, honestly, look at the items of D. He, instead of going defensive, he's like, no, 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 let's fight, bros. Give me that Bloodlust Axe. Give me that Blade of Despair. I want to be able to take you on 1v1. If it's a 1v4, even better, just more healing for me.
And this is, let's say this is a Kagura special. She's one of the heroes that can do this. She can send the umbrella to a nearby brush to just check who is in that area. And that eliminates the element of face checking for the side of Bren Esports.
And they face check into this Lord. Take Flapteezy Black Dragon form. Imperial Justice already spent in by maybe. D gets blasted down. Rebo gets the kill. And I think Carl Teasy as well used the Blazing Duet to clear that wave and win that fight. That's one pickoff, which gives Burmese Ghouls the sign, hey, Lord is not safe. We back out of here.
Oh, man. I honestly believe almost 100% Kid misclicked the Circling Eagle on the wrong target there. No way would you ever want to use it on Flapteezy.
You know what? Kid, the moment he went down, every single Burmese Ghouls player just went back and reset the Lord. And that is the discipline that got them into this Grand Finals.
I can only imagine what the comms sounded like, but yeah, Lusty is going to get hit by the Imperial Justice and walk away, but no real follow-up from here on out. But it just means that the rest of BG are going to be able to take this out, and now the fight begins.
That's going to be a takedown onto Lusty. Mountain Shocker here, going to be disincentivizing them, sticking together. Carl Teasy picked off by Ruby DD. Few taken out by Ace, and now Flapteezy, the only one left because Rebo's going to back out. That's a double for Ace, a 4 for none, plus the Lord. Rebo's sweating it.
Burmese Ghouls. That is one of their trademarks. They go for a very sneaky Lord, and after that, you can see Ruby DD just playing his game. He catches out Carl, punishes Carl, and now Carl's farm can't be felt just because he's respawning.
11k and Ace, he's going to be able to take out one more inhibitor shot. Rebo getting hit by literally everything. He quickly goes for the close umbrella to quickly transport himself, but Lloyd on towards the top side. All 3 inhibitors are done. Perfect match at Fatal Links. This could be it. Brett come in with an amazing blazing duet, but they got to get rid of that Lloyd. If Lloyd doesn't go down, then they might lose. Thank goodness Bren turned this around. 10k down. An amazing play coming in from Lusty.
Hashtag thank you, Lusty.
That was too close for comfort.
If only the members here on the side of Bren Esports had more damage, that could have been a wipe. But Burmese Ghouls, that just goes to show that they still have the lead in terms of the items. Now, looking at it, they are forcing to go to that middle lane. But Atlas, Lusty finding that opening.
Oh, that's so good. That literally saved them the game right there. The 10k down, they wouldn't have won any other way. Flapteezy, oh no, D actually missing the last hit there, and I think he might have been pretty close to killing Flap there. But overall, great job. Bren need to kind of hold on. They need to do what Burmese did in the previous game, which what they were supposed to do, which is hold out and allow them scale. Oh!
Circling Eagle here pulled by Kid on a blazing duet. Carl Teasy, D coming in. Carl is in trouble. That's going to be maybe taking him down. And the Imperial Justice makes sure that there are no survivors. Flapteezy cordoning off the rest of Burmese Ghouls from their base. But he gets bursted down here by Ace. 2 for none already. It's looking grim for Bren Esports because the Burmese Ghouls have once more woken up. They are ready and they're looking for the finish.
Yes, and Burmese Ghouls, this looks like a 2-1 going. This is a 2-1 going to the side of Burmese Ghouls. Bren Esports. They made a bit of a complex lineup there.
This is looking more like it in the Grand Finals, and Burmese Ghouls gets their first pointer at the back. And just look at how coordinated they are. Once they've established control, they set up checkpoints inside of the jungle, making it definitely harder for the side of Brent Esports to bypass, but that really
Great until the later stages of the game, especially for Yishi and Shin. But overall, I think this is going to be a tough one. It's going to be a real tough one for either side.
Yeah, just looking at how this is going here, Burmese Ghouls trying to actually equalize the score to 2-2, but Brent Esports, I really do love the draft, and Great Shows honestly never go out of style. From M1 all the way up to its M2, you still see it in the grand finals. Moving in towards the land of Dawn here, back towards the caster's desk, and we will be moving in for game number 5.
And a lot of things ride on Few and Lusty's back. They have to set them kills for Carl and just let Carl do the work when he gets the items.
Let's look at the lane priority here, because again, the lane assignment, sorry. As we see Grok up into towards top line, going up against that Farsa, and we can see Lusty already trying to disrupt that purple buff as much as it can, but again, Retribution still too powerful of a spell.
And he did try. If he would have picked that up, that would hurt Burmese Ghouls a lot, but it was still a flicker spent for Bren Esports.
Yep, and that's something Burmese Ghouls will definitely remember. They'll say, okay, we know that at least for 2 minutes from now, Lusty doesn't have a flicker. So yeah, when this first turtle comes up online, then that's one less catch.
You're looking nervous there, Leo. What's going on, man?
I'm just wondering what this Grok is going to be like. Again, seeing that it's on Ruby DD. It's the high and dry. It's the one that deals a lot of damage. It's the one that wins duels. And I love how high
And
high risk lineups like this are able to just swing the metagame, and this is what Burmese Ghouls needed. This is the kind of lineup that just makes Bren Esports think like, okay, I haven't seen this much in scrims, it hasn't performed much in professional scenes, and this is the kind of specific answer you need to be able to get these series wins. And OD using the battle mirror image against Flapteasy down in the side lane here, the EXP lane, and grabbing him. Hold up, interesting use. Interesting decision to put the Claude in the XP lane.
Yep, they want the Claude to get the level 4 first. I think that's also kind of interesting as well, considering what the matchup is going to be like here. But notice the way that they're rotating, putting a little less priority over the mid lane once you have Lunox starting to get, once Lunox does hit that level 4. So, again, it's going to be a different set of lanes here for the Burmese Ghouls to kind of adapt and try to be efficient with their power level spikes.
Bren Esports, they have been beaten by Burmese Ghouls with this Lancelot pick. Flapteasy trying to go for maybe. Does maybe have the flicker? Yes, he does.
Puissance here by Flapteasy, not going to be putting a beat on anyone. Nice flicker in. That's going to be 2 knocked up. And Flapteasy pulls the double. That's first blood. Make it a triple. They trade out Flapteasy and Few, but is it going to be worth it? Because Flapteasy's still alive. Phantom Execution keeps him alive. And there's a triple for the Prodigy. The turtle still stands. It's only D here up in his own lane. Man, I think Burmese Ghouls made the right call in saying, okay, you farm up, man, because this is the hot zone down here.
Yeah, that was huge for the side of Bren Esports, and D's going to be using his Blazing Duet to clear the waves really, really fast and maximize EXP. But you gotta give it to Kaltisi and as well as Lusty. That 3-man G Kundo literally enabled Kaltisi to get so far ahead.
And Lusty,
that's going to be a trade-off. Hold up. Lusty pulling a Leo Burby himself. That's going to be maybe blasted down. Another for Kaltisi. Thank you so much, Few, for pinning him down.
why are you thanking the player?
No, I mean, no, it's the player who said thank you.
Oh, okay. All right. I got ya.
Dude,
But still, Carl, this is the problem for these kinds of Groks. I mean, Grok is strong when you're sticking to the wall, but then again, you need to get a bit of levels just to proceed or just to have the progression in terms of being tanky. But if you actually have that high and dry, then that means you're gonna go for a very violent Grok. Then that means probably a Bloodlust Axe would do, but you're not as tanky as you think sometimes you are.
Oh no, maybe he's taking way too much damage. He gets absolutely pinned down there. Even with the Smart Missile, it's not going to be enough. Ruby DD is going to be the next to fall under the hands of Lusty. Great setups coming all across the board from Bren Esports.
And Carl Teasy here just showing us, if you shut down this Lancelot pick when we first met, this is a new Lancelot special that I'm bringing to you guys right now.
Interesting clash there as now Bren Esports opens up this bottom lane. It's gonna be Kid. Oh, knocked up with the Way of the Dragon here by Lusty. And he's gonna be able to dash out maybe in D, lacking damage still. I think I know what's going on now with this Ruby DD Grok. He's expecting that it was Bren gonna be taking it slow, but so far Bren have been answering back with 2 or 3 people.
Oh!
I don't do much now. Look at this, Kaltizi gets caught in. Oh! D is dealing a lot of damage. That's already the blazing a duet with a few stacks, pushing back Kaltizi and the rest of Bren Esports. So far 8-2. Less than 2,000 in the lead is Bren, and we're sitting at 5 minutes, waiting for another Lord about a minute away.
I gotta give it to Maybe there. He stopped Carl Teasy to getting the Phantom Execution over the wall, and that would have been so huge for Bren if Carl Teasy was able to get that double kill there, but he's gonna do it one more time on top of D. He jumps away.
He's so brave, Karatizi, using the brush to try and pick off that Claude. And as you can see, the intensity right now, ladies and gentlemen, on the stage, they're just screaming their lungs off.
Oh boy, it's only going to get more intense from here. Bren getting some good timers here, and now they want to punish Kid. He goes for the Brilliance, tries to close the distance, but it ain't going to be enough when they're going to get stopped in their tracks with the Phantom Execution of the Toys Poissons to completely cut them off from that reinforcement. Imperial Justice landing in Ruby DD. He's going to say nope, but he's going to use his Power of Nature to kind of walk away here and absorb all of the damage. But at the end of the day, the Way of the Dragon is still back up in the game, but tier 1.
And D going for that mid lane turret. They will get it, but they had to put 3 people on it just to get it. I mean, Bren Esports, in terms of turrets, they're equal. Bren Esports is not getting a lot of objectives. It's just that they have more control over the turtle.
Yeah, and they have more turtles, and right now, Lusty gonna get blasted out, and I think that's counting ults. That's none on Burmese Ghouls. So yeah, definitely uptime on Bren Esports now. It's on their side, and the third turtle, 100% take rate. Butters, this is what you were talking about, right? Same turret count, but when it comes to turtles, Karltz just always online. I guess this is what you get when you're trying to farm up on so many different heroes.
But Burmese Ghouls, they do have time on their side. That's one of the things that they have, scaling.
That's true. I mean, how long can you do this for? Because eventually it's going to be the end game mechanic that Bren is looking for, and that is... Wait, hold on. Something's going on towards the top side. Ooh, D actually surviving with literally 1% of life left. It looks like Bren still putting more gasoline on this fire.
But look at this, onto the middle lane. There is a fight happening.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be popping up even up top, so I guess we'll pick one of them. That's gonna be off of Kid, and up top it's Carl TZ. Maybe he wants to go ahead and flicker out, hide into the bush. That's going to be the Thorned Rose saving
Look at Lusty.
Carl TZ a little bit. Oh, Lusty's waiting. Lusty's waiting.
They're gonna do it again.
Oh, underneath, that's gonna be the Thorned Rose one more time. Maybe gets it. Imperial Justice pins down Ruby DD, but he's A-okay. Charging up the clothesline from hell to clear out this way, but there's 4 members. Way of the Dragon by Lusty, and that's gonna be one taken out alongside the turret.
Oh my goodness. Literally one of the more beautiful dives I've ever seen coming out of Bren Esports. The perfect juggle of aggro, the turret aggro coming in from Flap Teasy, and as well as few. Hats off to them. That was so clean.
And you can see here Few just staying there near that orange buff. They're baiting it so that they see Ace. And look at this.
Oh, the orange buff invade has turned into a full-on fight. Feathered airstrike here by Rebo, and now Ace wants to find some prey. Kid getting blasted down. Few gets him, but they trade out. Maybe gets the kill, 1-for-1 currently. Nice ejector to save D, and Ruby DD wants to go clear the waves. Flap Teasy maintaining the pressure. That's gonna be the disengage. Hold up! No, D wants more. Flap Teasy rolling out.
Okay, Turtle is definitely positioned onto the side of Burmese Ghouls. They have the key points into the map, and Guard doesn't care! He just goes in, look at this!
Way of the Dragon and the Feathered Airstrike! Oh, that's 2 down! Automatic for the Doctor! He's looking for another patient. Wings by wings up, Lusty. Gonna be knocking up Kid. Where is you going, son? It's going to be a chase, and I think he's gonna survive. He's just waiting on the Order of Brilliance. They're gonna let go. That's the last turtle of the game. Ruby DD still alive. Keeping him up is the Ancient Blessing. So far, so good. Burmese Ghouls good at keeping damage control in check. And now at 9 minutes, how long, Gideon? How long until one of their cores, D and Ace, can just come out and pick them up from here?
Look at Few here just picking up those 3 armors, and look at this. they're just casually getting it just because a lot of the items here from the side
Oh!
of Ghouls are physical damage. And look at this. Ace going in. He gets the kill. Carl will be the first pickup, and Bren Esports, they might bow out of their first fight, but Flap still regening.
I was gonna say that might have been the first plot twist, but Flap surviving. Gideon.
Yeah, Flap surviving, rather interesting. It does show that he has a lot of tankiness built into his kit, which is definitely something notable. However, the Burmese Ghouls, they actually won the fight, which is rather surprising. They managed to catch out Carl Tizzy and shutting him down for some huge, huge gold. But at the end of the day, it's all about that scaling. Burmese Ghouls, if this is the best that they can muster, they're going to have to make it work.
Yeah, at some point, those casual armors are gonna be expiring, and now Rebo gets picked off from the back line. Flap Easy running for his life. He's gonna roll out, and that's gonna be an ejector onto Few, plus the Imperial Justice keeping him alive. And now D taking his best here, doing his best to deal damage and back out. So far, so good. Another pick off by Burmese Ghouls.
Oh my goodness.
Oh! Wow, Mount Shocker keeping them in place. Can Ruby DD come in with a wild charge? It is off of cooldown. They go for the conversion. Wow, Burmese Ghouls back in here, closing the gap now just under 2,000.
Bren Esports need to be very careful on those brushes. Bren Esports rather. Burmese Ghouls are masters of that ambush strategy that they're doing.
Oh, Flap Easy rolls into 4, but here comes the backup. The cavalry has arrived. Ace knocked out by Few. That's a pickoff. That's for free. I think they're just jockeying for position. Lord down bottom. They want to take as much as they can. Ruby down as well down bottom. It's going to be D. Oh, wow, making quick use. You could have held your breath there.
Yep, and that's the thing. Their main team fight capability is coming from D. He is making sure that he's literally the strongest person on his team, and even Yi Shin is mainly acting as utility for a large majority. He's got to outplay this. Battle Mirror Image, he gets hit by one. The third hit, G Kundo. The Brilliance comes out. Lusty is going to get chunked out, but the Blazing Duet is way too early. Baptiste is going to get right on top of it with the help of Few. It's going good, but maybe now all by himself. Where is Ace? Ace needs to get here to get his damage down. He gets onto Baptiste. He secures the kill. It's a 2-for-3 trade-off, but at the end of the day, the Burmese Ghouls, no worries. Nothing that Bren can do to converse, because Carl Tizzy was the one who went down.
But now things are looking great for the side of Burmese Ghouls. Their Claude has items.
Yeah, all the more this becomes interesting. Ace here now picks up his endless battle. We're seeing a very, very small gold gap. Barely 1,000, right? As the minute goes by, let's check out the items here.
Okay, so that is going to be a Blade of Despair and an endless battle for Ace. D has the Wind of Nature, the Queen's Wings, the Demon Hunter Sword, and the Golden Staff.
Wow, I didn't realize how big he was. He literally has a scoreline of 1-1-3. Who would have thought he's already got 9K under his belt?
He does have an Avarice, and he got a lot of lanes on his side.
Oh, another fight occurs though, and that's Ruby DD getting caught out. Way of the Dragon onto the Grok, but it doesn't last as long given he was next to a wall. All right. So far, Burmese Ghouls are getting better at this. Oh, nice ejector onto Few. Few gonna be dashing out, and in comes D, blazing the way into the back line. Few goes down, Kid gets the kill, and now Flap Easy looking low. He's not gonna be saved by the third place Sans. That's gonna be 2 for free. Going to the Burmese Ghouls. Rebo pushing them back. This right here is all that Bren Esports can do. Slowly but surely, we're entering the end game, and Burmese Ghouls, once more, we mentioned earlier, they have the late game in the bag.
Bren
do have the late game on the bag. But Bren Esports, can they hold on? Now, the pressure goes back to their side.
Yeah, I mean, Bren messed up there. They wasted 5 ultimates just to get a Grok, and they didn't even successfully do it. Burmese Ghouls pull the trigger, and that's what they want to do. Waste the ultimates from Bren and get a free fight as they do it again once more. They're trying to bait Bren into something they don't want to take.
Ooh, Carl Tizzy gonna use a Cyclone Eye here. Oh no, Ace confirms the Lord take. Nice combo here. Oh, the shutdown immediately onto Carl Tizzy. That's 2 for Burmese Ghouls. That's none for Bren Esports. Do mind you, the Lord has already been taken here. And just like that, Bren Esports came into the fight fresh, but they lost nonetheless. Burmese Ghouls showing us superior positioning and target prioritization.
And this is where Carl Tizzy really just wants to get the kill on D. But D has the Wind of Nature. Now, Feathered Airstrike is going to play a huge role into this defense.
Well, he's going to push on forward, and inevitably it's going to be okay. But right, they get a big shutdown onto Kid, which is great. But Kid isn't the main target here. Yes, it is a constant source of damage and forcing a lot of itemizations from Bren to go into Magic Resist. But at the end of the day, if they don't take out D, it's going to be a problem. And not to mention, Ace is starting to catch up in that target prioritization of becoming a huge problem. Few tries to go for the Imperial Justice. Is not looking good to here for the rest of the team. It's going into the backline. They're trying to make it work out, but Ace, he's on the run. Yishin Shin is probably going to go down, but Few, he doesn't actually get him. He's able to dash out of the way. The Traceless and is able to come up in time, and D is absolutely gigantic, taking out 2 members single-handedly, and you can see that Carl Teasy does not want to be a part of that.
And this is Bren Esports. They're playing as individuals right now. Burmese Ghouls. This is the superior team fight, superior macro play that we expected from them since game number 1.
So far, so good here. Bren Esports, until that Lord take, it's been their game. But right now, Burmese Ghouls, they put Bren Esports into a position where if you get frustrated, you're gonna lose.
And I think that's what Bren is. They are frustrated,
You can see it. You saw how much Few went for the chase, and there was no chance. It was 4 members of Burmese Ghouls there hiding in the bush, even if there were only 3 and the rest were putting down pressure elsewhere. Oh, Bren Esports, they really dropped the ball on this one. Currently down 4 turrets, down a Lord, behind about 7,000 gold.
I mean, honestly, one bad team fight for the side of Burmese Ghouls could easily turn Bren back on top and just, you know, really even things out. But the people who need to keep their heads cool right now is Lusty and Carl Teasy. These are the playmakers, the damage dealer and the playmaker. Rebo, he's been playing a very consistent game so far, but the problem is whenever they initiate the fight, they're out of his range of damage. They don't want him to force the wings by wings to get closer, because that puts him in a huge compromisable position.
Yeah, and now Burmese Ghouls, they are controlling the buffs here for the side of Bren Esports, and this is what Bren Esports did for the couple of games that they won here in the series. Burmese Ghouls, slowly but surely, just walking up to their base. They're not forcing anything. They're waiting for Bren Esports to be a bit impatient.
Somebody's going to have to make a mistake here. It's either Bren or the Burmese Ghouls. And Bren definitely, after making a couple of those, they've realized, all right, we've made too many. We've kind of lost the lead. We've kind of, you know, put too much slack on this leash. And Burmese Ghouls, they are just waiting for this Lord. In the next 50 seconds or so, if somebody is going to get caught, it's not going to matter too much unless it starts happening right now at the 40-second mark where the death timers, you won't be able to reach the Lord in time after respawn.
Yeah, no kill here is free. No kill is free. All right, Few here picks up the glowing wand. Now they can confirm more kills. Maybe. I think maybe is the only one who can really afford to die given the pull yourself together. And look at this, a silent war between tanks.
Agreed, but again, you don't want to be the first one who dies. Few, he walks up because he knows, okay, at the end of the day, I can kind of get out. I have mechanics to do that, and it covers a lot of distance. But you can see that Lusty, he is hesitant. He's walking up and he's like, no, I don't want to be the one who goes down because he is so important to the team. That Wave the Dragon is going to be a make it or break it.
Look at this turtle. Look at this Lord, rather.
Yep.
This is the Luminous Lord.
He's up. Carl Teasy picks up an immortality. Now the fight is broken down. Flapteasy, Puissance after the ejector. We're taking it slow because I know that both teams don't want to pull the trigger here willy-nilly. This is going to matter. Whoever gets out of this, whether by a big margin or by a very small trade. Oh, hold up. He gets caught by the Imperial Justice. That's going to be the starting punch here from Bren Esports. And they burst down one. That's going to be Rebo taken out. They're not looking for anything else. A trade. Where do you find it? Few going to be flickering out. They've already split the pie here, and now Flapteasy destroyed by maybe 2 for none so far, and Few is scared of Ruby DD. This is where Ruby DD wants you.
Few forced out of his base. He cannot join the defense. Ruby DD doesn't want to take him down here as much as possible. He just wants to not see him recall back to base.
Oh, that's going to be the immortality pop onto Carl Teasy. No! Not even the time execution or the Thorn Rose will save you, ladies and gentlemen. Lusty is the last to go, and that's going to be Burmese Ghouls taking game number.
Some of these picks coming out from Bren Esports don't do anything really by the time that they don't hit the level 4. But you know what? Just looking at it, Akai is one of those tanks that are good against invade lineups.
Ooh. Ooh.
At least.
Is that your read, Butters? Is
At
that your
least.
read?
At least.
That was actually what I was thinking when we get into this game.
All right, well then, game number 5 is upon us, ladies and gentlemen. Burmese Ghouls versus Bren Esports. Let's get it.
Contra, talk to me more about this invade. What were some of your thoughts about how, defending the invade was going to look like?
Okay, speaking of that invade, right? You just look at the entirety of the lineup. It is about setting up for that blazing duet, and of course, a little bit of an invade coming in from the side of Lusty. Oh boy.
I mean, this is what you would expect when you see a Jawhead, right, Butters?
Mm-hmm. But you know what? Few here getting jumped by D, and Few
Wait, don't actually die here.
doesn't
Wait.
have the flicker, and that is the opening. That is the opening of a Lunox. If you don't have level 4, then that only means that you are going to be a main target here for Kid.
What is okay, I mean, all right, that's going to be fine, but I think that you definitely should have really considered just sticking to the wave and abusing the fact that you can just be healing off the wave and you don't necessarily have to participate just yet. But now Few once again getting punished here by Kid.
This is looking really bad. He just entered the lane and one more Abyssal Arrow. Oh, just misses by a couple of centimeters right there. But, talking about this RV scenario here, of course, still having Bren Esports here going for those buffs. It's going to be causing a little tension here. Lusty gets bursted. As you can see, Kid is now 2-1-0 with Abyssal Arrow, really sniping him down.
Kid is so good at keeping Bren Esports at bay. He got 2 kills from Bren Esports already, and it doesn't seem like he's gonna stop soon.
Now remember what the payoff is right now, because Yishin-Chin's level 4 and Ace is still at level 3. They bought a ton of time at the cost of 2 kills, unfortunately, to say the least. But let's see whether they can convert this into something important. Like Kid, he is going to need to make sure that he lands those Abyssal Arrows. He's got 2 kills under his belt and Mystery Shop. If he ain't getting items and he ain't landing those Abyssal Arrows, he's just as good as dead.
Okay, first turtle fight, Kid goes down.
And it's going to be the engagement coming in from the side of Bren Esports. Great perfect pick as they connect that Abyssal Arrow, but they jump the gun. And this is where Bren Esports says, okay, we are coming right back at you with another 2 kills.
Just a bit of disrespect coming out from the side of Burmese Ghouls, but Bren, really good preemptive play, setting up their trenches early on.
They learned this as well from the side of Burmese Ghouls, like using that brush. That is a trademark. That is a move that comes from Burmese Ghouls. We've seen that in Game 3 and Game 4. Game 5, Bren Esports utilizing that Jawhead to do the same play.
Yeah, and now Burmese Ghouls is getting invaded once again. Kid tries to look for that to catch, but here comes a little bit of defense coming in from Maybe. Tries to make sure that he's always in the front, soaking all the damages. And Diamond Force already popped up. Not enough to survive out of this 2v1 down 5.
Wait, what is going on? Why is Kid still level 3? Maybe just hit level 4. Did Kid... Oh, looks like Kid just needs to get a little bit off of the Lethal Wanderer. It should be level 4. Yep, hits level 4 now. Maybe trying to make the play. Here comes... Oh, no. He is just caught down right after...
Oh, he's alive!
He's alive! No way! This time! No way! The Quicksand guard kept him alive! And now D, he's trying to finish him up, but he's by time Rebo! He makes it out! No way! No way!
Insane! Can we get a replay on that? He just outplayed Burmese Ghouls, and what a finisher!
That was a good plan coming up from Burmese Ghouls. Now, they poured everything onto that pickoff, but I guess it wasn't really the best target.
It has to be an executional misplay, right? They literally were on top of him. Once again, the Whirlwind is going to get on towards you, buddy. Kid gets ejected backwards, and that's going to be the end of Selena almost instantaneously. Bren, can you feel their blood pumping? I can feel the momentum coming out of these boys.
I just feel that having a break gives this players new perspective on this.
Yeah, gotta thank those 8 it's coffees out there, they've been getting themselves a little bit boosted up with that. And speaking of which, it's going to be the turtle taken by Bren Esports again, going for the dive. They have managed to catch out Maybe, and this is going to be the ejector on towards Kid. How far can you run, Kid? Make your way out because they're coming for you. Now Ace forcing out a flicker. Calamity Reaper being brought by Ruby DD, but Bren Esports, they are just storming their way freely.
Now, Burmese Ghouls, they're having a bit of a problem in terms of execution. Baby is playing a good game, to be honest.
Yep.
He has put all the Hurricane Dance in on his belt, and it trapped a lot of people already. A lot of heroes on the side of Bren Esports. But the thing is, Bren Esports has been more responsive and more reactive to what Burmese Ghouls does.
I mean, those executional misplays could be a problem here as D is trying to lock down Rebo once more. Maybe he's walking up close, but again, here comes the Raging Sandstorm. He gets hit by the Missile Arrow. Kid should be able to secure this one. No way they're going to let him live again. Not going to make the second mistake again as RubyDD coming in with the Zaman Force. Going to be pushing on forward, and the Yishin taking away and invading that purple buff here. But on top side, once again, it's going to be Flapteezy who's going to be locked down. And D, no! He actually gets him able to proc the passive and few. He's going to be on the run, but Lusty, even though he's there on the fight, it's a 2v3 situation, doesn't want to take it.
Okay, so for Bren Esports, yes, you have the lead, but you cannot go for those risky plays. You need to mind your position. As Burmese Ghouls, they have a lot of disposition. Maybe with the Hurricane Dance, if he catches you overextending, that is going to be a divided fight for your team.
Yeah, and you can definitely see that Burmese Ghouls, although they are ticked by the Khalid that has been causing them quite a lot of upset over the top side, they have managed to turn things around. And speaking of which, Ejector on towards D. He's running for his life, but this is definitely going to be a goner for the side of Burmese Ghouls to try to rescue him in that sort of sense. So they have to give him up. Now, 4 versus 5 on this turtle, I think they also have to give even more back towards Bren Esports.
Credits to Lusty, he's doing an amazing job with these catches. However, he is collecting those kills when honestly it should be going to some other person. Hopefully that doesn't bite them in the butt later on into the game, but for now it's like, yay, okay, you've got the Athena shield, I don't mind tanking a couple of Abyssal Arrows.
Yeah. Kid is throwing those arrows, he's hitting those arrows, but the problem is Lusty is just always in his...
Oh! Punish!
Like that?
Again!
And
Unstoppable Force as well! The Zaman Force is going to be popped out of the Blazing Duet coming in from Ace, but Ace is kind of big here. You can't finish them off. Now RubyDD is going to be the onslaught to try and push them down. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out. It's a 2-for-2 trade. It's looking real good. Can they get another one? Flapteezy jumps off the wall to try and pull through and he catches him off. Ace still with the orange buff. This is going to be huge. Oh my goodness. What a great fight coming in from both of these teams, but Bren still coming up on top.
Yeah, you can definitely see that he was actually controlling the tempo right there, but let's have a look at the items, Butters. I'm pretty sure that now some of these players are pretty huge in this match.
Okay, Flapteezy will go for the Endless Battle. He's just setting it up. But while for Ace, he has the Demon Hunter Sword, and that is going to go to a Golden Staff. That's pretty standard. But one of the players that you really have to look out for is RubyDD. He has the Calamity Reaper, the Feather of Heaven, and that is going to be bad for Bren Esports if they do not take account of this hero. They need to look, they need to be aware of their surroundings. They need to choose their fights. Don't fight on narrow spaces if they want to win this. But for Burmese Ghouls, if you want to win, place your fights there.
Yeah. Yeah, and we've been looking at all these sort of picks, right? Just look at Lusty. He's actually going in towards a full armor build as well as getting tanky as it goes. But he's managing that 5 kills every single time that he goes in for the effort. Just going for the Unstoppable Force, trying to catch either Kid or at times maybe because he's the first target that you see most of the time, right? So making sure that you don't have Hurricane Dance when you need it the most is going to be very vital.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the Hurricane Dance is a huge spell, but the Mountain Chakra coming out from Bren Esports' side, really smart stuff, especially when they're taking Turtle. Burmese Ghouls, they want to go in, but only when it's inconspicuous, baby. He jumps on in with a 1000-pounder and now forces out Lusty into that corner where the Hurricane Dance forcing out the fight. Ruby Kid is going down. Ace already coming in with a Blazing Duet. It's not going to be enough. He does get the Golden Staff, but the rest of the team, Bren is on the run. Can they turn this around? He turns in and tries to go. Kid gets on top of him. This Diamond Force have been working out perfectly well, and they catch them out again. Kid, this Wonder Kid landing every important Abyssal Arrow yet.
What did we tell them about, no, you know, not going in towards the jungle invade, but Rebo now going for the catch as well. He's trying to pick up RubyDD. This is gonna look pretty bad because Bren Esports loses another one, leaving only Flapteezy behind.
Bren Esports, they're making these risky decisions. that they shouldn't be even taking. They have the lead as of now, and after that, I think Burmese Ghouls, they know that they can fight at this point on 50 seconds on the timer on that Lord, and that is going to be the first major fight here that Burmese Ghouls is gonna take.
And I mean, the picks have been going really well. Let's look at the items one more time to get a better idea, because I did see Karl'Tezi actually getting the Endless Battle as well as the Blade of Despair all of a sudden 2 in a row, and yeah, he is going to have a ton of damage already hitting level 15 on top of that.
You know what? Ace has his own items as well, and in terms of damage output, he has an AoE.
There we go. And it's going to mount the shotgun being used and expanded. Immediately reply with the Hurricane Dance as well, pinning him down towards the wall. Here comes Karl'Tezi trying to actually pop out that Electo into play. But my goodness, there's a split push coming on from the side of D as Burmese Ghouls, they're tearing out some of all these members to different parts of the map. But Ribble now in the middle of it all, it's going to be Abyssal Arrow trying to connect towards the side of Brand Esports. Karl'Tezi, he does get a lot of damage out towards the side of Ace, but Ace walks away alive. But still, D is on the back. They might just actually look for pigs, but we're going in for a little bit of room to just dissect this big fight that just erupted.
Oh my goodness, these fights have been absolutely ridiculous here, but right now the major issue that I'm seeing now, especially since the 8th minute, sorry, no, pull it back one more minute, the 7th minute of the game here, is the fact that Benedetta isn't exactly clearing her waves before she joins that fight, resulting in a lot of well, not even missed opportunities, just a lot of gold for free going over to the side of the Burmese Ghouls. Like, Yuzong getting a huge push on that top side shouldn't be happening.
And this is where Bren Esports, I think, is having tunnel vision. Like, they just want to win the fights, and they know that they can. But still, if it's going to be an even, it's going to be an even trade. Like, let's say 2 for 2.
Leo?
Then someone just, you know, gets a push onto the bottom lane. That's going to the side of Burmese Ghouls.
Totally fair, but Leo, what are some of your thoughts on this while we're in this in-game pause?
This reminds me of Game 4. Remember Game 4? It was all Bren in the early game. And then as soon as the Marksman, Ace, and Ruby DD came online, it's over. It's over. Like, this is what it's turning about, and so far, it's frustrating to see Bren just fall for these traps. Again, like, oh, here's one. No. We got you. And then Burmese goes turn around. And again, the accuracy of D on this Selena is just ridiculous.
Oh, you mean Kid, actually.
Kid. Well, yeah, Selena on Kid on Selena. It is what it is.
It honestly really is nasty. And Aaron, I want to get your thought on this because, again, the chase, just the fact that Burmese Ghouls, when they get that first initial pick, they really know how to chase you down.
Yeah, and immediately, that's where the Akai responds, and will all of them just topple all these sort of members all the way in towards that dive. And look at all these sort of these scenarios that has came by. Like, the Yuzong also roams freely. Like, it's something that, honestly, Burmese Ghouls definitely knows they're not going to be focusing on towards these Yuzong anyways, and he gets that free reign up top, now opening up the map. So someone has to deal with this situation when they go in towards fights, because this sort of split push can happen again.
That's how bad it is for Bren Esports right now. Is because D is having the time of his life up top, and the mere fact that out there is maybe this Akai, it just splits open the map and again gives D all the space to just wreak havoc in one single lane. Gideon, has this changed your mind? Do you like the Akai now? Are you a believer?
I'm not 100% believer on it. Butters, what do you think?
I think it's actually effective against this side of Brand Esports.
It stops you from making those important plays, like your positioning. You gotta keep it in check. But Bren Esports, they've been falling for these traps, and that is why I think Akai is working.
I don't think Akai is working at 100%. I would give it's working at 70% efficiency here.
Hey, 70% is better than less than 50.
Agreed. However, my biggest concern for the side of Brand Esports is mainly Flapteezy, because he knows he's supposed to be this big damage dealer for the team, and he feels like, I gotta be in this fight, but he's gotta believe that Karl'Tezi is able to pull this out, because at the end of the day, Flapteezy's job is to make sure they don't lose side objectives when these fights occur. He clears faster than the Yuzong. He rotates faster than the Yuzong every single time.
True enough, but speaking of buying time here, it's going to be maybe it being that sort of the non-value target that it's always bugging the back lines or the front lines of the side of Bren Esports, and really buying time for this Lord, and it will be Burmese Ghouls that gets it in the way. Flicker being popped there from the side of Lusty. Ace goes in for the blaze, they get that pick on towards the Giant, but look at maybe, he does lose a lot of health, but Flateezy coming in to cut right through. Ruby DD tries to turn this one around. Flateezy has to make a way to Ash right out, but the rest of Bren Esports, they're slowly being wiped away.
Oh my goodness, Burmese Ghouls. They're so good with these reinitiations. The counter engage, they go for a fake back, then Bren Esports chases. Burmese Ghouls just surprises them by pushing forward as well.
I mean, Bren, they are getting hot-headed here. They are really tunnel visioning on these situations. The moment the Lord is gone, yes, you can force, but again, I have to admit, even I would have fallen for something like that. But again, discipline is going to be key because the Burmese Ghouls managed to outplay so many of them. Flateezy ended up getting solo killed by Ruby DD, even though he did have the execute. Something you don't usually see.
Yeah, and just look at how huge Ace is at right now. But over the top side, there's also another situation going on. They're trying to force their way through as Ripple is already clearing out the wave. Over on the mid side, you can definitely see Flateezy keeping an eye out as well. Oh, great damage onto Kid, but Missile Arrow does not land. Now, they do find a way to actually open up the bottom side, and the side lane's pretty much exposed.
Oh boy, it's going to be a game of scaling here. Ruby DD is able to get another inhibitor turret on top of everything else. And Ace, he comes in with a battle mirror image. He's also got the orange buff, so he does a bit of damage, bringing Flateezy down to 50% of his HP.
Okay, maybe. This is something that Akai does as well, Gideon. Like, you can't really position yourself near the brushes just because there could be a hurricane dance that's about to hit you. And he does have the flicker as well. It's not the same as your Akai Petrify. He can position himself well with this.
And also now that he's purchased that immortality, having 2 lives into play, and this can go on for so much longer. Mountain Shocker exposes Kid, so he's going to be falling back. But Flateezy being pretty much close proximity. It might just be a pick right here. Brilliants have already been popped coming from the Lunox, but maybe trying to force the issue right now. Bren Esports respecting the dives, and Lusty gets caught out. Flickers away, but still having Ace picking him off. It's a mega kill for the Yuzong. 2 members down, and man, Bren Esports needs to defend for their lives right now.
And honestly, maybe is doing a really good job acting as a threat. Flateezy is going to clear up the waves as soon as he can, but now Ruby DD is getting into that backline, drops that Salmon Force, gets that free kill, and Bren, they just got to let this one escape here. 10 more seconds till Lusty comes back up, but wait, there is no wave. Oh no, it's going to be Flateezy who's going to get caught out here, stuck against the wall. That's going to be GG. Burmese Ghouls take the 5th round.
Burmese Ghouls.
Brody can compensate for all of that.
Honestly, it's definitely a tough question to answer right now because you got double assassins on deck. So if that OG Shadow kill alongside with the Tyler trolling behind, like, what can you do?
I don't know. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Game number 6 could end right here, right now. This is the Burmese Ghouls versus Bren Esports. The age of Myanmar MLBB might as well be upon us.
You know, we're going in towards this championship point right here for the likes of Burmese Ghouls, but I'm thinking that Bren Esports, they have finally gotten enough of that tenacity. They know that it's been so many matches that we've been playing upper brackets, lower brackets, and we've made it thus far. But now, it's going to be Lusty with a temp.
Okay, Lusty is going to try and deny maybe from this buff here. They want to just make sure that Ace, he goes and gets the wave, but still manages to come back to pick it up. Not so bad overall. Didn't even have to use Retribution. However, 3 executes for the side of Burmese Ghouls. They're going to make sure they kill that one poor soul.
And Flateezy here is going to be the possible target of those executes. Probably Flap as well, since they don't really have the hold on that Benedetta. But yeah, I mean, Bren Esports just go for the information. Burmese Ghouls just trying to get their level 4, and probably they're gonna have a team fight by the time that Ruby DD hits level 4.
Lusty just popped that flicker for not much of a reason, and now he's being stuck in between. I'm not too sure if this is definitely the good call coming from Bren Esports, but View tries to pressure the rest of Burmese Ghouls all the way backwards. So lucky enough, he will be able to escape. But Dado, this is first blood for Kaltizi.
And this is usually the pacing of our early game. Bren Esports gets the early lead. Burmese Ghouls become disciplined. They don't take the risky plays, and they usually take the game back before the mid-game spike hits.
I mean, we're going to have to wait and see whether this is going to be the same case again. It also depends on how much of a lead that Bren is able to develop. But on top side, a lot of contestant here, especially between RubyDD and with the help of Kid, it's becoming a bit tough. But Kid doesn't necessarily... Oh, he's kind of low here. This is going to be risky for both sides. Now, the fight is going to work here. Kid is going to be able to find that execute on to Cho, and unfortunately, that's going to be Burmese Ghouls picking this up, and it's going to be Farsa going to be zoning the rest out. Few, he's kind of low, and now... Oh! The headshot with the flames!
What a long range. I think that's actually a max range flame shot that we're seeing. Trying to go in for the body block, but... Oh boy, still gets caught out. Feels bad, not gonna lie.
So what happened there? Bren Esports, they had Flap only at level 3. He didn't have the Electro Final Blow. Burmese Ghouls, their cores were at level 4, so they had a better time just controlling that certain fight.
Turtle, that much important, especially at a key point in the game. Now, Bren, okay, fine. You get it. You get 2 kills. We're able to trade 1. You get a turtle. No big deal. No big deal. Now you have to start looking for the punish. But Kid, he drops down the smoke screen as well with the help of D, actually behind him with the feather airstrike to make sure they are punishing Flapteezy as much as they can.
This is a battle between Lusty and Kid on how good they are at finding each other. So the one who's it is going to be Lusty, and the one who's hiding is always going to be Kid.
For sure, for sure. With the Kid on Kid, definitely it's a lot more harder in this game of hide and seek, but you know, Flapteezy is gonna have to contribute in towards the late game because at least this side of Bren Esports, they have some insurance, and here comes the fight.
Oh, maybe he's already starting the initiation with RubyDD jumping into the backline. Flapteezy is now in trouble, but now Rebo taking a full hit of the Oki Shadow kill. Really clean initiation coming in from the Burmese Ghouls, but does Bren want to look for some, you know, retribution kills? No, it looks like they back away.
Over on the mid side though, D easily just flutters away, but opening up towards the top lane, Burmese Ghouls will be able to secure not only gold, but okay, just gold for the moment, but Lusty going for the catch on towards RubyDD. They try to make a run. Wave the Dragon already connects, and there goes Yuzong.
Yep.
All right, now Burmese Ghouls, they do have the triple execute setup, but they don't have the flicker. So if they get caught out, they don't have that way to create a gap. Bren Esports, Burmese Ghouls really just wants to go at it at Bren Esports. They just want to stay near Rebo there, almost going down, and maybe to secure the kill.
Yep, they sacrifice Rebo for the sake of Turtle here, and now Bren Esports, they gotta make sure that they are constantly looking to try and initiate a lot of these fights. But Kid, he's gonna be walking and doesn't drop the smoke screen and just wants to focus on the wave, maybe coming in from the flag, lands on top of Few for now, drops up to Toys Poissons, but again, no real initiation and no real commitment from the Burmese Ghouls.
Have you seen the pattern just yet? Every single time that they go for a turtle, it's like, yeah, go take the turtle, I'm gonna punish Rebo on the side lane, and this has been happening for many of these games, and now Flapteezy managed to actually make a little bit of the move, but maybe is so bold on this move, but he catches Few instead. Order spins being popped up as they all get knocked up in the air. Wave of the Dragon will get a kill for Kaltizi.
RubyDD trying to get on top of it, but it's not looking too good. He gets hit by the execute coming in from maybe. Few manages to get on out of there. Now the feather airstrike does come down to Kitten, forcing a retreat, but he can't really do too much as he's just sitting down hoping he doesn't die. He knew he was going to die, so he just runs back, says emo, hello, hello, goes down over to Kaltizi.
Burmese Ghouls, they got punished a bit. And now, that should be you, Contra, but Bren Esports, I was passing it to you, but Bren Esports, RubyDD is their next target. Yuzhong here gets called out, but do they have enough damage?
Yeah, they do, and they managed to get that pick, and that's what they were looking for. Honestly, y'all had a moment there. Yeah, y'all made eye contact. I felt real uncomfortable there for a second.
Do you want to join?
No, please. I'd like to look at the game.
It's not just there in 3 ways anyway. So with that, Bren Esports now focusing on towards the turret. I'm thinking that this kid is going pretty huge, but here comes Lusty, flushing out maybe, but good news for Bren Esports, they finally get a turret right here, and the insurance policy that I mentioned in the form of Kaltizi actually working very well for them.
Yeah, it's going well, and you know, Ace, he's getting that push onto that mid lane here, but maybe he's trying to distract them as much as possible with the Toys Poissons. But Kaltizi, he's not really into the idea. Something is up, and RubyDD does come from the engage on towards that flanking through mid, but Few not all about it as well. Goes into that Brilliance, but this is where the fight is going to get interesting. Rebo can decide to actually go in. This is it. Lusty looking for an opportunity to jump on it. RubyDD is trying to hold him up, but D into a sideways. They don't realize it. They're going in huge. The feathered airside trying to chunk down Few, but Lusty is able to cancel it off. They pick him off. There goes Kid. There goes D. And now the entire backline is gone. Bren can start focusing on the front line. RubyDD is the next to fall. A double kill coming in from Flateezy. And maybe he just needs to sacrifice his life to allow Ace to live for the greater good.
What did I tell you? This is a great activation coming from Bren Esports, and they can't find the answers to Kaltizi at all.
This is just a back and forth between these two teams. And Ace almost getting called out, but there is going to be Kid trying to take down Carl.
Can they pull this off, though? I mean, okay, Flameshot coming out just to double-check the brush here, but I have to give it to Bren Esports. Leslie, he has been such a pivotal point for this team, literally with at least a 70% KPA kill participation in this entire game. It is just phenomenal how he keeps on trying to get on D.
Yeah, just looking at the current situation here, like, a lot of things have been expended in that sort of fight, and Bren Esports having 1 minute away from that Lord, it's definitely going to be huge if they can get something out of this mid lane. Blade of Despair already being purchased by Ace.
Oh, D, he's once again, he's gonna really take it there. But now Few, he's on the run. He doesn't want to be a part of this no more. No, don't do it. He quickly goes into his brilliance here, but I don't think he's gonna survive. With the help of Lusty, could he maybe turn this around? Oh no,
Ruby.
Here comes the kill squad. It's gonna be RubyDD chasing after Lusty here as maybe is trying to run Few down. If he doesn't take it, finally using the execute, but here comes Ace. He's able to get that kill onto Lusty. It's gonna be a 3-for-1 trade. Look at Flateezy. He's got the push onto top side.
Sword intent used, and they're just trying to go for the push. There is going to be minions onto the bottom side here on the side of Bren Esports, and they might just get the trade.
Yeah, and I definitely like this sort of trade, but Rebo has already arrived. Blood Ult Fame popped up, trying to tank every single hit coming from the side of Burmese Ghouls. He gets popped, but here comes Kaltizi, though. He's trying to tear them apart, but maybe he's trying to run for it. Flateezy has just arrived, and hello, meet the Electo, and Kid coming in from the back as well. They tried to dance this one up. One last shot does it. It's a double kill for Kaltizi.
This is huge. Bren is gigantic here. I mean, you gotta give it to him. Brody was a problem, and I think everybody understands why.
TZ connection. This is the TZ brothers, and they do not want their dream to end here.
Ruby is coming right in to disrupt the flow, but here comes D. He gets popped up. This is looking pretty tough, but Bren Esports, they finally get the Lord, but here comes Rebo. He tries to hold on. Kaltizi, 12 minutes from dropping down. Maybe the last member standing in this Lord pit for Burmese Ghouls.
Oh my goodness, this game.
It's a tug of
Back
war.
and forth. This is a seesaw, a tug of war. Kid is there. He might go for Karl.
Oh, he goes in, Kid. He's looking for an opportunity. He can't seem to get it. The Brilliance has popped up in time. Burmese Ghouls, they go down. Kaltizi still alive. No executes available. Oh my goodness. They finally start pulling ahead.
My word. Just look at the items. I can't go into explain more, Butters. You gotta do this.
Okay, alright, let me do this. Now, Kid is planning to go for the Blade of Despair. I've lost my words here. But the items are now out. Let's just go
Lusty.
here. Lusty goes in, catches this! Varsa, and that is going to be the first line of defense down. And these are going to be turrets falling very low. Few in the middle of everything. He has a lot of lifesteal.
Yeah, the re-engagement from Burmese Ghouls they are considering, but they realize no waves, no go. They don't have the members to pull this off, and not to mention, I mean, Flaptizi, they don't know exactly where he is. And once again, the inhibitors are under scrutiny here. And finally, they break the mid inhibitor. Few finally getting his Holy Crystal, and they want to push in for more.
This is the gameplay that we have been waiting for from the side of Bren Esports. Slow and steady, he does it, but look at Kid though, he's in the position right here. Ruby DD, he tries to buy a little bit more time, looking for the flank angles here. They're looking for the kill onwards maybe, and they do get it, but Kid, he gets popped out. This is big news for Bren Esports as they are now reaching right in. Flaptizi goes in to take them down, but Yuzong managed to stop what they are looking for right there. And both Lusty and Flaptizi, they bow out.
What a defense coming in from the Burmese Ghouls here. That Oki Shadow Kill totaling to a 2.8k worth of damage.
Okay, what happened there was Burmese Ghouls were starting their fights with the Farsa getting caught out. They used their base as an advantage. They let the Farsa start at a late part of the fight to use the feathered airstrike, and that really gave them the win for that.
Oh, and D already with a feathered airstrike chunking Few out to literally 1 HP, and this is why Bren Esports has been targeting him time and time again.
Yeah, you can definitely notice that this itself has been pretty much on a seesaw ride, and Flaptizi looking for that catch. And from the back to the Flaptizi that will be cutting right in, trying to connect that Electo onwards members, but it's going to be Kit here that is getting chased down. So how long can this Natalia go?
He just has to buy time. Kid is just looking to buy as much time as possible as the rest of the team is rotating towards the bottom side of the map. However, mid prior isn't there either, so regardless... Oh, Ace, he can't get...
We are dragging in towards the middle, and you can see the Lulux have been tearing them apart. And there goes Riddy. He's getting chased by. Maybe it's retreating right now. This might just be the turf pick that they've been looking for, but look at how tanky he is. He's still diving over the backline. Flame Chop misses, but Lusty, he's making a way for a retreat. Flaptizi now tries to dive right back in towards the fight. Flaptizi, he tries to shred them, but
look at this, Gurns! 1v3!
Oh, he wants to take this all for himself. Ruby DD tries to go with the black table, and he doesn't go. The Dragon Tail does not connect in time, and Flaptizi secures that kill. Oh boy, this fight. It's so close. It is so close. It comes down to a wire's edge, and we're seeing double ults coming out now.
That was a 1v3 Carl there. A pick off on him could have just ended the game, or could have given the next objective Lord to the side of Burmese Ghouls, but he did not hesitate. He just went in.
Speaking of hesitations here, there should be no hesitations on this Lord. Bren Esports, if they get this hands on this, Burmese Ghouls may not be able to come back anymore. Here comes Maybe though, just try to get vision. Lord is now in favor of Bren Esports. All they have to do, go in for the reset, but Kid also trailing behind. They try to, of course, cause multiple bombs of threat, but how can Burmese Ghouls stop this?
Burmese Ghouls, they're just going to have to clear the waves. They have to play this smart. And Bren, they just did the recall, so this is a great opportunity because they slightly mistimed it. So they have about 3 seconds to pull this off. Lusty finding a catch onto Maybe here. He gets away with the Dragon, but look at that backline. Few gets chucked out quickly as Ace going on in with the initiation coming in from Ruby DD. However, the Toys Poissons, just to trail it off, they should be able to take out the Lord as well as the side empowered wave Lord minions as well.
Last minute, the Aurora has already been bought from the side of Kaltizi. Now, they've already cleared out the Lord, so great execution coming from the side of Burmese Ghouls, but look at all the minions marching right in from the lower side. Maybe tries to pull this off, and Order of Brilliance in return for the feathered airstrike. Bren Esports looking to tear up the turret, and here comes the last Hura, and Bren Esports looking to push it in towards Game 7, and Burmese Ghouls have to defend this one. Flateezy goes in for the act, though, trying to cut off all these ways. A few get purchased down. Not looking all too good for Brand Esports right now. They are looking to turn this fight around. Ace get kicked all the way towards the back. Lusty, Ribble, they're on the retreat. Same goes to Flateezy. Kalteezy still got full health, though. He's looking to turn this one. Rubinity, he just have to advance forward with this sort of buff being in the up for contention. Definitely Kalteezy should be able to get this one as this goes on a slight reset only for one exchange.
Oh my goodness, Bren unable to crack open the Burmese Ghouls. They do profit a lot with those two inhibitors, but can they finish off this game already? They've got that lead. However, if one more fight occurs and the Burmese Ghouls defend against them, oh no, Bren, Flateezy, he can't get caught out like this. The Courage Mask has already been popped here, but he wants to go for more. He's getting a bit greedy. He's going to get hit with the Electro, but now he's able to actually go for the eye for the eye. BG, they're stuck. They're out in the open. Kid, he's going to get on out of there. The rest of Bren, they're looking to cut them off. Ace, he's going to pull on through. Does he get hit by any CC? No, he doesn't. He goes into the Oki Shadow Kill 4. Maybe he's going to get caught out. Ace manages to make it out. Now, in the backline, Rubinity trying to finish off Flateezy here. So close. Electo, final blow, makes it out. And this is going to be a free kill for Kalteezy as he takes out Rubinity. And the rest of the team is able to kind of peel them back 2-0 in favor of Bren.
Lusty, just the ever reliable Lusty, just getting the right moment to go for this. And oh, he got the Winter Truncheon, but will it matter? Will it even matter?
No, it does not. Oki, Shadow Kill, go away. Kid, he calls it to the back line. He's trying to take out Few. Kid is the next to fall. The Brilliance, there it is. Bren, bring it to a Game 7.
And we are going the distance.
In the Am2 World Championship 2020, who will be your champions right here? Pop it in the chat, and if you guys are in the cinema, make sure you scream it out loud. Is it Burmese Ghouls? Is it Brand Esports? Back and towards the land of Dawn for our last match here. Casters, it's been a long day, but we need a champion at the end of the day.
We do need a champion. Burmese Ghouls, Bren Esports, one last game.
One last showdown to show who is going to be sitting up here on top. Bren on the red side, Burmese Ghouls on the blue. As they take this nice and slow, they don't go with a buff start and immediately look to clear the mid wave. And, you know, overall, as we were kind of talking about how the matchups are going to go, we can already see how the lane priorities have been given over to either side.
Again, Rubinity with the rogue off meta pick, Grok. This is the lethal Grok in Game 7.
Ooh, it's risky, but we've seen it work before, and now the question really does come down to whether they get a catch onto Few. For now, it's looking pretty good, but Flateezy going in pretty hard, but Kid, nobody having the execute at the end of the day, so they're not going to go for the dive.
Okay, so the Louis pick on Few will just keep people from Burmese Ghouls, let's say, poked as much as possible. The damage will be consistent. So Burmese Ghouls, there might be times here when they are going to take objectives that they would just opt to go for that just because they don't have full HPs.
It's not even just about the full HP.
Yeah.
It really does come down to who is going to win this level 4, and it is leaning more towards the Burmese Ghouls, but under specific conditions here. Because Bren Esports, overall, you look at their composition, it's like, yeah, this makes sense. They go in, they take the fight, full team fight, plenty of AOE damage, lots of magic damage, got a pick, got a Lusty with that pick. It's almost perfect. But then you look at Burmese Ghouls, and you see the King's Calling, and you're like, ooh, that's kind of a problem, because if we count the number of mobility skills and spells coming out from Bren, that's at least 4 of them. Actually, that's at least 4 of them, yes.
Yep. So again, great read here by the Burmese Ghouls, playing the reactionary lineup despite being on blue side. The genius mind of Coach Panda here in action now. Turtle started here by Ace, and he's going to put a few beads on it. Again, Brody doing well for Bren Esports in game number 6, here game number 7. How the tables have turned. Now the fight has begun inside the river. Order Brilliance now popped here by Kid. He wants out. That's 1 ult counted down for each side as the Puissance is in for Flateezy. They disengage.
Okay.
I mean, Kid can't switch over the Chaos Darkness anyway, so still he is going to be relevant in this Turtle fight.
games take longer, then that means it favors the side of Bren. Now, oh! Look at that magnet, the yin and the yang. Diversion is there.
Hold up, here we come. Bren, fakes it. They're gonna continue the fight though up north. Phew, first blood. Here comes D. He starts it strong. That's going to be a disengage, and now Bren is disincentivized for going into this first turtle take. Hold up, they still want more. That's gonna be called easy. Blazing duet out of here, and yeah, it's a push and pull.
Yeah, it really is. And Few, unfortunately, making the mistake. He tried to fake it out with the rest of his team, especially with that fast rotation coming in from Brent Esports, and the rest of the team wants to get in. Now, Flapteezy, he jumps right on top of the kid. He drops out of the Toys Poissons, as well as the Rejuvenate in hopes that Lusty gets in time. He flickers on backwards, kicks back, Ace into the fight. The King's calling his up, but the damage has been done. Lordy getting a double kill so early into this game. Oh, Few! He's so close to dying, doesn't get hit by the Dangerous Bear, but he gets hit by the Wild Charge at the end of the day. RubyDD, the next to fall. Huge win for Bren.
And Bren Esports, they are finding the trades. Burmese Ghouls not backing down. And you could see a lot of things working to the side of Bren Esports there. The kick on Ace was perfect. That's just what they needed at that certain point in time.
The exact target. Now, quick item check before the 5-minute mark. That's already tough boots onto Lusty. CarlTZ picks up the Raptor Machete. D uses the ult to disengage. That's 2 chasing down onto him. And look down bottom. This is actually some pressure onto RubyDD. I think Bren Esports have had it with this surprisingly lethal Grok.
Yeah.
This is the first time that we see him hugging the turret.
I mean, they have to make sure that he doesn't get too far away here. Because, again, Grok with the power of nature, very annoying. Oh, he gets hit by a lot of bullies here as well as the Chrono Finisher as well. But now they're trying to jump on top of Rebo. Oh, they almost catch him as well, forcing him to use the Purify. And the rest of Burmese Ghouls, they pull back. Big plays. Ooh, Flapteezy, what happened? 1 HP?
I guess he was dueling with the 2 up top. And,
Lapu Lunox.
he calls it quits, yeah.
Lapu Lunox is
Hold
just way
up.
too good.
Blazing duet by CarlTZ. Yeah, down goes maybe. Kid can't answer back. Interesting entrance by Bren Esports, and right now they're trying to go for this push, looking for a conversion. Ace puts a few beads, gonna be popping the torn apart memory from here on very soon now. Oh, nice wild charge here by RubyDD, and they decimate Bren Esports from underneath their own tower. 3 for none. The Ghouls are feeling it.
They are pouncing back. They're looking to really turn this into the brawl. And D, he knows that he has to throw himself under the fire. And Flapteezy, he's going to be dropping. Oh, he gets peeled back.
Move.
It's a great pull, but he does force out the Rejuvenate. And nobody can really deal with him thus far. Not enough damage. Can he get the Cyclone's Eye in time? He gets hit by the stun. Maybe steals the Cyclone's Eye, but Flapteezy, he's like, nah, shield unity, and I'm rolling out.
Okay, this is one of the things that Burmese Ghouls is really good at. And RubyDD, they've been going for a lot of these, what's the name of the ultimate of the Grok?
Wild charge.
Wild charge. This is for the longest time we haven't used Grok in the meta, and this is the first time that he was used. Wild charge with the flicker. They've been using that time and again, and it's almost always certain that he's gonna be very near onto those rocks and just knock up the enemy.
Yeah, and that's what's so nice about RubyDD's build here. Nice knock up here. Oh! What an alley-oop! Salmon Force from underneath. In comes maybe, though. King's calling, keeping people down.
No way!
That's gonna be Lusty. Oh my god, the tag team is in effect. Now, that's going to be Few from the backline losing the kid. It's a duel. Mage on mage action. And that's going to be the wipeout on 2 Few.
Oh!
Still alive. That's going to be the Order Brilliance away for Kid. D takedown here by Flapteezy. That's a small consolation prize. 1 for 3.
Big wins all across the board for the Burmese Ghouls. They're very happy with this trade at the end of the day.
They should be holding on for Bren Esports, Burmese Ghouls. This is going as the way they planned it. They get pickups, they get kills, they control the mid-game, they make the most out of Ace, mid-game spike. That's it.
Oh no! Kid gets caught in by Flapteezy, and here comes RubyDD looking for a target. That's gonna be a miss. A rotation in by Few, and this is Bren Esports pressuring the lane. So far, so good for the Burmese Ghouls. They're winning these fights, but just the same, Bren Esports are finding pickoffs where they can and pressuring the map. Look at this, a push by Rebo.
Yeah, they're literally, I mean, both sides are literally looking for those flanks, getting behind the tier 1 turrets and going for these heavy dives. But maybe that King's Calling is super effective against Rebo. Rebo. Rebo has to be extra careful in that King's Calling. Purify ain't gonna save him.
Look at the Enchanted Talisman even being used here for Rebo, and that is quite unusual because a lot of the Harriet side laners are going for the Calamity Reaper and the Feather of Heaven.
Yeah, Flapteasy here senses something. Oh, nice pull by Maybe. That's going to be the Tortoise Poisons. And as well, I believe the Revitalize dropping here. But already 2 big ticket resources gone for Bren Esports. Well timed for the 30-second turtle coming up for Burmese Ghouls, the very last one.
They'll have their ultimates at the end of the day, and I think I did see Rebo actually purchasing the Calamity Reaper first, so don't worry about that. The Talisman, Enchanted Talisman came in a little bit later. Lusty, he's going to be looking for an opportunity to kind of, you know, secure their position around the turtle, so they have first dibs for now, but Rubini D says hello to Few, and Few now under a lot of scrutiny here. The King's calling down right in the middle of the lane here. Nobody from the side of Bren Esports wants to walk forward, so it's going to be a free pick with no returns.
Maximum efficiency, that is the best use of King's Calling. You see how it fits the circle down the middle right so perfectly? And that's exactly what Maybe is doing here. But hold up, what's this? A nice trade for the turtle. Bren Esports lets it go. It's not coming in time.
But then again, you have to think about what they did there.
Here we go. Wild charge by Ruby DD. What a bait. That's got DD taking him down. And the life bars are dropping. Flapteasy shut down by Ace. And the fight continues. Where do they go? Salmon Force already expended here by Rebo. And that's both teams backing off. Lusty looking for more. And hold up. 10-7, 24K to 24K. This game is darn close, but the Burmese Ghouls are up by 1 turret.
Golden Staff is now up for Carl TZ, and you can see the trades. Ruby DD maybe is just playing the keep away game. He knows that if he stays alive, he can just keep on going for those pokes. Now, if you would look at the items, Lusty here with the Athena Shield. Rebo does have the Calamity Reaper with the Enchanted Talisman. Enchanted Talisman on Few as well. He's probably gonna go for something or something of a Ice Queen wand or a Lightning Cruncher, or probably a Glowing Wand as well.
Yeah, those are some pretty good shoutouts there, especially... Oh, wait, D, he's in a lot of trouble. He's going to die here. There's nothing much he can do. He's going to get run down, especially with the amount of movement speed that he has in Flapteasy just to secure the kill with the Shield Unity. But now, rotation is going to be placed in the middle just so they can steal away the orange buff again. And then, unfortunately, Flapteasy is going to be, hey, I'm the carry now.
Oh, actually, that is the case. And now Kid gets caught in here. That's going to be quite a hit from the back line as Ruby DD goes in with a wild charge. Maybe here, caught out Flapteasy inside the turtle, the purple pit, and that's going to be the back out. Oh, nice knock-up. Nice wave the dragon, but they take out Flapteasy first. Lusty still in here. Kalteasy, blazing duet. He's trying to get one. That's going to be Kid, and they back out. Oh, nice power. Nice swing by Ruby DD, but it's not enough. Double kill here for Kalteasy. 2 for 1.
And while that's happening, we have Rebo and Few going to the bottom lane.
Lord's up. Lord's up. It's free.
Lord's up, and they gatekeep the Burmese Ghouls from walking up forward. They made sure they teleported right in front of the base, making sure that they're standing on towards the top right side, just in case if D wanted to get a little bit more physical with them. But now they have the River Crab under their side. Kalteasy is kind of huge in these situations, and as of right now, Ace, he's got the burst damage, but Kalteasy, he's got some strong AoE.
Remember, the last time that they picked the Claude, it was relying on Claude alone. The damage output came from him alone. Right now for Bren Esports, they have this insurance policy. They have Rebo and the Harith, and both of them will have to carry the damage of this team.
Not to mention, Few just purchased the Necklace of Durance, and that's going to be very, very helpful, especially against Rubini D as well as D. And let's see how this fight is. It's about to occur. They want to look for that big engagement.
Here we go, Lord at about 1/6 of his health. That's going to be a reset. Flapteasy already pops here. The Poissons rolling out. And it seems like Ruby DD is going to be the first target. Oh, he goes for the swing, goes for the wild charge, and misses. That's a nice free pickoff for Bren Esports. Nothing for Burmese Ghouls to take here. Hold up. They jump in. Nice pull out the Lusty. He goes down. Kid gets the kill, and they are going to be backing off 1 for 1. Blazing duet. Blazing duet by Kalteasy alongside his Salmon Force to keep them pinned down. That's going to be a double. Down goes Ace. Down goes maybe D as well. Kid is the only survivor in this onslaught. Ladies and gentlemen, Bren Esports have gone 4 for 1.
Let's go! Bren Esports, they see the Kings calling, it's gone. They run straight down and force the engagement onto the Burmese Ghouls, and now will profit the Lord as well as a mid-tier. Oh my goodness, they should be able to get this. No, can they get this? Yes, they've got the inhibitor as well.
The Kings calling really work their way, but look at Carl DZ trying to go for Kid. He takes down Kid.
No.
Kid just falls right in front of his base, and so far Bren Esports are not acknowledging any of Burmese Ghouls' efforts to protect themselves. So far, I think the Burmese Ghouls, they are trying here to just bait Bren Esports. Again, nice pulls by maybe so far, but I think Bren Esports knows that as soon as the pull happens, they leave who's gonna die and then just disengage and then come back around. This is the whole rope-a-dope Burmese Ghouls have been using all series long.
And not to mention that this is the first time we're actually seeing the Burmese Ghouls starting to really sweat against Bren. They're making some really unnatural mistakes, like similar to Game 1. But with Lord marching on through, they can't afford to lose their members. They have to break this Lord, and they have to be able to protect themselves. But Bren, they want to force the situation. They're going to be starting with the inhibitor down on bot side. Few taking a little bit of damage, but D wants to go even a little bit further. He's trying to get on Few. He's trying to execute Few, but instead he gets kicked on backwards from TZ, now trapped all by himself in the King's Calling. Rebo gets pulled on in. He's trying to get on out of there. Maybe flickers forward, but now this is where they turn the tides here. Bren Esports, they're looking
Oh my goodness!
This is it!
Kid is the only one left. Can he defend? Ladies and gentlemen, Bren Esports are your M2 champions!
From the lower bracket, they crawled out. Bren Esports are your M2 World Champions!
With one perfect team fight, this is it. We're going to pass it to our host to celebrate our winners itself. And, well, this will be the end of our match, but now it's time for Bren Esports.
Between these two teams, it's ONIC who actually likes winning early, and Blacklist who's willing to trade that early game. But ladies and gentlemen, we're about to get into the match. Game number 1 upon us. These are the lineups. This is Blacklist International versus ONIC PH. Game 1 in a best of 7 for the World Championship.
I want to hear it, I want to see it, break the code, or what time is it? ONIC time, but unfortunately, we are going to take a look at the drafts a little bit more. Let's talk about it even more here. I think I'm going to start it off with Blacklist draft, all right? For Blacklist draft itself, it is the typical Ube, I can kind of say, but a little bit different. It's refined here, all right? Because they have the winning side lanes with the Clint. They can get that pressure as well with Edward on that Uranus, but their core mechanic is still going to be that front to back. That's what's going to make them win these games.
So the thing that I see coming out from the side of Blacklist International is that they don't have the hard engage we normally see with Haji, for example, in the Grok or maybe on the Cho. There's really not a way to start the fight unless they do it with the Holy Baptism, right?
Yep, they can only get these catches. They don't have any real call as to where the fights happen. They have no way to pin down anybody from ONIC.
And if you're looking at ONIC Philippines, they can rely on this Matilda to start the fights with them. Curious to see which is the mid laner or the gold laner. Actually, I wasn't able to catch it because it was just a quick glimpse when we paused, but my guess is that they will put the Lilia against this Clint in the gold lane so that they will have a great lane, as Clint is generally a hero that will be a 50-50 matchup against the Beatrix.
The side of Clint, it's a trade kind of hero, right? You don't really want to go for these all-ins early on, and same goes for the Lilia. It's going to be really good. Lilia and Clint, this matchup will be heavily favored towards the side of Lilia because of the wave clear and that trade pressure.
Which means you're going to have Oh My Venus visit Clint.
Yes.
We've seen Oeb do this. We've seen him like breeze through the first 5 or 6 minutes, and then next thing you know, he's just chipping away at turrets.
Absolutely. So that's going to be the question here. What do ONIC Philippines want to respond that with, right? Blacklist, they are going to put Venus on that gold lane, just basically babysitting as usual for the Filipino sniper. But for ONIC PH, they have a lot of options here. They can go and try to do the same thing, help out Marky, or they can go to the bottom side as well, help out Delarsky on the Esmeralda. Again, it's a winning lane going up against a Uranus, all right? Exactly. Uranus won't be able to do anything until he hits that level 4. And even then, it's going to be very easy for them to look for dives with the Lancelot and the Matilda. that.
Maybe if they can abuse that, that will be great because eventually the Uranus will have a better time macro-wise. Then again, for the side of ONIC Philippines, they want to engage. They can use the Falling Star Moon eventually in the mid game as well as the late game, and then of course rely on their wave clear for all of those split pushing or for macro mechanics coming up from the side of ONIC Philippines. So this is a very interesting dynamic. Both teams having straight up win conditions, and I think that this is the time where you say it's definitely a 50-50 between these two teams.
It's a spike. They have to be aware of that level 4 spike on the side of ONIC PH, but then Blacklist answers back with a more defensive role, because that's when the Mountain Shocker comes in. That's when they actually have their disengage tools come online. But just the same, you have to consider the Uranus is going to scale up as quickly. Maybe it should try to scale up faster than the Esmeralda so they can do that neutralization. They can do the isolation play. So yeah, it's all about timing. ONIC time, they definitely want to snowball. Blacklist, let's see how they're going to answer back. Here we go, back into the map.
All right, I gotta say this though. ONIC, they have just been that catchphrase, that the tag is so catchy, man.
Yeah, I agree.
What time is this? ONIC time. I wouldn't be surprised if they have a watch sponsor later on for MPL Season 9.
Makes me wonder though, as we first saw that with the opening, right? But Baloyski, just some pokes coming out in the mid lane, and we know that Rafael as well as Farsad is so strong when it comes to like poking.
Just as we said it, man.
We were talking about this, the Lilia winning that lane matchup. First Blood brought to you by Razor. Wolf, you were saying?
Wow, yeah, it's just all about the pokes, but in top lane, they already have the big poke coming out, but Dilarski.
Oh, a little too deep. Again, it's both teams playing off of different timings. They know that that was the original plan, so they're playing off of their pace. Tempo going over here to ONIC PH, but by a very small margin. Oh, my Venus looking low. Kyrie gets hit. Oh, he's going to be dashed through with a puncture. Pinned down with that Bolas, and there you go. Thorn Rose keeping him in.
Again, ONIC Philippines now with the winning lanes, it's going to be really good for them to look for plays on the map, and this is exactly what they need to keep on doing. Look at Dilarski. He's basically taking all the resources, trying to force Wise to be uncomfortable in his own jungle, and ONIC Philippines, they can look for a fight here. Even though Kyrie has lost a lot of HP, they still have the resources, and there you go. Blacklist, they can't contest without the winning lanes.
Yep, 4 members here. Oh, up top, another one! Marky gives OM his second death in 2 minutes.
This is insane. We spoke about this matchup, but I didn't expect it to be 2 solo kills in the first 2 minutes, man. This is going to be really good. ONIC Philippines are just going to have to capitalize to this constantly, but Blacklist, they need an answer quick.
No, they're making All My Venus very busy. It's like a very hectic day for All My Venus, as he needed to kind of answer to the turtle fight, which wasn't really reset by ONIC Philippines. And then because of that movement, he didn't have the time to actually help OHEB, and there goes the second kill from Marky into the top lane.
Edward gonna spot him out. Retribution on Kyrie, on point, taking this one. Turtles Lane brought to you by the STB. You boys are right. They're gonna try to overload the Queen, and just because of their sheer mechanics and the damage they're putting on so early, 3 minutes in, they're ahead now by 1K. Let's look at the items.
Well, it's just building up now, and Marky getting the Enchanted Talisman before the 3-minute mark. That is crazy. And to think that he didn't even have the mystery shop. This is such a good scaling hero. Even when it's a mage, it will put up some damage in the late game. Great wave clear. And with the Enchanted Talisman, he's going to just spam out all of his skills up top. Make sure that OHEB will not have a good time in the early stages of the game.
The thing is, right now, I feel like ONIC, yes, you said it, overloading the Queen, but they're not just overloading the Queen, they're overloading every single member from the side of Blacklist except for Haji. Wise having trouble in that jungle. Venus going everywhere on the map, forcing something, and even in the 2v1, it's going to be Marky winning out in these trades. This is not good for the side of Blacklist, but again, it is that 7-minute mark that is all about that ultimate bonding experience, all right? When Blacklist gets that power spike, that's when they start to roll again. But they need to be able to stay consistent in the early stages. It won't matter that 7 minutes, yes, it's a power spike, but if ONIC Philippines can just get the huge lead, it won't go to Blacklist at all.
Baloyski got them Spirit Blooms. He's lethal. He feels it. Going cut back through the jungle. Haji. It's interesting how much ONIC PH has rotated and how every time Blacks International might have been a second or two too late, which resulted in this small lead. 20 seconds to the next turtle. Edward getting pinned here by Dilarski and Kyrie falling Star Moon onto that wave. This is a very low kill score game compared to a lot of what we've seen in the playoffs. Right now, look at this. 3 onto Edward. He's looking for refuge. Oh, he's gonna let go of this turret down here. Oh, up top! Marky gets blasted by Haji, maximum range. He's fine.
He's fine. He was able to clear the waves as well, but Oh My Venus will go for the reset.
This is the ONIC Philippines special, the banana split once again coming into game number 1. Look at how they're playing the map. They have all these winning lanes. It's going to be hard. Even though Blacklist goes up, Marky, that is why they picked up the Lilia instead of the Luna. So powerful.
Yep, they didn't need the spike. Here we go. Second turtle up already. Edward putting a few stacks onto the 3 members here. Kyrie dashing on through the wall. He's just moving around. There's a better airstrike. Still Kyrie on point. Getting the second turtle of the game while Hatred puts up a lead wall.
Did you see how Kyrie just danced through it, just used the reset, the factor coming out from both the puncture as well as the Phantom Execution, even using the Thorn Rose as an iframe source so that he will not be hit by some of the skill shots of Blacklist International. It's amazing to watch, and they also secured the turtle for that, and ONIC PH really just taking over the map in the first 5 minutes of the game.
That's why they call him the future, man. ONIC Philippines right now, just forcing their gameplay onto Blacklist. 2 more minutes, technically 1 more minute right now to that power spike for the ultimate bonding experience. But at this point, I don't feel like they're going to be able to do anything with that. ONIC Philippines, they can just continually, you know, basically stop the fights from happening based on the pressure they have on the side lanes.
Slowly, something tells me Blacklist may have found the Achilles heel. Maybe by attacking mid, they can actually bear down onto Hatred, but might not be as easy a plan because of how much bottom lane was opened up by Dilarski. But look, there's movements up here. They're waiting. Oh My Venus finds Marky. Circling Eagle. Oh, bye, Baloyski. They let go underneath the turret. They're pinning down Oe, but Oh My Venus. Look at Kyrie from the back. Gets stunned by the Holy Baptism. Forward flicker by Hatred. Takes down Oheb. There's a fight down bottom. Dilarski taken down by Wise. It's a 1-for-1 trade across the map.
It is, but what we gotta take a look at is the side of ONIC Philippines. The way they get the kills is they translate it to instant objectives, whereas Blacklist, they're struggling to keep up in the objective side of the game. ONIC Philippines, yes, 3-1. The kill board isn't that much, but look at the turrets. 2 turrets, 2 turtles. This is why ONIC Philippines have been able to dominate that gold lane, the pure control of the objectives in the game.
And it's crazy to think that ONIC PH, after, you know, Marky really dancing with them. Yeah, it's crazy to think that ONIC Philippines, after getting a kill up top, they put both Hatred as well as Baloyski back to the mid lane because there was a fresh kill of that and they defended.
Oh, wait, Marky may have bitten off more than he could chew. Edward with the flicker forward Ionic Edge. Hatred punishes him almost immediately, circling Eagle onto Oheb. Not enough damage, brings it down. Kyrie puncturing on through. He's lashing, he's dashing, kills him with the Phantom Execution. Down goes the Filipino sniper.
It looked like it was going to be bad for Kyrie when he missed that Thorn Rose, but on the bottom side, Wise picks up a kill and they are getting some kills on the board. But again, these turrets are going to be crucial. Look at the map. All the tier 1s taken down. Only a 2-kill lead for ONIC, but look at the goal. 2,000 already.
Oh my goodness. And looking at ONIC PH, it kind of feels like they're really putting into heart this win condition of shutting down OF. 0-4-1 on the Filipino sniper as ONIC Philippines have taken over this gold lane and might be looking to control this turtle as well.
Oh, charge out of the Soul Blooms. There's the Phantom Execution still kept in check by Kyrie. It's off of cooldown. They'll put up a wall here. Via damage! And there's the Black Shoes. Marky does not want to bite off more than he could chew. They're blasting Edward. All 3 turtles so far taken by ONIC.
Ooh, did you see that tag team coming out from ONIC PH? They poked Oh My Venus, and that's great, right? Because ONIC Philippines, if they poke Blacklist International, they had to go back. And then afterwards, Marky eventually gets there, again forcing skills out of Oh My Venus. That flicker as well as the Holy Baptism, not available in a turtle fight, meant that it's free for ONIC PH.
But look at that, Wolf. Actually, Kyrie, he didn't go for the, he went for the OR axe and instantly, guess what the second item is? It's a Hunter Strike for this Lancelot. Very, very interesting build coming in for Kyrie. That is a snowballing build. He wants to keep it rolling. He wants the kills to keep on coming.
He wants to make like their mascot. He wants to go fast.
Well, wants to go. You know, it might be that he is rushing.
Gets caught. Kyrie stunned. Maybe a little too much. Phantom Execution. Iframes on point. The Kyrie killer Kyrie survives.
My goodness. The last time I saw the Hunter Strike was, correct me if I'm wrong, Albert actually played it, Mirko, and
he played that on Paquito, though.
That is, of course, that's one of the builds. But yeah, I did see the Hunter Strike on the Lancelot, but it is true. It's dependent on snowballing. And so far, ONIC PH, they're on track for the snowballs. In fact, But this lead, 2.6k, they should not be comfortable with this because if you're looking at Blacklist International, there's decent defense on them through this Farsa as well as this Clint.
Mountain Shocker set up. Blacklist International aware of everyone, and that's going to be Wise. Putting a few beads onto Baloyski up top. Edward getting blasted by Hatred. And in comes Kyrie. Hatred secures a kill.
Yeah, again, ONIC Philippines is so good at splitting up the map, but at this point, look, they are stopping their game. Blacklist, even though you're looking at the kills, yes, it is still favoring ONIC Philippines. They are still the ones with map pressure.
Wise.
But look, that is when Blacklist start to come free here. When those tier 1 turrets get taken down, a lot of teams struggle to get the tier 2s because of how good Blacklist International basically manipulate these waves, go for the team fights, and secure the vision in their own jungle. Usually when tier 1s are taken down, that's when the opposing team can just push in your jungle. But Blacklist, they know how to do this. They know how to open up the map very, very well. And this is exactly what you're seeing from them.
Well, just make sure ONIC PH don't give up your mid lane turret. That's having their focus. And just Kyrie just baiting through Blacklist International. But then again, it still is very difficult for ONIC PH to kind of push because if you're looking at their composition, only Hatred can actually hit turrets. Apart from that, they need to go melee against all these turrets.
Baloyski enters a lethal death push, gets caught by a holy baptism. Kyrie dashing on through. He's used his puncture. His Phantom execution. Blasts Wise. Haji answers back with a feathered airstrike. Taking one out on the way. Oheb trading out via Baloyski 1-for-1 so far. Both teams disengaged.
That's going to be very worth it for the side of ONIC PH. They got the jungler for the roamer. And one thing I wanted to touch on this before that fight came up. It's going to be really easy for ONIC PH in these team fights. Why? Because all they need to do is target Wise, all right? Wise is the only one with kills on the board. It's time to take a look at the replay and look at what they do. Exactly that, targeting only Wise in these team fights.
And you gotta have to look at Haji, the way he used the flicker to get out of the zone of Kyrie. And then Kyrie also trying to outplay Haji with the Thorn Rose to dodge some of the feathered airstrike, then gets out of the zone of the feathered airstrike. Such mechanics from, former, I would say, the rivals in the jungler role.
Man, again, you see from the kills, 5 total kills for Blacklist, 3 of them picked up by Wise, all right? So this is going to be the fact of the matter. ONIC Philippines, all they need to do is shut Wise down. Oheb is so behind, he basically does no damage at this point.
I was about to bring that up. This whole time, we've left Oheb for what, 5 minutes now? I'm guessing his items must be in point, must have caught up. But ONIC PH, they have a different plan. They're starting up this Lord already. Edward trying to get a visual. Oh my goodness, poising up. This wall here, this bush is dangerous. In goes Marky, eats a few wolves.
Kyrie.
Look at this area from the back line. Wise taking down again. Baloyski traded out. Kyrie falls, and they're still going. They're still deep in. Delarski dancing around Oheb. And that's going to be Edward flickering on out. They're not done. Oheb, he smells blood. He wants to take down Hatred. And they're far too deep in. They disengage. That was an interesting 2-for-2.
What a great 2-for-2. I mean, we know that Blacklist International excels in these kind of clashes as they really have mastered this Lord fight, and that is what we saw in their series against BTK. They have really bodied BTK in these Lord fights, and so far it has been good. And ONIC, interesting decision to actually go for heroes instead of focusing on the Lord after them starting the Lord themselves.
We need to talk about the win conditions coming in for both of the teams. ONIC PH, look at their heroes. They are ability-based heroes. They are a one and done, all right? They're a hit-and-run composition, whereas Blacklist, they want these fights to go a long distance, maybe all the way to that final moment. Look at their heroes, 2 marksmen and Farsa. These are continuous abilities, continuous basic attacks coming in, they always, you know? So ONIC, what they want to do is go for the hard engage to the back line, destroy that back line, and back away, instantly go for the objective, whereas Blacklist, they want to keep on fighting.
Haji's been just so good with this hero.
Oh, there we go. They're going to come in. They find one. Edward gets jumped on, circling Eagle. Ah! And the jump in by Delarski. That's going to be the passion. And the holy healing, saving the rest of Blacklist International. Edward's not done. He wants more. They know that they're going for the Lord. Both teams, they know that they have to do this very, very quickly. Edward putting a few stats onto the back. They take down Oheb. Kyrie gets a dash in. Trading out for Baloyski. That's a win for ONIC. Mountain Shocker making sure that it's safe to disengage. Kyrie still pressuring Edward, and It's a clean go. That's Blacklist back on the map, taking a mid lane tier 1.
Remember what I said, prolonged fights is gonna favor Blacklist International. ONIC PH, with this composition, they need to go for the hard lockdown. If not, Blacklist, look what they're able to do. They get 2 turrets off of a fight that was 1-for-1.
Amazing, amazing recovery coming up from Blacklist International, as they did lose an important hero, and that's OHEB. However, with just the decision-making coming up from Blacklist International was just really good, and they disengaged against ONIC PH, healed himself up, get away from the zone of those dominant sides, those anti-heals coming out from ONIC PH, then fight again. And it really looked wonderful for Blacklist International. They want to go for top, though.
Oh, Kyrie just at the nick of time. Phantom Execution out. Mountain Shocker, he's not out of the woods just yet. Oh, Blacklist International, they've built up the confidence. I think they're ready. A very, very small gold lead. 800, you can say. That's Blacklist International starting up the Lord. Edward drawing a perimeter. The Enforcer, the Muscle, keeping all the other members of ONIC PH down. Oh, Boloyski put down to his lowest and taken down by Wise. That's a 1-man advantage for the side of Blacklist. Haji popping the feathered airstrike.
Marky
looking low. Marky as well, flickering on out. No more black shoes here. Oh, they go in. Edward slain right before he can take out Marky. That's 1-for-1 so far. Hatred getting blasted here, and there's an Abir's Passion. Wise coming up for the re-engage. That's a jump back. Haji, he's gonna look for 1, blasting him. There's a feather airstrike to the face. Wise secures the kill. It's a 1-for-3 so far, and they take the Lord.
Oh my God, ONIC Philippines, they were so disconnected in that, and the punishment was there for Blacklist International. And unfortunately, Kyrie went for the wraparound, did not hit the Phantom Execution onto Haji. That's why Haji was able to just run away and punish him for his transgressions. And ONIC PH have lost so much of their lead. Blacklist International taking the Enhanced Lord, meaning to say they now have map control.
This is the refined Blacklist that we were all talking about back in the BTK matchup. Blacklist, look at how well they're able to play. ONIC Philippines, for the first few minutes, were the ones pushing their playstyle onto Blacklist, but they did not crack. They waited up until that Ube strat could work. It didn't work in the 7 minutes because they were so behind, but now, look at these items, look at these heroes. They finally scaled up through the farming on the cross-map plays, and they are the ones pushing ONIC Philippines to play their way. They have nowhere to go at this point. They can only follow Blacklist tempo.
I put a name to this when we saw it happen against BTK. It was called the rubber banding effect. Blacklist was rubber banding, and they were just waiting, and now this is their game to lose. Look at this, Luminous Lord marching down through bottom. They are setting it up, feathered airstrike, blasted on the 4 members of ONIC PH, and they're gonna take that inhibitor down bottom. Look at the discipline, catching 1. Dilarski with the Holy Baptism. Mid's gonna get taken down as well. OHEB takes it, the Filipino sniper. Pew, pew!
This is going to be insane right now. Look, the 2,000 gold lead for ONIC Philippines, it felt like it didn't even exist at this point. 4,000 for Blacklist as they're cracking in the base.
Look at this calculated assault. Wise coming in, threatening the passive tick onto Marky, and they're still here. They are not letting go. They know that there's ults on the side of Blacklist International, and they give full respect. Mountain Shocker keeping him in place. They might try to look for a kill here onto Dilarski. He's low, down to 1/3 of his health. Circling eagle by Boloyski into the back line. He's gonna get punished.
Oh, Kyrie.
Immortality. Looking for Kyrie, he's looking for heads. There's a feathered airstrike. Wise goes down. 2 go down, 1-for-1 so far, and Dilarski jumping on. That's gonna be another one taken down. Haji from Boloyski, and it's Edward. He's running, he's buying time. Here comes OHEB, and Oh My Venus gonna go for the fire back. That's Marky catching a bullet. Boloyski, he's still gonna go down. The Filipino sniper gets ahead. Marky pops the black shoes. He's okay. 3-on-3 still inside ONIC PH's base.
This is insane. The prolonged fights once again with OHEB just standing in that back line, and look how this fight is gonna go again.
Oh, they're still going. Holy Baptism catches Dilarski, and he's still dancing around, giving him shields and taking down the Queen. Popping the Immortality and the Nibiru's Passion. Point blank, Marky secures the kill. Edward and OHEB may have overstayed their welcome. They disengage. There's a heal from Edward. He's still pushing his luck. He's still going. Dilarski gonna dance around. Both of them still have immortalities. We get a reset.
18 minutes in, and what a game do we have on our hands. Look at the scoreboard. Dead even, 13-14. 2,000 gold lead though for the side of Blacklist. Now what ONIC needs to do is, again, target that back line. It's very easy to say. It's very hard to do considering the front line and the peel from the side of Blacklist. Look at the items right now. What can you see?
Oh, well, I can see that there is Wind of Transient on side of Hatred, and they're freshly picked up Wind of Nature for both Wise and Hatred. This was fresh off of Wise, and this is perfect against Hatred as well as Kyrie. As we can see that Kyrie really would like to go for Wise all the time.
Goes in, Circling Eagle on to Wise. A false engage. Dilarski goes back with the Falling Star Moon. Edward pushing them back.
Oh, this is ONIC PH. I wonder why they popped that. Maybe they're just threatening for kills as Kyrie is just waiting for farm onto the other side of the map. But Blacklist International, they do have the advantage of all of the minions just pressing against ONIC PH without the inhibitor turret.
At this point of the game, ONIC Philippines, they need to micromanage so many things, you know? 3 lanes, basically constantly going to be pushing in with those super minions activated from those inhibitors, as now Lord spawns by TikTok Live. How are they going to contest for this? Blacklist, they are better in the prolonged fights, in the poke division as well. ONIC will need to pull out some crazy fights, maybe even some miracle plays to be able to make that happen.
Miracle plays. We'll see if ONIC PH is known for that, but Blacklist International, they're so composed.
Circling Eagle onto 1. They might get it off of this odd entry by Edward, but they're not going to let that happen, not so easily. Mountain Shocker, you always have to remember, Blacklist International has that one tool to know exactly where everyone is, so the wraparound, that isolated catch, not so easy.
Again, ONIC Philippines forcing these out, you know? Like you said, this is what they do, and literally right now, 20 minutes in, they need to keep on forcing this because look at the build-ups in the waves. From the bottom side, Marky, oh my god.
Marky, Mountain Shocker, everything is a threat here right now. The range game on Blacklist International is huge as they take the Lord in the blink of an eye. ONIC, no time to respond. Dilarski gets the Immortality Bomb. Circling Eagle by Beloisi, keeping Edward in check. Down goes the Esmeralda. Wise takes the kill. And right now, even Hatred suffers a death. Down goes the Beatrix. The Filipino sniper gets 1. Kyrie falls as well. It's only Marky left. The Lord and Blacklist marching into their base. Ladies and gentlemen, we have ourselves game number 1. Marky goes. Blacklist takes it 1-0.
Again, the nuisance once again for the Farsa. It's all going to come down to how they execute these pushes, these sieges, these everything in these team fights as well.
Yep, there's so much value eventually for this Farsa as the first pick for side of Blacklist International. It's a one-size-fits-all kind of hero. When it comes to the mid-lane choices, Farsa has been one of the top priorities for teams because it is a hero that normally doesn't get banned out, and it's actually, you know, it fits almost all of the strategies because of that wave clear as well as the long-range vision that you get out, and there's also a stun. It's just really so much value for Blacklist International. To top it all off, ONIC PH went for a double marksman setup, which, you know, Farsa loves to play in those kind of situations.
She just melts him, she just puts him down. But here we go. Wolf just explained exactly why Farsa is so important in the current metagame, as she was years ago. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 2, Blacklist International versus ONIC PH. It is indeed going to be a mid-lane Paquito, and I feel like it's going to play the same role as a mid-lane Cho without the CC, but more of a re-engaged tool.
Let's see, again, Beloisi is going to be instantly in that top side towards Marky. I mean, this is technically what you need. Yeah, all right. Marky's picking up that gold buff, and happy feet.
Yep. You have to time it between the Renner Blast from Oheb, who is very, very good at doing that, stealing things from out of nowhere, from other people's noses. I'm wondering when Venus is going to do the same, when Venus is going to go help out. Actually, not just Haji here as well. It's a 3v1. Marky may have gotten trapped, uses the flicker already, and the stun, and speeding him up, and there's the kill. First blood, brought to you by Razor, goes on over to Oheb.
Yep, very overzealous there, very overextended for Marky. He knew that Beloisi was no longer there. Technically, if Beloisi was still there, they could have gone for something. But again, yeah, Beloisi has other things on his plate. He needs to be able to secure these positions and open up the map. And there you go, Kyrie going into the enemy jungle.
Yep. Well, that's what Wise also did.
Here comes a swing back, level 4, Kyrie jumping in, Oheb looking low, flicker already used up, Hatred dashing in, takes a few hits, and they disengage.
Yep. Might be pressuring the mid lane as well, as look at this Uranus just being a problem against this Yu Zhong. It's actually, when it comes to the Yu Zhong versus the Uranus, what the Uranus can do is just to cut the waves and actually not engage against the Yu Zhong, and might win that fight because of that.
Oh, Black Dragon form used up by Dilarski already. Haji retreating. Turtle secured here by the STB with the help of Kyrie. And that's going to be one down. Wise traded out for Beloisi. Better airstrike by Haji. Dilarski taking a few hits, and they go ahead and retreat. Huge trade though, huge swings on the map.
Yeah, that's really good for the side of Blacklist International. Sure, ONIC PH, they were able to steal away the turtle. That actually, now I'm confused. Because it's good for both of them, right? Kyrie getting the assist, getting that turtle, and also just scaling really well right now over than, better than Wise at this point. If you can take a look at the items, he's already building towards, oh, wait a minute.
Venus taken down. You were saying War Axe.
Yeah, all right. So he's already building towards that War Axe. And again, for Yi Sun-shin, this is one of the crucial items that you need to get early on to secure that. Those stacks are going to matter a lot, that movement speed. In the team fights, in the push, everything you do, it is going to rely on that right now. And ONIC Philippines, they need to just keep on scaling until those item power spikes hit.
Yep, which really makes me think that ONIC PH will try to play this slowly. As long as they're keeping their turrets, they're fine. Make sure that the mid-lane turret will not be touched by Blacklist International. However, Blacklist International, they're just going to be waiting for their timing as well. Again, if there are 2 items available for OHEV, I'm assuming this will be the Demon Hunter Sword after the Blade of Despair. Combo that up with Haji's damage out from the Clock of Destiny and the Truncheon. The siege potential from Blacklist International, especially with 2 frontliners, it's gonna be great. And ONIC PH, they don't have the wave clear to stop that from happening.
And again, just in that moment earlier, this fight down here, it's a dance-off. It's 2 very chunky heroes going in mid, Haji alone, able to fight off 3 and clear the wave. That's how important the Farsa is in this game, and that's how great the wave clear is for Blacklist International at this current stage of the game. 4 minutes in, ONIC PH, they want to set something up. They're blasting Haji from the bottom. Kyrie, he still has his skateboard, his eponymous skateboard.
Yeah. I think he's waiting for his purple buff, and then the turtle will appear in 3 seconds. Edward most likely will just proxy the wave, just cut it out. Or maybe even join the fight. He's actually coming forward and might be joining the fight.
Watch out! They start with a Feather Airstrike. 4 men from Blacklist International set up for the second turtle. Mountain Chakra, they know exactly where everyone is. Delarski coming in with the Black Dragon form, catches the Queen, circling Eagle, Aster, and back, and they catch so many bullets from OHEV. That's going to be 1 down. It's a trade, 2 for 1. Wise, V Wise traded for Delarski, and they're not done. They're not done. Marky tries to blast down Edward, and they disengage. So far, ONIC PH able to get away scot-free.
Yeah, and not just that, they get the turtle, and now they're pushing in. Again, remember, ONIC PH, they have this composition which is actually kind of weaker here in the early stages. Managing to get the lead is going to be insane. Just going even alone, or maybe even 1,000 gold behind, it's going to be fine for them. But guess what? They are in the lead right now, picking up the good fights, and look at how they're playing these team fights. Perfection. The winning condition really shining through here for ONIC.
And that's because of this Yu Zhang coming up from Delarski. He did die in the clash, but he would manage to find Wise as well as Oh My Venus, and then eventually shut down Haji from popping off that feathered airstrike, and now they are baiting him indeed.
They're finding him, and it's a 2v1 in mid and in top. They've switched their lanes after the second turtle, and Kyrie coming in, threatening a kill onto Edward. Same story, bottom lane, and off-camera kill. Down goes Baloyski, courtesy of Wise. Edward, he's okay, confident he's not gonna die. Take that. Tier 1 up top.
Yeah, absolutely. And now with the tier 1 up top, it is going to set up for the next turtle. But Blacklist, they are looking for the trade. Marky getting sniped. And this is where he needs to recall. Nope, he cancels it. Wise and Venus.
He's sandwiched. It's too much to survive. Wise gets that. And they will convert directly into this tier 1.
Oh, let's see what happens here, though.
Oh, Detna's welcome. Get in my belly. Flicker already used up. Baloysi getting spotted here. Wise still stomping away. They retreat.
What a great pickoff coming up from Blacklist International. Because of the death of Baloyski in the mid lane, was no one to actually supply the vision for ONIC PH to guard the side of Marky. And Blacklist International took full advantage of that.
Hatred so close to biting it. The huge range on this Feather Airstrike up top. Delarski still trying to take down Edward. It's Baloyski and Delarski, the Ski Brothers. Here comes the rest of Blacklist International. Circling Eagle, Black Dragon form. They answer back. OHEV with the passion. Blasting him with that SMG. And look at this Delarski. He's low. He's right in the middle of all of them. Taken down by the sniper. Point blank. Baloyski blasting away. Kyrie secures a third turtle. Was that worth it? A body for the turtle.
At this point for ONIC PH, that's okay. As long as it's not Marky. Hatred.
Swing back, they answer. Edward puts a few stacks of the Ionic Edge. Marky to the rescue, cutting this team fight short.
Yeah, as I was saying, it's gonna be a good trade because of the fact that it's not Marky who's dying in these fights. As long as Marky as well as Kyrie are okay, are getting all of these farm, it's okay. But then again, you have to be careful if you're Delarski. Maybe that's their last death. Eventually, ONIC PH will rely on the tankiness of both Baloyski and Delarski. Both of them not having the best kind of tank ability, but that is the best that ONIC PH can rely on in this game. Eventually, the lineup of Blacklist International can burst down these fighters, so you have to take note of not dying so that you'll get the farm for all those defensive items.
Oh, Wise already starting up with the Detonus welcome, cancels it. In goes Marky. That's going to be a forward entropy, and down goes Wise. Enough firepower to go for the counter engage as Haji puts up a defensive feathered airstrike. They're not done though. The Queen says we can take this. The Queen says we can try to take this, and they're gonna go ahead and defend bottom lane. Oh, Kyrie gonna get sandwiched, and he's gonna use the passive crits onto the Filipino sniper. 2 free kills plus a turret down bottom. ONIC PH back on the map.
Like we said in the draft, it is this Yuzong that's just been crucial in these team fights. Look at the timing that Delarski is able to use that Black Dragon form. He didn't do it initially. He waited up until Farsa was in position, then he pops it. That's where Haji, he just can't go for that feathered airstrike anymore. Now with the Lightning Truncheon build, he will do a significant more damage, but the thing is, when are you going to use that ultimate? You have to have that perfect timing and the perfect positioning. That's not going to happen, man. Delarski is just so on point with this Black Dragon form, and they're already using those pushes, those sieges, utilizing the Natan and that Isun Shin.
Watch out for the map. It's a little bit of a split push for ONIC PH as they want to use Hatred on the mid lane role to show the minions up top.
Oh, it's a full-on engage as Delarski has to use the Black Dragon form on a defensive way, and he's taken out by Wise on the retreat. No punish at all on the side of ONIC PH as Baloyski gets stunned and still survives. Uses that flicker at the nick of time. But Lord here taken down to almost half health. Here comes Hatred. Walks into a 4-man, a 3-man. He's dashing around. Mountain Shocker. Kyrie trying to keep his mid laner alive. Feathered airstrike set in. Hatred from the north takes him down. Traded for his own life. It's a messy team fight for Blacklist and ONIC. Neither want to give up this Lord.
Well played by ONIC Philippines. That should have been them losing every single time with Delarski dead. But look at the way they're able to just save time, get some time on the board for Delarski to spawn back. Sure, that was Hatred picked up, but it's a mid lane for the mid lane. Now with Delarski here, it is going to be much, much better for the side of ONIC PH.
Oh man, this is crazy as Delarski really just relies on this Yuzhong ultimate to really mess up with against Blacklist International. And then, of course, Hatred sniping Haji. Was it worth it? Because they still lost one hero for that. So 1-for-1 trade-off. I guess the answer is yes, because at least they stopped the Lord take from Blacklist International. But you have to be very careful about ONIC PH. Blacklist International is a team that really punishes those trades. When the trades look favorable for ONIC PH, it seems like Blacklist International just finding ways to even up the trade or even just one-up ONIC PH because of their small movements in the game. For example, really just poking this Delarski Yuzhong to the point where he's forced to use the ultimate.
Now let's take a look at the items here with Kyrie building up already the BOD, all right? This is where he is going to be so powerful. Maybe next item is going to be the Malefic Roar or the DHS. Yeah, it's going to be either one, all right? It's preference for the side of ONIC PH.
Oh, starting it up with the feathered airstrike.
Not good.
Not good. I mean, it was used for vision. They do have that. They need that to be able to open up the map. And Haji spotted by Marky. That's a lot of damage, but Baloyski will not fully commit. Maybe once bitten, twice shy, Baloyski.
Yeah. There was a time where Marky is called the bad boy by Mr. Manjin himself, and that is the reason why.
Here we go. Circling Eagle plus the Black Dragon form Lord at about 1/5 of its health. Wise Detonus welcome. Answers back. Kyrie gets blasted with the feathered airstrike. That's the Lord secured by the Queen. There's a knockup. 3 down for the side of ONIC PH. Blacklist International punishes the micro mistakes as Baloyski bites it. Edward takes his head. It's only one left. It's just Hatred.
A huge mistake for ONIC PH. Not just the timing of that fight, but look at the members. Hatred was nowhere near that Lord, and they still forced it out. That was them getting overzealous, greedy, and Blacklist will completely just punish them.
Oh my god, it's not an enhanced Lord, but there's no wave clear. Again, the problem for ONIC PH,
they can end.
They don't have the wave clear. They have Marky this time.
Hatred catches way too much via the feather airstrike and the Nibiru's passion. Mountain Shocker to help clear the waves and push back Blacklist. It's not gonna end. Not here.
That is going to be so bad for ONIC PH, man. They've lost that inhibitor turret in the mid lane. Remember, the side lanes are bad, but that mid lane is going to be bad, even worse here, as they're just, wait, they might just go in for the push.
They're not letting go. Look at where Edward is. He's putting so many stacks on the people. Feathered airstrike one more time. Beloyski caught out of home. There's the Tota's welcome. Get in my belly and down under the ground. Wise takes him, as well as the inhibitor turret down bottom. Top lane going to be next up on the docket for Blacklist International. They are calculated. They are taking down these turrets surgically precise. There's another feathered airstrike. Does this thing not have a cooldown? Black Dragon form force out of Delarski. They're bursting him down. He's going to survive. There's a Mount Shocker landing on all 5 members of Blacklist International, but they're not done. Hatred weaving in and out, stinging like a bee. There's a knockup. Down goes Edward. Huge punish from ONIC, but the Filipino sniper takes one from the back. Pew! Ow! Kyrie, Filipino sniper takes one from the back. Pew! Ow! Kyrie goes down. Delarski as well. 3 defenders left, but it's not done. Not quite yet. As Hatred gets taken down again. Oheb, dual wielding, taking him down with Nibiru, circling Eagle by Beloyski. He's caught out. Second time in the past 2 minutes. He's still alive. They were trying to distract him, but it's not gonna happen. Marky gets taken down by Haji. Max range. Ladies and gentlemen, that's a wipeout. Game number 2 going over to Blacklist International.
The Filipino sniper, what was that? Look at him, he's hyped. Don't give this man a hero.
Forms in game number 3 in this best of 7 for the World Championship. ONIC PH versus Blacklist International. I'm loving it.
Well, who would have thought that we'll go back in 2021 for a double tank setup in the mid lane? And the support roles, right? It has been a long time.
Haji blasting away at Beloyski, forcing out that flicker. Oh my Venus puts in a little more just to make sure. Forcing out an early recall down bottom, but here in this lane, close. He's gonna get denied. His gold cart barely gets it. Marky with the wings by wings, scaring him to death. Almost to death.
Oh, look at the Barats. I think he's gonna make a move on to Farsa.
Low. That's a 2v1 down there. Kyrie using that passive so perfectly. They're gonna get first blood on the Marky. A surprising amount of damage on the Barats. Kyrie traces this away too much. It's a double kill for the big Dino on Wise.
Ultimate bonding experience. That is the name of the game. What the heck was that? I'm lost for words right now. Wise.
That's a massive lead, man. Wise was just phenomenal, using the so-called teamwork as well as the big guy passive. And ONIC PH made a mistake trying to go close range against the Barats. That's what you never want to do. Surely you have the passive from Yi Sun-shin, but both Farsa as well as this Yi Sun-shin so low makes it so that just 1 kill for Wise will proc the killing spree and eventually will win the 2v1.
Not to mention the holy healing. So yeah, perfectly put. It's a mini ultimate bonding experience, but it was so clutch. 1,000 gold ahead already. Blacks International not even starting up this turtle. They're gonna pull it over to their end of this nest. Mountain Shocker checking where everyone is. Edward gonna try to keep Delarski at bay. Here's all 4 members wailing away. Oh, maximum range on this turret, and that's going to be Detna's welcome. Getting Umbrella, throwing him into a wall. Kyrie gonna secure it, bombs away. Haji throws out.
Edward?
No caution to the wind. That's Kyrie taken down, traded out for Edward. 2 for 1 so far. Beloyski falls. Blacklist International securing the body count, but gives up the turtle. Was that worth it?
Definitely not for ONIC PH, for sure. They get the turtle, surely. But then again, Blacklist International, again with the baits, they lure ONIC PH into that spot once again where they were clumped out together. And with the AoE from Blacklist International, it's just way too good of a damage. And the fact that they also had to use Marky into the mid lane.
Face check into that Numenon blast, and Delarski punishing them, putting so many stacks on that Ionic Edge. Spots out the Queen. He's not done. He's gonna try to take down this Rafaela. Holy healing. Detna's welcome. Delarski purifies, and let's go. Wolf, you were saying?
Yeah. They had to use the Farsa into the mid lane, which kind of left Oheb free with at least 2 lanes.
Finally gets it. So there's a little bit of delayed gratification for ONIC.
Look at that face, Marky, with the smirk right there. He's so happy about that. But again, Blacklist International now early on, already pushing in the pace. This is not going to be good. Wait a minute.
That's going to be a fight here in the purple buff. A punish onto the attempted steal and invade. Wow, again, it's a holy healing and the killing spree. Deadly combo.
So fixated into trying to punish Wise this time, and so far Wise has been winning all of them. 3-0 and 1 on this Barats with the help of Oh My Venus, just not leaving this. This is again Rafaela and Barats combination, and Blacklist International are really the big proponents of this, and they have mastered it so well.
Well, let's see right now. Blacklist International going in with the winning lanes, able to get so much done on the map. Again, this is one of the critical elements that made ONIC PH such a force in that upper brackets. The winning lanes that are able to set up for the turtle, for that neutral objectives, the banana split, remember. And now Blacklist with their own winning lanes and their winning jungler. It's so hard for ONIC Philippines to just crack open and just play their game. The banana split hasn't been a thing since game 2.
Yep, in a vacuum, yes, ONIC is winning the lanes 1v1. Dilarski dictating the pace, I mean, kicking Edward out of his lane. But when it comes to these exchanges, I mean, Blacklist International just winning completely, securing that turtle, forcing Boloyski away, and in this case, it's fine. Edward looking low. Dilarski gets a kill. Haji unable to protect his Esmeralda. They're gonna have to disengage here, and look how deep ONIC is.
Yeah, again, ONIC Philippines, this is what they need to do. They need to start to play their own game, play their game. Oh no!
Boloyski taking down the shield was not enough to protect him, plus the tenacity. Haji on this Matrix, something else.
This was far too low. I think it's again Wise just running literally over this Lolita, and Lolita cannot stop the damage output coming out from Wise. And they're just using this Barats with the turtle buff so well, and look at how much chunk, how big of a chunk of the damage he deals against all of these heroes. That's the strength of a jungle Barats, and with the Rafaela to help him out with more movement speed, and then eventually the War Axe proccing, it just makes so much place for the team. And eventually, we just talked about it, do 2 sentences, and eventually Blacklist gets a push up the bottom lane.
You're right, Marky has to be present. If not, they'll just suffer the same consequences. Wise trampling over them with this Barat, so they have to perfectly time these team fights. I'm guessing Kyrie has to be on point every time.
Yeah, finally now, it's actually a switch, right? Usually we see ONIC PH, the ones with the early lead. Oh my goodness, picking up another kill on the board, and they're looking for more here. ONIC Philippines on the other map, on the other side, I mean.
That's it. Haji goes for the rage, and there's a wave of the dragon, but they just served him up to Kyrie. Edward pushing them back. Boloyski with the Luminon Blast. Trapped between 3 members. They're going to try to get this kill. And there's the rage. There's the passion. And there's a trade so far. 1 for 2. Haji goes down. Cleared out for Edward. And they're just pushing in. So many turrets going down. Top, bottom, mid. Only going to be stopped by Marky. Wings by wings away. Here comes Oh My Venus and Edward biting down. Marky's going to survive this one. Mountain Shocker. Oh My Venus catches a few. But Wise is going to steal away this orange.
Oh my goodness. Total map control for the side of Blacklist International, as Oheb is now freely farming around. When Blacklist International makes a play on the opposite side of the map, there is Oheb just taking turrets. And now they are farmed a 4,000 gold lead for Blacklist International.
2 levels right now for Wise on top of Kyrie. Oh, Hatred.
Okay.
Way of the Dragon by Hatred. That's all. Catches the Space Time Walker. Oh, Luminum Blast. No one home. That's going to be the turtle. Prioritized here by Yisun Shin. ONIC PH gets it, but at what cost? His life. Edward takes down Kyrie. Boloyski and Dilarski are running. Here comes Edward dancing around Boloyski. Put up a shield. I'm gonna eat it. Dilarski as well. There's a holy healing, stunning the Uranus. Look at the damage coming in from Marky. Blasting away at the Esmeralda. He's dancing away, prancing to safety. And Wise looking to punish. He's gonna stomp down onto this Uranus. And here comes Edward and Haji. Answering back. Renner from Haji. And there's a jump falling star moon from behind the turret. Hatred looking for a target. Knocks up Wise. Answers Detner's welcome and the way of the dragon. He still eats him up though. Num 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 num. Down goes the Barats. Venus goes as well. What a re-engage and a counter initiation by ONIC, resulting in a 2 for none.
What the heck is happening now? Both of the teams going turn after turn again. Both of the sides just baiting it out, and now we are going to take a look at a replay here, Wolf.
Yeah, I think this is where we are going to see where that double stun came from. But Yella have to give it to Hatred, that catching Wise off and then delaying this way of the dragon for a little bit so that they can catch up. Eventually, there's the stun. It came from both Boloyski as well as Marky. And then eventually, they just took 2 heroes, cutting down the deficit to just 800 and getting the mid lane turret as well. Bottom lane push, ONIC PH have recovered. And it was off of them just trying to win the fights. The extended fights now, Blacklist International lost.
Marky was the MVP in that fight, man. You see the positioning of that man going over the wall from the orange buff, actually. Not getting caught in the choke point that Blacklist International set up with that Nibiru's passion. But now, Blacklist 4,000 gold lead, already down to a 700. This is where ONIC PH can look for some fights, can look for that banana split.
Yep, they closed the gap, and after 2 games, they finally figured out this fluid type of team play, this counter-engage frontliner light strategy, but actually they have to invest in a Lolita and a Uranus to get it. But again, 3rd time's a charm. They might turn this around. 9 minutes, 30 seconds in. Blacklist retains their gold lead, keeping it at about 1,000, keeping that gap open. What's next here? Who do they target? I'm talking about Blacklist International because it looks like it's going to be Boloyski. Detna's welcome into that Lolita. Is this a fight that Wise wants to take? Luminant Blast onto the big dino. Kyrie takes him down.
Very nice pick off for the side of ONIC PH, and this is exactly where they find... Oh,
Flame shot from down south, taking down that Beatrix.
Oh my god, Marky! The snipe from downtown as they're gonna look for the Lord. But yes, what I wanted to mention is this is where they're most comfortable, right? ONIC PH with the lead and going banana split. Larsky on the Uranus just being such a nuisance, distracting every single member. And look, objectives coming in their way. This is the ONIC PH I expected to see in game 1.
Hatred finds one with the feathered airstrike response by Marky, zoning away Blacklist International. And now, with that 1 win, I mean, they did get a Lord here. They're backed on the lead. ONIC PH about 2K.
You know how they found the kill onto Wise? Wise was quite deep, yeah, but sure. But ONIC PH normally will not take the fight because that's a bad anyways. Hatred actually spotted out both Oheb as well as Oh My Venus, and he actually wasn't found by both Oheb and Oh My Venus. That little opening, that little information that ONIC PH was able to get and read onto Blacklist International allowed them to make a play against this Wise Barrett, and then eventually the fight.
And that's exactly how ONIC should be playing, right? Answering heroes on a multiple level scale. Trade up. Trade up. In that sense, it was Hatred who won, and now it's the Uranus on Dilarsky down bottom. You have to really check him out.
Marky.
What was that?
The damage from Marky, that's just Marky.
No, not just the damage. He's playing.
He actually...
He doesn't play like a Forza. He's playing like a brawler, a fighter. He's going in 1v5.
He flew. He used his mobility tool
to engage.
Check down bottom. Haji's in trouble. Oh, uses that Purify to protect himself. They're going to go ahead and take down a turret in mid. Now going to be the inhibitor in mid as well. So that's tier 2. And all tier 3s, they're all inside the base now. Boloysi catches quite a bit. Might have been too much. Flicker already used up. Holy healing by Oh My Venus. Detna's welcome. Dilarsky purifying. No, actually just staying alive. It's a cancelled engage by Blacklist International. And it's enough. Marky is just so ahead here. Even sitting at 3-1-5. He's playing like he's 6-0-3.
I'm gonna have to give it to Boloyski though. He's very brave against Blacklist International. He's already at 4 deaths. Has to be very careful actually. But I think he knows his limits. Does have the Athena shield now on top of the grass.
Finds one way the dragon hit the perfect assassination. Execution at its excellent. And that's going to be one traded out though. I mean, worth it if you're going to be taken down the marksman, but look at this jump by Edward. Falling Star Moon onto Marky, shutting down the Farsa 2 for 2. It's getting messy, but it's what they need to close the gap.
Yeah, ONIC Philippines, this is exactly what they need. Make it messy because inside of Blacklist International, they want to make it just very organized, play with the ultimate bonding experience. And honestly, that is why is that so surprising to us? Because we've seen more tank chos, more like semi-tank chos in this tournament. Finally seeing someone with high and dry and that much damage, able to just one-shot Oheb, that's something that's so unnatural to us, to our eyes right now.
And I would really have to give it to Hatred. He probably have played it so much. He knows exactly how much damage he's able to get. I mean, nobody would have jumped against 3 members of Blacklist International to think that there is a Rafaela to really sustain that guy. But Hatred knows that with his high and dry, he's going to be able to get kills. Boloyski is far from home as well as Hatred, but...
There you go, spotted out. He knows exactly where everyone is.
No, no.
On to 3. Here comes Hatred from the back, taking down Oheb, serving you up to Kyrie. And now Wise caught out in the middle of three.
what a
Another
kick.
way of the Dragon onto the big dino. Marky answers back with a feathered airstrike. Down goes Wise. Trade 1 for 2 so far. Marky getting danced on, taken down by
top lane.
Haji. And now
Top
Edward
lane.
gonna be protected. But yes, top lane is getting pushed in. Edward's still onto Boloyski here. And this is exactly where Boloyski wants him.
Wait a minute.
And they let go. Oh,
That's the split. Hatred though.
Hatred. Oh.
It's gonna be checked by Only Venus.
Spotted.
Look at the just one attack with only fast just almost clears the card.
It's not over.
They're not done. Dilarski slowing down Haji. There's the Nibiru's passion.
Oh.
Haji looking low. Way of the dragon. Oh, the stacks as well. Down he goes. Boloyski. Hatred still alive. Edward looking for him. Numenon Blast unable to keep Oh My Venus down.
No way he
And
gets out.
Hatred outplaying him with the flicker. And there's the falling star moon. Enough for Edward to take him down. So messy, so many team fights happening at the same time. Dilarski chasing him down. And I think we're going to slow down here. Pace yourselves, boys.
Hope we're not.
We're not.
Nope, it's just Dilarski buying time. And there's the answer by Marky. Feathered airstrike plus the flame shot into the dark.
Wise.
Entropy, switching it up, and okay, they disperse.
Oh.
This disperse finally. But then again, I think this is an opening for Blacklist International to actually take the Lord. They know that the Feather Airstrike is not yet available. So that is really the call here, but it will be spotted out. Oheb as well as Wise, they deal so much damage onto the Lord, and Oh My Venus, as I said, we're just zoning them out. Great call from Blacklist International.
Red team has
My God, the way they chain these events together is just so unnatural, so well done by Blacklist International. But now it's time to take a look, deep dive at the items. Now we finally know why Hatred's doing that much. The Blade of Heptases and the BOD. This is a full damage show. But that last item, he was building a little bit defensively now. Boloyski finishing up that dominance ice as well. At this point, we're talking about the late game. Who has it?
I can easily say it's Blacklist International. They have two
wait,
marksmen.
wait.
And no, they're trapped. What a pincer maneuver from Blacklist.
Oh, they're gonna get Marky here and Dilarski. Boloyski still has a chance to retreat, putting up that shield. They let go, and top lane. You gotta watch top lane.
Marky,
in mid.
Marky.
This is very fast. Marky gets taken down. Too late, charging up the Numenon Blast. Oheb, forward entropy, in this case backward, trying to chase down Dilarski. And Edward goes to answer the show up top.
Somebody has to stop this bottom lane push.
No
Blue
one's going to.
team
No one
base turret
can
has
to.
been
Wait a minute. Boloyski, he's not going for the Lord. He's going for a fight.
Yeah, because Kyrie made the call and Haji answers back with a Nibiru's passion. But the damage is done. The damage is done. They get bottom lane inhibitor.
Oh, what a sneak coming out from Blacklist International. Great read, knowing that ONIC PH cannot engage anymore. And we're talking about scaling, right? Mirko, you asked this question. I would say it's easy for Blacklist International to take it. Then again, if you're looking at their itemization, it also amplifies that fact because now they have Attila's shield across Oheb and Wise, which means that they now have the ways to deal with Marky. And so far, as good as Marky was in the first few minutes of the game, this time at 16 minutes, it's more difficult. Surely his contribution to team fights is still very good. The wave clear is still there. The damage, the burst is there. But then again, it's already being answered by Blacklist International.
Let's see right now, Blacklist International going in and zoning away the
Blue team
members
turret
from
has
the side of
been
ONIC.
destroyed.
PH should take the turrets down. In the mid lane as well, Boloyski, he's there, but you know, he's just tanking up damage. He's just trying to be a nuisance, but the damage is just simply too much from the side of Blacklist. Look at how they're able to control the map here. They take 2 waves for the price of 1 in that bottom side. Let it be.
Yep, prime positioning for Marky though. Despite the rocky and turbulent past couple of team fights, he still knows his job. And right now, he put his foot on the clutch, changed gears, and it says that now they're playing a defensive game. Hatred, he's changed from being an assassin into a split pusher, and he's trying to find this free kill onto Edward. It's 3v1, no 4v1, but here comes the rest of Blacklist. They're gonna
the
go ahead
train.
and collapse. Look at the switch up. It's Marky now caught in no man's land. Oheb gets him, and that's 1 down for the side of ONIC PH. 4 defenders versus 5. They're looking to siege. They're looking to get more inhibitors.
Oh man, you gotta have to be amazed how Blacklist International is just baiting ONIC PH so many times. Hatred wants to go for a play, maybe onto Haji this
Oh,
time.
he's gonna get it.
Is he gonna get it? Is he actually looking to get it?
Hatred, where are you going?
Patience
He
from
has
Hatred.
free entry. There's a Numenon Blast. They are going to
team
take
base
this
turret
inhibitor
has been
yet
destroyed.
again.
Red team
Oh,
hero
Edward
has
goes
been
down, maybe a
slain.
little too forward. Hatred? No.
Patience from Hatred.
Not here.
They feel like they don't have enough damage, and honestly, I do understand. Marquee was taken down. Without Marquee, it's only Kyrie that can really go and deal damage. But if you look at the compositions, do you really want that Eason Chin to dash forward? Exactly. It's not going to be an option whatsoever. So very, very good, patient play coming in. Even though it might have looked like a good play in the grander, it's just not gonna. It's not gonna work, honestly.
Yeah. You have to be careful if you're ONIC.
Oh, wait! Dennis, welcome. Purified here, let go. Answer back by Marky. Feathered airstrike, down goes Oh My Venus, popping the immortality. Kyrie taken down by Wise. There's a 3-man stun with the Numenor Blast. And the flame shot down south, buying Baloyski 1 kill. Could there be another backwards entropy? Here comes Edward, dancing around. Wise still trying to fight against his Uranus, still has an immortality. He's getting blasted
Haji
here
is
by
here.
Farsa. Here comes Haji. Oh, who's his spot? Oh, this is
Lord. This is Lord.
Backline took too much. That's a 2-for-1, and eventually, yes, should convert into a Lord.
Yeah, it looked really good for ONIC PH, but you gotta remember that it was the jungler traded for Venus, alright? Venus is only a roamer in this game. He's only died 2 times. It's not going to be that huge factor that can turn around the game, especially in this 19-minute mark. ONIC PH, they might have bit too much than they could chew right now.
I agree. And now they're trying to split the map, but with more heroes in favoring Blacklist International, might be good. Marky going for the steal, will not get it.
Not gonna happen. They tried it with the Ionic Edge as well. Here comes Hatred, catches a blast from Haji and Oheb as well. Nice jump in by Edward, not gonna find any contact. Just like that, Blacklist International scores a Lord and is back to doing damage control on the map. It's relatively blue, so at least ONIC has done good on that front.
4,000 gold lead for Blacklist, and they're going to be able to push in more here. Again, 2 inhibitor turrets taken away. That is 2 constantly pushing waves. They can build it up with the Lord as well. Look at the bottom side, slow pushing. Mid lane as well. Top side can just do that, and this might just be the end of the game. This is most probably going to be the final fight either way.
That's 20 minutes. You have to be careful if you're Marky. You're the only wave clear, the guaranteed wave clear from ONIC PH, and
he's already used it.
He's already used it. That is true.
He's gonna have maybe one more by the end. Dilarski though, look at the burst on the side of Blacklist. Doesn't get caught by the Renner. Here comes Wise, spacing out Baloyski. And there's the damage from Oheb. Entropy already in tow. Dilarski putting up a perimeter. The only hope left for the PL. Marky with a feathered airstrike. Gonna stave the Lord here this time around, but they will lose top lane inhibitor.
It's a lot of minions
It's
still.
not over. They're still going. Look at Look at how low Dilarski is popping his immortality. There's an Numenor Blast stun onto 3. There's an immortality
But
pop.
the base,
Kind of go down. It was all about the base. Blacklist International able to score 3-0. What's happening?
Point.
Oh my goodness, and the punish was there. Blacklist International, they started this game strong. They're the lineup with the better scaling, but with... And ONIC PH needs to stop that so badly.
If anything, we've seen ONIC PH come back from worse. They have played out of their minds and bought a sweep against some of the best in the game. But right now, it all comes down to this. The road to recovery, or are we going to be crowning another Filipino world champion after this game? Let's go into game number 4. Blacklist International versus ONIC PH. For all of the accolades that they've won, Blacklist have yet to win on the international stage. This might be it.
This might be it. This is the closest they've been, man. Match point in this moment right now, as Baloyski will be the one using the Natalia.
My goodness, I just want to point this out. Lane configuration solution again from Blacklist International. They are going to put this Beatrix against a melee hero in the XP lane and then have Edward muscle it out against Marky in that gold lane. This prevents the Beatrix versus Farsa matchup that is heavily Farsa-sided. Nice adjustment coming out from Blacklist International.
Absolutely, but now it's going to be the question whether or not Baloyski will be able to get inside of the enemy jungle. Look at him. Haji just does so well opening up the map, and Wise, this is something that you need. Oh, wait a minute, Venus.
Looking low, that's Baloyski jumping in, taking a few turret hits. Venus survives with a sliver of health. Oh, flicker in. Oh, gonna use a concussive blast, draws first blood onto the Natalia. Haji scores it.
This is the thing. You know, that's what I wanted to point out here. Will this Natalia have a good impact in the game, right? Because sure, so far we have seen Natalia still sitting at a 100% win rate back in the upper brackets, but going up against Blacklist International, a team who really likes to stick together, this Natalia will have a very, you know, mediocre effect, I feel like.
And already Wise is rotating into a Marky's lane. Haji holding it strong in mid with Oh My Venus. That's a good question to ask because when your back is against the ropes here, you really need to play something that's out of your pocket, that's very uncanny. Try to shock your opponent. And speaking of shocking, I don't know if hatred on Rafaela is something that I like.
Yeah, and the thing is, one thing I do want to add to it is that they're not going to have mid-pressure any time in this match. It's going to be really hard, but look, another fight.
Oh, Holy Baptism catches Oh My Venus. The answer, Circling Eagle. Oheb gonna go ahead and blast Hatred as he's knocked up by Haji. That's a free kill for Blacklist International as they open up this turtle. Scored by Oheb. That's gonna be Detna's welcome onto Haji. Delarski gonna retreat. Oheb spots one. Baloyski, very difficult for this Natalia to penetrate.
This is not good. Wolf.
Definitely not good. The lanes are not looking good for ONIC PH. And the fact that they have lost that first turtle fight, I mean, that's not good at all. And now they have had a move on the bottom lane. This lane adjustment coming up from Blacklist International, putting Oheb in the XP lane for a winning matchup. This is just way too good of an adjustment from Blacklist International.
Yep.
Oh my god, this is honestly just so frustrating to watch. Baloyski going in onto Haji.
Oh, a lot of damage placed onto the Cho.
Yep.
But here comes Venus. Backing them up.
Wait a
3v2 Circling Eagle onto Kyrie, drawing Venus underneath the turret. Holy Baptism places down the Queen, but not enough to finish. Edward gonna punch Hatred down to a third of his health. That's gonna be the Matilda surviving. Let's look at the items.
Okay, first of all, how does Venus just keep on going, getting out? Wait, Edward going onto Marky.
Oh,
Okay.
gonna be fine. Wings by wings out.
Yes, Wolf, items.
So, interestingly, Baloyski, this is a double roam setup for ONIC PH. Look at this. And eventually, Blacklist International will just naturally get ahead of the gold. And
Yeah.
this is
I'm
a weird decision.
It's terrifying.
From ONIC PH.
It's a terrifying interaction of two things that shouldn't be on the same map.
Okay, not...
I have no idea what's going on here. Blacklist, they've taken control out of nowhere.
2K ahead, 4 minutes.
Yeah.
Wolf is still trying to figure out
Same.
what exactly is happening. This is shades of ONIC PH from Season 4 in the MPL Philippines, but it's not quite working out. Double roam. Look at this. Baloysi gonna jump down onto Oheb. He's gonna roll out. Marky sends out a few beams. They let go, and Haji just always on the response.
Oh, ONIC PH, they might have really overthought this game, and naturally, they're just not gonna keep up when it comes to the economy. I mean, obviously, you're gonna be funneling all of your gold into your cores, but your mid lane as well as your roam will really be lacking when it comes to the farm. Baloyski needs to get kills, and so far, in the first 5 minutes of the game, he's not getting a kill as the Natalia. And we were talking about how important it is to them to get the early stages of the game.
Yeah, but wait. Baloyski finds a flank alongside Hatred from the east. Turtle still up. Venus gonna be in the range of this feathered airstrike. It's gonna go over to Wise. B finally taken down by Marky. Oheb gonna clear this wave. Baloyski, he has a nice catch. It's gonna be a 3-on-1 collapse. Trying to get out of here. Haji knocks up one. Hatred in the air. Holy Healing gets out of here. Detna's welcome. Oh, Hatred gets taken down. It's a double kill for Oheb as Baloyski walks into the line of fire. That's gonna be a knock-up on Haji. Wave the dragon into Marky as Edward knocks him out. Wise gets the kill. They're not done. They're gonna wail away at this turret. Delarski walks away.
Haji, what was that? He went in with... I am so confused as to what's happening in this game. It's a complete shutout.
This is a lot of fundamental mistakes coming out from ONIC PH, definitely. And Blacklist International just keeping up together. ONIC PH, you saw that they used the Detona's welcome to nothing. He canceled it immediately. Well, it was definitely outplay of Blacklist International, but the positioning from ONIC PH, they're not getting it. But let's see, they still have ways to fight this in the early stages.
Yep, Baloyski jumps on Oh My Venus, not shy to take this fight. The silence in that smoke. Venus already goes away with the flicker. An interesting comparison here. Look at how divergent these two strategies are. Blacklist International, their lineup has so much CC. ONIC PH, they're just trying to burst someone down.
Nope. And for the longest time, ONIC PH are trying to control the mid. I mean, that's their priority this time. They have lost it already. And this is, again, a scaling lineup with a 5K gold lead, almost 5K gold lead, I mean.
Yep. Not even 10 minutes in. Circling Eagle onto Baloyski. He was way too deep. No one to help him there. Can't help but just crumple.
Again, like I mentioned, man, you know, the Natalia has been a great pick against RRQ, against BTK. Why? Because BTK and RRQ, they like to brawl it out, and they actually like to split up the map a lot as well. But you're going up against the ultimate bonding experience. Blacklist International, they stick to each other. They play for each other, and I feel like the Natalia is just it's not going to work here in this case, and I was right. 5,000 gold lead, the Natalia 0 and 3. And 0 KP right now.
Oh my goodness.
Well, there's one kill on the map. It was off of a very, very forward Venus, which is, by the way, rocking a mystery shop. So even more, this gold lead's gonna matter. Oheb now picking up the Demon Hunter sword. Even Delarcy's gonna have to think twice.
Oh my goodness. And
the front lines you can't even take that much damage at this point.
We gotta have to give it to Blacklist International though. They have been playing so well. I love the fact that they started with a good laning adjustment and then eventually they used Wise earlier on than what you would expect from a Nathan. Maybe it's just ingrained into Wise and how he's able to farm fluidly, then eventually go for the kills.
Oh, Detna's welcome. Haji's gonna go into the belly. This might actually be a punish. Marky fires off the feathered airstrike. It's gonna be a free kill, but might actually be dangerous. Does not force the Renner.
At this point, Oheb is actually so strong with Demon Hunter Sword and with Nibiru just attacking so many times at 6 in succession. It just means that this Demon Hunter Sword is gonna make it so difficult for this Barrett to tank up.
Also, the Blade of Despair. Oheb is swimming in it. He's eating good. And right now, Oheb caught out. Baloyski finally gets one. And there's the feathered airstrike. Gets another double kill for this Natalia. ONIC PH showing signs of life.
Finally on the board. That was great by ONIC Philippines, noticing that Blacklist are overextending without the help of Haji. They instantly capitalize on that fact and punish Blacklist.
A long way to go for ONIC PH, but that is an amazing fight. Eduardo trying to make a play, will now find it. The next problems that Blacklist International can force against ONIC PH is this Nathan. So far, he is 1-0 and 2. When he gets his third item, he's gonna hit very hard, and it kind of will make Baloyski think about whether the Nathan should be jumped on or the Beatrix, right? So two problems. Then again, they still have ways to kill him.
They don't. They really don't right now.
Oh, look at the catch on the Oheb. The favor keeping him alive via Oh My Venus, and yet they're still pushing. They're still putting pressure on the map. There's a little bit of breathing room that Kyrie bought up there. First tier turret taken down up top. Oh, but off camera, we just missed it. Wise blasting Marky. It's not gonna be a good look for this Farsa. Aggressive entropy plays, and now Baloyski, he's running for his life. Can he go for the greed ghost step one more time? They're not even going to chase him. Taking down the tier 2 down bottom.
Tier 2 down bottom and in that mid lane. This is just good setup for the Lord. They might even just wait for the enhance to come in, 12 minutes, and then go for the end. At this point, again, sure, ONIC Philippines showing signs of life with that play, but it's just still controlled completely by Blacklist. They've only dropped one turret.
Yep. Brute Force Breastplate picked up by Oheb. Make sure that he's not going to be one-shot by a lone Natalia. If it will be Natalia plus Farsa, maybe they'll get the kill, but again, might not be enough.
What's Edward doing? Diving in the 3, still survives, expending that flicker. Interesting maneuver there. Both teams kind of just like, let him go.
Yep, I think that Edward wants to kind of stop this push in the bottom lane. Was actually successful in doing so. Now, Athena Shield coming over to Blacklist International. More problems for ONIC PH. Love the fact that Wise also picked that up. Make sure that he will not be one-shot again with this combo.
Yeah.
Unless, of course, he overstays. Maybe in the late game where the Dire Hit is maximum when it comes to stacks, it could be good.
Not good for Wise, but instead he bursts down Marky. Still alive, killing spree, popping on that Nathan, keeping him alive. And the pincer maneuver neutralized there. Instead, a free 1-for-none pickoff.
This is insane by
No
Blacklist.
Farsa for the defense.
Yeah.
Suffocation, no high ground.
Well, they already tried with the Mount Shocker. Here comes Wise from the north. Waloyski, they know. Exclamation point in tow. That's going to be Detna's welcome cancelled. Nibiru's passion blasting away at the remaining members of ONIC PH. Top lane inhibitor going to go as well. Lord successfully taken down. But look at Wise putting a few beats on Dolarski. Waloyski jumping onto this 5-man. There's the knockup. There's a takedown. Edward gets a stack on his Festival of Blood. And Marky uses the Feathered Airstrike just to clear this wave.
They're not even stopping at this point. They're just going to keep on going here. Bottom side turret is going to be next. Edward jumps in. Oh!
And he's going to pay the price. Hatred shuts him down. Venus uses the flicker to get out. ONIC PH wants to hold on to this inhibitor down bottom.
And this is really just some mistakes from Blacklist International that allows ONIC PH to get a kill. At this point, it's really just up to Blacklist International whether or not they're going to be losing those sieges. Because if you look at their composition, this Beatrix is going to be a big problem for ONIC PH to defend against. The solution that they have is this gold lane Farsa, already up with the Winter Truncheon, still way below his gold lane counterpart, which is Oheb with 9,500 gold. He needs his next item, maybe get the Crystal on top of the Winter Truncheon so that at least they'll be posing a kill threat. However, at this point, they need to focus on minions.
Yep, Baloyski might have been caught out here. Edward knows that there is a stealthy assassin afoot. Okay, this is just fancy footwork from Baloyski. Nibiru's passion into that lone bush, and he finds his target. Venus lands the Circle Eagle. Into that smog, and yet they still get the pick off.
I am lost for words right now. 7,000 gold lead, 8,000 gold lead right now as Blacklist completely control the map. They're not even pushing in these minions. They're just saving it. Haji going in to Way the Dragon.
Holy Baptism set in by Hatred for the counter initiate. This is 4 members. There's the Retribution slowing down Hatred. They're going to blast this Dino back into
Edward?
the Ice Age, and that's Edward getting out of dodge. Interestingly, how long Dilarski survived, and only then does he die. Finally, Kyrie gets one on to Edward.
But he's gonna be trapped.
Too deep, and there's 3v1. Mount Shock into the face, circling Eagle, taking him down. Oh, he blasts him into oblivion as Baloyski is also going to be the same. But Nathan's still alive.
Wise!
Off of that, OM dashing forward. Hatred the only one left. We're about to crown another world champion. Ladies and gentlemen, Blacklist International have done it. This is going to be a 4-0 sweep.
A complete shutout for Blacklist International as they shut down the dreams of ONIC Philippines. Ladies and gentlemen, your M3 World Champions, Blacklist International.
No more international curse for Blacklist International as they have overcome ONIC PH in this grand finals. In the first time that Oh My Venus and Wise went to the world stage, they weren't able to make it to the playoffs. But this time they're gonna take it all the way. The champions, the world champions, Blacklist International.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's go on over to the main stage. Our lovely hosts with our world champions.
Wow! Thank you very much, Leo, Wolf, Marco. Amazing stuff. Mara, myself, Joaquin Gomez, congratulations to Blacklist. But also, where are our friends over at ONIC PH? Guys, big round of applause for them as well.
Big round of applause for ONIC Philippines. You have done a remarkable job to get this far.
Wow, loads of camaraderie coming here from fellow Filipino countrymen. It's nice to see. Whatever you're watching right now, if you're in the Philippines, drink it in. This is your region being the #1 in the world when it comes to Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
They have come a long way in the battlefield. They are rivals, but in here they are true friends representing Philippines. ONIC Philippines and Blacklist International, there they are, showing love for each other, showing appreciation because they understand what it takes to get
Amazing team fight engagement, a lot of damage when you hit your power spike. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. indoor Sinayan, and all across the world, I hope you're ready. It's time for game 1 in this best of 7 between Blacklist International and Echo.
Looking at both drafts, I would assume that they're not going to fight a lot in the early stages of the game. They're going to fight around Riverside. They're going to fight for the control around the turtle because they want to make sure that they have the levels first. So if you see any kind of rotation, it's all about maximizing the minions to make sure you get as much level 4s on your heroes before going into the turtle phase.
With 2 utility junglers, this is what you can expect, right? A lot of emphasis around the mid control. Why? To control the neutral objectives like you mentioned earlier. Mid control plays such a huge impact in this game, and you can already see for both of the teams, Venus and Haji, Sanji and Yaoi, they're focusing a lot, putting a lot of resources down into that mid lane to create some more pressure, but still, it's Blacklist International who secure the Lethal Wanderer.
Okay, so now, looking at Blacklist as well as Echo, not a lot of action will come true. I'm thinking they gotta find a way for Echo to get Yaoi onto level 4 because that is a very big ultimate to have in the turtle fight. It's coming up in roughly 36 seconds. So Echo as well as Blacklist International, both teams we saw in the best of 5 before, they like to see what the opponent wants to do first. Blacklist is asking Echo, Echo is asking Blacklist. Now Yaoi, he might get engaged for a little bit.
He does have the flicker here, pops the flicker just to escape. Blacklist International with a resource advantage before the first turtle spawns in 15 seconds.
That's going to be Blacklist here, knowing that they can buy time, but up top, Benny!
Benny, already caught low, flickered out of that. Blacklist International now with 2 advantages in terms of resource, and maybe even Oheb can rotate down below.
Oh, but there's 3 members from Echo here. Sanji still clearing the wave. Carlteasy dashes on out. Sanford setting it up. Turtle less than half health.
That's going to be the final blow by Edward. Carlteasy going to be stunned up, but has the heavy spin. It does not matter. It's the first blood picked up by Echo, but the turtle will be slain by Blacklist International. Killed or objective. Benny going to be slain in the gold lane. Blacklist strikes back, making it equal.
2 ults spent by Blacklist up top. Echo takes 2 down in the bottom, but they do get Turtle. I'm talking about Blacklist. Was that worth it, LaFell?
I would say it's not that worth it because in my personal opinion, getting kills is very good because you can establish map pressure because what's the objective of getting the turtle? Sure, you want the gold, sure you want the XP, but you want more control. Now, Edward going up against Sanford taking quite a bit of damage and Sanford's gonna get chased.
Circling Eagle onto Sanford here. Haji does not have the airstrike. Down to basic attacks coming in. Sanji not gonna be here to help him in time. Sanford falls in the XP lane.
The Festival of Blood lifesteal is just not enough at this level. 3 minutes in, and I'm not sure if there's enough. Yeah, no, none at all into the emblems.
Benny though, look at that. That's gonna be the damage coming in. The Illuminati Blast charged in, but knowing that Oheb has the Purify, they decide not to commit just yet.
Yeah, looking at all of the emblems as well as the way that they're setting up, Sanford, his personal goal in this game is to get at least 3 kills. Once he has that 3 kills, he will maximize his emblem. Oh, my Venus getting poked out just a little bit. But now, looking at the map, if Echo could give those 3 kills over to Sanford, we can see Echo being a little bit more explosive.
You can expect that Sanford's gonna look for it. He's gonna pressure Edward hard here. Sent him home just now because they want to time the way that this turtle goes. Again, we're 20 seconds away. Benny Cutie pressuring Oheb as well. Oh my Venus and Yaoi playing footsies, making sure that their gold laner gets the advantage.
The zoning coming in again, right? This is what we kind of expect in the gold lane matchup. Harith, once you get to level 4, isn't really going to be able to threaten the Lunox. And even in the XP lane, we saw that Edward was winning early on, but now that Sanford has gone that level 4, has gone a few items down, it's a bit tough for Benedetta.
Oh, turtle already spawned. Carlteasy spots out Haji. Sanford, yeah, there's the RWM.
Not going to be able to find anything else though. The stun does connect with the Feather Airstrike connecting onto Sanford. The Petrify locks him down. Edward finds the pick up. Blacklist International now with a man advantage. Rotating around Eternal, circling Eagle onto Yaoi. He's going to be able to find the stun. Carlteasy jumping in. Numen Blast charged in with the Flicker as well. Oheb with no Purify here. Doesn't use it just yet. Why still winning the Retribution battles and pop? This is on force. Now Yaoi going to be able to dodge away for now. That's a lot of burst damage as Yaoi will be slain by Edward. Echo losing out in the straight.
Blacklist has amazing battlefield awareness. They knew exactly where every member of Echo was. They almost threatened Orange Steal from Carlteasy, but they're not done.
A stun and a knock-up. It's still Matilda Airlines here for Blacklist International.
Blacklist is showing what they want to do with this draft. You want to establish control. You want to make sure that the Riverside, you're winning. And the specialty of having a Matilda is when someone overextends, they're not really overextending. In their previous fight, in the Turtle, they were very focused. What do we want to do? Turtle first, but now they want to kill.
And they get it, right? It's onto Venus, the roamer.
Anything that Echo can get here in the first 5 minutes, they will. In the first 2, they were willing to trade and get some advantages, but now wait, a stun onto Oheb, forced out the Summon Force.
Pops the Purify as well. The real world inflation almost catches Oheb, but he is able to get out of that one. Haji rotating towards the gold lane with a Feather Airstrike to clear it out, protecting his tier 1 up top.
This is difficult because we said for Echo, for them to win, they have to win the lanes. Here in the early game, not exactly the story because Blacklist now ahead maybe 1.5K. LaFell, what's going on?
I would say it's not enough because Blacklist, they understand this as well. So as long as they delay, as long as they wait for Oheb to get 2 items, then it's basically they're already doing at least half of their win condition. So it's not about Echo not doing it. It's more about Blacklist seeing this time and time again. We understand how your draft works, so we're just going to play around it. So even though, okay, so here's the thing. Echo, they needed to win by 2K, by 2,000 gold. That's LaFell's threshold. So if Blacklist having 1.5K lead ahead, they're really at the driver's seat.
Well, right now, it does seem that way, but Echo are going to be able to force it out. Oheb going to be caught low, but Venus comes in to save Oheb again. Haji with the rotation, circling, eager to lock Yaoi down. Good selection right now. So the airstrike will come through. Yaoi going to be able to get the stun down onto Venus before he gets taken low. Now, guess who's here? It's Sanji with the real world inflation. Jumping in, but that you go. It's going to be the guiding win. Haji going to be slain though by Benny, who uses the chaos to take him down. Sanji still poking Venus down. Echo are looking to get the siege down onto the tier 1. Meanwhile, on the turtle side, Carl Teasy is going to be taken low with Sanford with the 2v2. That's going to be Bravest Fighter popped into the back line right now. It's Carl Teasy going to be able to find it, and Wise is going to fall. Edward finding the stun onto 2 with the eye for an eye to dodge away from the CC. But still, Echo, they win out on that trade.
Not just that trade, but on 2 fronts. They pushed up top, got a kill down bottom, and took the last turtle of the game.
We got a lot here because, again, 500 goals, that's great, but Sanford having 1 kill. He has 1 stack on his emblem, and now looking at this, Carl, he's in too deep.
He's looking for a steal here. He does get the orange buff, not punished enough by Black International. Oheb and Haji falling in the gold lane once again. We spoke about this. Winning lanes is how Echo can get it done, and Benny, 3 kills on him right now.
Finest example of Caster Curse. You start talking about it, you start questioning it, and it comes up almost immediately. Yaoi with the Numenal Blast!
Deathness welcome to cancel it out. That's the anti-CC coming in. As Sanji does the damage onto the tier 1. Bravest Fighter by Sanford just to get out. Gets that anti-CC down, unstoppable. Meanwhile, Blacklist International trying to make their way up to the gold lane. Gonna be poked down by Benny as Carl Teasy sieging down that tier 2 in the gold lane. Carl Teasy gonna be careful here, takes the turret down, gets out with relative ease.
What a swing for the House of Highlights. Unbelievable. I can't believe that maybe 4 or 5 minutes ago we were talking about how Blacklist was ahead, possibly way past the LaFell threshold, but now it's Echo who's pushing it, 2.5K ahead.
Well, they have gone way and above the threshold, and the way that they did it is because they understand, okay, we're just going to stay in lane. There's no use trying to out-rotate Blacklist at this point, so we're just going to say because Oheb is going to be the one that's going to deal a lot of the DPS damage later on, so shut him down first. Right now, there might be a skirmish in mid.
But the airstrike was used up just to clear up the waves. Echo, with this composition so far, can constantly be threatening these sieges. And also, they can also be looking for a lot of plays on the map. A lot of kill pressure here in their lanes.
Yep, and that's why they're ranked first in average kills so far, 16 plus, because the way that they attack the game, the way that they approach it with their strategy is they want to convert from kills. They don't want to take objectives only. They want to win first and then go from there, which is, I think, what they're doing here. They're baiting the Lord. This is a Lord dance if I've ever seen one.
Oh, Sanji's taken low. Edward jumps in, but Sanji flickers out on the final blow. The Petrify still available by Edward right now as he uses eye for an eye, but Sanford notices that. Jumps in with the Bravest Fighter. A lot of resources spent already as Wise looks for a better position. Haji going to be able to actually dash in with the Wings by Wings as that's when the now Blast connecting onto Edward. Edward going to be taken low, taken down by Sanford. And that's going to be a 50-50 play around the Lord. Wise here versus Carl Teasy, and Carl takes it down. It's a forced by Oheb. Not enough to deal the damage right now. Xiaoi's gonna be able to get the stun down onto Haji, who's gonna be able to dash out of that one with the wings by wings. Feather airstrike to snipe Sanji down. Benny! With the dash, takes the kill onto Haji.
Was that Benny Cutie DD? No, didn't even need the flicker.
Dude, that was Benny QT. And again, looking at the items here, because we got to see whether they are strong now or not. Looking at Benny Cutie, having 3 core items, Cloud Destiny, Lightning Treasure, as well as Divine Glaive. Right now, Oh My Venus getting engaged by Yaoi.
Numenon Blast again, locking the Queen down. Venus gonna be chased down under the tier 2. Wise here providing the support. Carl TZ looking for an angle, but will back off for now. Tier 1 falling in the mid lane. Echo pushing the pace and the tempo.
Thou shalt not take my queen, says Wise. Echo pressuring mid lane tier 2, even tier 2 down bottom. That's Sanford going solo, Lord up top. Echo is 5k ahead here, 11 minutes in.
It's still not over because Blacklist International, they can still come back because they have a very beefy front line, as well as a lot of damage coming in from Haji and Oheb. Oheb just finished the Holy Crystal. Looking at the damage from Haji. Haji can't connect it just yet. Carl TZ is spotting people out. The Lord is here. Will Echo engage?
They will. Numenon Blast charged up already, just to zone the other members away. As Oheb jumps in with his on force. Wise in the front lines, providing the support. Real world manipulation, baited in. Sanji not dealing enough damage for now. Blacklist just backing off. Echo doing the same thing, noticing they have the lead. It's disciplined plays from Echo.
Relatively safe defense and siege from Echo. They did their best to get the most out of that Elemental Lord, but we have a Luminous one possibly coming up in a minute and a half, forcing out a feathered airstrike. Echo is relentless. They're not leaving.
Yeah, but look at the way Blacklist, they're defending themselves because they're not necessarily sacrificing their own HP just to defend their base. Like, they're defending everything without taking too much. So now Blacklist, they're preparing themselves. In case Echo wants to engage, they can fight back. The problem is, Echo, they're not engaging. They know that they have a lead and they're not going to lose the lead. Looking at the items as well, oh, but before that, looks like everyone is just pulling everything out. Looking at Haji, he already has 2 main items. He's waiting for his own Holy Crystal. Once he has the Holy Crystal, the kill pressure is going to be a lot onto Echo. So right now, Blacklist, it looks like that's what they're waiting on. They're waiting for their carries to actually complete the items first.
It looks like Echo has cornered Blacklist into their base, and this is the trademark Blacklist defense. A lot of teams worldwide have been on the receiving end of this defensive rubber band, and it's not impossible that Blacklist still comes back, but with Echo at 6k playing this defensively, playing this disciplined, waiting for this Lord coming up in 5 seconds, it looks like Echo also knows how to combat that.
It's gonna be really tough now with a 7,000 gold lead technically built up by Echo. But with Blacklist minimalizing their losses, it seems like despite that 7,000 gold deficit, they're still able to contest, they're still able to open up the map without grouping up as 5.
Yeah, looking at the map as well, Blacklist, they're not really moving away from each other. They should understand that this Lord is going over to Echo for free. Having that Lunox makes it very difficult for you to contest.
And that's the power spike we're looking at. Echo, this is the inevitable. They have set themselves up for success here. And for Blacklist, the answer is to send Agent Zero, send Edward into the long lane and try to push that, because not a single tier 1 has fallen for Echo.
They didn't even have to use the Retribution, by the way. So Carl TZ was able to steal the purple buff away. So right now, again, Echo just building up the way, slowly but surely, to finally take some base turrets down.
This is what kind of feels bad as a Baras. You kind of don't care too much about your buffs getting taken away, but what you do care about is it's hard for you to maintain those stacks because Baras is at his strongest at like, what, 15 stacks? Because looking at Wise now, that is a pretty small Wise.
That's a small dinosaur there, and you're right. While Echo's taking away even the small camp, the small creeps in Blacklist jungle, and then freezing the waves, waiting for it to sync with this Lord, then this is the best that Blacklist can do. Oh, there's a couple of ults spent in. Oh, very low.
And we're going to be caught in the Numenon Blast as Benny jumps in with the damage. And that's the combo, the notorious one. As Echo now looking for the siege into the base turret in the mid lane. Lord still marching in the top lane. Concealed play, going to be popped in. Echo looking for more. That's the airstrike popped in, but look at Sanford, he flickers under Haji, but he's going to be able to get out for a bit. Haji going to fall. The circling eagle does not save the queen. Oheb, the last man standing, but Echo will secure game number 1.
Ang limang Echo fans making noise all around as their team takes game 1. It's a long journey, folks. it's a marathon, not a sprint. So game one is great for momentum, but they still gotta watch their backs. Blacklist will pick up so quick from this victory. And looking at it, is it going to the hands of Valentina? Yes, of course, yes, Haji, because again, there's a Fredrin. That's definitely Wise's hero.
Yeah, I'm just going to say we're going into game number 2. Blacklist International going up against Echo. And what I wanted to say was that Echo picked up the most banned hero of Blacklist International. They keep banning out this Franco. So now Franco in the hands of Echo. This might be a bad game for Blacklist.
Yep, and the reason why is because it breaks the Ube. You don't get to engage on your terms. And in the hands of the playmaker, Yawi, it's going to be a great way to, again, either set up a box that Blacklist is not comfortable with, or break whatever Blacklist is trying to do.
And this is a similar approach to, again, what RRQ did against Echo yesterday, right? They picked up that Franco, but unfortunately for RRQ, they didn't have anything to build around the Franco. Meanwhile here, I was questioning the Brody pick earlier on. I was like, what? Brody into Lolita? Then you see the Franco and you're like, there you go. That's what it was for. You hook the opponent away, and what's the Lolita gonna do, right? Sure, she can actually jump in, flicker maybe to get that shielding down, but it's a bit too risky. And if Venus is on the receiving end of the hook, it's gonna be a lot to deal with here. And Venus right now is gonna be caught. Yawi gonna throw the iron hook. Good dodge by Venus.
Yeah, looking at this game, Blacklist International, I would say after the group stages, this Franco is a nightmare for them because it is the reason why they've lost. So now we got to see their evolved form. Have they been able to find a way to fight against this Franco? Right now, looking at the lanes, not a lot is going on. Wise goes down to fight against Sanford, but I don't think they can secure a kill here.
Too sustainable, gets out of that one. Wise is level 4, Carl TZ as well. Both of these junglers clearing very, very fast. In the end, it's Hachi who actually steals the gold buff away.
Yep, looking at a potential 3v3, 4v4 down bottom as they both jockey for position, finding a good pull for this Lord. And it looks like Echo is the one first on the scene. Carl TZ whacking away. Oh, there's a ult!
Yeah, Sanford zoning very, very well here with the split as well. Bringing Wise away. Numenab Blast gonna be charged in. On to Carl TZ, but no! It's Yawi who finds the iron hook and Carl TZ finds the retribution. Edward on the back line. That's a stolen for the airstrike as the Bloody Hunt comes down onto Edward to lock him down. Sanford finding Wise, the flicker over. Edward picking up another. It's a 2-for-1 right now. Echo still equal though in terms of the trade because they secured the turtle.
I like how Blacklist played that fight just now because even though they were focusing on the turtle, they kind of understood that it's not 100%. It's not even 50-50. It was kind of a 60-40 at that point. So they tried to find the alternate win condition around the turtle, which is try to get a little bit more kills. So they were willing to expand a lot of their resources there. Looking at the items right now, really not a lot of power spikes just yet. The Beatrix here, piloted by OHEB, understands that there is a chance he's going to get attacked, and right now, Carl TZ is getting attacked.
He is the frontliner though, so he's happy taking that damage in. Haji is going to be the one losing a whole lot of HP from Sanji. Venus does too, and now that mid control is for Echo.
And you're seeing here the difference between Haji and Sanji, a Valentina and a Farsa. It seems like now, when the ult is ready on Sanji, he's just willing to pull it out and then force Haji to respond. It's all about timing. It's all about engagement.
Oh.
And Yawi, did he do it? No, the Filipino sniper still confirms the gold crab.
That was an insane calculation, man. An insane micro play by OHEB, right? He knows exactly how it was going to go down, even with the snipes there.
I got to say, in my head, he was holding his breath and like,
yeah.
1, 2, pump, just get it. And I just want to touch a little bit about the emblems because in terms of scaling, I kind of feel like Blacklist, they have an advantage because OHEB is using a marksman emblem compared to Benecutie using the assassin emblem. He's going to have a lot of damage, but still, in terms of scaling, Blacklist, they have it in the bag, and now looks like Echo, they're just going to push Blacklist away. Don't push too hard.
Oh, not an engagement that Echo wants to go for because, again, they spent a few ults there. Mind you, Yawi still has the Bloody Hunt, still has a hook waiting on him. Benecutie as well, torn apart memory, goes for a pull. Numenab Blast charged up by the Queen. That is welcomed by Carl TZ.
And Carl TZ is going to be able to spin him out. That's a Bloody Hunt locking Edward down. Edward taking low, but still able to survive for now. Torn apart memory going to be popped in as Benny flickers forward to pick up the kill. Turtle over to Blacklist right now as Sanford jumps in with Swiss Split, bringing Venus back for the damage to come through once again. Sanji picking up Yaoi almost finding the iron hook. That's demobilized. Haji pours the flicker out, and Echo will be able to take the better trade.
2-0. Turtle goes over to Blacklist, though, as well. It's actually Echo who took it. Wow, clear win now for the Orcas.
Yeah, clear win because they have a lot of bursts in the early stages of the game because Wise being in the front line, he can CC them for a bit, and Oheb, that was lucky that he did not get hooked, and so far Oheb will be fine. Looking at the items, clear power spikes right now. Looking at Edward, he's not going to be tanking a lot, but he can deal a lot of damage because of the Genius Wand, so as long as he can prolong the fight, he can really help himself out, as well as Haji. Speaking of which, Haji is using a skill kind of itemization, so he's not going to be too strong right now, but I would say in 8 minutes, he's really gonna power through Echo.
Yeah, and honestly, I do really want to talk about how Blacklist International are negating the bully potential from the Brody, right? Because earlier we saw the lane frozen by Benicuti in that lane. Wise instantly stopped by into the gold lane, even risking his life just to help Oheb clear it out. And this is what's going to get Blacklist to that item power spike for Oheb in the gold lane. The Beatrix has been farming very well, considering that he is in the losing matchup up against that Brody.
Yep, and we're just waiting for that to flourish. We're just waiting for that to get the payoff. Bottom lane, though, you see the XP laner just leaving constantly. Very good wave clear from both the Joy and the Blue. Out the pull on Wise!
The Iron Hook, and that's going to be Bloody Hunt. Chain in, but that's just welcome as Edward jumps in with a lot of damage coming down. Sanji with the wings by wings, getting out. Numenon Blast, and for the airstrike stolen away by Haji with the IMU. Bennett's Rage, able to find the kill on the Sanford. Carl TZ going to be gunned down. That's the Iron Hook to provide the peel necessary for Carl TZ. It's a 1-for-1. The XP lane traded in for the jungler.
Wait, look at Benicuti.
Oh, watch out, Benny from the back line. Oheb hasn't spotted him yet. We're going for the turtle. There's the pull. Yaoi as well. Look at this. Prime positioning from the Echo squad. Oh, he's revealed. There's the hook.
Yaoi missed it. Gonna be stunned up. Venus actually onto the turtle. Carl TZ with a quarter of his HP bar. Oh, that's the feather airstrike prematurely popped in. Sanji's gonna be zoned away now, but Benny, again, this is the man that we're gonna be looking at. Wise, gonna be hooked down. That's the moment for Benny to jump in. That's the damage coming through the turtle power memory as well. To take the turtle and to take Oheb. Carl TZ with a Death's welcome. Not gonna be able to find it just yet. Sanford onto Venus, bringing him back. Numenon Blast gonna be popped in, but it's not gonna be able to get charged all the way. Edward, stunned up, suppressed. Bloody Hunt popped in. Yaoi gonna fall to the hands of Edward, as Sanford still wants to keep on going. Sanji rotating back into the mid lane. Wise gonna be brought back. It's a pause here in the 7th minute of the game.
Messy engagement, and the payoff was just about to come up. Benicuti able to hide in that bush, put a few marks on several members of Blacklist International, plus on the turtle, which allows Echo to pummel on through forward, but you can't discount the fact that Blacklist played that very well as well.
Yeah, Blacklist played it very well, but again, Benicuti just understanding the situation, not understanding like just his hero, just Blacklist hero, but he's like, okay. Because I kind of feel like a lot of people looking at that situation, Oheb was kind of isolated by his team. It was prime position to just stun him up, get some stacks in, and then just kill him off just like that. But he's like, no, I'm going to wait SA. I'm going to make sure everyone is close enough. He gets into turret range. He can get stacks onto a lot of people and get maximum value from his ult. And that's what he did. He got maximum value from his ult.
And again, there's a very thin line between, I guess, a mistake and being local, right?
That was pretty local.
That was so close for it to being a mistake, but the fact that Benny's still alive now, at the cost of Carl TZ's life, it allowed for it to be local.
And it comes down to trigger discipline, right? The fact that he was in the bush for so long, even Yaoi is spotted, and he's still stuck. He was like,
and
okay,
no one checked the bush
I'm
as well.
committing, bro. I'm committing. And he committed, right? Because Yaoi was spawned out already, they were like, no way. There's no way a Brody is waiting in that bush.
Yep.
It turns out, that's how Benny plays, buddy.
No way a marksman will flank, right? I mean, that's like an assassin kind of thing.
Yeah, Benny's an assassin sometimes. You can kind of say he's an assassin because of the way he plays these marksmen. He flickers forward, he looks for flanks, and here, we're going to see the player head-to-head.
Never let them know your next move. That's what Benny did. Never let them know your next move.
And that's what makes him a force of nature. That's what makes him the storm. He just comes up. And here, leading these two players, the gold laners, are these roamers, all right? Yawi, the playmaker, and his idol, Momshu, oh my Venus. Again, they're two different kinds of roamers, two different kind of team captains, but the way that they lead their teams are just perfect for their playstyle.
We've seen it, right? Again, Yawi with more flashy heroes, but for Venus, it's time to enable, but here we're gonna be put in right into the team fight. Echo with, actually it's a pretty good trade now that I see it for Blacklist.
Benny
Not
died.
that bad.
Yeah.
Benny actually fell, but the airstrike though from Sanji in the mid lane, making it in favor of Echo.
All right, something transpired in between the time we resumed and paused in, but for now, real quick, folks, Blacklist forcing out a push up top. Buff still secured per side, and we're looking at a possible kill on Edward.
Nope. That's Edward for you. Gets out in relative ease again, right? Echo trying pressure, but now it's just for Blacklist International to punish in the goal, well, in the other side of the map, which is going to be the XP lane. They even tried to deny as much as possible from Benny, forced to use the torn apart memory to get those last hits.
This is the world stage, so I'm allowed to be a little bit more critical looking at the way that the game is transpiring. Oh,
We just spoke about this, Yawi versus Venus, and Yawi is going to be able to find that iron hook. Connecting onto Wise, bringing it back under the tier 1, and that's everyone collapsing. Benny with a torn apart memory back up on that cooldown is going to be able to secure it. Feather airstrike now on to Haji and Ohem. Haji going to be stunned up, has the feather airstrike, but both teams disengage.
King and the Queen in a flash goes out. I mean, Edward able to make the most of a bad situation, but LaFell, what does this mean?
First of all, I just want to say I'm so glad I was interrupted because I was about to say Blacklist was actually looking pretty good because Oheb is going to scale up and Yawi's not hitting the hooks, but never mind. Yawi got a very crucial hook, and the thing is, this is the time where Benny Cutie, I would say, is almost at his max because he already has his Blade of Despair as well as the Fury Hammer. Enough penetration, enough raw damage. This is the time you force the fight. This is not about waiting. If you see an opportunity, just go for it.
And it looks like Blacklist has already found their window. Haji pulling out Sanford, Carl Teasy losing the pull battle against Wise. Blacklist have a small favorable position over the Lord. It's closer to the south, closer to Wise. They spot on Venus. Yawi throws out a hook. And the Lord dance continues.
It's a very slow Lord dance. It's a macro-centric play here. Mid-control. Steel spot for, and that's going to conceal though. Yeah, we're going to be able to find Haji with Bloody Hunt as well. That's the damage coming through, and a turn apart memory finds its mark. The Venom Rage to follow it through. Yeah, we're going to be taken down. Sanford jumps in with split. Venus putting them on blast, stunning him up right now. Carl Teasy going to be taunted up. Kind of airstrike to the back line. Oh, it's going to be bomb caught. Wise now with the Appraiser's Wrath. Still able to sustain for a bit, and Sanford still on that split. Jumps back away.
Still
Venus
going.
thinking low. That's going to be Benny dealing out of damage. Now with the turn apart memory. Benny QT with a flicker forward again. Styling on Blacklist International.
That team fight could not have been better for Echo. 4 down, no clap back from Blacklist, and Echo now making a beeline straight for this Elemental Lord.
Okay, now Edward coming in, not going to be able to steal. But yeah, in this game, objectives are important. And Sanford, he's going to get chased. Will he actually get down? Yawi stops the progression of Edward. And as I'm saying, objectives are very important, but it doesn't have to be the turrets. It doesn't have to be the Lord kills our objectives as well. And again, Echo, their draft, they have a lot of big potential. So they're really using their draft to the finest. I like the way that they approached it. Don't fight the Lord. Kill them first.
And they did. They found bodies, pushed them all the way behind tier 2 down bottom. And it's putting on my Venus, who just hit the ranked first one, average assist 10.4 per game here in M4, into a weird position. When do I use Numenor Blast? When do I protect my teammates? When do I find a proactive spot, a window for us to clap back? And it's looking harder and harder by the minute. Echo pushes mid tier 1, and now they're threatening tier 2 as well. Watch Sanji, he's concealed.
Yeah, and he pops in the Feather Airstrike, zoning Oheb away as Edward jumps in closer. Sanji with the Wings by Wings, getting out. Feather Airstrike being popped, Sanji flickers out. Carl TZ finding the Death welcome onto Wise, gonna be stunned up again. Una blast out from Venus out of nowhere. Sanford still in the front lines. Benny QT dealing with damage right now as Edward's gonna be able to jump into the back line, but the Bloody Hunt catches Edward, and a torn apart memory silences him, takes him down. Sanji with the Wings by Wings. Oheb gonna be taken low, forced to flicker out by Yawi, and Sanford flicker forward. Now Echo still on the march with the Feather Airstrike taking Venus down. Haji is all alone, terrifying Yawi. still able to survive with Iron Hook. Connects again, and Echo have wiped out Blacklist International. They're looking for the end. No minions on the board. They're forced to back away.
5 for 1 plus 2 major objectives pushed in by the Orcas. This is both discipline and ruthlessness. LaFell, where'd they pull this from?
First of all, I gotta say, there's a reason why Franco is the most banned hero for Blacklist International. I kind of feel like going to the next game, it has to be put into contention. Now, Blacklist, how this really happens is because Echo always finds a way to actually dish out damage onto OHEB, because every single fight, look at where OHEB is positioning. It's not that his positioning bad, it's just that he has to constantly run away. He has to run away from Benny Cutie, he has to run away from Sanji, from Sanford, from Yaoi. There's so many ways he can get caught, and it's so hard to micromanage all of it, especially when Echo, the way that they attack, sometimes OHEB doesn't see it coming.
It sounds like Blacklist has been overloaded by Burst and also a good amount of CC. And those two things are lethal against a lineup like Blacklist, against the Ube strat. And they just can't pull it off here as Benny Cutie forces a push up top. And that's a clean tier 2 tower take, gonna help open up this Luminous Lord for Echo. Now 8K ahead, 8K ahead at 13 minutes.
That's insane. And on top of that, Benny's on a hero like the Brody, who snowballs like an absolute monster. And you can see here, this is the play by Blacklist International. They still want to contest. Lord taken to half HP. Carl TZ still on it. This is the Lord dance. At the mid lane, pressure will be popped in from Echo. 8,000 gold lead. The defender airstrike will be popped in. The zone of the members away. Carl TZ for that is welcome. Finding it. Haji stealing. For the airstrike again. The Brennan's rage. Into the ground blast. Why steals it away? Yaoi got the money hunt, but it's all for naught. Set for all alone. Yaoi's gonna be gunned down. No base. But Benny UD again with the back door.
Damn you, Benny! Damn you! On the world stage! To do that, Blacklist have a solid lineup as well. Signature picks all across. What's this Yuzhong gonna do in the hands of Agent Zero? Is that enough of a instrument, of a tool to draw a line straight into the backline? Because what's the backline even for Echo? It's just Benny.
Dude, honestly, I kind of feel like it is enough, because just make sure everyone is close enough together, because you're just trying to distract. You're letting everyone else do the damage.
We'll see how fast Echo can go and how Blacklist answers back. This is game 3. This is for the M4 World Championships.
This is the first Gusion pick at M4 too, right? Fun fact. Hey, right during the break, when it was the analyst segment, me and Leo, we were talking about it. We were like, hey, Echo in game 3, they got a 2-0 lead. What are they supposed to do? Don't experiment too much in the draft. But here they are, experimenting in the draft again. In the world, at the world stage. My dude, this is insane. It's Gusion's debut.
I fully trust Coach Treb and Coach Tic Tac and Echo, all right? They're putting on a show for us.
No, I mean, like, it's an experiment in our eyes.
Yes.
They probably trained this for quite a while, because again, looking at Blacklist, look at what happened game number 1. Look at what happened game number 2. They kind of just forget about Wise. They forget about Oh My Venus, and in a sense, they forget about Edward as well. As long as you get OHEB and Haji, it's all right. You probably don't even mind if Sanji dies, if he can get both Haji as well as OHEB. So this is fine. And again, looking at Edward, I'm still looking at him to kind of carry, because what he has to do is to start a fight, collect everyone together. That's it.
And they're going to be able to do that, but at the midway point, because again, you're also waiting for OHEB. You're waiting for this carry to hit a power spike, because it's a tough way playing a carry into a Brody.
It's very tough. The laning here, the matchup is not good for carry at all, right? You're going to be zoned away from your mini waves constantly. You need your Lolita or your Roamer, your jungler to stay, and this is where Echo have been utilizing Benny QT's stellar M4 performance. They're always playing around the gold lane, but now it's a turtle.
Oh, and also the XP lane. Look at this. Sanford and Sanji pressuring Haji and Edward. Oh, turtle very low.
Wow, Carl TZ steals it away from Blacklist International like it's nothing. Just walks up like a Chad and uses the retribution.
I just gotta say, because we didn't really see, because we're looking at the turtle, I want to talk about the micromanagement of the wave, because Sanji sacrificed his own wave, and look at his Yaoi engages.
Divine Judgment of the Petrify from Sanji. Now to the Banana Blast, gonna be popped in here, but Yaoi's gonna be able to get away from that one. Not for long as Wise is able to find the kill back. A Roamer traded in for the mid laner. Still, Echo takes the trade.
Lafili, we're saying.
No, I'm just saying because during that fight, Yawi didn't even dare to go close to the turtle because he was already at level 3. Sanji with the Gushin went to the EXP lane, absorbed some of that minions, while Yawi secured the entire minion wave in mid, allowed him to get level 4. And we just saw the engagement there, but I want to talk about how Carrie's having a difficult time. It's going to be more difficult now that Yawi already has the Divine Judgment, so Oheb, he had the bad time before, it's going to get worse.
Oh, and that's why I think King Wise and Queen V are going ahead alongside Haji. So again, they're leaving Agent Zero here to make the best of this dead lane against Sanford's Lapu Lapu. Were about 30 seconds and a quarter away from a turtle. Once more, Echo got that handily. There's a lot of burst coming in from the Orcas, giving them a 300, 400 gold lead. And in terms of items, is that enough? Oh, there's the pull!
That's the Divine Judgment, and that's all the damage placed on. Benny not going to use the torn apart memory just yet. That was a flicker burned in by Venus, and that's a W that Echo want to take, those small dubs.
Yeah, and again, as we said, you're already setting up your own playstyle. Get the level 4 as quickly as possible. Sure, it was slightly delayed because they went for something in mid, but now you can see they're putting a lot of pressure onto Blacklist International. This is what they've been doing. They're making sure that Blacklist can't stay long in their own lanes. They can't stay long in front of the turrets because they're setting things up. Yawi is still here. Even if he doesn't go in, just the mindset of I could get engaged is very terrifying.
Oh, Black Dragon form already. Break it out.
It's on to Carl TZ now. And as you can see, Carl TZ is going to be targeted down, but a lot of damage. That's going to be the Blazers Brad to buy a little bit more time, but he will be slain. Sanji finding Venus. Haji going to be the target right now. Sanji jumps into the Petrify as well. That's a double kill for the Gushin at M4. Sanford knocked out by the Furious Dive. Yawi going to be able to dodge away right there from the skill shot from Edward, but Edward's going to be targeted down now. Sanji looking for it, gets it, and it's a triple kill. Unofficial, but still a triple kill for the Gushin that's making its debut on the world stage in the grand finals.
And this propels Echo about 1,000 gold ahead, and it's just back to business. Carl Deasy making quick work of this turtle.
Honestly, in that team fight as well, Oh My Venus had a very good shot of using the Numinum Blast, but then gets cancelled by Yawi, pulling him to the side, saying, no, my team can't handle itself. And Oh My Venus engages of Yawi, and Yawi escapes that. Using the flicker, but again, it's all right because Echo, they're in control. Even in the team fight, they're micromanaging everyone's skills, everyone's ults to make sure that they don't get punished, to making sure that the Orcas are always going to be the one getting those kills.
And because of that pressure in the bottom lane and the relative absence of Blacklist from those responses in the bottom after the turtle take, they got pushed on bottom. Oh, it's a fight up top.
Haji gonna be stunned up, hands up for the airstrike. Sanji gonna be taken low, taken down, shut down by Haji. But Haji falls as well. Sanford! Oh my God! With the famous players! Justin flickers forward. He knows exactly what he was doing. He finds 2 on the board. Not even the observers can believe it.
It's going ham up top for the House of Highlights. And Sanford just as quickly rotates down bottom. Wise, they're not done with him, they're still going!
The torn apart memory slays Wise as they pick up the tier 1 in the gold lane. 3,000 gold lead.
Conversion through the roof for Echo here. They're taking trades, they're taking bodies, taking turrets. Now 30 seconds away from the turret. Where does Blacklist find an angle for a comeback?
Okay, now we're looking, Oh My Venus is gonna get punished.
Now you see him, now you don't. 2 members disappearing from out of nowhere. Oh, have dealing damage on the Sanford, who's still going to be able to get away for a bit. Shutdown picked up, and Blacklist International strike back.
So what I saw just now, and I kind of think of the same thing, Blacklist, they got to stay inside the jungle of Echo because they need to apply pressure and they need vision. Now they don't have both because, again, we talked about it before the game even starts, how Echo is playing. They're pushing one lane, try to get 2 turrets, and then, before that, Oheb gets caught.
Here, Carl TZ going to be able to find that. Oheb falling in the gold lane. Carl TZ backing off. Edward still wants to commit with a Petrify and the Furious Dive. Now Sanford on the back line, getting the stun down, but not going to be able to find it just yet. Haji with Wings by Wings and the flicker out. Benny going to be caught here, stunned up and taken down. Sanford jumping in again. Wise still soaking all the damage in. That's going to be Sanji though, who comes in out of nowhere. Coming in again onto Venus. Not going to be able to find it just yet. Wise still able to get out for a bit with the shield unity. And he gets to safety. It's a 2-for-1 in favor of Blacklist.
All right, so there's a clapback. Blacklist, given that Echo had to split up their priorities. Turtle says, Carl TZ, no, fight, they say, and they're still going.
Sanford again! Jumps in, finds Haji. Oheb trying to melt him down, but it's not going to be enough as he is actually able to dish the damage out. Oheb now going to be targeted down so low. He flickered out of there, but he's still going to be caught. Yawi finds the Divine Judgment. No commitment just yet. Echo decide to pull back.
All right, touche. We pull a treaties for now.
Yep.
8 minutes in, 3K ahead Echo. What's the item game looking like?
The item game is just showing Sanford. He only has the Bloodless Axe as a damage item and the Dominance Eyes just for armor. But again, looking at that, Sanford really should have died. But because Dominance Eyes now lowers the attack speed of your opponent, so Oheb doesn't have maximum attack speed at that point, and he just out-heals Oheb.
Oh man, you can see the carry is just so behind. Corrosion Staff, Golden Staff, he needs that with a nature, but he also needs an Athena at this point, right? There's so much damage output that Echo can deal, and Blacklist are just not ready for that kind of dive.
Yep, it looks like Echo evolved their strategy from game 2, wherein it's not the amount of damage you have, it's where you put it, given the skill shots that Echo have to get in to be able to get these kills. Now 13-6. It just shows that they are playing off of momentum.
Oh, look at this. Oheb.
Gonna be stunned up, gonna be taken down by the corner pop memory. Flicker out by Benny QT as Wise is looking to re-engage with Edward as well. That's a stun coming in. Benny still able to escape, and he breaks the entire team. The petrifying, the Furious Dive connecting on a Benny QT. And Xiaoyi jumps in. Benny's still alive! Goes easy, taunts them up. It's a double kill for Sanji. Echo Philippines, the house of highlights.
And it's just Oh My Venus left. It's as free a lord as it gets for Echo. Barreling on forward, 5K ahead. LaFell, how does Blacklist come back?
Blacklist did everything right. That was not a mistake. Like, they managed to get Benny Cutie. Benny Cutie dashes away. He still got caught. And Blacklist, they still lost. Yawi was able to pull Edward away. Like, again, it's not that Blacklist. They did the engage run. They did everything right. And it still wasn't enough. That's very discouraging.
This breaks the whole concept of the metagame that is box-centric, and it's all about geometry because Echo aren't playing with any clear lines here. They're playing from a point-to-point basis, right? Yawi point and click, Sanji point and click, Benny point and click. Carl TZ is the only one really setting up where Echo can fight, and they always find the right places.
I honestly don't understand how Sanji keeps getting the hits as well, but right now Blacklist fights back.
Oh, they find a kill onto the jungler. Carl TZ gonna fall. Yawi looking for a re-engage as the Lord marches down in the bottom lane. Sanji picking up the tier 2 in the mid lane. Blacklist International micromanaging the waves properly, getting it down. Still 7,000 gold lead for Echo. Wise opening up the map, gets the shield unity down, but will be caught on Divine Judgment. Venus coming in, helping his jungler. Now as Benny QT is going to be able to get petrified down. That's going to be Sanji who finds the unstoppable in the back lines with Sanford as well. The San duo on the back line. Wise going to be targeted down. Sanji not able to connect just yet. You held your breath there. Edward now running away. Yawi still dishing the damage out. Sanford comes in again, and Benny with the follow-up to finish him off.
That sword spike was about an inch away from Wise. If Sanji had it hit, would have been over for King Wise. But that doesn't change the fact that this Lord, Luminous Lord, coming up in about a minute and change, should be lethal. Oh my Venus drops, the Luminous Blast is still going!
That's going to be a Feather Airstrike onto Yawi, still going to be able to get out. Athena's shield popped in with Immortality as well. His Tone Apart Memory will be thrown out. Sanford falling to the hands of Oheb as he is able to find that kill, but it's just a 1-for-1. Echo decides to back off. Base turret still up, except that top side.
So in the defense, Blacklist had their priorities split up, take down members of Echo, clear the waves. Something's got to give. That's that inhibitor up top. That's permanent damage.
Yeah, right now, Echo, they've already set up their checkmate because the Lord is going to come out. That is going to be something that Blacklist have to contest. Now the question is, can they even contest it?
And LaFell, to add to that, it's in the long lane. It's in the opposite lane that Lord is in. It's very clear, it's inevitable that Benny's gonna try to do the same thing.
I mean, we talked about this. This is how they play. They set up the map to their own favor to make sure they have multiple ways to actually win the game. They can win through a team fight. They can win through getting OHEB, through getting Haji, or just going straight, beeline to the king, dropping down the base itself. So this is beautiful coming in from Echo. It's more or less the same thing, but executed in a different way.
They're playing with inevitability. Echo have played to a brilliant situation right now. They're 7K ahead. They're making easy work of this Lord, and Wise checking in. V pulls the conceal.
They've committed a lot of resources here. That's the now Blast, not finding anyone. Yaoi looking for the Divine Judgment, able to find Wise as they try to burst down the Lord. Lord Louis secured right now. Is asking for the winner, fronted by Sanji, to buy a little bit more time again. Benny! Wise got it! With the flicker again to find a torn apart memory. Yaoi's looking for more. That's going to petrify and the Furious Dive used up. Sanford jumping in with Bravest Fighter. Oh my god! Sanford! Benny! Sanji, Caltizi, and Yaoi! They keep styling on Blacklist!
That's 4 for 1. Lord as well going over to Echo. They're gonna push bottom lane, and they are going to threaten the game end. They catch OHEB!
Again, under the base. OHEB very low. It's match point for Echo!
The world champions have never...
One of the heroes that forces the time journey out the best.
Yeah.
The Mystic Fields. Getting 2 or 3 or even just 1 prio member will force that time journey to come out, and the damage as well from the Hilda early on. That's what they want to do.
It's low cost efficiency at the bane of your opponent's lineup. Will Blacklist bounce back? Because this is the last chance. Echo are forcing them into match point. Game number 4 in this best of 7 for the World Championship.
Right now, Echo, they're super dominant. Who would have thought that the grand finals of M4 will be looking like this? Echo and Blacklist International. I'm looking at Yaoi. I'm looking at this Hilda. It looks like Yaoi will just chase absolutely anyone. He wants to pressure Haji. And again, remember the game plan. Don't diverge too far. Haji, OHEB, don't let them be free. That's all you gotta do.
And guess what? Winning lane for Sanford too. Edward gonna have a tough time in the mid lane. Haji should be able to win this out in a 1v1, but it's never the case with the Hilda roaming across the map. The Mystic Field is doing work already.
Yep, and it's not like there's much of a punish from Blacklist, not quite yet. So we're waiting for them to hit that power spike, put items on OHEB, maybe have Edward win 1v1 or at least a pickoff before the last turtle spawns. And it's that weird timing that Blacklist have to play around as Echo makes their presence known up top before making for turtle 30 seconds from now.
Looking at the situation again, Yaoi not diverging, just go to the mid, go to the goal lane, just try to create space. Right now, Yaoi is getting caught. Can Blacklist even execute a kill? I don't think so. No one can catch them, and they don't have the damage.
No kill pressure, not enough, right? Early on. OHEB is kind of a safe lane on the Beatrix. Venus can have some sort of pick potential with a reverse time, but then the case is you're trying to catch Hilda with sprint. I don't think you're going to be able to do that early on.
That is a practice in futility, if I've ever seen one. Now Yaoi pushing away OHEB, and the thing is, this was a 3v2 situation about a minute ago, and what this allows is for Echo to have a priority with the turtle. They're already pushing for it, Caltizi and Sanford.
And that range advantage is already doing work right now. Caltizi on the Lord, Edward trying to steal it, but with no retribution. Caltizi is just going to be able to poke Edward down, securing the first objective of the game with no trades on the board. And look at Sanford already oppressing. Oh no, this is a disaster for Blacklist International's. Wise is going to be able to pop the death of his welcome, but now it's Sanford who's on the split. It's the first blood over to Echo. Haji looking for some compensation, but that's going to be Yaoi who tries to help him out. The split's there for Sanford. He gets out. Venus trying to find that kill off. Reverse time, bringing it back, but Sanford's still alive. Has the slam, and the fast pass, and Haji gets picked off. Sanford is still alive, and Yaoi is beating OHEB with a dotting line as well. OHEB forced the flicker out. The time journey comes in. 1,000 gold lead in 3 minutes, Yaoi. Oh my goodness.
Close call. Yeah, right now, again, look at the checkmate being set up. Echo, who are they pressuring? Haji, as well as OHEB, and now, just for addition, Wise as well. They're pushing around mid. They're pushing around the gold lane, and now it looks like they could have a possibility of controlling the jungle. We predicted it, and now Echo, they're slowly but surely making it happen.
LaFell, up top. Benny Cutie has chipped away at almost a whole shield. 3 minutes in. 3 minutes in, and they're about 2K ahead.
What do you have to say, LaFell? You know, that's a mage. You're thinking of probably like, hey, that's what Bruno does to a turret. That's what Brody does to a turret. Hey, Lunox is here too.
Ooh.
It's a good snipe by Oheb, getting a trade back. Wise now looking for it, but that's the Lunox right there. The brilliance is always ready to get you out of these tough situations.
Oh, look at Carl Tizzy, the angle. Spots out V, forces out a time's journey. Oh!
That's it. That's a time journey baited out. Wise, but death is welcome. Onto Carl Tizzy, but the damage will not be enough just yet. Carl Tizzy can low, has the Appraiser's Wrath, gets back to full HP. The Dawning Light almost sniping Venus. But guess who's here? Sanford's looking for the dive. Now, not going to be able to find it just yet. Pops the split. Edward trying to poke him down as Echo will disengage.
4 minutes in, Echo's already cornered Black, forced them with an early Ube just to protect Oheb.
Yeah, and again, look at what they're doing. They're sacrificing the EXP lane, going all the way to the goal lane, trying to win that lane. And now, because they're forced to be in the long lane.
Oheb. Oh my goodness, Oheb's gonna be killed! Solo, no, has help from Benny a bit. Venus finds a trade, but it's a gold laner for a roamer.
Dude, right now, Echo,
Donnie
they're
Lowe.
really setting it up. There's no way for Blacklist to hide. Echo is not just forcing Blacklist to back away. They're forcing them to be in a position of getting attacked from all sides of the map.
5 minutes in, they're 1,000 gold ahead of the LaFell threshold. Is this the point wherein you say it's going to be difficult to come back? Because the early game clearly went over to Echo.
They got one turret. What they got to do, grab another one, and Very Cutie even secures the gold crab. But after this, you got to control the jungle. After you do that, it's going to be crazy, because even looking at Haji right now, already completing the Clock of Destiny, he could have completed Enchanted Talisman first, but he's like, you know what? I'm just going to go for damage.
The uncharacteristic miss too from Oheb signals something that's even worse than just losing. Getting tilted in the game, in the final game, that can be the final game, right? How is their mental looking?
I'm hoping that that's not the case. Again, world champions are not built without pressure, without turmoil, without struggle, and this is a struggle of all struggles. How do you come back from a 6-minute game, 3K behind? Haji trying to space out so that Wise can come back. Oh, Dennis, welcome.
But the Mystic Field now, Sanji with the Dawning Light as well. Now popping, that's the immobility. Carl Tizzy jumps in and the killing spree picked up by Sanji. Now in the top lane, Edward finding a trade onto the objective now as he goes in onto the mini waves. Benny is still there. Edward now going to be able to dash away. Benny flickering forward, eye for an eye by Edward, getting out to safety as he finds a trade finally for Blacklist.
Agent Zero gets away with his life. Close call from Sanji.
Yeah, right now Sanji, 3-0 and 0. It's just going to get stronger, and now Oheb getting pressured.
Again, Sanford flickering forward. Oheb forced to flicker out with the time journey as well.
Oh!
Wait, Sanford still going through with Yo as well. Under the tier 2, under the base turret. They find the kill onto Venus. Yaoi gets traded back. Sanford as well. No, there's one split. There you go. You can't get out of that one. There's no way.
So Blacklist found a little bit of redemption on the map. 2 kills. They're going to protect their mid lane here, but they concede the last hurdle over to Echo, still maintaining a 3K gold lead.
Right now, Blacklist, they're finding ways. They're finding opportunities. Right now, my Venus gets attacked, and he almost got chunked down.
Oh!
Anyway.
There you go. That's the Dawning Light connecting. Edward going to be taken low as Yaoi jumps in again. Onto Edward right now. As he's looking for the damage, he finds it with the power of wildness. Oheb with the Nibiru's passion to clear out the waves. It feels like Blacklist are trying their best to find a trade, but it's always going to Echo's favor.
Allow me to hypothesize. LaFell, what's going to happen if Blacklist fights Echo here, mano-a-mano every single time? If they try to trade, what happens? Will that eventually lead to a comeback, or will that be punished by Echo? Because again, 3K, that's about a main item for a core.
Not yet, because Edward is the one dealing the most amount of damage. Oheb, not just yet, because Carl Tizzy will always be in front. You can't shred that, because right now he only has the Blade of Despair. It's not enough. They can fight if they want, but the damage, they have to understand, is on Edward, not on Oheb.
let's look at it again, right? I mean, when Sanford can do that, dive into the base turret, sure, he was taken down, but the fact that he still was able to find a trade, it shows how dominant this game has been for Echo. If Blacklist want to come back, they're going to have to wait for those power spikes to hit. And even then, in the late stage, remember, Echo has a Lunox. They have a Xavier.
And it's a delicate dance that Echo have to go with here. Much like a Lord dance that goes for a minute and a half, Echo have to temper between aggression and discipline. They force out a flicker against Sanford down bottom. They push a main artery in mid. Blacklist here employing an Ube. They're letting Agent Zero force out something from Echo.
For me, it's not doom and gloom for Blacklist because now they're moving around the map. They're making sure they're not getting caught. They're making sure that they don't do mistakes because they will eventually have enough damage. We've seen time and time again, this Beatrix will shred everyone down. Right now, Edward, he's trying to slow down the Lord, but I feel like they should let this go. It's just a Luminous. It's not that big of a deal.
But if they let this go, what can they fight for, right? They're going for trades right now. You can already see it, but Sanji's going to be able to clear out the mid lane. They traded for a tier 1 down below. For the first Lord of the game, though, I think Echo are more than happy.
As a byproduct, the waves are going to be much stronger, right? Empowered minions. Lord's going to march on through top. Lord is set to spawn in the upper half of the map. And this does open up something for Agent Zero and Oheb to push down bottom. But Echo still 4K ahead, and now they're also going to push up top. Oh no, I see what's happening here. They're setting up again for the potential split.
Oh man. Again, there's so many things to worry about if you're Blacklist International, right? Not only just the 5 members, but how they're playing. Not just going for team fights, not just for picks, not just for sieges, but also for backdoors, for split pushes. Oheb with one Dawning Light gets chunked to half HP. With Lord marching down on the top side, it is going to be acting as a distraction as Sanji is going to be taken to a quarter of his HP.
Ooh.
Lord taken down as Blacklist International are able to micromanage the waves for now. Mid lane to be pushing in. Benny with the Chaos. Oh my goodness, that damage on the Venus is insane. Sanford zoning the other members away, but so far it's an amazing defense by Blacklist International.
They force Agent Zero to come back home. He can't force the issue down bottom in the inhibitor. Lothel, what's the answer here? Lord coming in about 2 minutes.
Again, you just gotta wait it out because right now what Blacklist did, they got a lot from the Lord coming in from Echo actually because they see, all right, you're going for this objective. They managed to get 2 turrets down in bottom. That's a lot of gold steal, but Oheb here with like below 50% HP. This is pretty bad. They gotta wait for Echo to overextend and hopefully they can fight back.
That's a small dinosaur. Wise not tanky enough. The time journey buys him time, but it only cancels out CC, not damage. Carl DZ with the Appraiser's Wrath. Haji trying to fight desperately, but the split connects and it takes him down. Yowie in the midst of the base finds Oheb low. Edward gets a trade up in the top lane. Sanford recalling. Echo looking for the siege into the base turret. Blacklist still able to defend.
2 for 1, and Agent Zero was not able to do anything up top. Oheb didn't fall, so there's some silver lining here. Signs of life from Blacklist International.
Yeah, because again, the name of the game is the turrets right now. Edward going for Sanji, and he's doing a lot of damage. And this is why I say, if Blacklist, they're pressured, we gotta look at Edward. He is the one that could potentially give them this game victory. If Blacklist can pull Echo around, come here, take the bait. My name is Haji. My name is Oheb. Don't you want me? Let Edward have the space to try and potentially push, get some gold, get the items, and then try to win the team fight.
And this Brute Force Breastplate in Edward's arsenal is going to be super key. He's going to be super important in maybe quelling 2 or 3 members of Echo, if Echo do send 2 or 3 members. I think Echo is just playing their game here. 6K ahead, making a jockey for this Luminous Lord. If they do take this Lord for free, which is likely, oh Lord, that's very quick, they're definitely gonna get at least 1 inhibitor.
That was like what, as fast as securing a buff? That was
even faster,
even
honestly.
faster than securing a buff, yeah.
Oh my goodness. Blacklist International. Oh, Edward gets spotted out. That cancels the recall. Edward running for the hills right now. Pops in the final blow. Gonna be able to dash for a bit longer. Sanford looking for the chase. Not able to find it. Agent Zero survives. But still, it's Echo who utilizes that to set up in the bottom lane.
Looking at this, I again, like, I'm still pulling out hope because Blacklist can do a lot. But as we said before the game, Echo, they're scaling. It's not like they're gonna, you know, drop in terms of damage. They're just getting stronger and stronger, and now Wise getting pressured.
The Mystic Field locking him down. As Wise tries to get out, but Sanford flickers forward, baiting out a time journey. The mid lane base server is gonna fall right now as that's gonna be the siege coming in. Sanji flickering out. Edward did not use the final blow. That was a prediction by Sanji that did not work out, but it's still Echo who are marching, who are knocking on the base of Blacklist International. Bottom side, reverse time, bringing Sanford back, but the split gets him out of there right now. Edward still not popping a final blow just yet, charging up his dashes. And still, it's Echo who are playing it so well, disciplined.
Top lane inhibitor at half health. Waves crashing in through bottom. They're waiting for a wave in the mid. Echo here might get punished. Look at Yaoi.
That's the immortality popped in. Edward trying to split this side, but Yaoi gets out of the detonus. Welcome. Edward trying to find an opening, but will be caught in the Mystic Field. Immobilized and poked down. Echo now onto the purple buff. 2-level lead for Karl'Tezi against Wise. He takes it away and he walks out.
Karl'Tezi just ate a face full of Nibiru's passion and walks away from it. Does OM need any more items? I'm wondering if there's enough in the next 2 or 3 minutes because this Lord coming in, it's just Luminous, all right? Just a Luminous Lord. A minute from now.
Looking at the items right now, Blade of Despair, Malefic Roar, as well as the Hunter Strike. In my personal opinion, this is enough. But now, how do you dish out the damage? Because you have enough damage necessary to take down Echo. Because looking at the lineup, the only one that you're going to have problems with is Sanford as well as Karl'Tezi because they do have the Blade Armor, and the Blade Armor does hurt going up against a Beatrix. So Beatrix is going to have a little bit of problem there, but the main problem is staying inside the fight. I kind of feel like at this point, maybe OHEB has to wait for every single item, including the Haas Claw, to stay alive because the problem is not about dishing out the damage, it's about staying alive.
And how do you stay alive against a lineup that finds angles and forces you to respond like this, even without committing? And that's what 8K gold buys you ahead of your opponent. Now, 15 minutes in, about 5 seconds away from this Lord. It's interesting to see that Blacklist, it seems like they're jockeying for position. Should they contest this?
This one, I kind of feel like they got to go for a 4-1, but now Wise eating someone.
Again, OHEB's gonna be chunked low from across the map. The snipe not connecting. Yaoi dodging away with the sprint. That's Edward jumping to the back line, but it's not enough damage to take Sanji down. He doesn't even pop the flicker. The Petrify was used already. A lot of resources spent. Sanford now jumping in. Dawning Light taking Venus to have a half HP. Wise looking for the opening. Edward gonna be caught in the Mystic Field once again as he jumps out with eye for an eye. Venus taken low by Benny and Sanford, who's now on Wise. Bringing him back, immobilizing him. Sanford jumps in again! He finds it! Venus forced to run away. Haji standing his ground, but Karl'Tezi jumps in. The flicker out to safety as Wise is being caught by the Mystic Field. Echo looking to march down. Benny with damage. Appraiser's Crash connecting as well. Yaoi running the kill onto Wise. Yaoi getting out. Sanford immobilizing him. 5 members strong, 2 members down from Blacklist.
Just 3 defenders for Blacks International. They still have Haji, Sanji pushing in. Look at Edward, forcing out a winter truncheon.
Immortality bot as well. Edward gonna be stunned up, immobilized, everything. He's not moving. Edward will fall. He buys the immortality in time, but he's gonna fall again to the damage coming through. The time journey saves it, but the Embracer's Wrath takes the queen down. Haji locked out of Mystic Field. The Dawning Light outranging the real world inflation. Sanford finds a double. Echo, they haven't just broken the code. They have shattered it. 4-0 for the Orcas.
The age of the Orcas is now. Echo are your M4 world champions.
Winning the game, getting the checkmate.
Leading the charge because of the 2 big boys from ONIC. That might be their setup for the box.
And with that box, that's the big, I feel, issue for both these teams, right? They want to try to set it up, but the other wants to try to make it as chaotic as possible. They want to try to attack from different angles, and I think with AP.Bren's comp, that might be what they're looking for here.
Yes.
Attacking from different angles, using that Mathilda to create havoc in these team fights.
Yep.
And Thama should be doing the same thing, right? If he got the Vengeance here, it'll be really, really hard for the Claude or anyone to even deal with it.
Let me misuse my power at the moment.
Misuse?
Yes, because right now, while the players are on stage, I want the players to hear the crowd cheer. If you're with ONIC, chant ONIC. If you're with AP.Bren, chant AP.Bren. And Mirko, I know you're with ONIC, so let me hear all the Sonics. ONIC! Oh, we win the game!
We're in!
Let me hear AP.Bren! And with that, let's jump into the game.
We're in, all right. ONIC versus AP.Bren in the early stage. Already 1 minute has elapsed. And what does it look like so far? Maybe we can take it slow with the emblems first here, Wolf.
Yeah. We haven't seen them actually right now. Yep. We're going to be looking at towards that later on. I'm actually surprised that Brave Smite is Kauteezy's choice, because I think in the Philippines, we're kind of a region that likes the Quantum Charge actually on that particular hero. And Flapteezy going in for Impure Rage. Now, one thing that we do know about the Brody is it's a great laner. Like 1v1 almost wins almost all of the matchups.
And right now looking at Kyrie already setting up for the Turtle. Keyboy absorbing quite a lot of damage coming in from Few as well as Ogwen. Not going to be having priority going into the Turtle fight.
Kyrie's holding it, resets it. Sounds and Boots rotating over. Both teams looking to go and contest for the first Turtle of the game. Flapteezy already regaining that prio in the bottom side of the map. But both teams are still hovering over.
Yeah, right now again, AP.Bren, they do have the Astral Echo to find the opposing side, but Boost goes in!
3-man penalty zone off the Sans' damage coming down, and that's going to be Keyboy who shoves them back. Kyrie winning the Red battle with the implosion coming down as well. Now it's going to be View. Very low first blood picked up by Sans, but a good appraiser's path turns it around. Now Boots all alone. It's a 2-for-1 trade. Make it 2-for-2 for the Turtle, but if Boots gets taken down here, ONIC will lose out in the first fight of the game. Flapteezy.
Congratulations, ONIC got the Turtle, but they had to pay with 3 members. It's not even worth it, Wolf.
Not at all. At the first Turtle fight, you don't want to get that Turtle in exchange for 3 heroes. And AP.Bren, but a wonderful placement coming out from Flapteezy, just keeping his stabs up to Kyrie. Kyrie was way slow because of the control coming out from Flap. He still was able to get the Turtle, which is amazing, but the succeeding fight, because they were poked down so much, they didn't have any staying power anymore.
This is why I was wondering, is it good for ONIC to fight around the Turtle? Because the poke coming in from AP.Bren as well as the heavy damage that they can put out. Kauteezy wants Keyboy.
The CC, right? It's phenomenal. Kyrie jumping in, Sans is there as well with the help of CW. That's a 3-man circling eagle knockup. CW forced to use the defensive battle mirror image back to his own turret. Torn apart memory also used up there. A good shot off the CW under his tier 1. Ogwen's looking for a dive angle. Jumps in with the guiding wind. Super Marco looking for the stun. Battle mirror image out. Super Marco gets 1 hit on the turret gold and backs away.
Great for CW for sure, as he's able to stand his ground. But overall, this is really good for AP.Bren, because now they are overtaking the jungle. Kauteezy and Ogwen, and the coverage that they have because of the guiding wind and the sustain that they have with Few from long distance. Woo!
Even an appraiser's wrath, just to keep Keyboy at bay. They know how big the playmaking is.
Boom. Dude, the impact is so huge. The entire map lights up. And speaking of the entire map, it looks like what AP.Bren is trying to do is try to cover 51% of the map. They're making sure ONIC stays honest. ONIC stays in their path.
I love the crowd, man. I really do. They're cheering for the screen going back to normal ONIC. Some good damage on Ogwen. Astral Echo connecting onto all 4. Flapteezy holding onto the Turtle. That's a good Astral Spear onto the back. Boots going to be zoned away for now. Kauteezy jumping in, getting a taunt, knocking Boots up. Flapteezy doing the same thing. Now with the Infernum and the circling eagle. Boots with a flicker backwards. That might just be a kill. DPZ to fall back. Phew! Gets a snipe from downtown. That is Keyboy who's forced back, and now the entire ONIC have to pull back.
Massive pokes coming out from AP.Bren, and the positioning. Ogwen was so instrumental in that, as well as Flapteezy. This surprise pick with this Matilda and this Dams can make it difficult for ONIC to get some territories, get some ground, and Few being on point with the spear.
The way that I see it, AP.Bren wants to tell the Sky Kings, stay down, stay grounded. We're not gonna allow you to fly. But looking at the pacing here, I gotta ask you, Wolf, is this enough? Because ONIC, it looks like they're fine moving in this pace.
Oh, definitely. This is what they need to be doing. And the thing is, they're not really like stumbling or they're not giving anything for ONIC Esports again to kind of move on. And I think this is the way that they're handling the left side of the map with the Brody, the top lane, gives them so much ground to work with and so much control at the early stages of the game.
And with a 3,000 gold lead, they're really dictating the pace. They're already rotating up top. They know where the battle mirror image is going to be placed down. CW, no turret there, but he backs up to the battle mirror image. And now ONIC are looking for a counter-attack, but it is going to be fumbled instantly. AP.Bren spot them, and they know exactly what they were planning.
Right now, I gotta ask Wolf, what is ONIC able to lose out? In terms of trading, they're losing turrets. How many turrets can they afford to lose?
Well, they do have good late game. I think they're gonna be happy just keeping all of their outer turrets before the first Lord. Again, that's already a good sign for ONIC. Because right now, I mean, if the first Lord goes in favor of AP.Bren and they don't have their turrets anymore, that's gonna be a very bad problem. But I think, just to answer your question, that's the most that they can have.
All right, looking like ONIC, they gotta keep that in mind. ONIC gotta keep that in mind, man. If they want to make sure that they are still breathing into the game, they gotta make sure when the Lord happens, the outer turrets are safe. Looking at the mid, very healthy. Looking at the EXP lane, looks like it's generally quite okay as well.
Yeah. And now looking at the turtle, it's in favor of AP.Bren with 3 members of ONIC getting spotted out. Boots walking up now. Flapteasy dealing some damage on a Keyboy, poking him down with an Astral Spear, connecting onto the back line as well. Circling Eagle, knocking Kyrie up, zoning them away from the turtle, and Boots is forced to run away. Flapteasy just wreaking havoc as Calteasy picks up the turtle. Once again, 3 turtles to AP.Bren, no contest from ONIC.
We gotta talk about Flapteasy here. He's really pushing everyone from ONIC away. How's he doing this?
No, this is the strength of the Thames with the Impure Rage and the threat of the Vengeance. Then there's always that Ogwyn factor where no matter what happens, he's gonna be safe. That's why the 2 of them just go together and there's nothing that ONIC can do. The early game tempo from the side of AP.Bren was dictated by this Thames as well as this Matilda.
Well, good news for ONIC fans because EW is still deathless. Sans is able to protect himself with the ult coming in from Matilda. So far, a pretty slow-paced game. It looks like ONIC, again, this is the kind of pacing that they are forced to go into. But Kyrie, now, again, the question to Wolf, can Kyrie farm up enough that he can cause trouble for AP.Bren?
It's not just about himself. I mean, the answer is yes, but
Kyrie still secures it.
Kyrie still secures it. The answer is yes, but he really needs to find his teammates. I think, you know, when you look at the Dyrot, you would think that this is a singular hero or an individual kind of hero, but it's not. It's a combo-based hero. You need someone else with physical damage to combo with you so that you're able to just make full advantage of the passive as well as the kit that Dyrot has. So I guess for Kyrie, yeah, surely you can farm up, but you need to utilize your teammates as well.
Exactly, right? It's not a solo hero here, especially I feel like the way that Kyrie's building towards, it's more of that utility build. Anti-Cuira's first item, only a Fury Hammer to help him deal some damage and a little bit of penetration. So this pick is really reliant on everyone else dealing damage. He's a utility jungler.
Help me understand this, Wolf. Why is Keyboy positioning the way that he is positioning now?
Oh, it makes me wonder. He doesn't have any teammates. I think he just wants to make sure that the purple buff will be at least watched. And there's really nothing that they can do right now aside from farming. He's spending his time here so that he's going to be able to land a wonderful implosion once they see the other members.
That looks like they're setting up on the board here. Sans
flickering out. Astral Echo thrown out as well by Sans in panic. And I feel like for Keyboy, is he trying to learn from his idol? The BBB, the big brain below, and now it's the BBK, big brain Keyboy, perhaps.
And here's the thing, AP.Bren, no one sees this. No one knows where Keyboy is, but even if he gets a 5-man implosion, will the damage be enough, Wolf?
Maybe they have the Dyrot, so they can. The damage will be there.
Oof. But AP.Bren's damage as well is quite massive. Look at the poke coming in. Boots is already down to half.
Even the Lizard did not spot out Keyboy.
Yeah. Another Astral Spear. Boots taken low. Penalty zone. That's a DPZ, but not a defensive penalty zone. That's a desperate penalty zone from ONIC. A 4.8k gold lead, building up to 5k, and it has halted any shot of ONIC to look for an angle to fight.
It looks like Keyboy abort the plan. This is not going how we want it to go. Keyboy returns, and now ONIC, they got to pre-plan what else are they going to do. As for Echo finds 2.
Efficient mail. ONIC forced back into their tier 1, and Super Marco, Mr. Reketiano, picks up that tier 1 in the mid lane. The Turret Eater.
Oh, this is definitely going to be AP.Bren's power spike. And ONIC need to hold their ground. AP.Bren's lineup with this Matilda, with this Brody, they're very, very strong at this moment. And the thing is, because of the fact that Few had a great time in the early stages, he's going to be the one to supplement the damage in the latter portions of the game. So AP.Bren, even their composition is like this, they're not technically just an early to mid kind of a lineup. They do have the late game because of this Novaria. ONIC needs to respect that. They need to make something happen now.
How's the clear though, right? I mean, ONIC right now, they're trying to deal with just a super minion wave.
It's not
and
good.
It's not good. We saw the main reason they were able to come back was that wave clear with the Lilia. CW gets poked by a torn apart memory. Zone back to his base.
Something about ONIC. I believe, and I kind of feel like all the Sonics believe, as long as the crystal is not destroyed, because it's not just in M5. They did it in M4 as well. When the odds are not in their favor, they will find a way. They will be able to do the impossible.
Dude, was that against the Valley, dude? Maybe. Talk about memory. Oh, Kyrie forced back Battle Mirror Image defensively as well. ONIC have fended off the First Lord, but I would say it's quite value. AP.Bren got half of the HP for the turret in the bottom lane.
That's right. The Twilight Armor picked up by Kyrie, this is definitely a reaction to what AP.Bren is giving them. Going up against the Novaria. Now, if I'm looking at the heroes, the composition of ONIC, there's really no dive that can get to Few. So I think that this is another problem that they have to go through. Even then, the front-to-back composition of AP.Bren is also a thing of beauty because you have Flaptizi all very, very farmed now with the Impure Age as well as the Vengeance, and then you have Kaltizi to man the front lines as well. You have the Guiding Wind to start. The front-to-back of AP.Bren is just perfect.
Ogwen is a roamer, let me remind you.
Yeah.
And he's doing that much damage to CW.
I really am curious to see how far behind CW is compared to Super Marco, right? Because Marco's been eating turrets, but it seems like in terms of levels, even damage earlier, CW has got quite enough.
So let me just ask, because you were talking about how ONIC, based on their lineup, it's not going to be easy to catch Few. So if Few is not the target, who should be the target? Is it the front line? Is it Super Marco?
I think ONIC will have to settle for the front lines, yes. Because that is the idea of the Direct anyways. Of course you can dive, but...
Good shot again, Astral Echo. Now revealing a few members. Kyrie going to be engaged on right now with the Circling Eagle, the Taunty Appraise Eagle, the Taunty Appraiser's Wrath. You get some strike coming down, but it's not in time right now. It's actually an implosion out of penalty zone, but it's still not enough. Super Marco is free hitting. That's a flicker and a torn apart memory. We're truncheon by Sans. A good shot over. Sans dogging away. AP.Bren looking for the end angle now. 7-1, 10,000 gold lead building. 2 members down for the Sky Kings.
ONIC lost 2, and now everyone from AP.Bren, they're marching forward. They're looking at the base. Flaptizi goes in.
The Hive in the building erupt. And the way it's been cleared out, but the turret, the base, has been taken away. AP.Bren snatch a victory from under ONIC's feet.
This is the beginning of AP.Bren telling ONIC no more. What happened yesterday was a fluke.
And might be what we can expect.
As we go into game number 2 in the grand final of the M5 World Championship, can ONIC delay the game, scale it up, or will AP.Bren bringing the pressure and stop them in their tracks? We'll witness in this game number 2 of this best of 7.
Starting us off already with the crowd roaring again in Resolve Memorial Coliseum. Anything interesting to note down here as we get into the game, Wolf?
Well, I'm surprised that there's no Tigreal invasion yet at level 1. I don't think that they'll ever be considering it because Keyboy is keeping tabs on Ogwen. This is what we said, right? There has to be a hero for Keyboy that kind of mirrors where Ogwen wants to go for. And going in for the Quantum Charge on Ogwen, interesting. He wants to... Yeah, he wants to be part of these skirmishes. And yeah, Kyrie still has the Retribution, so it's going to be safe.
He uses it. Retri over Ogwen with a shove back onto Kyrie, but he's still going to be able to dish out some damage. Keyboy coming in as well. Ogwen with a flicker backwards defensively. That's a flicker as well. Don't about World King. Keyboy picks up first blood in game number 2. A change of pace for ONIC.
A good start, but again, we gotta see how this impact really happens, what's the advantage of ONIC now having the first blood?
Oh, that's a lot of advantage because now Kyrie gets to level 4 without any problem. They can contest the turtle because the ultimate coming out from Kyrie will be up soon anyways. And the fact that Keyboy had an extra EXP from that kill, that's gonna be great.
Electrifying beats already used up. Keyboy as well with his own round Wolf King, but it's Immortal Coil, and it's a complete opposite approach, right? Master Assassin for Mr. Recetiano, Super Marco, and for CW, it's that tenacity.
Yeah, we've seen that AP.Bren, they really want to win out the lane, but I've been looking at game number 1 as well as game number 2. AP.Bren has been putting a lot of pressure inside the jungle of ONIC, but why are they putting in the pressure there?
It's mainly because of the joy. They don't want Kyrie to snowball. Kyle TZ, I mean, despite being pressured, will get to level 5 first, but I don't think that they will have time for this. Good poke coming up from Sans.
Great poke and boots as well. Forcing out a Immortal Coil. Calteezy's zoned completely away, but Flapteezy doing the same thing to Sans. Forcing a flicker out. Kyrie jumping in, finding the retribution on a turtle as Keyboy dishes out some damage with boots. Just trying to keep AP.Bren, their front line, at bay. And ONIC have secured a neutral objective without giving anything away.
ONIC is starting off very, very good, even though Flapteezy was able to zone Sans away. But looking at how Kyrie is playing the game and the engage coming in from Boots, it's very, very impressive. So now, ONIC, even though it's a 300 goal lead, is actually quite impactful here. What do you think, Wolf?
Yeah, definitely impactful. We were talking about the laning, the scaling of Kyrie as well as the CW. The fact that they're not getting run over by the Tigreal, by the Paquito, as well as the Martis, that's great. And Sans, for some reason, again, Keyboy. Oh my.
He found the I'm offended off camera. Few was caught off guard. And Sans just Mystic Gushed.
Oh, look at the bottom lane here. Super Marco having to go back. Kyle TZ is there. CW, I don't think he can do anything here.
Not much. Not right now. He pops in at Go ONIC because he farms back. But Wolf, like, being kept at bay, the smartest gets outscaled by quite a bit.
Oh, for sure. Not a good sign, but they can still recover. They still have, 5 minutes to go with this? If they find the opening finally with Kyle TZ, they can just run over, and then Flapteezy eventually controls the map. That is definitely what AP.Bren is looking for.
Yeah, right now we're looking at 2 minutes to 3 minutes. We see how CW is double farming both the gold lane as well as the mid lane. And we got to talk about this. Gord not receiving the farm. Is it still fine for him, Wolf?
Yes, in a way that all he needs to do is to actually equalize the lanes. At this point, Sans, he just needs to prolong the game. That's what he needs to do.
It feels very adaptive, right? The way that they are actually giving CW these waves. They know that Sans just picked up a kill, so that he can afford to actually give a wave in the mid lane. That's when CW decided to rotate over.
Yeah, this is one of the benefits of having a mid laner that is not farm dependent. But let's look at the items here.
Yep, there's the Counter Strike that Flapteezy has picked up. The FDP, the full damage Paquito, and it's gonna be utilized up top.
A lot of damage onto Boots, and Implosion committed as well. Boots now caught in the I'm offended. He pops in a penalty zone, flickers out to safety, but should fall. The Decimate finds the kill, and Kyle TZ will give AP.Bren their first kill on the board for game number 2.
But looking at ONIC here, they're really trying to trade things off because they're like, okay, if you get 1 kill, we need to get 2. I kind of feel like that's the idea. And the 2 that they got was the buff, as well as CW getting a little bit of farm coming in from that mid lane turret. He's gaining gold fast.
And the thing is, ONIC lost their flicker onto Keyboy. It's going to be a massive battle spell to not have for 2 minutes, knowing full well that the 5 to 7 minutes, that is actually the power spike of AP.Bren. ONIC, despite them leading when it comes to the goal, they should not be that comfortable. And burning Boots as well as Keyboy's flicker, just like that for the trade-off, might not be the best choice.
Not the best choice, but I think that's the only choice that they could have made. AP.Bren are doing so well at going for neutral objectives, but also screening the map. They know if ONIC want to look for a trade, and they get the more valuable one by calculation. Flicker Implosion, bringing him back. Now the shove in, but a Mystic Gush does a lot of damage to the back as well. Keyboy going to be knocked out by the Worldie. I'm offended, not connecting. The Decimate does though. 3PZ by Boots. Defensive penalty zone to the back. CW finding a trade in the bottom lane. And he will be able to get just the turret here as Ogwen screens him and pushes him back again.
I mean, we saw in the interview, CW can get money, man. He can get the gold. And I kind of feel like ONIC right now, they are fine with giving something up as long as they get something back, as long as it's not a losing trade. Proactiveness coming in from AP.Bren, but we got to look at Kyrie as well. He just finished his Starlium Scythe. It's just 1 item, but once he gets 2, once he gets 3, it's going to be trouble.
And speaking of trouble, AP.Bren already invaded the purple buff that should be belonging to Kyrie. Then they secured their own. They even got a turret up top. And obviously the power spike that we're talking about for AP.Bren, we can now feel it. And ONIC will really scratch their heads with the flicker being burned out by both Keyboy as well as Boots.
I want to mention as well, even though Sans, he was giving away the lane, he has the goal advantage over few.
Yeah. I guess because of the kills that he was able to get as well as the assist. But ONIC, they don't need to panic. All they need to do now is to defend their lanes. Make sure that the middle is going to be intact. Keyboy and Sans might throw their bodies just to defend that. And then secure the farm onto CW.
And again, looking at the goal earned here, CW is number 1, Super Marco is number 2. But looking at ONIC here, the way that they've been moving around the map is like that they're not sacrificing too much for helping out CW.
Yeah, now they've actually lane swap decided to do that. AP.Bren feels very happy to do that. Flapteezy 1v1 against CW play. Battle Mirror Image gonna be used up. Flapteezy. Knockout strike, one more shot. Blazing duet from CW. No battle spells used up just yet. AP.Bren in the bottom lane. That's a penalty zone connecting on the Oakwood, but he gets a massive shove on the 3. Kyrie walks out with the electrifying beat. Super Marco dishing out damage on the boots. I defend it into a Decimate. Kyrie with a retribution. He misses it, but Kyle doesn't. He finds another. B-Boy falling. Solid in the mid lane. Pressured down on his own tier 1. Kyrie looking to clear out the waves. That's a dive angle from AP.Bren. A Decimate and Kyrie will still be able to walk away. Super Marco gets a big goal on top. CW 1v1 against Flapteezy. Battle Mirror Image gonna be used out. Knockout strike 1-2. CW takes the 1v1.
Hey, why did you bring a gun to a fist fight, man? CW was playing unfair, but we gotta look at the items here.
Yep.
ONIC, what's happening here, Wolf?
It's a massive snowball. The Radiant Armor picked up. It's the first time for Kalteezy. That paid dividends, and now he's gonna be tanking through ONIC's damage.
Mortal Coil, but a penalty zone will be used in time. Kalteezy going for the bang! He turns it around. The shutdown goes to the roamer. I would say that's still a win for AP.Bren.
ONIC right now making mistakes. We saw the mistake just now. Kyrie unable to secure the turtle. Good thing by AP.Bren, they actually reset it so that the retribution was not enough. Now what does ONIC have to do?
Well, ONIC will just have to defend once again. Very unfortunate that CW was the one that got picked off. That was great play coming out from Kalteezy with the Blade Armor as well, because ONIC was trying to run him down, but he lasted for such a long time that AP.Bren was able to trade it off. With the Radiant Armor as well as Blade Armor picked up by this Kalteezy Martis. Now you know that they have the Snowball. Definitely needs to secure the first Lord for AP.Bren for sure.
The question is, well, we see AP.Bren right now with 1,000 gold lead. They're moving as a unit. They're moving as 3. They're moving as 4. What are they planning, Wolf? Are they just wanting to get kills, or they just want to zone ONIC away?
Yeah, it's just about zoning ONIC away. They do have a lot of potential when killing. But at the same time, if they just secure the Lord and then just take the turrets, they're going to be fine, because what happens afterwards will be for them to take out the jungle of ONIC.
Well, right now, looking at the goal, looking at the positioning, it is definitely AP.Bren favorite, and Flapteezy is doing the most amount of damage in this game. Looks like he's fine being alone. AP.Bren doing this 4-1 positioning is good for AP.Bren.
It's massive for them. Kyrie looking for an angle, gets shoved back by Open, electrifying beast. Whoa! Kyrie has just stolen it away. Kyle had the retry. He had the level advantage as well. The magical man, my goodness.
Only one time, man. Kyrie was like, don't worry. It was just luck. It was just a mistake.
Holy.
I'm not going to lose the next one.
I got this, says Kyrie. Brings me back to the time where I was able to work with this man.
Wow. Wow.
Just wow.
Wow.
What a steal.
What a steal. That's what we're wowing about.
Every time he's doing that, back in his younger days, you know, he would scream, "Di mo kaya sa retrian," which means you cannot out-retry me.
Ooh.
You cannot win a duel against retry.
I mean, that's the mentality you need to be a world champion. Because right now, again, we got to talk about the situation here. Even though, yes, Kyrie was able to secure that Lord, but we cannot deny it is still in control of AP.Bren. They are the one in the driver's seat.
I guess the best part here for the side of ONIC is that nobody died during that exchange, right? They were able to snatch the Lord, nobody died, so that means that they can at least equalize the lanes. Every minute that they buy for CW to farm, for Kyrie to farm, that's going to be great. great news for ONIC.
So now AP.Bren again, looking at the tempo that they're moving. I personally, for me, even though Kyrie can scale up very well, CW on the Claw can scale up very well. Late game ONIC is going to be very dangerous.
That's right.
AP.Bren, do they have to force things, or they're fine taking it at the tempo that they're taking it right now?
I guess with the hero that they have, they cannot. Like if they had something like an Arlet, perhaps they can force things. They have the Tigreal as well as the Paquito, which is a committal kind of lineup, as well as the Martis. You cannot just get a kill and then get out. Surely you can because you're fast, but it's not that kind of hero.
But then it gets too risky, does it not?
Yeah.
Right? I mean, if you do not force anything, don't look for a snowball, then it's completely reliant on the Bruno. You have a lot of cover, I get it, right? You already have a Paquito, the Tigreal, the Valentina as well. 3 amazing cover heroes. But ONIC, they went for the other side. You have cover, we have dive. They have a Joy, a Claude, a Terizla, and a Ruby. Everyone wants to dive. And the Gord, he's playing the best defense is offense.
Yeah.
The best cover is if my team dives in and I deal free damage.
Yeah, because looking at this game, it reminds me of a Diggy, an alarm time bomb. Because right now, AP.Bren, hoot. MC Facts, Sky King.
Wow. Well, I guess he's saying it's true.
This is not a Lord confirmed. It's a Lord steal.
Steal.
8 times.
8 times.
In M5.
And this is the season, or this is the M series where a lot of people are saying, Kyrie's retry is not as good.
It's so-so.
It's so-so. This is so-so, apparently.
Dude.
8 steals is so-so. Oh my goodness.
Okay, maybe when we hit double digits, maybe that's the threshold the people are looking for.
Maybe
You're the Sky King, aren't you?
Yeah, maybe they didn't finish their sentence so good, right?
Okay, here's the thing. You want to know my reasoning of why it's only 8 times?
Why?
Because they've been dominating the map so much.
You're right.
They don't have the opportunity to steal. They just claim it for themselves.
And still 8 times.
So only a few teams give Kyrie the opportunity to even steal it because they started it.
And to think that they're dominating so much that they actually don't lose so much games. Actually, their only loss might be against the Blacklist, right? And one against
yes.
In the knockout stage.
The knockout stage.
Wait, in the entire tournament, the only game that they lost.
They had another 3-1, I believe.
No,
Remember the 1-1 from See You Soon? Where they were a turnaround?
Hey, look,
I
man,
believe it was 2-0, bro.
I got ADHD. I can't remember anything much, but right now we're looking at the players again. Thank you very much to all the audience here in the venue as well as watching at home. We are going to provide the best, I would say, services for the players to make sure that they are having a good time in game. But either way, right now, again, AP.Bren, back to the topic.
Yep. No losses from ONIC.
They've only dropped to the 2 PH teams. 2 games against Blacklist, 1 game so far in AP.Bren.
Yep. The Atas Langit Adonic.
Yep.
That's how you beat the Sky Kings.
What does that mean?
You gotta be untouchable.
What does that mean?
There's the sky. And then above that, there's ONIC.
Yeah, that's basically the
Yeah, the Atas Langit Adonic.
Above the skies,
There's
where
ONIC.
ONIC lie.
flashback to MSC 2021. That's the gist of it. LaFell, you just gave us the gist of it.
You know what? The first time I met you, that was the first thing you said to me.
Yes.
The gist of it.
And now you know why. Why we're working together now.
That's where our friendship began.
We got that
With
connection.
the gist of it?
Yeah, the gist of it.
Our connection is special, guys.
Yes,
agree.
we are special indeed. In fact, this whole desk is special.
Yeah. With a special connection as well. That's right. That's the title of the podcast.
Oh,
With
my
beer-
God. He had to go there. He had
Okay.
to go there. They went from
out-
soft selling to hard selling.
Check out YouTube, find Wolf, and you'll be happy. Now,
That's right.
I want to be happy too.
Me too.
AP.Bren right now, is there a good chance that they can end this game in the next 10 minutes?
There
Because
is a
in my
great
head,
chance.
that's the timeline.
There is a great chance, especially if they keep their. I think they have they still have their battle spells, so that means that even in this Lord push, they're gonna be able to defend and then try to make maybe take turtles, and they have the Bruno reaching the critical mass. So yeah, to answer your question, yes, they do.
Oh, here it is. Top player KDA in M5. Wow.
Wow, even Hoon's there. So 14.92 for Sans. TLB. 14.08 for CW. Even though TLB didn't make it, but Hoon has been spectacular with his KDA.
Kyrie's not here, but Hoon is.
Hoon is here.
Kyrie
So does that
is
mean
he.
Hoon is better?
He is he.
Hey, numbers don't lie. Numbers don't lie.
So Sagan is top 5 players in M5.
let me just say, ONIC might be looking at Hoon.
ONIC may be looking at Hoon.
Who knows, man? Hoon is showing up. No. Okay, fine. Maybe not ONIC. Maybe BTR. I don't know.
Maybe that's a reach, but
Yeah, now the question is, right, like, is it stat padding or is it legit?
It's legit, man.
Okay.
I think if M5 or any M series is a difficult tournament to kind of stat pad, bro.
Double digits KDA, man.
Yeah.
Almost 14.92.
Shoutouts to Mobazane. He must be loving this asset right now while he's restreaming.
Yep.
Dude, you know what? Shoutouts to Mobazane. Shoutouts to all the restreamers out there. Maybe you guys don't hear this enough, but we love you.
Yeah, you're the real MVP.
No, I think we are. Anyway. anyways. Again, looking into this game, ONIC has a chance because talk us through this, Mirko, the scaling of the Joy as well as the Claude. Oh, and with that, we are going into the game, but you can still talk about it.
All right, so the scaling, right? I mean, for the Claude, it's going to be amazing towards the later stage of the game. You deal so much DPS. Whoa! Just as I say it, the mere curse is real, man. I say his name and he dies. I'm Flapteasy, gets knocked out.
To the family of CW, I'm sorry I mentioned it.
We're sorry.
We're sorry. We're
Damn.
special.
And with Flapteasy not even having to commit the flicker. That's going to be a... I don't know what happened, but that's going to be great for AP.Bren. They must be feeling great right now. And now, what they can do is to control the long lane once again with Flapteasy, then just continuously siege against AP.Bren.
Right now, Ogwen is looking for a target. San's able to stun him up. Looking at the position here, Ogwen is going to figure out where the majority of members of ONIC is. Having Kyle TZ as well as Few there, they are in position to follow up whenever necessary. But the more important one is, look at Flapteasy. He's hiding.
He is. He's doing a good job at it too right now. And Kyle TZ is just going on to the purple buff, trying to steal away. A good steal back, or I would say recovery from ONIC there. Was a stun Mystic Projectile into Kyrie's red tree.
That's right.
Looking at the goal here, even though CW has died twice, Super Marco hasn't died at all. Only a 300 goal difference. That's impressive.
The two waves, I believe, yeah?
Yeah.
Yep. The double lane setup that was given to CW. And the fact that they're defending mid, this is the most important resource now for ONIC. Getting the mid lane intact means that you will have access to your jungle so much easier. And that means also that you can position yourself around the Lord later on.
Yeah, losing the side lanes is like losing a sock. And then
sock.
losing the mid lane is like losing a shoe. You can still wear a shoe without a sock, but you cannot wear a shoe with a sock without a shoe. Wait, what?
I think you can. But yeah, we get it.
Okay,
We get it, right? The mid lane is
listen,
more important.
Listening from the crowd, I guess we can.
Yeah, we can. We
All
can.
right. Thank you, crowd. Thank you.
Sometimes you got to get them to correct us, right?
Yep.
Yeah, but you know, I'm running out of ideas. What can I say? Special.
I think Mirko wears his expensive shoes without the socks.
Hey, don't get to that, right? Kyrie now trying to steal it. Oh, he doesn't get it. Kyle TZ takes it away, snatches it away from Kyrie's hands.
Hey, by the way, Super Marco went for the RG Rose Gold Meteor. It's going to be perfect versus the aggression that can come from Kyrie.
But now the Lord dance has begun. We got to talk about AP.Bren, 1.3k gold lead. ONIC here, they are at a disadvantage. Sans keeps trying to figure out where the members of AP.Bren are, and he's been finding them. Looking at the HP as well, AP.Bren, they are chunk down just a little bit because Kyle TZ has been absorbing the damage coming in from the Lord. Keyboy, can he find a good opening here?
Kyle might have to reset this. CW's walking up right now. Kyle TZ finds a good pinch down, but CW takes in a half HP. Boots doing the same thing. Mortal Coil used up defensively. Kyrie takes control of the Lord. They're not going to look to reset it. I'm offended into the Mystic Gush, into the Blazing Duet as Boots distracts the back line. Few very, very low. Not going to be chased down. Kyrie finds a double kill right now. Kyle TZ is going to be forced to use the Mortal Coil defensively. Flapteasy went for the hills. The Mystic Projectile connects at max range, and Kyle TZ falls. Now Flapteasy was looking for an angle to maybe turn this around, but ONIC, they've taken 3 members down from AP.Bren, are looking for the Lord.
Run by us! Whoa, what happened there? How did ONIC immediately take control?
It was the Lord Dance and the bait and switch that you saw coming out from CW went in forward so that he will force some of the rotations from AP.Bren. In fact, 2 people followed him afterwards, and that's how they were able to get it. By the way, the underrated factor of the Gord... Ouch.
Ow, man!
Yep. The underrated factor for the Gord is that he can clear the left bush mid with just 2 spells, and you can scout out where your opponents are.
Shove. Ogwen has no dash now. CW battle mirror image to the front. Ogwen forced to flicker out. Flapteasy! One shot with a nature. Flapteasy gets out just barely, but CW does the same thing. Oh man, 7-7, game number 2.
Dude, ONIC has been waiting. They waited for CW. They waited for Kyrie. Look at the items now. This is the power spike they were looking for.
So the 3 items now onto Keyboy. That means that he is not easily taken out. You can see that CW eventually gets to the Wind of Nature and the Malefic Roar.
Dude, right now, listen to the crowd. It's all for AP.Bren. They're still looking at AP.Bren to defend this, but ONIC, with just one more dance, it was 1,000 gold lead for AP.Bren.
Mr.
Now it's 2.7 for them.
Implosion only onto Keyboy. That's the roamer for the team. Kyrie with the electrifying beats. Keyboy finds it offended on the Super Marco penalty zone. Darts away from him. The knockout strike brings Boots back to the turret for AP.Bren to do what the crowd's been chanting. Defend!
Right now, ONIC, they are trying their best to get the resources coming in from AP.Bren. They wanted the structures, but AP.Bren, how did they do that? How did they defend so well?
That was the old win.
Oh, right onto Calteezy, blazing duet! Domination can use that Mystic Gush as well! It's a bait! Sans flickers out of the shove. Ogwen, stunned up. Kyrie walking up against 3 members. Looking for the dashes. One more should be able to do it right now. Calteezy gonna be taken low. But Kyrie decides to stop.
Sans. That was crazy.
That's crazy, Sans.
You can see the damage output now from coming up from Kyrie as well as Sans is they really do hurt now. And the thing with Gord is that even when it's a defensive kind of hero and it's strong at when he's able to land his spells, it still is a pretty good scaling hero as well. The Impure Rage, there's the spells that he has and the items that he picked up. Sans will be a threat in the latter portions of the game as well.
Looking at the damage dealt here, FlapTZ was #1, but Sans was able to overcome him. And again, he has been absorbing less minions, less minion gold, just because he's sharing it with CW. And now, ONIC, I would say this is their win condition, no?
Definitely. We're reaching the point where they're stronger.
I'm offended. Flicker already. You keep burning this away from Ogwen, and now what do they use to catch? They practically can't. Kyrie dashes forward, forces that Mortal Coil, even pops in that electrifying beats.
Oh, that's a problem for AP.Bren. That Flicker was the sole reason why they were able to defend the bottom lane and get 2 kills afterwards. And now that the Lord is going to be available for both teams, I mean, if you're looking at the FlapTZ making the lane pushed against ONIC, but not having the Flicker Implosion, that's going to hurt.
Yeah, right now, the Lord Dance is started by AP.Bren again. We got to remind ourselves that ONIC was able to win it out with CW using himself as bait and then giving the opportunity for ONIC to bite back, to go in, to get an engage, and dish out the damage.
And now it's ONIC. We're holding it in despite Joy being seen in the top side of the map. They still want to go for the Lord Dance right now, and CW's damage. He's definitely scaled. Conceal play. Keyboy finding with the position of Super Marco. Calteezy forcing his way in. Ogwen looking for the back right now, but Calteezy, his immortality is going to be popping down. That's a retribution from Kyrie. Super Marco free hitting in the back. Boo's going to be taken very low, and that's going to be a lot of damage placed out, but Kai jumps to the back with the electrifying beat. Super Marco, one last shot. Should do it, but he's unable to find it. Only an immortality. Burnt down for AP.Bren. They're looking for more into the mid lane. A good stun to take FlapTZ lower, but he still has the immortality. Mystic Gush trying to predict the maneuvers from Flap. But for ONIC and AP.Bren, who wins it?
Definitely ONIC getting that Lord. But good thing for AP.Bren is that they only lost their immortality in exchange for the turret in the middle. So they're still trying to get some kind of trade. And AP.Bren, unfortunately, with just Calteezy manning the front lines, it's not enough. You see the damage output from ONIC. It's always a threat. Everybody's a threat now from ONIC.
Yeah, but Keyboy taking quite a lot of damage. And speaking of threats, man, I'm looking at Super Marco. The damage that he dished out was a lot.
Yes.
ONIC, they have to respect it. I gotta say, either CW or Kyrie, they gotta find a way to get to Super Marco and take him down.
A mistake and a costly one. AP.Bren with Calteezy. He's looking for more. The Mystic Projectile stops Kyle. But that's a big, big kill in the 19th minute of the game.
And ONIC, whatever playstyle they're doing with CW, it worked in some of the moments, but in that crucial one, it didn't. What I'm trying to say is, CW in the first Lord fight, he went for the min-max play where he's trying to bait out AP.Bren and become very aggressive when it comes to his positioning. It paid well during the first Lord, but not in the second one.
All right, electrifying beats, immortality. Now winner truncheon bot. FlapTZ buying a lot of time. Ogwen running in with a conceal. Implosion flicker onto Kyrie, but he buys the immortality. Now Few with the damage as well. Boots still terrified down. I'm offended by Few. Kyrie walks away. Keyboy does the same thing. Super Marco sliding tackle. Onto the front. Keyboy brought back to the team. Immortality still ready. He buys it in time. Kyrie looking for the flags. Kyrie looking for an electrifying beast damage, but he won't be able to find it. AP.Bren maneuver out of a team fight that they have won.
This is the best players in the world. Do one mistake, and it feels like 10. ONIC, after CW made a crucial mistake, AP.Bren controlled the map. AP.Bren won that fight.
Wow. And they have equalized when it comes to the economy. And even after FlapTZ had to utilize the winner, Truncheon, it was just a ploy for AP.Bren. The rest of the members get back. It looked really dicey though. Ogwen might have been like far too early. They see Few not in range, but eventually CalTZ was there. AP.Bren squad were able to find something, even in this stage where ONIC has a lot of strength with their items, with their natural scaling.
Yeah, looking at how AP.Bren has been positioning as well, you need eyes in the back of your head, man, because the flank coming in from CalTZ and FlapTZ as well, it's like whenever you're focusing, something else is going on.
That's a lot of damage, but Flap should be able to sustain back up. He pops the regen, and he goes onto the waves. Does he have a Bloodlust? He doesn't.
Yeah, I don't think so, no.
I don't think so.
I think it's all from the Festival of Blood.
And the RGM.
Yeah, RGM, for sure. So now, looking at CW, we have... Okay, right now we got to talk about this. CW is the aggressor. He's the bait. But here's the thing, man. Wait, do they not know? Okay, CalTZ sees it.
They see it. FlapTZ sees it too, but he might be too late right now. They're going to go on to CalTZ. Burst him down. Cal will lose his life. A shutdown for Boots. Keyboy zoning down the members. Boots! A penalty zone on the Super Marco. Holding him back. Now Flap joining the team fight. But an explosion to the back. CW finally lays into Webber. FlapTZ goes in for the punches. A lot of damage plays down. Super Marco free hitting for the back. That's a lot of damage down. Boy! Finds that I'm affected. Super Marco loses immortality. Keyboy will not lose his life. AP.Bren, they're still able to sustain back up. Super Marco, no flicker though. Kyrie looking for the assassination, looking for a play. Super Marco steals some life back with that House Claws and is able to defend.
Don't offend Keyboy!
Oh my goodness.
Keyboy goes in and he's gonna bring all you in!
A big shot, but an even bigger shot from Kyrie. CW picks the base turret in the mid lane down. Now Ogwen, one member left standing. CalTZ gonna be back in 4 seconds. Ogwen melted down by CW. Evolve Lord still crashing in the bottom lane. ONIC taking their time. CalTZ holding it down, going for the wave. What? Lord went back and forth. Mystic projectile onto Ogwen, dodge away from Mystic. Gosh, I'm offended. CalTZ melted down again. And now it's gonna be 2 members in desperation going in. 1 second on the FlapTZ. Who expected a full reverse sweep? It will never have happened in the M5 Grand Finals. We're back to equal on the board.
Just needs to win.
Yeah. Well, we're jumping into this game. Hit scratcher or not, we gotta see. With AP.Bren coming in with the mind games, is it enough to shake the Sky Kings ONIC? Or will they continue to show that they are untouchable? We're going into game number 3.
All troops deployed.
It's scary. I'm actually scared for the Gord in the early stages, just mainly because of the Yuzhong, the Akai, and then you have the supplement of this Cho. And even then, we were talking about no dive from the side of ONIC, but then if you realize after the Yuzhong as well as the Cho pick, with the Faramis intact, that means that they have the green light. They have the license to get into the backlines now. The first 3 picks coming out from ONIC might not be dive heroes, but with the Faramis in combination with the Cho as well as the Yuzhong, that's gonna be scary. I'm legit scared for this board.
A flicker very aggressively in the start of the game. Super Marco taken low, but look at the decision to not flicker back. He decides to walk away, but he will pay with a lot of HP.
Now we got to see how CW manages the lane, because it looks like Super Marco, even though he was chunked up quite a bit, he is going to be able to last hit that gold minion there. So good effort coming in from ONIC, but Super Marco sticks to his guns, staying in the lane.
Looking at the other lanes, it's Lapu-Lapu versus the Yuzhong. I believe that FlapTZ will have a great time this game. I think that overall, this was probably the best pick here for AP.Bren. Great versus the Faramis. Obviously great against CW. And CW did not go for the Purify, went for the Flicker. So that's going to be a target for sure for FlapTZ.
And right now looking at the battle here, Sans. started the battle off, being very proactive around the map, trying to target Super Marco here. So the question is for ONIC, as well as AP.Bren, which is the lane that's going to be targeted? Are they actually going to put a lot of pressure on the gold lane, or they're going to put a lot of pressure, as we see right now, perhaps in the EXP lane?
Yeah, EXP lane for sure, because they need to team fight around the turtle. Very important for AP.Bren as well as ONIC to get this first turtle.
All right, the turtle is going to be the name of the game, and we got to look at the boots coming in. If he gets level 4, as well as FlapTZ, both can dive, and both can dive very, very hard, but FlapTZ goes in onto Sans.
No flicker on Sans, you gotta remember it. You go all in for it. AP.Bren, they find first blood by catching Sans off guard. Meanwhile, Kyrie holding onto the turtle. FlapTZ still has that red tree. Keyboy's looking for the flag. Few gonna be spotted out. Heavy spin still ready for Kyrie. Jumps in. Oh! What? It's FlapTZ who gets the steal on the turtle. Now, furious dive defensively by Boots. Ogwen following through. FlapTZ doing the same thing. Keyboy. Jikundo in the front. Boots gonna be chunked down by Ogwen. Boots running away still. Ogwen still chasing. A big vengeance. The final slash resetting. Bravest fighter by Flap. No flicker committed. No flicker to be used. ONIC still hovering over the orange buff right now. FlapTZ looks for the steal. Jumps in. Sans doing some damage back. Bravest fighter. The third spot gonna be used up right now. Mystic Gush. No flicker used. Flap. He didn't just steal the turtle. He stole the orange buff too.
Allow me to say, ONIC needs to breathe, because I don't think I would ever say this, but
1v1, an outplay from Sans pops the NetherRealm clutch.
Massive play coming out from Sans, but my AP.Bren with Ogwen as well as FlapTZ. Early game aggression coming out from them, and Kyrie was holding on to the retribution because it was cooling down. He was 2 seconds away from the retribution to be off cooldown, but then FlapTZ steals that orange.
Dual hero here, statistic as well, 70% win rate for Bruno and Fermis whenever they're paired up together. I was about to say, I kind of feel like Boots made a mistake because he was going down and he was going to, but before that, CW gets engaged on.
Good stun over, flicker, backwards from CW. Keyboy with the way to the dragon defensively now as that's the Mystic projectile, not connecting. Keyboy has got some stacks onto him, but Super Marco won't decide to pop that Torn Apart memory. FlapTZ will decide to invade the enemy jungle 2 levels ahead. Who gets it? Was that Kyle?
Dude, at this point, even though Kyrie was able to scare it, but again, the difference there, 2 levels, that's a big impact, Wolf.
Absolutely. And this is going to be a big problem for ONIC, especially because they're facing up against Brody Lapu Lapu. We're talking about the problems for Few, but now you can disregard that totally because AP.Bren, they've created 4 problems for ONIC to solve. And Few, it's not a priority at all for ONIC.
At this point, AP.Bren, they can pick up the tempo because for Lapu Lapu, level 4 is all you need. And now with all the advantages coming in from Super Marco, I feel like he's just moments away from his second item, and then once he gets the second item, he's moving with the team.
Okay, but FlapTZ on the other side gets picked off. Super Marco tried to go for Boots there, but Kyle will be able to trade it back for a neutral objective. He knows the info. Kyrie has used his red tree, and he goes straight for the purple buff. Keyboy, Jikundo not connecting. Ogwen connecting on his first skill. Now ONIC will lose out on the purple buff. FlapTZ steals it away, invades ONIC's jungle.
Right now, I think it's a little bit rough for Kyrie, but I think it's fine for him, especially as an Akai. But right now, the space given to CW having 1 kill, but I kind of feel like they're still targeting him here.
The turret eater, Super Marco. Keyboy finds a Jikundo away the dragon, but it's only onto the offside. Super Marco flickers back to safety, and now Kyle's locking Keyboy down. NetherRealm HP dealt with by the appraisers. Rad the taunt connects, and Keyboy will lose his life. Whoa, Ogwen takes it away. Vengeance.
At this point, again, AP.Bren gets beat up. Flap was caught. He still wants to fight.
And he does fight. Getting onto the back, CW forced a slight tackle defensively. AP.Bren bought enough time for the rest of the members to come through in the mid lane.
And even with that play, that's going to be net positive for AP.Bren, forcing out the heavy spin. And Sans cannot do anything at this point but to wait for their moments. FlapTZ with the blade armor pickup. This is going to be massive. 3.4k compared to Kyrie, who's only secured 2,500 gold. And even the XP is going to be bad. This is going to be a snowball. The AP.Bren, especially their jungle, this is what they need and this is what they get. Oh man!
A flanking maneuver on the CW, a bravest fighter from FlapTZ. No, it's ONIC. Ogwen going to be kicked back to the turret range right now with the helmet of Shadow Stampede. Bringing them back all the way for your side. Mystic Gush from Phil melts them down. Keyboy falls, but Boots gets a double onto FlapTZ now. Sans looking for another opening in this skirmish. Super Marco with an aggressive dash forward. Kyrie looking to go for this orange buff right now, and Appraiser's Wrath secures the orange buff away from Kyrie. 2 levels ahead, and they're looking to go for the purple buff next.
Dude, right now, I'm worried Super Marco just got that Malefic Roar. This is what all he wants. This is what all he needs. At this point, AP.Bren can say, you know what, I'm not looking at minions, man. I'm looking at heroes.
He used the red tree, though. Kyle Teasy, because he knows there's no way ONIC can contest.
He knows it. That's because Carrie's half HP. No matter what happens, they will be able to win the turtle fight. And even in ONIC wins the red tree battle afterwards, it's not gonna matter. They're gonna be taken out. AP.Bren's snowball is just online.
Dude, look at that cheer, man. Kyle Teasy secures the turtle. At this point, AP.Bren, huge power spike. Absolutely huge. Because not just Super Marco securing that Malefic Roar, but Few as well getting that Ice Queen 1. And now Keyboy has to get away. For ONIC, what are they waiting for? Well, what is going to be the power spike for ONIC that gives them the green light to fight back?
Maybe when they have level 15 on Kyrie, maybe if they have level 15 on CW, that should be the only option. And when will that happen ever? 16 minutes, 18 minutes? They have to buy the time. They have 9 minutes to buy everyone. Now, ONIC definitely not in good shape to fight now.
Yeah, looking at the items as well, a 1-item lead for the mid laner for AP.Bren.
Yeah, it's a 1,000 gold lead between the mid laners. That's something we don't get to see a lot from, but Few on this board so far, absolutely lethal. Ogwen trying to chunk Keyboy down. Meanwhile, the rest of the team trying to look for a dive.
Yeah, right now, ONIC, they're in turtle position. This is ONIC being defensive. This is ONIC understanding the game. They can't take unnecessary damage. They can't take unnecessary risk. So try to feed as much gold as you can. But looking at how AP.Bren is playing, Kyrie is going to be a little bit starved. So he's going to get that level 15 much, much later.
3 levels down. Keyboy now going to be engaged on his signature Cho. Final slash canceled away as Shunfu. Getting out, but not from the taunt and the Mystic Gush. Even the Netherrealm comes in late. Super Marco, turn of our memory. Boots gets out in time. Ogwen diving in. Petrify, locking him down. Suns pulls Kyle. Ogwen flickers out of the Stampede. Up top, a turret traded in. CW finds it, but Flapteasy might be looking. No, he falls back.
The good thing about that is AP.Bren were able to force out some of the battle spells, the Petrify coming up from Boots as well as Sans' Flicker. They did have to spend some of their flickers, but the fact that they have forced ONIC to remove all of their resources means that they can take the Lord fight so easily. 12-9. That's the difference between Kyle Teasy and Kyrie.
Right now, looking at the formation here, Lord Dance initiated by AP.Bren, doing quite a lot of damage to Lord. ONIC, they're spread out. AP.Bren, they're clumped up together. Ogwen sees Boots. Conceal.
Conceal coming down. The Rectory will be won by Kyle Teasy. And now they're looking to collapse. They're looking to punish any maneuver. Kyle Teasy locking Keyboy down. Kyrie walking on the other side of the map, and ONIC will be able to disengage. The Lord given over to AP.Bren.
Suns now having the Lightning Truncheon is going to help him out when he wants to defend the base. But is it enough, Wolf?
Yeah, it's not going to be enough for now, for sure. I think that the best scenario now for ONIC is if they don't lose any of their inhibitors. It's going to be a tall order.
One stab. Kyle takes it.
Dude, damage dealt? Is this for real?
It is for real.
Ogwen doing the most. Ogwen doing the most, Few second place. But the damage from Suns looks like it is going to be enough. So I kind of feel like I agree with Wolf, just Lightning Truncheon. Can't do it just yet, but Keyboy goes in.
That's a lockdown, but a Mystic Gush connects to the backline. Flapteasy will fall before ONIC's front line does. Now it's a lockdown. Oh, Suns gets wiped. AP.Bren blitzed him down, bursted him out.
And now AP.Bren, 7,000 gold lead. Moving forward, they're looking at the inhibitor. Holy defense use.
Oh! Again back to back! A quick stab from Kyle Teasy. And ONIC is lost again on one member. The laser not quite in range. ONIC still able to defend from the first lord of the game. Mystic projectile, side tackle for CW, but it's not going to be enough to get him out of range. Even with the splash from the turret, ONIC lose a base turret with the first lord of AP.Bren.
And now, Black Dragon form used by Boots. Oh, that damage
though! Memory, oh my goodness gracious. Boots was almost melted down. Whew. 2 base turrets.
Let me just say, AP.Bren, their mind games is working.
Yep.
It's working.
It's working. And the thing is, losing Sans twice in a row. I mean, losing him once, that's fine because they were able to get the kill out of Flap TC, but losing him the second time meant that they will not be able to defend two of their turrets.
That's a poke down onto Kyrie right now. Another realm, not. Oh, it's going to be in time. Keyboy finds a good way into the Dragon, but it's not going to be able to survive in this onslaught of damage. Boots finds a Petrify, Wind of Nature, but still Sparkle falls. The Ghost Bursters able to take him down. CW dealing some damage, but AP.Bren decide to disengage. 2 for 1 in favor still of AP.Bren.
Look at the items. Well, what else does ONIC need?
Another defense item for Kyrie for sure, because you see that when he turns up into the fight, even when he's not dying, he's put so low that the heavy spin is not going to be utilized properly. So he needs a second item for sure. We have Sky Guardian helmet eventually for him to be able to tank up, and then eventually a Radiant Armor. They definitely need Radiant Armor here from ONIC. Somebody has to take it, otherwise Few will just destroy them.
CW looking like he wants a Demon Hunter Sword as well to be able to deal enough damage, because Kyle TZ has been soaking up so much damage coming in from CW. Right now, ONIC, they're at the back foot, but again, they've been in this situation time and time again, so I kind of feel like AP.Bren, they can't fall asleep here. They got to make sure, tighten the gameplay, and make sure they don't make a mistake coming in.
Stampede from Sans. A resource used up. Kyrie poked down by Ogwen. And also by Few. Kyle holding the Lord. Pinned down. Final slash used up already. Sans. Shadow Stampede once again. Mystic Projectile connecting. Chunking Sans for a bit. ONIC are still hovering over.
Watch out, Marco.
Yep, right now, Keyboy used the conceal, but immediately found out. I don't know how Keyboy can go in, man. He has to make some kind of miracle play. Sans, even he can't find any angles.
He has a flicker.
ONIC looks like they have to disengage.
They have to. There's no way they can contest an AP.Bren. Capitalize. A free Lord in the 13th minute.
Right now, ONIC, they have to defend. At this point, too much damage, man, being dealt out by Discord. They got the Yuzong, but the Yuzong can't even go in. He flies, and immediately AP.Bren strikes and force him down to the ground. Boots can't do much here.
Radiant Armor picked up by Kyrie. Keyboy has his flicker back. Sans is the most important hero for now for ONIC. And he might be Final Slash. That's going to be a problem for the side of ONIC.
Ogren looking for an angle right now. Mystic Gush on Kyrie. Heavy spin with another realm right now. The Lord's going to be dealt with right now. Keyboy jumps into the back, not able to find an angle. Stunned up, Chain CC. Keyboy taken out. Sans with flicker. Shadow Stampede. A Brazier spot connecting LCW. But he's still going to be able to dish out some damage. Flap TZ with the Brave Spider. Onto the back with the flicker as well. Booth finds a better fire on the Kyle TZ. Final slash, bringing it back, but he finds the kill. He dies instead. CW going for the waves right now. One more minute wave coming down. Sans taken out by Super Marco. It's CW versus the world. A slight tackle back, but what is the member supposed to do? Will AP.Bren just lock on to the turrets?
AP.Bren strikes back. Even though ONIC won the free. Well, to everyone watching, especially those Clippers, you know, Mirko, if we see an assassin on Kyrie, it'll be Kyrie! We're jumping into game number 4.
As Keyboy said once, when he was told to imitate me, he said, "Oh my God, Kyrie Hayabusa," and we get it now. So, yeah.
You know what? The Hayabusa is really high. But talk us through here, because again, 0% win rate on M5, I cannot emphasize that enough.
Yeah. I think it was used maybe twice. And but then again, this is Kyrie Hayabusa. So it's going to be very different. The thing is, they went for the Edith, which is a hero that doesn't really necessarily lock down the Hayabusa, but they do have the Akai, so I think that's good. And also AP.Bren, we cannot forget the fact that they still have 1-1 Angela, a very strong combo. So I think that AP.Bren will have the more comfortable draft heading into game number 4.
My only question here, going with the high, is it like a desperation coming in from ONIC? Because if AP.Bren wins the next one, it is going to be match point. But with that, let's look at the emblem set here.
Yeah, going to be a Impure Rage, in fact, for Kyrie instead of the lethal ignition, right? Where your RG, typical RG. But yeah, you can see the Thrill as well as the Season Hunter, and then of course that Impure Rage from Kyrie. We're going to see if he's really good at it so far, flexing his quad shadow moves.
Yep, and now looking at the item builds here.
Ooh, that's flicker.
Looks like AP.Bren right now as well as ONIC. I'm looking at the timings here because this is Ogwen using the Edith as a roam. We saw earlier in game number 1 how Flapsy was so impactful, and Super Marco survives against Kyrie as well as CW. Now, back to the question here, the timing from AP.Bren.
Yep.
What time should they strike?
Every time they have the heavy spin up. Fortunately, they have Tams, Edith, as well as this Akai. So I think that they don't really have the timing. But every time that the turtle fight is there and they have the heavy spin, they can absolutely fight against ONIC.
Basically, with the assassin pick, though, they have to give everything away neutral objective-wise, right? Flapsy doing a good job right now, zoning Kyrie away. The Quad Shadow going to be used up as well for Kyrie, getting full stacks. Hard guard ready. San steals away the Primal Wrap, but the Vengeance keeps them at bay. All for the turtle to be taken for free by Kyle Teasy. Flap taken very low. Hard guard going to come down onto Flap, giving him enough HP, enough sustain to survive and disengage.
Something that I do worry about as well, because we got to talk about Flapsy with the Vengeance here. A Claude going up against anyone with a Vengeance.
Yes, sir.
It's not going to be looking good for the Claude. CW has to think a lot before he goes in with the Blazing Duet.
Yeah. It's like AP.Bren got the Terizla, but a much faster damage build kind of Terizla. I'm not saying that Thamos is better than Terizla, because Terizla still is better overall. But the thing is, that's what they get. It has good lane prio, because if you're going to be looking at Terizla, it's quite slow when it comes to walking from lane to lane. Because of the passive as well as the first skill of Flapsy, he's able to traverse the map from bottom to mid lane faster than a Terizla would. That's how they can keep up the pace against ONIC. So that's the general idea why Flapsy went in for the Thams against ONIC.
So AP.Bren, even though they got the turtle in terms of the gold difference, not really, because the only one that has a gold advantage on AP.Bren is Few, where he has 100. Like, isn't that negligible at this point? AP.Bren, they're trying to slow down Kyrie, but I saw his farm just now. It looks pretty all right.
Yeah, and he just stole that. Well, he just recovered his own creep in the jungle with a Retribution, and then straight into the bottom side. So he's actually leading despite not having the turtle.
Yeah, it's going to be the trend now for ONIC. Try to find ways to get something out of the map and do not contest for the turtle fights. Maybe if they find a good opening on keyboard, maybe they could try to contest. But I think that overall, AP.Bren, this is their jungle. This is their river, in a way. They will take care of the neutral objectives easily.
Well, I kind of feel like if AP.Bren, as long as they're moving with looking at the map here, they are separated. So if Kyrie finds a moment where AP.Bren is not moving as a unit, he can get his snowball going by catching the mistake of AP.Bren. But during this turtle fights, it's going to be a little bit difficult. I am wondering if Kyrie wants to contest for this, because we've seen him on his assassins, man. He wants to try.
Flicker, everything used up on the keyboy, taking first blood. Super Marco gets it. Kyrie in the midst right now. Quad Shadow in, and he finds it. Oakwood chases him down right now. The Quad Shadow going to be popped in. Kyrie versus the world. AP.Bren chasing him down. Kyrie. Shadow kill. Boots is here. Shots also with the Primal Wrath. Kyrie going in the back with the crossbow. A tag for Super Marco, and a heavy spin from Kyle Teasy locks them all down. The turtle traded in for 3 with Keyboy.
4 minutes in. AP.Bren move as 5. Yeah. That's very quick timing there.
It just so happens the top lane, there was the turtle, and obviously the gold laners were there. See, for ONIC, my main reservation for the Hayabusa is that if you get the neutral objectives, he can easily be taken out.
We got to look at Kyrie. Does he have the purple buff?
No, he doesn't.
He doesn't.
Okay.
Stolen away.
AP.Bren has started this.
He's just 100 gold behind. That's actually very surprising.
Where is he getting the farm?
Well, he got the farm and he also stole the turtle earlier. So
That's
technically not that far, but now without the purple buff, right?
Yep.
That's where the problem starts.
We got to talk about the Trojan Scythe as well on this Thomas. So whenever he tries to create space, even though he doesn't have defensive items, he can take care of himself.
Yep, for sure. And it's a great rundown on the Fredrin, for example. You can slow him down so easily. Even the Kaja might not escape your sights. And that is going to be good for AP.Bren.
Oh, some good damage. Onward, and the Earth Shadow. The Appraiser's Wrath deals nothing. Not even helping Boots sustain. And AP.Bren find another kill on Super Marco. Looking for the siege in the mid lane, tier 1. Another Shatter down. Kyrie with the Quad Shadow and the Retry to keep this turret defended.
They will eventually defend. Another problem here that this Hayabusa might face is the sustain that you can get out of AP.Bren. Angela just going to be a big problem there on. That's why later on, they definitely need both Kyrie and CW to deal the damage because it's gonna be CW to kind of mess with the shields as well as the sustain, and it's Kyrie for the sweeps.
Now the turtle has been started by AP.Bren, CW Sans as well as Keyboy is there. Ogwen finds Boots.
Heavy spin used up already. Primal Wrath gonna be going as well now.
And you hear the crowd's reaction.
Right before a big team fight. But ladies and gentlemen, please do be patient with us. We will try to solve this technical issue as fast as possible.
So now we got to talk about the possibility, because I'm looking at the draft coming in from ONIC. They could play with the map. They got the Hayabusa. They got the Claude. And we saw at 4 minutes, AP.Bren was very much willing to group up together.
Yeah.
So is there a possibility of ONIC just splitting the map?
Yes, that's what they need. But at the same time, you're facing up against Thams with a... Actually, his emblem, I'm looking at the emblem. No speed up, but that's okay. But the Thams is naturally very speedy when it comes to like going from one lane to another. So the split push might not be that fast for the side of ONIC. It's possible, but it's manageable because of the Thams. Who gets the turtle?
We're back though, it seems we're back. The players are already ready. Might still be testing, not too sure.
Yeah, but either way, man, looking at the screen just now, you saw a 39% win possibility for ONIC and 61% win probability for AP.Bren. We got to remind everyone here that if AP.Bren wins this, it is going to be match point. So it's going to put a lot of pressure onto ONIC. If they want to get that trophy, they got to work super hard for it. With that being said, we're now going to be jumping back into the game with a turtle. Who gets the turtle?
It's AP.Bren.
Oh, what? Sonic with a win. Oak went flickering forward. Kyrie's next. Super Marco! Triple kill on the board. 5-0 and 2.
Right now, AP.Bren. This is a big lead. Sans can protect. This mid lane journey is super important. AP.Bren just takes it like that.
And immediately they go for the purple buff. Nullifying this assassin pick again from ONIC. They already had the Fredrin, but they switch it back to the EXP lane. And even without something like a Hilda or anything, there wasn't any problem. We're gonna see through the replay what happened in that fight. It's brought to us by Kadia. And you can see that Sans already stole the heavy spin, but it wasn't enough. I mean, Super Marco just kited all throughout.
Everything. What a play by Marco.
Yeah, honestly, Marco, you're the 1-1 expert. In this position right now, when AP.Bren has 3.4k gold lead, and looking at the items here, 3 items for Super Marco, how ahead is he actually?
Oh, he's super ahead, man. The thing is, on the 1-1, you might take a look at the gold lead and you might say it's just an 800 gold lead, not even 1,000. But the thing about 1-1 is, if you reach that corrosion site and the DHS, that's already your power spike. That's why he can go for the Wit of Nature, and now he becomes lethal. Because he can find those weakness points, take more of a risk, and still be doing maybe even more damage than CW.
Yeah, and Kyle TZ took quite a lot of damage there, but again, the fact that he can't take that much damage shows that ONIC is not ready to fight just yet. We see Kyrie again. I feel like even though he's under this much pressure, he can still do it. Sans doing the most damage here.
Onward, catching his dash. The prediction from AP.Bren from Ogwen. Keyboy taken out. Sans now looking for some sort of retaliation, but AP.Bren are utilizing this chaos to go for the Lord. ONIC in shambles.
Yeah, but look at Kyrie, man. He's looking for the side lanes.
Vengeance. Flapteezy just standing there menacingly. CW can't do anything, and Lord gets taken without the help of the Retribution. Kyrie in the bottom lane, looking for a trade. Boots brought back to the team. Kyle TZ there. Should be able to retreat, and does. Takes away another purple buff from Kyrie. And Kyrie can only get a tier 2 in the bottom lane to trade the Lord, and a purple buff. Whoa.
Yep. It's nothing that ONIC is getting right now. They're trying to defend. They're trying to just go for the clear out on the side lanes, but it will not be enough at all. AP.Bren might just steamroll into the top lane, especially because they have the massive objective here. Super Marco is already so farmed up. Kyle TZ is tanky enough. And even Flapteezy. You can see Flapteezy manning up against the members of ONIC, standing in front of them. Not scared at all because he does have the Vengeance and he's very tanky at this point, even getting the Dominance Ice. 10 minutes.
Yeah, but a big power spike from Kyrie. I saw that he built the Blade of Despair, so I think it's not quite over yet for ONIC, but AP.Bren wants it to be over.
It's really hard now for ONIC. I feel like for Super Marco especially, right? The main idea for ONIC was they want to get Super Marco assassinated, but he has the win in nature. So what comes next? Where does the damage come, Sans?
Now the Lord is down bottom, but looks like AP.Bren is able to secure the tier 2s. Oh, CW wants Kyle Teasy. He has to be careful.
Shadow Kill also used up some damage back to AP.Bren. ONIC still trying to defend from the siege that AP.Bren are still going at it full force with. Conceal come down. BMI getting him out. A good splash of damage from the turret to try to take these minions down, but AP.Bren do a lot with that minion wave. The base turret in the bottom lane is low, very low.
Oh, look at this purple buff here. Kyrie wants it, but AP.Bren wants to deny it.
He wanted more. Mogwen needs to time. No, he doesn't even need to. AP.Bren have done it. They've taken another purple buff.
For the longest time, we haven't seen any flicker Divine Judgment play from ONIC. In fact, there's no play that we saw from ONIC. The last time that we saw was probably the turtle fight where Sans was able to copy the heavy spin, but that's just about it. ONIC cannot find an opening for a team fight. And this Kaja pick, even when it's like one of the best heroes that Kiboy has ever played, it seems like he does not have an impact right now.
I mean, look in the lineup here, man. When FlapTZ as well as Ogwen is up in your face, there's it looks like there's no right target for you to catch, because in theory, Super Marco and Few is the perfect target you want to catch. Yeah. But having FlapTZ as well as Ogwen, man-to-man defense on you, and even if you're able to penetrate that defense, Kyle is there, man. Yeah. He's going to nullify your engage.
Heavy spin.
Heavy spin.
Just one tap away from a cover.
So, I don't know, man. I feel like AP.Bren with the draft, they've successfully nullified the advance that Kiboy has on his Kaja, but if he can prove me wrong, I'm all for it.
Oh. Kiboy up top.
They spotted him. Kiboy all alone, isolated. Still with a flicker now. Kyle Teasy with a heavy spin. Locks Kiboy down. Super Marco has a monster kill, 6-0 and 3.
That's a problem. And AP.Bren, even though Retribution forced out, Boots might be in trouble.
Is in trouble. Onward, Earthshatter locking him down. The top Boots gets him out with a flicker. FlapTZ chases him down. CW now pushing some damage. Vengeance! FlapTZ able to escape the Shadow Kill, not able to take him down. Super Marco dashes forward, looking for one more. Boots zoned away. Meanwhile, Kyle, all this time, he's still on the Lord and he gets it for free. The Hive in Rizal Memorial Coliseum go wild.
AP.Bren has been hiding this Damus pick, man. He just, like you said, stands there menacingly. As long as he has the vengeance, dude, he feels strong. He feels invincible. He can make a beeline straight to anywhere and he'll be okay.
Yeah. It will take so much from ONIC to be able to take down FlapTZ. DHS, the Trinity actually available now for CW, gets the Malefic Roar, much needed in this particular game, but they might not be able to utilize it because AP.Bren, everybody else is tanky. Everybody else is a problem.
Lord march down, gets a good charge on. The Primal Wrath stolen away. Sans trying to deal some damage. Ogwen, Earthshatter out already. No onward just yet. He onwards to the back. Kyrie does a bit more damage onto him, but AP.Bren will stay disciplined. They have a 7,000 gold lead. They'll look for another wave in the mid lane this time around. AP.Bren still with a lot of resources. Sans coming down into the mid lane with a splash of damage. Boots standing in the front. FlapTZ looking for an engage. Kyle Teasy soaking the damage in. Divine Judgment on the FlapTZ with no vengeance this time around, but he has it back on cooldown now. The base turret cracked open in the mid lane. Ogwen gets the immortality. Kiboy with a whip. But that's 3 base turrets down for ONIC. And AP.Bren are still lingering. That's Kyle! That's Kyle! With a truncheon by Sans, but it's not enough. The mage, the Gila Sans, has been taken down. Now it's AP.Bren 5 against 4. Super Marco looking for all the weakness points. Mid waves, they're going to be cleared away. 2 waves coming down though. AP.Bren looking for a match point. Boots up to the blazing door from CW. A vengeance. With a truncheon by Few. Still able to survive. Kyrie marching back and forth. One more minion. AP.Bren. The Wild Bees. The Hive. Match point.
Match point for AP.Bren. One more win is needed.
It's gonna be great in the early and the late portions of the game. All Carry needs to do is to make sure that he at least trades for the first few turtles and not get destroyed in the early stage, and they're gonna be A-okay.
The host country has never won an M series. Will AP.Bren be the difference maker, or will the Sky Kings extend and then continue this best of 7? We're jumping into the game.
We're hearing it already from the crowd. This is our homeland, they say, as they yell out AP.Bren. Ogwen early on invading the enemy jungle, gonna be knocked out. Flicker already burnt out. Kyrie hunting him down. Ooh, the Astrosphere dodge away from CW chasing. Ogwen gets out.
Ogwen, oh my goodness.
But that's Flicker that they committed. Burnt a lot of time though. Amazon ONIC would be very happy about that. Flicker not being available for the Lord fight, for the turtle fight.
Looking at the emblem set here, I want to see a little bit more aggression coming in from Boots, because Boots is going very aggressive, having the Rupture as well as the Festival of Blood.
And interestingly, converse, want to take a look at the gold lane. 1-1 versus the Cloud. We saw yesterday that the trend was go for the Master Assassin, but this time they went both for Tenacity.
So both are playing for survivability. Both are playing not for the lane, but for the team fights. That's what they want to do the most. And so far, let's look at this matchup, right? The skill matchup, even in the jungle. It's Baksha versus Fredrin, but Kaltizi has been able to invade early on, getting a level lead.
Yeah, it's mainly because of the Grok as well, being very aggressive in that moment, in that regard. I would say though, Baksha is supposed to be the hero that has a faster jungle take rate.
It's the distraction from Ogwen.
Distraction from Ogwen. At the same time though, few can leash, and Novaria cannot leash as much.
Interesting though. Looking at Kaltizi, wait a minute. A knock-up, a taunt onto Keyboy. Should be able to escape this one, but look at the emblem that Kyle actually chose. We've seen many times that now it's the concussive blast that has become the norm for Fredrin. Why Brave Smite here, Wolf?
It's a standard. Actually, it was the first emblem of choice. And then there was the Quantum Charge, eventually the Concussive Blast, and they're now going for the Brave Smite because he wants to team fight. I think that AP.Bren, particularly for Kaltizi, they're recognizing the fact that it's the Claude that is the main character here.
Minion's Fury and a knock-up. Keyboy now knocked up himself by the wild charge from Ogwen. That's Few, the man who is on a mission to get his second M Series title.
Let me just say that play was possible because of Ogwen. Ogwen saw the pathway coming in from Kyrie, making AP.Bren know that Kyrie is far away so they can burst down the turtle. No hesitation at all. ONIC having both Keyboy as well as Suns trying to create the illusion that they want to contest for it, but the illusion was shattered because Ogwen found out where Kyrie really was.
Amazing play coming out from AP.Bren for sure. The spacing that they have, they're not stopping.
They're not. Keyboy very low, the wall to keep him at bay. No dash, Keyboy still able to flicker up the wall charge. Now Flapteasy caught under the turret. One more shot, he finds it. Sans looking for the turnaround by Flapteasy. Just walks out. Now Sans walks down. Astro Meteor going to be committed down. The mid lane cleared away by Few to stop that from happening.
And what a juggle coming out from Few. He took the aggro of the turret and then survived because of the ultimate, making it so that they can dive. That was wonderful juggling coming out from AP.Bren.
We got to talk about the late game scaling here because ONIC, we've seen whenever they have the Novaria, their Lord Dance is going to be very difficult to handle just because Sans can deal out so much damage in the meantime. And now we got to look at the Novaria Astral Recall comparison, both Sans as well as Few. Games played, Few has more advantage, and look at that cast count. 396 for Sans, but 776 for Few.
Very similar. They
36
hit
to 35.
1 out of the 3 shots they make. But that's actually pretty impressive.
Very impressive on the Novaria. Boots chunked down by Few, but Ogwen now, Power of Nature, getting him out to safety, but Boots dealing a bit more damage. Knockout strike as well. Ogwen gets out again. Master Ogwen doing the Skadoosh here. Few knocked up, but he still has the black shoes and even a Purify. Kyrie canceled out on that shield unity. Flapteasy doing a bit of damage. The wall comes down, the Guardian's barrier. Minus Fury dodged away from Kaltizi. He gets out. Oh, it's a wild charge, a final slash. Everything. Boots forced to flicker out to safety. Kyrie returns as Poisson's Keyboy isolated. And a Brazer's Wrath to take him down for the third time this game. But ONIC find this time around a kill back onto the enemy roamer.
This is a very good start here coming in from AP.Bren. 1,000 goal lead. They are in prime position to keep controlling the map because at this point, I feel like it's hard for ONIC to even move forward.
Exactly. Right after taking the turtle, they know that Kyrie doesn't have the retribution. Then Kaltizi steals it away. He actually gets 2 creeps, gets the Rakhurs as well as the orange buff. That's gonna be massive. I mean, you will not feel it right now, but every time that Kaltizi takes away a jungle creep away from Kyrie, that's double the effect. Because not only do you get gold, you also take away gold from your opposing jungler.
And now Boots, he's taking a long way around. Boots will be taken out. AP.Bren have come alive again in game 5.
ONIC right now, they've been making a lot of mistakes, getting caught out. Ogwen, even though he's taking quite a lot of damage, he's not going to get taken down. Few is here as well. ONIC, I kind of feel like they got to slow down, they got to breathe, they got to figure out what is their game plan, because I feel like they're trying to force things and AP.Bren is just catching their mistakes.
They've been catching way more than just mistakes. They've been forcing mistakes out as well. All in onto Keyboy, the roamer. A taunt as well. Kaltizi put on the stacks. Wild charge of Brazer's Wrath. Keyboy taken down again. Blazing away from Super Marco as well. Almost ECW down. Meanwhile, in mid lane, Few gets assassinated by Boots.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Keyboy right now as the Minotaur 0-4-0. 6 minutes in the game. AP.Bren has 5 kills. 4 of those is Keyboy. AP.Bren, they have a target, and that target's name is Keyboy.
Big problem. Turtle is going to be available. They're forcing the retribution onto Kyrie once again.
Level 10 to level 8. And Kaltizi gets it, but he does utilize the retribution. Now Kyrie, shield unity instantly onto the turtle. That's now already being started up by ONIC. This is a desperate move, but it might actually work out for them. Kyrie has the retribution. AP.Bren forced back. That's retribution secured for the turtle right now, and Boots is able to pop in that black shoes, and Astral Sphere dodge away from by Pew. Boots still chasing, but Pew gets out.
Let me just say, AP.Bren has been doing quite a good job avoiding all the damage coming in from Sans, because we see the U-turn coming in at the end of their move and making sure that Sans is not going to make that big of an impact. So I kind of feel like that's also a small thing, but it's really stacking up. It's really making it so that AP.Bren is not really all that fearful getting into those fights.
And AP.Bren also transitioning into overtaking the jungle. And that's the reason why they prioritize utilizing the retribution onto the purple buff. Boots in trouble.
Flickering back out, easy chasing, and Battle Mirror Image is there. Boots will be taken down again. This time it's Super Marco who picks up the kill. Meanwhile, the bottom lane, not the same thing happening. AP.Bren stopping any sort of trade from happening this game. 8 minutes in.
Oh no. Disastrous for ONIC.
I'm just listening to the crowd. I mean, at this point, AP.Bren 1.7k lead for ONIC. What is the timing here? Super Marco's pushing, man.
The only timing for ONIC waiting right now is again for the game to equalize once again. They might forfeit the early to mid game again. The first 15 minutes, it's gonna be AP.Bren for sure. And all they can do is to hope that Keyboy lands a beautiful Minion Fury into CW's ultimate. Until then, it's gonna be difficult for them to find a fight. Unfortunately, AP.Bren has the better heroes, the early stages of the game, and the better items, the better economy. They just have it right now.
One way out for ONIC, it's to fight. But AP.Bren are doing the best they can to stop that from happening.
Yeah, and right now, again, ONIC, their mechanics are gonna be tested here. Because AP.Bren, they're definitely winning out when it comes to the macro. The Lord has pawn. Boots up top with Super Marco. The Lord dance is initiated by Kaltizi. Keyboy probably looking for an opportunity.
That's a good shield unity into the Astral Spear. Crossbow tank gonna be locked in. CW on the Kaltizi, who's taking a half HP right now, but he has it. Brazer's Wrath! Wild charge from Ogwen! Kaltizi very low. CW launching forward with Few, dealing some damage as well. CW, once again, doing a lot of damage. Boots in the leg. That's a concealed play. Kyrie gonna be able to secure this Lord of the game. Ogwen very low. Conceal. Trying to get out. Dark Strike locks him down. And that should be a kill over. Boots, the Heavenly Fist is what we call him in Indonesia. Now getting it. CW finds another.
ONIC needed to fight. They fought.
Marco.
Wind of Nature. Oh, that's crazy.
Oh, I couldn't even finish my sentence there.
Yeah, me neither.
And that's a teamfight that ONIC badly wanted. We're looking for an opening. They have found it. They made it, actually.
Uh-oh. Boots taken very low. So Marco backed up with the Battle Mirror image. Now Kyrie with the shield unity. Looking low. My goodness gracious. Every single time he throws this one, man, it's panicking, but CW gets a turret up top.
Mirko, breathe. We need you. We need you, man.
I'll breathe.
All right, so now we're going to give it over to Wolf. Looking at the items here.
Yep, a rush onto the Wind of Nature. Interesting choice coming out from CW. And that's the reason why they were able to last the fight. At the same time, deal the damage. And now ONIC, they all of a sudden get 2.4k.
What? Wait.
Rubber band.
From 400 gold to 2,600. 5-man Astral Echo. ONIC looking for steal Minions Fury.
Yep.
But Kyrie will just secure the purple buff. They're getting chunked very low. That might be a bad endgame. Baptiste! He went in a bit too aggressive. Super Marco, a great Battle Mirror image to escape from this onslaught of damage. Another shot down. Threading the needle, Sans.
I would say here, ONIC has been winning those fights where Flapteasy made a bad engage. And I don't know, AP.Bren, they gotta stop that, because every time we see Flap goes in, and then ONIC feels like they're having an advantage. His HP, you have to look at that, man.
Yes. And my smart translation to that is that the box that was set up by ONIC was already so rigid, and AP.Bren goes into their box one after the other. Especially when Flapteasy starts it, they're waiting for Oakwin to go for the jump, but unfortunately ONIC has established this box where Kibo is in front, CW is waiting for the stacks. When they do have the ultimate, they will be able to pop it. And I think the real game changer here for ONIC is Sans.
Yes.
Every time he lands the Astral Echo onto many members of AP.Bren, ONIC will have the better decision making.
Because Oakwin can't find any wild charges. The wild charges become very tame. And that becomes very powerful. Kyrie knows it's time to go in right now. Flapteasy. Crossbow tank already. Final slash not able to be casted in time. And he gets bursted down.
And Oakwin cannot do anything. Didn't do anything. Because even if he uses the wild charge, it's just a waste of an ultimate. And what's going to happen is that Oakwin will also be taken to the grave.
Let me just say, man, this is not a fun game to be a frontline, because every single time you're just doing your job.
You're just doing your thing, man.
You just get punished too much. It's like, excuse me, sir. Let me play the game.
This game turned out to be a battle of mechanics in the end, because both teams have good heroes. And when I say good heroes, they have the 1-1 on the side of ONIC. They have the Cloud on the other side. Meaning to say, no matter what happens, there will be the late game insurance. And it's just 12 minutes of the game.
Boots now, I gotta say, I don't think he's been shafted by the draft. He's been getting a hero that can make a difference, man.
And he's performing on it so far on this Paquito. 2 deaths, but with those 2 kills now, they're looking for a little initiation. Astral Echo once again revealing forward. Boots flanking around, just making a miss. Flapteasy going to be chunked down by the Astral Sphere. Kyrie still on the Lord. Flapteasy not able to enter this. Final slash only on the Keyboy. Minute Fury! Keyboy finds 3. That's another knockup. Super Marco still holding down the Fury by Mako! With a lazy duet, but CW with a crossbow of time into the Astral Sphere. Now CW chasing Few down, forcing another big punch from Boots. 4 for 1.
He got that?
Unbelievable. And it's Sans again landing the Astral Echo to 4 members of AP.Bren. Then immediately what they did afterwards was to go to Kalteezy. The front-to-back damage coming out from ONIC cannot be contained anymore. Kalteezy steps into the box of ONIC once again, gets punished for it.
Wait, they're going for the end. 1 base turret up top, 1 base turret in the mid lane getting dealt with. Super Marco going to be chunked down. 1 second on Flapteasy.
Can they do it?
Coming down, CW focusing it. But ONIC will decide to disengage. It's a bit too risky with all the members coming back. They don't want to risk a 1 straight push, but they have another Lord.
Yep, the Lord is here. Astral Echo connects onto everyone. Future Marco taking a lot of damage. AP.Bren still protecting their base. ONIC doesn't find a way to go in.
Amazing defense from AP.Bren. ONIC now looking for the bottom lane base turret, the final one. Flapteasy looking for a big play. Weakness points getting caught out. Flapteasy 2 more. That's a good final slash on the CW for Nature. Wild charge, and that's the third. 3-man Mini Fury into the blaze of the web. Boots in the castle with the help of the Keyboy. That's an Astral Sphere. Dodge away from once again. Flapteasy very low. Boots in the midst of it all. Dealing some damage, getting some shields. Able to disengage, and the base turret, the Winions, take away the final base turret in the bottom lane. Only the base left standing, but AP.Bren are fighting.
The defense there from AP.Bren was really good, but they did lose a lot. And the thing is, ONIC, all they need to do is to make sure that CW is cleared for takeoff. And AP.Bren finally able to stop them. Flicker is going off cooldown on Ogwen. And AP.Bren punished, they get one turret. We gotta live to see another day, another Lord Dance for sure. It's gonna happen in less than a minute.
Well, what we were talking about, how they will.
Oh! Another big shot out to Ogwen. Kyrie unable to take him down. It's ticking, but Ogwen survives. Pops the power of nature. Oh my goodness, this game.
ONIC, they're in a position where they push AP.Bren. Now, looking at the base, half HP, basically. Right now, I'm looking at Boots as well. I'm thinking, ONIC has a lot of ways to play this. They can wait for the Lord. They can go for a fight. They can go for a split.
Exactly, because they have the Paquito anyways.
There's a lot of options here for ONIC. The pressure's on to AP.Bren now. They got to figure out what ONIC wants to do and be 2 steps ahead.
Well, look at the draft. Remember what ONIC did to AP.Bren. Now Few is the one on the Lilia. Now they are the ones who have good wave clear. Could it possibly happen? One big fight to end the game from AP.Bren.
There's so many possibilities. In fact, right now, I'm curious because Super Marco as well as Ogwen, they're grouped up together.
Oh.
They might punish Boots.
Well charged into everything. Boots able to dash away. Forward now with the
That's
wall.
the play.
Catches him and Few takes the kill. That's the play indeed. AP.Bren, that's the opportunity, the golden one. But Calteezy gonna be locked down. Crossbow tank ready. CW popping it now in the final second. Able to translate it over to Ogwen and finding the kill. Few forces the Black CW alone. When they should be popped in, Super Marco jumps in as well. CW's dive and a guy away from a pick. Super Marco survives. Keyboy right there. Sans dealing damage with the help of Keyboy. 4 for 2 in favor of AP.Bren. Keyboy very low. Another one. Winner Truncheon from Few. A flicker back. What? Sans and Keyboy looking for the miracle play. Looking for a snipe down. Teasing with a dodge. With that vengeance, Keyboy running Ogwen down. Very low. Has the immortality. Does he buy some time? Astral Media, but look at the minion waves. An Astral Spear connecting. Ogwen flickers out to safety. The crowd goes wild. But the base is still wide open for the minion waves to come crashing down.
Right now, Sans finally gets it! Dude! Sans right now!
Oh!
What is this game? It's like playing tag! Sans trying to catch everyone and everyone just dodging him left and right!
But look at the timers. Now it's Ogwen who's down for 20.
And he doesn't have the immortality when he wakes up. This is what happens when you have 2 of the best teams in the world of Mobile Legends going up against each other in the best of 5 series with the best heroes that we could ever expect from them. It's a duel.
Right now, the Lord has been started by ONIC. AP.Bren will not contest. ONIC now has the Lord. They will push with this. The question is AP.Bren. They have the Lilia. They have the Claude. They have ways to clear the minion. But ONIC, can they force this out?
Sans, Gila. And
Gila Sans.
And I want to say, majority of the damage output of Sans obviously comes from the Astral Sphere from the second skill. But actually, his Astral Meteor usages were so much on point.
The choke points.
The choke points, he's utilizing it to...
He's playing it like a Lilia.
Exactly. He's making a lot of space for the team because he's blocking so many of the passageways of AP.Bren, and the slows are actually super duper annoying to deal with.
Look at the timing though. It's not an Evolve Lord.
It's not. It's not.
Right now,
And they have the Lilia.
the Lord marches in. The wall has been brought up. Astral
Boots.
Echo hitting a 4. Look at Boots.
Very low, able to get the shield down. Now the base wide open. Minions Fury not going to be casted just yet, but the Lord has been cleared out. Kyrie taken low. Turn to the Poisons to run away. Oh, they go and collapse out to Kyrie with the final slash as well. Minions Fury catching everyone. CW looking for the play on the Few, but he the lack shoes. 4-man knockup from Keyboy as he flickers out to safety, but Flateezy is chasing him down. Sans clears out of midway. Flateezy with a good stun. That's another Astral Sphere not connecting this time around. Keyboy taken down. Flateezy finds the vengeance.
ONIC has to change their strategy, man. They gotta take advantage of Sans. They gotta let Sans do the damage.
And it looks like AP.Bren was able to protect their base, but back to my point.
30 seconds.
Oh, wait.
CW
Can he do it?
No, he can't.
No, he can't. He can't.
He can't.
It's very risky.
Very risky indeed. Has to recall out. He's keeping at it. He's keeping it. He's waiting for information. Few. Can he take a few?
The assassin, 1v1, black shoes used up. CW needs one crossbow attack, but he saves it. He saves it. He outplays Few, but Immortality gets bought out, and CW will back away. Few has done it. What a play.
Open and
turnaround. Now it's going to be Kyrie, who still is able to bomb in that Poisons. He's isolated from the team, but he is soaking a lot of damage. Final clash might be happening right now. The Immortality, no Immortality. Kyrie has been taken down.
And it's mainly because of Ogwen. The usage of Guardian's barrier to isolate Kyrie away from his team. Then the supplement of the final slash. The displacements.
Ogwen, wild charge, keeping it at bay. Super Marco now trying to turn it around. CW jumping forward. A mechanical duel between the two best goal laners in the world currently.
Let me just say, I don't envy the position of CW as well as Super Marco right now, man. Too many things is going through their heads.
A very intense fight. I mean, everybody's trying to outplay each other, forcing so many mistakes, and at the same time, like making the mistakes their own. Kyrie 12 seconds before respawning does have the shield unity, so he can get back. And the lanes are naturally in favor of ONIC.
Final slash, CW is down! Black TC! The final slash that might have just ended this game. Another wild charge. Super Marco finding the kill. Kyrie jumping on the Super Marco who buys the Immortality. The Astral Spear from Gila Sans. Super Marco, Battle Mirror Image, boosted in the midst of it all. Trying to look for a big fight right now. Sans comes back in with the Astral Meteor. An Astral Echo. Another Immortality pop. Kyrie still going to fall. Few finds another for the base. The minions. The drama. The drama.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
The cannon event. The flappening. David Charles Gallo, that's his name. Saving this game with the final slash to take out CW, then saving them from the Winions. It's the cannon event.
This is the game. Sans has to carry the team, man. He has the damage. He just has to connect them. Paltzy very low, but looks like AP.Bren will secure this Lord. This is not looking good for ONIC.
And the wave clear is not that good for ONIC. It's not like for AP.Bren where there is the Lilia as well as the Claude. This is the 1-1 single target hero. This is the Varia. Although you have the Astral Meteor, it will not be enough. AP.Bren, because of Flap TC, the flappening. And here you can hear them. End it. End it now.
Well, ONIC's gonna try their very best to deny that. Because again, this is match point for AP.Bren. Once that crystal is down, we'll crown a new champion. The Lord is marching up top. Ogwen's delaying it. He's trying to sync up the minions. This is going to be very difficult for ONIC to defend.
Even the base turret down below will be taken down by Super Marco. An Astral Sphere in the mid lane. Can they clear it away? Is it still possible, Wolf?
Again, for ONIC, I think anything is possible. They still have boots. Or maybe that's the wayfair that they're looking for. And Sans, a key hero, needs to survive for the entirety of this defense.
The base is cracked. ONIC on full defense mode, under siege. The Golden Road at risk. AP.Bren in their world tour. In the mid lane, cleared out. Super Marco gonna be chunked down. The Athena shield already popped away. CW is able to clear out the minion wave in the mid lane. Kyrie, the shield unity, backing away once again. That top lane now gonna be dealt with by ONIC. And we are back again to the waiting game. Rizal Memorial Coliseum, are you not entertained?
Listen to the crowd. This is an amazing match. 24 minutes in. AP.Bren with a 6K goal lead, but at this point, the goal is only about switching your items. Few, as well as Ogwen, finds all members of ONIC. And AP.Bren, they're just moving around. They're just waiting for a point where Super Marco can just go in
Lilia, the super duper late game,
Oh,
the ultra late game, so
conceal.
good.
A full NCW again
Oh my
gets
God,
caught! A big mistake! A big blunder! AP.Bren is bound in once again! An Astral Sphere, this time from Sans, an Astral Meteor in the bottom lane to try to clear things out. Super Marco knocked up, has the battle mirror image. 55 seconds on CW on Calvin Winata.
Oh my goodness. Flapteasy once again.
Boots going in, trying to force out the Black Shoes. Minion wave in the mid lane, gonna be chunked down once again as Boots is able to dish out some damage in the bottom lane to clear the minion wave out. Both waves dealt with, but AP.Bren are slowly sieging. Flapteasy. Oh, he's jumped into the base. Very low. Astral Meteor. Ogwen tanks it up. AP.Bren, what a juggle! Super Marco, no! Still gets out.
And for some miracle, ONIC holds on to 2 of their turrets. They might let go of the other one though.
Bottom lane base turret.
Hey.
That might be taken down. That is a big resource, but they are able to keep it at bay. Flapteasy up top, clearing up the wave. ONIC looking for another way to reset this, to stop AP.Bren.
Right now, 4 members are caught in Astral Echo. Boots is from the side. The few finds him. Slap wants to go in. He wants to find a target.
It's back up, Astral Sphere. Keyboy in front of it all right now.
low.
Kyrie's gonna be chunked down. It's around the boat! Finds a knock on strike. Finish Fury onto 4. CW is now here. The Lord, who gets it? It's gonna be an all-out fight. CW marches forward to shut down the redemption. Wait, for Calvin without a guy. Twice the retry. AP.Bren scrambling. Sans! It's found Super Marco. Now CW is looking for an angle onto Ogwen. He's running away. Boots finds a kill. Now it's Pew, who's still going.
CW!
CW! Mortality bot, Black Shoes.
Dude, CW, man, as long as he survives, there's space for ONIC. Right now, they got the Lord. The minions have spawned. ONIC can push right now. But look at the positioning here, Sans, CW, they're in the face of AP.Bren.
Sans is preventing Few from laying down the glooms so that there will be no defense. Sans with the place, the aggression, turning things around.
We can hear now the chant coming in from ONIC. Ogwen.
Sans looking
low.
for a shot. Kyrie jumping in CW. This might be the end for this game. Ogwen running away. ONIC have found a miracle!
Difference maker when it comes to the team fights, 100%. My problem is, how does it fare against the Thams in the EXP lane? I would assume that it's not that good.
Well,
There are many few heroes that actually win against the Thams in the laning stage.
the golden road for this year is for the Sky Kings.
5 seconds till the
The dream is still alive for them to complete it, but they gotta take down AP.Bren. That is again in match point, where we're going into game number 6 to see whether it will end here or it will go all 7 games.
At the start of the game, it's Kyrie who has a significant advantage on the Guinevere. This is the reason it's so heavily prioed in the draft. Flapteasy and Ogwen, though, very aggressive start of the game. Actually clears it out very well. Kyrie has already rotated. This might be a miscalculation. Sans as well is here. Flicker out from Ogwen. Flapteasy holding on to that orange buff. But in the end, will disengage.
Yep. Interesting idea, because we know that the Phobius will not win against the Thams, but he gets level 2 now, so it's gonna quite an even matchup. And the reason why that happened is because Keyboy did the anti-glue treatment in M4. If you remember, they used the Grok to block the minions twice, so that the minions will be in favor of Boots. And that was a genius move coming out from ONIC. That's why they drafted this Grok earlier on.
We gotta talk about Super Marco again. Now using the Master Assassin, where before this, he was a tenacity, but Kyrie.
He's trying to go for the invade. Spatial migration, retribution secures the invade steal over to the gold buff now. It seems like he should be able to find this for free unless, nope, Kyrie takes it.
Yeah, it looks like Flapteasy still again wants to go for that Corrosion Scythe early and maybe try to bully out Boots, because the Phobius is strong, but if the Phobius can't do much in lane, then it's not going to be that big of a problem. Kyrie again, always getting pressured by AP.Bren. AP.Bren has a thing for Kyrie.
Yeah. They know.
I mean, he is cute, but you know.
Even the fans in the building, CW versus Super Marco 1v1 battle. Oh my goodness. Marco able to escape regen pop by CW. Does this mean Marco's already used it? Oh, a diamond tap! CW needs one, Super Marco gets away. My God, every little fight.
Woo. I feel like after this game, they're going to be best friends, man.
They are.
I mean, like, that
Or
kind of...
maybe not, you know, I mean, like...
I mean, dude, you bonded over a best of 7 like that?
That's true.
You gain respect, man.
They have an even better or more special connection for sure.
Flapteezy jumping forward. Violent Requiem locking few down. That's a lot of damage. Black Shoes as well with a heavy spin. Flapteezy secures it. The heavy spin knocks Keyboy out of the frame. Demonic Force though. Now on the Flapteezy. One more shot should do it. First blood secured by ONIC. Keyboy still onto Owen, who still has the Vengeance, but he gets knocked up. Final slash into the Vengeance, into Kyrie, one shot, but he's still able to survive. Ogwin turned around now, still brought back to the team by the Stampede, and it's AP.Bren who win in a prolonged team fight.
I mean, that was a very prolonged team fight. I kind of feel like ONIC really wanted that kill because, again, he was right in front of them. Who wouldn't want it? But AP.Bren was able to buy enough time for the rest of the team to respond.
Exactly. The thing is, ONIC will manage to go for double lanes this time. That this is the effect of CW winning some of the early stages of the match, this laning stage, allowed him to get even more gold for his team. And this is the main win condition of ONIC. Stat pad this Claude, give all of the things to CW and let him carry the game later on.
Looks like the first item coming in from Lilia is going to be the Enchanted Talisman, going to help out quite a lot during that turtle fight.
Well, CW as well as Super Marco, they're really going at it.
Blazing Duet in the bottom lane. Super Marco going to be chunked down. He did get the gold buff, however, and ONIC now tried to look for an angle to attack this bottom side of the map. Meanwhile, Spatial Migration into the Requiem finds a kill in the mid lane onto View. Without the Purify, he was a sitting duck.
Going at able to force the final slash or the Purify onto CW. But that was a great pinch coming out from ONIC. They found a reaction coming from AP.Bren because there was a massive push in the bottom lane, so naturally you want to defend that, but they cut it off.
Right now, KylePZ has level advantage onto Kyrie. So, for me, it just signals that the invasion onto Kyrie was definitely worth it. Because Kyrie is... I don't know. This is Kyrie, man. Even with a level disadvantage, I feel like he can still secure the turtles.
Final slash, though, on the Suns. Might force a flicker out with Flapteezy jumping in, but he actually instead goes for the nether realm. Brought back! Suns taken out. The flicker with 1 second off. Spatial Migration, though. Locking him down. The turret gets the kill back, and it's a 1-for-1. Now it's Boots, who's rotated over. Demonic Force already used earlier, so now it's going to be resetted. It's going to be on cooldown.
Yep. Nice reset coming out from Keyboy.
Power Nation, wild charge, Blazing Duet! Getting him down. Keyboy gets the kill, and CW goes for another wave push in the mid lane, with Sans respawning. Kyrie holding the turtle down.
Yeah, right now the turtle has been started. Sans is there. Ogwen
Chewe
sees it, but looks like KylePZ is going.
Yep.
I don't know.
Heavy spin. Still has it.
No Demonic Force, Spatial Migration, Violent Requiem, Retribution, Kyle! Teasy finds it, and even a pin onto Kyrie, and AP.Bren come alive once again. That lead going back and forth.
Whew. Absolutely. AP.Bren taking advantage of what they have. They have the heavy spin versus the Guinevere. The Keyboy getting chunked down. Oh my goodness.
What was that kill?
That was Flapteezy.
The fadeaway.
And what he does is, I think there's one thing that I really want to comment about Flapteezy, a very smart move that he made. After he was able to take out the Nether Realm, there's a suppression, right? So he threw his sight, waited for Sans to be not invulnerable anymore, then swings him back with the sights, then gets the kill. And he does it, almost does it again against Keyboy, taking full use of the sights.
We gotta look at the goal lead though, because even though AP.Bren has the goal lead, but CW has the goal lead. Oh, before that, Sans getting chunked down. Looks like Ogwen understanding that Sans is not in a good position. He wants to force it and forcing on CW.
Purify now brought back to Ogwen. The Vengeance is gonna be reset, and he goes back to the Valkyrie image, and he pops in that Blazing Duet, but Flapteezy is there to punish. Keyboy, wild charge defensively, and AP.Bren take the lead.
Significant lead, as they will be able to take out the turret up top. They get a kill onto CW, who we have been commending to be able to farm out the early stages of the game, but now it's stopped. And AP.Bren have the absolute lead in the first 6 minutes of game number 6.
Oh, Flapteezy. Looks like he is not the one getting caught here. He aggresses even though Kyrie was the one initiated.
Yeah, even Keyboy now opens it up. Super Marco getting the turret in the bottom lane. Ogwen poking Keyboy down, doing a good amount of damage.
But right now, AP.Bren, they're moving as a unit. Boots is moving around Sans to make sure that Sans is actually able to survive, actually able to farm up.
Look at Marco.
Super Marco is just pushing.
He's alone in the bottom lane. It's a 4v5 for ONIC, but they're not actually going in just yet. They go for it. Spatial Migration, Battle Requiem, locking Ogwin down. That should be a kill. Kyrie picks it up. Meanwhile, the bottom lane, Tier 2 should be taken down by Super Marco. Few, so able to pop the Glooms in. Demonic Force. Zoning Flapteezy away. Keyboy break taken very low. Kalteezy with a good pin down. But the Demonic Force is still on him. Few, Black Shoes, back away. That's Sans flickering forward. Kyrie finds the turtle. Meanwhile, Sans will fall. Flapteezy outplays him under the Tier 1.
I mean, he was greedy, man. Like, he really wanted it. And the thing is, he paid for it. Right now, ONIC, even though they won that tournament again, I don't know, man. I feel like losing that Tier 2 is going to hurt ONIC
100%.
in the long run.
100%. The only good thing that might have came out from that is the fact that they pushed the mid lane. And the fact that they pushed the mid lane means that they have access to better access to the mid lane. And obviously, somebody just can take care of this long lane anyways. That's the only good thing that came out of that. And of course, the gold that they had afterwards. And look at
this is interesting.
CW.
J-Way.
Wow. I'm looking at Boots because usually you see the Clock of Destiny, but he went for the Lightning Truncheon.
Yeah. I think I like this build better. Dominance Ice Rush into the Lightning Truncheon as the Phobius. You're not that required to actually output the damage anyways. You have the Claude for that, and you have Sans to dive with you. You badly need the Dominant Size because you're the one to be in the front lines. And AP.Bren, with the fact that they have both Ogwin as well as Flapteezy, good sustained heroes, somebody has to really man the front lines and then take over with the Dominant Size.
I'm very interested to see the Lightning Truncheon on the Phobius. But before that, Kalteezy finds Kyrie. It looks like they want him.
Heavy spin, but the Battle Requiem cancels it out. Sans gonna be pinned down to the wall. Final slash used up another round. Gets Kyrie forward, Keyboy! Finds a wild charge of Few, gets Kyrie down. CW, able to fight. Bench is still gonna be popped in by Flapteezy as Boots jumps into the back line. Demonic Force from Boots! Crossbow tang though for Super Marco. Sans, Ghostbusters in. Super Marco is down. Ogwin jumping in. Another one from Boots! Flapteezy, one last member standing, and Ghostbusters to shut him down.
ONIC won a big W there. They got a wipeout.
An alpha of AP.Bren finding a good jump onto ONIC, almost taking out Kyrie. Sans' ultimate was just pixel perfect.
Oh, Sans, they're blitzing it here.
They're blitzing it, Kyrie's already here.
Kyle's bot, they are giving it away. They're giving it up. ONIC have taken the first lord of the game.
Look at the live coming in from Indonesia. They're excited, man. Right now, ONIC having the lead here. But again, AP.Bren, they have showed time and time again, they can fish out that mistake coming in from ONIC, and we've seen quite a few times. But Boots, let's talk about Boots. 2-0-5 here, Wolf.
Yes. Was the last one to get into the fight around the Lord area. But his timing was perfect because now he is able to force out Super Marco. And big shout outs to Keyboy with the flicker play, or the wall charge play, in fact, in the previous fight. That is what allowed ONIC to win that fight afterwards.
Right now looking at the items as well, even though the big goal difference coming in from the Claude as well as the 1-1, but I feel like Super Marco can still dish out the damage. For Sans here, he's zoning everyone out. He's just like, I'm a Faramis, choo-choo, I'm gonna hit you.
Choo-choo? Is that what Faramis...
Yeah.
Is the noise, the sound?
Okay. Choo-choo.
I believe you.
I play Faramis a lot, man.
I believe you.
Faramis, the train engine.
Nope.
Doesn't have the right ring, but you know what? We'll work on it.
The most important item for Boots gets the Winter Truncheon. Able to tank damage coming out of Super Marco. Definitely going to be able to dive that. And now that's a massive problem.
Spatial Migration onto Flap. Final slash, bringing Kyrie back, but Flapteezy is still going to be isolated. Kyrie taken down. Another round late, but the wild charge still connects. Demonic Force in the midst of it all. Kalteezy now with a heavy spin. That's still Flapteezy falling down. Boots in the midst of it all again. Now with a Winter Truncheon, he buys it in time. Another Demonic Force onto the Marco. Boots finds it. CW. Marches forward. Finds a triple kill.
Oh.
What? Keyboy?
Keyboy, the one to tag that, but I think that this is sacrifice to take the Lord, and nice touch from CW again.
Boots falls as well, the sacrifice necessary. Sans and CW bringing it back. The damage coming through. CW with nature. Ogwin, vengeance. CW guns him down. It's a wipeout, but Flap has respawned. ONIC need to back away.
Okay, what's going on? CW looks angry, man. He doesn't want to back down. He's using a Claw, but he feels like he's the Thanos. He wants to sit in front. He wants to deal the damage.
Wow.
CW He wants to take his family to Japan, and I think that he's doing everything that he can to do it. I cannot. It is indescribable the way that he held his ground and knew exactly who can kill him. And the fact that Boots already took out Super Marco with that wonderful Winter Truncheon play, that allowed CW to be unafraid of fighting under the base of AP.Bren.
Well, konnichiwa minasan. ONIC right now having a 5.6k goal lead. And CW again, 8-1 and 5. Very, very impressive here. It does look like ONIC did. Now they have the mentality is that they want to get everything from AP.Bren in terms of their skills. All of their survivability once is gone, CW is just going to go in and he's going to clean job. Now AP.Bren, they're in a position where CW is a problem, but you can't ignore Boots and you can't ignore Sans. Kyrie has not been having a great game, but dude, everyone else around him is moving forward.
Exactly. Even Keyboy with the one-charge usages, the way that he's tanking for his team. And then there's Boots. The proper timing all the time. No contest. They're waiting for 13-10.
Yep, there you go. It's not going to spawn this wave. They'll have a bit more time to prep for it. 13-40.
Yep. So now prepping the lane, CW has to be careful because I feel like AP.Bren, that's the goal. It's like, yo.
But I feel like
Flap did it. Oakwood, you got to do it, man. Flap did it.
He did.
You can catch him. You got to find a slash. He's going to be the one that's like, you know, everything's on his shoulders now.
Those gold meteor available for the 1-1.
Whoa. Final slash. Oh my God.
Okay, Oakwood. I know what I said, but not like that.
Not like that.
Not like that.
NLT. Not like that.
All right, now the Lord is marching down mid. Kyrie's down bot. The top lane is coming in a little bit slower, but the mid as well as the bottom, they're going to crash together.
In sync. Mid lane held down by the barrier. There you go, the three-way push that they built up. Top lane going to be taken down by CW right now, but Flatteezy has dealt so much damage. What an Nature going to be popping in right now as another round gets used up. CW has the back away. Flatteezy has used the Vengeance while charge. No initiation from ONIC. They'll be happy with a base turret. CW is too low for them to go for anything else.
Great play coming out from Flap, forcing the Vengeance and finding CW, even forcing the Wind of Nature. That's going to be a massive resource that ONIC will not have, but they have to defend for more.
Well, CW is top, but we got to think about Sans. He doesn't have the Net Realm anymore. Can't ONIC even force it? Oh, that's a big mistake.
Plays in the web from CW right now. The pullback from the Stampede. Web from CW right now. The pullback from the Stampede. The demonic force to execute them in the back. Now it's going to be View dealing some damage, but that's a double kill. Oh! Super Marco finds across both tag. Galtene. That's Keyboy with a wild charge to take us to game 7.
There is absolutely no way we can end the M5 World Championship without going all 7 games. ONIC and
win this best of 7. They should win this best of 7 only with their standard playstyle, their early game.
To everyone tuning in, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the last game of the M5 World Championship, where either the Golden Throne will be completed or the World Tour be completed. We're jumping into the game where this game will determine the World Champions.
There's no other way to see it happen. One last time. Rizal Memorial Coliseum. Give it up for the 2 teams.
Now, Keyboy as well as Oakwood, man-to-man defense, looking at each other here. Looks like this time AP.Bren is opting not to go aggressive into the jungle. Kyrie, for once, will have an easier time farming up to level 4.
CW opted to go for the Purify, knowing that he can be gone upon by Ogwin. And obviously, Flapteezy can go for the Flicker plays, we know. That can eliminate the Goldaner easily. So Wind of Nature might be rushed here by CW. Maybe his 3rd item, or maybe 4th.
Okay, some damage placed down. Quick Sand Guard gets him a bit more HP. Kyrie already looking for an invade. But Calteezy is able to clear it out. Just a big one though. Kyrie looking for a little small one. Retrieves it, gets level 4, and pokes Calteezy, getting Boots a bit more prio in the bottom lane.
And again, we got to look at how Sans and Keyboy, I got to say this duo has been doing well for ONIC, but the same can be said for Few as well as Oakwood. I do feel like with the composition that they both have, the mid duo is going to be a very big impact in this game.
speaking of the mid duo here for Keyboy as well as Suns, it's a tricky duo because you clear the waves fast, but you don't necessarily stay in that lane. It's going to be up to ONIC on how they utilize this, Keyboy, Kadira. And at the same time, AP.Bren, they don't have the best heroes to kind of check the bushes. Maybe Kyle TC could be there, but of course Few can save his teammates, but they're not built for this Kadira.
Few able to pull them in, but not that much damage. Both Sans as well as Boost just want that level 4. Kyle TZ already leashing the turtle in a position where he can cancel at any moment. Kyrie thinks about it. Both Boost as well as Sans, no level 4.
Doing the same thing. Kyrie with the shield unity into the back right now, able to connect it onto Ogun, who has the Earth Shatter. And now the onward. Towards the boy Sans. Flapteezy finds him. The real world revelation is popped in. First blood secured by Flapteezy. Another round coming down as Boost deals some damage. Retribution battle still for Kyrie, but Few finds it, and that's going to be a skill from Keyboy. Ogun with the Primal Wrath. The Praisers Wrath! Ogun gets the kill onto Keyboy, and ONIC lose out in the first turtle fight.
Oh yeah, definitely AP.Bren won the turtle, won the fight. This is the usual story of this best of 7. Look at AP.Bren to win the early.
Yes. It's the early game for AP.Bren all the time. They're the masters of the early game that we saw all throughout this M5. Every time that they win, they destroy their enemies in the early stages. And you gotta say, FapTG started the charge once again, going in for the flicker play. In fact, they have both Sans. Sans forced to use the flicker and the real-world manipulation to try to keep himself alive. But in the end, during the turtle fight, he was a non-factor, and it's all thanks to FlapTZ.
Yep, now looking at the item builds here, the Claude has to delay a little bit just because he has to build a little bit of defense, but Boots getting attacked here.
Look at that burst, my goodness. The Ghost Bursters as well. Boots, defensive penalty zone. Calteezy dives, flicker, out. Real world manipulation, popped down by Sans. Ogun, just posturing, zoning Boots away. Meanwhile,
looks like CW just wants to farm up safely here. And again, ONIC, they have to find a way to slow down the game while AP.Bren has to figure out how to get these objectives because they've been getting the kills. They got the turtle. The faster they can get the outer turrets, the more space they're going to deny from Keyboy.
However, Few with 2 assists and a lot of lane prio, able to get to level 6. It's actually almost a level ahead of Suns. Gonna be waiting for that. That's a massive lead that AP.Bren has. More resources, more EXP means that in the early stages of the game, yeah, surely they have the advantage and they can teamfight. And eventually, they will activate Super Marco. Fortunately for ONIC, the turtle is onto the bottom lane where Super Marco is not at. It means that they might not suffer from the Brody, but at all the same, ONIC, they don't have the best tools to go up against AP.Bren anyways.
Yep, and now we're looking at a turtle. Kyle TZ initiated. Kyrie finds Flap. The Flap just wants to wait a little bit of time. He sees Suns.
puts him down. There's a good amount of damage. Calteezy as well there. Both junglers at level 7. Flap on the turtle. No quick sand guard this time round. Kyrie picks up the gold buff. Meanwhile, up top, there's also a little bit of a gank. Ogun gonna be caught. Taken down. Kyrie versus Flap versus Kyle, and it's Flap who takes it. Kyrie brought back to the team in the Shadow Stampede. The real world manipulation, not enough to take it out. Kyrie with the 2.
Whoa!
And that is a trade. 1 kill up top for a turtle for AP.Bren.
Kyrie is one of the only junglers that can play a utility hero like an assassin.
How the hell did he thread the needle? He gets out and into safety. Unfortunately, still missed the retribution. So, still massive coming out from AP.Bren. Almost a free turtle, if you think about it, because they didn't lose anything. At the same time, ONIC had to just back down after all the investments that they did.
Few in the mid lane, very low, NetherRealm. Popped in, Kyrie brought back to the team and onward. They're shattered, connecting bomb, game high! With a rope wave! Ogun falling, Few as well! Now it's Kyle! With an Abraser's Wrath! Keyboy finds the oddity! Another one onto Marco! But Sans picks him up!
This is why I say, man, Super Marco, as well as CW, they're developing a relationship. Super Marco came in and was like, I want to go down, but you're going to come with me.
And that's a positive trade, obviously, for ONIC, as they switch back toward their side. They give two assists to CW, 1 kill after that. Eventually, he died, but that's all good for a Claude who's looking for farm in this early stage of the game. Most importantly, they have punished Kyle TZ, and ONIC have recovered. It's gonna be good for the Delusion squad.
Hey, I just want to say, man, this time they're picking up the pace. Both teams are fighting, I would say, in a faster tempo here. Both teams are finding the mistakes, and this is what happens in the best of 7. Keyboy, I gotta say, very good counter engage.
Wonderful.
Coming in from AP.Bren is like AP.Bren, it strikes, but then Keyboy is just like, I'm just waiting for you guys to clump up.
And look at
I
his
want to deal maximum damage.
Look at his position right now. He's trying to pin down Super Marco without the flicker. Does have the petrify. Super Marco not feeling so confident, walking towards that bush, and that's a smart decision on his part.
I mean, at this point, he doesn't want to get wet, man. Like, he smells something, and he's like, I'm smelling a fish.
Kyrie smelling an engage. FlapTZ jumps forward to Petrify. He knocks FlapTZ out, but he's still able to get out in time. The quick sand card buys him a little bit more time. CW able to back away with a battle mirror image, but he did just bait out a raging sandstorm and a quick sand guard.
That's good enough because Miss Sans can pop the ultimate this time.
No Petrify this time though for Keyboy. CW no blazing to it. FlapTZ jumping forward on the Sans. Doing a bit more damage. CW trying to turn it around. Earthshatter. Ogwen compromised.
Oh, look at the turtle.
Out turtle. CalTZ finds it. A beautiful retribution. A beautiful macro play by AP.Bren.
Looks like ONIC, they just want to get some kills. They don't really want to contest with the turtle because we saw that they are basically avoiding the turtle. They just want to go in. They want to get Super Marco down. Speaking of Super Marco, looks like Keyboy has to use the rough ways to escape.
You see AP.Bren pushing the envelope up top.
Blazing Duet on the Super Marco. Still able to disengage for now. Punts in the stacks to zone TW away. Does the same to Kyrie, and Boots is waiting in that bush. FlapTZ needs to back off. And ONIC and AP.Bren, both these teams.
Look at CalTZ. He's taking advantage of this chaos. He's like, hey, if you guys want to go up top, I'm going to go to your purple buff.
It's a massive win. The retribution, he steals it. AP.Bren are making micro moves that eventually pile up. And now it's great macro from AP.Bren. They have regained the lead because of the small things that they have done. And they are doing it cleanly.
Oh yeah, very clean. Right now, ONIC, it looks like they're being more responsive than being proactive. Whatever AP.Bren is doing, they want to counter it for better or for worse. And AP.Bren, I kind of feel like they're starting to understand the mentality coming in from ONIC. So if you guys are waiting for us to make a move, well, we're going to give you the sleight of hand. We're going to show you the left side while we take something from the right.
Proteus up top. That means ONIC might go for the push here. But FlapTZ ever so on point with the defense. And AP.Bren are just denying everything away from ONIC. ONIC just can't catch a break.
Yeah, look at the position from ONIC. Everyone is on one side of the map.
Sans now engaged on right now.
No
not able to pop anything in time. And falls. Keyboy in the midst of it all. Petrify, rough waves. Taunted up, cancelled out.
What a
Too
cancel.
bad. CalTZ shuts Keyboy down. A turn of our memory onto Kyrie, who pops in that Tortoise's Poissons. And AP.Bren now with a significant advantage in the mid-game.
The mental distress, man, is getting to ONIC.
That's right.
Sans now making mistakes.
And the problem there for Sans as well as Keyboy is that they're not tanky heroes. They're eliminated easily. They didn't have their flickers. And the thing is, the Lord was already respawning during that time, so every single move that ONIC did in that fight is a mistake. And AP.Bren punishes with the Lord take.
Right now, AP.Bren 3,400 gold lead. ONIC, they have CW on this Claude. It's possible. But AP.Bren, I don't feel like they want to wait that long. They're waiting for that point where ONIC will concede a team fight. And then they might try to push to end.
Stampede, Kyrie with the flank. A weird angle, an off angle to catch AP.Bren off. The Purify going to be used up by few. CW claims the orange buff. Keyboy gets out of the taunt. Lord spawning back in the land of Dawn, this time on AP.Bren's side of the map.
It'll be the defense for ONIC. Fortunately for them, they have all the tools to defend. They have an Eve. And this is something that they can use to bridge the early game to the mid game. At this time, ONIC needs to go full anti-disaster protocol now. They need to just regain their part of the map at least.
Yeah.
And they can use the Eve for that one.
Super Marco able to get the turret up top. Kyrie so far is taking the opportunity of AP.Bren setting everything up for him to farm for himself because he understands that he needs to get as tanky as possible.
Hold up, that turret, ooh, still kept alive by ONIC. Now looking at the mid lane, tier 1, Boots holding it down, but the turret should fall. Tier 1 over to AP.Bren.
You see that move coming out from Kautisi, zoning out the members of ONIC by just literally walking down, and AP.Bren are taking an easy turret in the middle. Further increasing their lead to 4K, and of course they're gonna get another turret. Now ONIC, their base falls.
This is not looking good for ONIC. You can hear the cheers coming in. AP.Bren has the energy coming in from the crowd. Boots goes in, Kyrie as well.
Does the same, now taunted up. Brought back to the team. Turtles Boy Sound's gonna be used up. Kaltizi has the Appraiser's Rat, gets chunked down. Penalty down! By Boots! Kaltizi, Reggie's hands to the back. E-Boy looking for a flag right now. Goes in, but doesn't find anyone. Rough waves, only onto one. Boots brought back once again. Ogwen, conceal, Earth Shatter to lock Boots down. Kyle doing the same thing. E-Boy with the oddity. Kaltizi with the knock-up. Ogwen with the follow-up. And that's the Earth Shatter to lock ONIC down.
ONIC, they made a move. That was a brave engage. Everything went right, but the damage was not enough.
Mid lane base turret at risk of getting taken down. One more shot. Two base turrets. 10 seconds on the clock for Keyboy. 6 for Boots.
Admirable coming out from ONIC to go for the play. Because Boots landed a beautiful penalty zone, but they didn't have the damage. And Sans was sitting back. In fact, CW was babysitting Sans during that time because he knows that the Khalid will eventually jump and they needed to punish. What that meant is that after the jump coming out from Boots, there wasn't any follow-up damage. Even the real-world manipulation is not enough because the Nether Realm is available. So ONIC tried to go for the play, didn't have the items to back it up, and unfortunately lost so much because of that gamble.
AP.Bren now doing the Lord as Kyrie.
1 against 3.
No!
Brought back and taken down. ONIC on the brink. And AP.Bren capitalized. Now onto Boots. DPZ. Keyboy with the oddity. With the rough waves. The Netherrealm saves him. CW with a purify. AP.Bren are running ONIC down. Keyboy gets another South close. Super Marco has slain the mid lane.
But there's no defense. Sans is down for 30 seconds. There's a fat minion of waves in the bottom lane. And they have the Brody.
Mid lane gonna be cleared up right now by Boots. He's still holding on to the bottom wave.
The base!
Cleared out as well.
They're gonna
looking
end
for the base. They're looking for the base. AP.Bren, the Sky Kings have been taken down. The Golden Road to Dam. Bren, Lang, Malakas.
The host country has never won a World Series. Look to the stage. They kept the trophy here. They continued the domination. They are the Curse Breakers, the 2-time World Champions. They are AP.Bren. It's a pleasure working with you, gentlemen. My name is Abel, alongside with me, Wolf and Mirko. It's a pleasure serving all of you here. But now we are throwing it over to Mara with a world champions.
Diversify, go into the back lines as well. Cool places to attack each comp.
Hey man, they're gonna go in for the dive. They want to play their game, both of them, right? FNOP want to go aggressive, TLID want to go aggressive. It's a brawl.
It's gonna be a brawl out here again, a best of 7, and we're starting it up with game number 1. Oxiana Arena is ready for this bout, and both these teams have fought through the gauntlet to lead up to this. Already in the mid lane, a lot of early action expected with what we've seen so far. Super Prince pretty low here, but we got to talk about the fact that the meta has really set in, especially throughout the knockouts and where we've landed now. But this Lilia pick from Yehezkiel, mind you, one of the players that brings out the most unique heroes to the game here. And how does this work out?
Yeah, they brought up the Xavier. We were expecting something like that too. Oh, Liddy with the flicker out. But yeah, This pick isn't really something we see too much of from Yehezkiel in MP Indonesia Season 14. Though, however, when his name was still Sin, we saw a lot of Yehezkiel Lilia.
Absolutely. I mean, it's one of the few picks that can apply a lot of pressure to your opponents, right? As long as you are hitting those stacks and making sure that you are continuously keeping them in place, you're basically a zoning mage, right? And let's not forget that, at least with Lo Yi, yes, the yin-yang reaction is great, but it also has the conditions of making sure you have an enchanted talisman, for an example. And you can even see, right, from the emblems itself, he wants to live in these fights to continuously throw them out.
Oh, flicker out from Yehezkiel. Shadow Kill, not ready just yet. There you go. King Kong gonna be very low. Shadow Kill not able to transfer over to King Kong. Both teams surviving no casualties as of the first minute.
Well, good thing though, you know, Yehezkiel doesn't go down, had to burn the flicker, so that is going to be down. Also the revitalize from Brusco. But both teams still obviously looking for that potential first blood, really on this side of the map here.
Okay, it's Kirk. We're just going to walk up. Aran doing the same thing. Both of the tanks here, frontliners, it just seems like, you know, it's kind of a similar game that Brusco wants to play compared to Aran. It's all about screening, waiting, and I would say distracting the back line.
I mean, as long as the back line is confused with where they need to go, Team Liquid ID, we know for a fact they kind of want to go straight forward at their opponents, but only on the right conditions. And hopefully, it's based on where Super Preference is going to be showing himself.
And that's a part of this. Again, at level 4 for Witty, not available just yet, so not going to be able to go for that pick-off potential. Same thing on the other side, you know, it's Fnatic ONIC PH that wants to take their time as they approach the first objective. Don't want to overextend. Brusco has been fantastic throughout the tournament, making plays himself, you know, setting things up like, for example, with the Khalid that we saw earlier on. Here's the taunt, though. Witty's in trouble.
Kundo, Witty jumping back and forth. Wave the dragon over to Brusco. That's Fabian walking up. Shadow Kill 2. Brusco, AOC, able to escape.
He's still alive, and now they keep on going for it. Aaron Shiki's hitting back against Super Prince. The front lines are starting to crumble.
Revitalize. Witty jumping back into Kundo. Knocking Brusco up. Diversion to the back as well. Witty taken down by Kirk with that Primal Wrath.
And they'll make it happen. First blood still going, though.
Yep, they're gonna keep on rushing. He's alive, right? They're all good. They all good. All right. First blood goes through as expected. We weren't hoping for this game to be extremely bloody. It's still a marathon. It's not a race.
Aran will be trying to zone them away. Queller comes in from King Kong. Fabian on Aran gonna go for the stun. Kirk with the onward, and that's the kill with a Soul Sever. 2 kills for the neutral objective. Fabian.
He's fine. Oh, whoa, he goes back. Kirk. Oh,
they're not done with it yet. They want to keep on trading as much as they can. They cannot let this gold go too far off their leads.
You see, already, the back and forth, the pendulum is already swinging this early in the game. And that's what you want to do. If you're TLID, you want to go in for those pickoffs. You utilize the fact that you're so mobile on this Hayabusa for Fabian. He does pick up a Hunter Strike already, too. Black Shoes already used from Yehezkiel.
Yeah, that was a lot of damage, man. Diversion, don't know if they spot it. Yehezkiel spots it. Oh, no one takes it. Just a bit of vision, utility here and there for FNOP.
Great call. But so far, you can tell that both teams are trying to determine where the battle lines are, right? Respect the borders. The river has been such a dangerous place already in the first 4 minutes of the game, and only very small advantages have been created. So far, King Kong, a single level ahead of Favian for now, and things could start snowballing out of control, because even Kirk has a lead on Iran.
He has a lead right now, still kind of checking out the area here too, locking in the buffs before this next objective does come up. But so far, so good. Even for Fnatic ONIC, PH, Kirk could be in trouble. Pops the Primal Wrath, might get run down.
No flicker. Fabian with the quad shadow, able to connect onto Kirk. He is all isolated. He will not use the resources here. It will just be a kill. A good pickoff for the cavalry.
And Fnatic ONIC PH have not found the trade on the opposite side. Close, but still no cigar this time. Woody able to cover on air on Shiki, knowing the motions coming in for Fnatic ONIC. That first rotation looks good. Here comes the next fight.
Taunt in the Soul Sever from King Kong. Revitalize used up by Aran. Whoa. Send over to Brusco. AOG defensively. And that will be it in that skirmish. Meanwhile, the Usurper, Fabian, up top, picking up a turret. Diversion coming down as well. King Kong charging up the surge. Won't be able to find it. Fabian should be able to escape freely.
Gets out freely, gets a turret. Fabian doing work right now. He's everywhere on the Hayabusa. And that's what Fnatic ONIC PH has to watch out for. Head on a swivel. But again, they have the Lo Yi. We saw Super Friends play this hero to a T throughout this tournament. And for the M6 in general, it's been such a crucial pick for a lot of teams in their compositions and how they approach the macro level of the game. Now that this turtle is up, though, second one for the taking, TLID has a very minor lead. And they'll try to get control of this too. Again, even if they plant Yehezkiel up front as a mage, it's fine. He can always Black Shoes out and just try to bait out some of the resources from Fnatic, and that's why they're so careful on the approach. Oh, bottom side.
Oh, Kara might actually... Oh, man, Fabian already used a shadow kill earlier, so no kill. Diversion, Aran. Stopping the bush. Aaron Cheeky able to dash away from the Earth Shatter. Now it's Witty coming down. King Kong securing the turtle.
They finds it. They managed to walk away. If they disengage now, it's going to be a plus for Fnatic ONIC PH here. But the Usurper will not let this stand. He's looking for another turret. That's 2 already secured.
At this point, this guy, he's a jungler, but he's also a turret destroyer, right? He's pushed down 2 tier 1s. But look at this side of the jungle. They're going to be focusing here. Witty should be able to get out, takes the Queller, but he's fine. But they do take a buff, and so they are going to try to find something around the map, and that's what Fnatic ONIC will always do when they get the information on the moves coming out from TLID. So next focus for them, again, both teams already having 1 turtle, but the next time this comes up, the Lord is for the taking here, and that's where we really have to start to look. Are the items in place for them to fight out? Witty.
Great dash away from the Jikundo. Witty to be caught in the bad spot. Kelra picks up the kill. Shadow kill from Fabian. Kelra's going to be taken down by Fabian.
Revitalize already popped down as Super Prince is going to get zoned out. Brusco should be gone for as Yeskill bails out with the black shoes.
Oh, they still want to fight?
Oh, back into Fabian. Kirk going in as well. Primo Rat to take him down.
No!
Shiki bursted by the yin-yang reaction of Super Prince.
That's a great collapse. A clap back from Fnatic ONIC PH. This has been a battle of inches so far. We haven't seen any real momentum, but at least this time round, Fnatic ONIC PH fight on their terms after the initial aggression from TLID.
And that's what they had to have happen at this point. Again, waiting for that first Lord to come up. That also allowed now Kelra has the Malefic gun on the Bruno alongside the Haas Claw. So he's got the 2 items, and over on the other side, Aaron Shiki still building up into the second item. But they also grabbed themselves that tier 1 turret now on the top side. So playing into this in 20 seconds when that Lord comes up, Fnatic might decide to go ahead and approach this in a different way. Remember, every single time they can utilize Super Prince with the Luoyi, show up at an off angle, and surprise TLID.
All right, so we're seeing a different approach to the Granger here in the Grand Finals. Aaron Shiki going for the safer approach. Usually we see Skypiercer item 2 diversion. Fabian's gonna be careful here.
They spot him.
Action, no, the taunt as well. No, Fabian gets away from the taunt, gets out of the worldy. Or just the last shot, actually. Not even worldy committed right by Kelra.
But now the Lord, they've lost position on it, right? With Fabian so low, I don't think he can contest for this. Let's see how TLID is going to handle as they drop the Glorious Pathway.
Glorious Pathway down as well. King Kong able to burst it down with the Soul Sever. Witty jumping in with the Yundo and the Dragon.
And then continue forward. Aaron Cheeky holding his ground. They're looking for a fight. Fabian fights one. Kelra takes down another. And now without any purifies, Kelra walks forward, finds it. Kirk takes it. Aaron Cheeky is down. And that is going to be a full wipeout here for Fnatic ONIC PH.
The gold standard! Kelra making his mark on the world stage in the Grand Finals. A wipeout, and now he's just balling down these turrets.
He saw Fabian take the turrets. He's takes the team and the mid turret, tier 2. Taking a look at the instant replay brought to us by Kadia. This setup was so good, and it looked like Team Liquid had an idea on how they could win this team fight. But the biggest problem, look at the positioning for Kelra. Untouched, just able to move and groove and slide around and pick up the kills and clean things up.
I think that TLID, even though they had an idea in terms of execution, could not find it just yet, right? Oh no, Witty.
Man, Kelra! This is a burst! Aaron Shaking even caught AOG. Aaron Shaking gonna be falling to Brusco! Diversion to the back!
And Brusco, he doesn't mind with Kirk and Super Prince already holding on. Yeskill making sure those minions are down. They can't get out of this just yet.
Kelra is unstoppable and is going for more as well. Kelra gets a double.
Into the slide, he went. The toss up, the slide, it's all on point.
Talking about chemistry, the Super family well connected there, making sure that the onward and the slide tackle are perfectly in combination, and they get to walk out for free despite being in the base with holy shields.
And this is why it's just so infuriating. It's so annoying to go up against Fnatic ONIC Philippines. For the few 6 minutes we saw, we were like, all right, they were matching King Kong, they were matching Kirk, but then Kelra shows up.
It's a tough game. It's a really, really tough game here. Based on the items, you can see the respect coming out from both sides, all right? Aaron Shiki currently at 2 items with Hunter Strike and the BOD. He's not going for Skypiercer this time around, but even Fabian, right? He's not going for Skypiercer either. He wants instant power. He hasn't gotten the War Axe just yet, but decided to finish the Malefic Roar first.
There it is, locking that in. And this is the difficult part of it, because if we have to look at and break this down, Team Liquid ID, they just had a landslide gold deficit now. You can see it, right? They're feeling pretty good. The lightning emotes are out, the charge is up, but for Team Liquid ID, they kind of relying on Witty, but the problem is he prioritized Magic Resist. But the Kalra's the problem right now. A couple shots alone brings Witty down, even Aurora on the high-lows. So now this is where they go ahead and continue to put the pressure, take the buffs, take whatever they want, and it's up to Team Liquid ID and Witty and Aurora to figure out how do we deal with this.
I mean, right now, the next item, Power Spike, that we can see, Winds of Nature, already purchased by Kelra. He doesn't mind to go for those 1v1s, either against Fabian or even from Aaron Shiki. But at this point, I think that TL ID will have to just sacrifice another inhibitor. This next fight is going to make it or break it for them.
And Yehezkiel just can't get close. The fact of the matter is, Kelra already has the Milfic gun, so he's going to be outranging the glooms coming down from Yehezkiel. And if he needs to dish out a bit more damage to get the kill, he's going to have to sacrifice the black shoes, maybe even the flicker. And I don't know, man. I don't see Lilia as an execute hero.
I mean, Lilia is supposed to be designed against Brutsko, maybe even Kirk, sometimes even King Kong if he's already dashed into the middle of the fight, right? He needs Aaron Shiki to kind of slow them down so he can make sure he hits every single one of his abilities. But for now, Fnatic ONIC, they understand that they've got better team fighting overall based on the number of fights that they've had around the river.
And Iran will go ahead and give the information that Fnatic ONIC PH will go ahead and start up with the Lord here. They're pretty scattered across the map, so they might just be making the call, you know what, give up the Lord, give it to them, and get ready for a base defense because they got a lot of catching up to do. They're down 8,000 gold. The good thing is they hold on to the base turrets earlier on, but now that this Lord is getting ready to siege in, and what we've seen so far from the team fighting capabilities of this lineup from Fnatic ONIC PH, Team Liquid ID is going to have to pull some type of a miracle already. Diversion, just trying to spot things out. Aran is there alongside Fabian. Wants to go ahead and grab his purple buff before this fight, before this defense that they need to pull off. But they're just shoved off of it again. So they have no choice but to go ahead and get prepped and ready for that Lord crashing down the bottom side, managing the waves. The flares will go out, giving them the information at this point. And so now, Fnatic ONIC PH, are they going to press the situation, dive into the base, over the walls as the Lord charges in?
Wouldn't be too bad of an idea if they do so, right? As long as Kelra has the space, he can do whatever he wants to, and even sidestepping the Death Sonata shots just to make sure TLID gives him respect.
Look at that, Milfic gun. That's what it gets you. You can hit the turret from so far away. It's a mortar. Slowly but surely just catapulting his way into the base turret. 2 base turrets gone just like that. They're blitzing the base of Liquid.
Are they going to go for a third here?
Oh, yeah.
Uh-oh, going to go for a third here.
Oh, yeah.
Uh-oh.
That's Made Dragon. Over to Kirk. Kirk can be caught. Aaron Shiki unable to dish out enough damage. Aran demolished. Obliterated in front.
And with... that's tough. Aran is gone. Diversion.
Oh my god, almost a fail! Headfield is quelled! And Brusco goes in for the AOG. 2 members down.
Literally vaporized at this point. Now going for the endgame scenario. They just don't have the items to hold on.
Kelra's just focused. FNOP claim game 1 in a dominant fashion.
Dominant game number 1. 7-1-5 for the gold standard Kelra, but man, the entire lineup shined in their own way through this. And for Team Liquid Indonesia, a lot to go ahead and calculate and
pop off. Otherwise, for Nop, that is, I mean...
Yeah. The Fredrin speaks for itself. The CC2. Fredrin against Joyce, CC against that Khalid and the Phobius matchup.
We'll see if it's all going to come to place once again. Team Liquid ID, a different lineup, able to fight the range that we saw earlier and maybe even contain Kelra, the gold standard on the Bruno once again as they go ahead and face off. But even with this, you know, the Fredrin has popped up a little bit more throughout now the end of the M6 tournament here. But it was a newer pick that was picked up a lot against these assassin junglers, or, for example, the Joy that ends up working out really well. So King Kong going back to a familiar and comfort pick, if you will, that the world was used to. Now in the mid lane, still trying to check things out here. Super Prince really low.
I feel like the world forgot about the 2 years that we had to deal with Fredrin in the
Can we forget?
I don't think anybody can forget that, right? But considering that Team Liquid has the Khalid on their side, they can force out priority, whether through mid, through top side. It depends on the direction that they want to go to. And for now, it's a help Aran get out of this lane. We're just going to let Aaron Shiki do his thing in the gold.
Yeah, I wonder what emblems he actually went for here. If Aran actually went for more agility, Wilderness Blessing, perhaps to just rotate around the map and help the team get neutral objectives. Or if it's more of that brawly style where he wants to go up against Kirk, he wants to win it out. Witty, though, on the other hand, this is a comfort pick. for him. Really the Wise on the Khalid. We saw this also yesterday. Flicker out. King Kong. Wow, that's quick for a Fredrin.
Yeah, he showed up real fast. Here's the look at the emblem. So to answer that, Iran does have the Festival of Blood, a little bit of extra movement speed too, but it is also just Fnatic ONIC PH that likes to roam around, couple tenacities. Again, this is a tankier Super Prince Luoyi that we have seen in the past, but again, now mid lane.
Oh, no flicker on Witty. Yeah, reaction coming down as well. Revitalize. Oh, Witty gonna be caught. Pops in. The healing. Kirk gonna be caught in the Curse Blast. FNOP and TLID are just poking each other.
I mean, this is just the kind of predetermined, hey, I demand respect around the river. And I understand why TLID wants to fight, right? At the end of the day, they can give up these neutral objectives, but they cannot afford to take that permanent damage. Whoa! They can jump right into the fight!
Oh, in front of pursuit, first blood for Aran. King Kong, though, picks it up. That's an internal guard. Disengage now, taunt over 2. That's the kill over Witty. Gonna be caught in the bad spot. No flicker for Witty. Oh, no kill. FNOP don't want to chase. Fabian steals away the purple buff and gets out.
Gets out. Going to be able to take that purple buff away, but Fnatic ONIC PH wanted to go in and fight. They will get it. I'm surprised too. Witty was still able to survive that, even without the flicker that he had to burn earlier on. But ultimately, still even. You know, nothing too crazy, but the objective did go over to Fnatic ONIC PH.
Well, actually, I think it might not be as even as we think it is, right? Fabian's level 6 to King Kong's level 5. Yeah. He had a previous 2-level lead because of the stolen buff. So I think that Iran was given the call, hey, if you can get a kill, that'd be great. And now Fabian will maintain that 2-level lead throughout this match.
Yeah, and the fact that Witty actually got out was just so valuable for them. They got the purple buff down below, though. It's going to be a gank. Aaron Shiki, good use of the Death Sonata to get the AoE down on Kelra, and it clears the wave just in time to escape. Up top, Aran's actually winning this match. Kirk brought back again in front of Pursuit. Oh, that was not the empowered skill 1.
Talk about the discipline, man. I mean, he held on to the vengeance. They're going to take a trip, though. Goes to the top side.
Fabian electrifying beats, gets him out to safety. Witty rotating as well. Raging Sandstorm, Super Prince flickers out.
He forces the flicker as soon as possible. Super Prince in so much trouble, gets hit by the Eternal Guardian as well.
Aran picks up the kill, another Infernal Pursuit. Now Brusco is going to be chased down. Witty rotating again, going in, looking for some damage, but Brusco should be fine. It'll be another trade on the board, and a CLID were capitalizing on FNOP's attempts.
Now they pull ahead slightly more for Team Liquid ID. And now Super Prince, that's twice, right? Yo, to Kirk!
Vengeance used up by Kirk. Can he get away? Witty will try to jump in. Infernal Pursuit. Kirk, so it goes the Braves by 1v2. Kirk slain by Witty up top.
Okay, no pressure, no sweats there. They got the dive off, they got the kill that they were looking for, and still we see that the advantage is held by TLID.
This is like a page out of the book we saw in game 1 from FNOP, where the layering of the skills and the timing from TLID is on point so far. Now, can they maintain that? They've gotten themselves a nice, comfortable gold lead, 2K ahead. They're building in now, first items all locked in, but this, Iran again.
For Pursuit now, going to be chunked low. Kill, pick up the kill. Fabian jumping into the back line, electrifying beats to run away. Eternal Guard not connecting. That's a good yin-yang reaction, or actually, now Kelra, flicker forward, AOT!
He continues moving forward. Kelra needs to hold this position as Witty has to slow them down. They find one in Aaron, Jiki, and Kirk trading, and they want to go for one with the Raging Sandstorm. Wow. This fight between these two teams, nobody is giving up. Resources being thrown left and right.
No, I mean, it looks like you would think that there wouldn't be that moment, but then they crashed down. And again, that fight was started by Aran. He wanted it, but also now the 2 turtles in the hands of FNOP, plus a turret. Kelra, one hit away still, might go down initially. Aran goes in.
No.
He flickers forward.
Yeah, a big flicker burnt, and Kelra is just having fun here in the bottom lane. Kelra with 2 kills is just so scary.
I mean, it's scary now, but he doesn't have the Berserker's Fury, right? He's building up to a Malefic gun, which I think he should be getting sometime soon. In the meantime, I think that Fnatic ONIC PH, despite the slight lead going over to TLID, the first item power sparks are finally starting to roll in.
Yeah, they're catching up with those first items. That's a Thunderbelt now, too. Super Prince just got the glowing wand, so now working on his next. And I'm surprised, again, where's he going to go with this diversion? Brings in King Kong with a Malefic gun now picked up for Kelra. They're going to get spotted out, but Fabian might be in trouble.
Okay, Fabian is able to retreat, going in. Super Prince flickering back into King Kong. Now it's Catan over. Fabian locked down. Brusco picking up that kill. Aran looking for the play. Raging Sandstorm in the flicker.
Oh, he connects, and now the revitalized keeping alive. Winnie, he's going to get melted still. King Kong holds the line.
Kelra again dumping in Kirk with a follow-up. Kelra gets Yeheskiel down. It's a wipeout.
What? Just like that, 6 minutes, 36 seconds into the game, they achieve a wipeout against Team Liquid ID. That's what we call a pinch.
That is a pinch and more, and they're going to get more off of it. Again, you already see the Lightning come out, and it looks like they want to play that way even in Game 2. And Team Liquid ID, after that shocking wipeout, will have to readjust the game plan moving forward. Last Turtle spawning up. Kirk just holding his own.
He knows. He knows. He's a little too strong right now. I don't know how else I could say this, right? Just the War Axe. Oh, where's it? Where's it going? To the top side. Doesn't spot him out. I'm pretty sure they saw the River Crab get taken there.
Uh-oh.
You're going to set him up. Witty.
They spots him out.
Go!
Puts him away. Now it's Brusco with the taunt as well. King Kong, there you get reaction. Shot Witty gets away just barely as he buys enough time for Fabian to recall.
How many times has Witty gotten away in this game? And he's going to have to continue to do that. Even looking at the items, again, as we split down the roles, as Kelro works on the tier 1 here. Witty's only got a Thunderbelt himself. You can see Starlium Scythe now too for Fabian, still working on his next, and Aran, Thunderbelt too. So even the front line might be in danger because of the fact that this power spike for Kelro specifically.
Look at this guy!
Look at it! That's just the preview already, and he doesn't even have the Berserker's Fury yet.
Oh my goodness, I'm looking at the gold rankings on our little monitors, and he's got a 2K lead of his own, right? Oh my goodness. No, he's not going to die here, right? They just got to sacrifice the tier 2. No point to fight now.
Kelra is out-poking and outranging a Granger.
Yeah, that's, you know, at that point, and now that he gets and just works that turret down, King Kong's still looking for a fight. Witty.
Kelra with a side. Brusco picks up the kill. Eros, that Sonata does nothing. Kelra, slight tackle forward.
He's just showing off at this point. He's just showing off. I mean, what else can you say about it, right? He's getting away with everything.
He's sitting there.
He's got the super fan behind him.
Oh my lord.
If I had the super fan behind me too, I'd probably be as confident as Kelra, but right now they're already assaulting the base turret.
Aran walking up the Eternal Guard, not connecting. Brusco was able to dodge away from that one. Kelra is just munching on this turret from out of turret range.
We're not even hitting 9 minutes here as we move into that 9 minutes. 4 to 10, 7K gold lead. This is a ridiculous amount as Fnatic, ONIC, PH are putting Team Liquid in a slow chokehold, and they just can't breathe.
No, they can't. Yin Yang reaction. The balls from Kelra. Diversion from Prince. And the diversion is truly a diversion. The mid-wave comes in and Kelra picks it up. Reggie Sandstorm flicker, Kelra!
He's holding it forward. Aran has to hold the line. He goes down. Brusco cuts them off. A double for Kelra.
Again, the diversions will work in favor. Whether they send it forward or not, they make a win. And now working on the mid-turret.
They're making this look so easy right now. And this is almost impossible to come back from. Yeheskiel just doesn't have the items. And with the next wave already crashing on, let's see how Fnatic ONIC push through.
Fabian on the backside.
On it. Oh man, Fabian, he tried to go for the flank, but Kelra's the real assassin in Game 2.
Honestly, at that point, now they can go ahead and focus on the Lord. It looks like they'll do that, but I wouldn't have expected at this point, 10 minutes in, 2 base turrets gone, non-existent for Team Liquid ID here.
I'm with you. I'm with you, Naisu. I did not expect this game to go so far to Team Liquid ID's control. I think a large part of it is because they take in these fights as if they're skirmishes, but Fnatic ONIC slowly pushes these skirmishes together into one full 5v5, and that's what Team Liquid ID is failing to see.
Let's think about it here. Team Liquid ID, how do they adjust from this? They're 8,000 gold behind. There's no way they touch any area here around this Lord, so that's more so of what's the game plan for the base defense on this push-in.
I feel like this is what we call in the business a checkmate angle for Fnatic ONIC PH. They're not 10K, but they've got 2 inhibitor turns, which is already wild. This, with the Lord as well, I'm going to double check the items real quick on our monitor, and yeah, not enough of an item power spike. King Kong knows it, that they've got them in the triangle choke.
That's the beast. King Kong is just standing there, getting vision for the team, and now they're looking for another siege.
At this point, clearing up the waves. But again, as that Lord does make its way, they are going to work it down, but they just want this bottom turret down if they can fully expose the base. Lord making its way down the mid. And again, without those shields of being part of this defense, that's a big advantage for Fnatic ONIC PH because they did the work earlier on. So they all just have to wait for this Lord to push in and then decide, do they end the game? Do they take a turret? How do they approach it?
Let's see. Aran getting taunted back up. Oh my, Kelra's just dealing so much damage. Side tackle. Kelra got the monster kill. Fabian gonna be caught in the curtain call. Witty looking for an angle. Both base turrets taken now. Witty with a quick sand guard.
Oh. Now they're going for the back line. Brusco's buying some time, but Kelra doesn't care anymore. He's going straight for the crystal to put it to a 2-0 for Fnatic ONIC PH.
You thought game one was fast.
This draft so far when it comes to comfort. But is it enough? We're throwing it over to the casters.
Two devastating games already for Team Liquid ID, and now 2 games MVP performances for Kelra. This time doesn't get the Bruno. Can we see an adjustment here? Is this enough to bring a match win for Team Liquid ID?
It's going to be a hard journey this time. I mean, their draft, yes, as LaFell has mentioned, could maybe turn it around with that Cursed Blood, but it feels more like a deny rather than an accelerant.
I like the adjustment, right? I really like the adjustment for TLID. I feel like this is a very comfort draft for them, and it's now or never. It's 2-0 already.
It's 2-0 already, and if FNOP gets this one, they're going to be facing championship point ahead of them in this best of 7 grand final. Team Liquid ID, the draft is unique. We've seen the picks before, and this Carmilla in the hands of Witty will have to go ahead and pull something out that we haven't seen just yet. The Curse of Blood can work great in this. Not only that, but also we have to point out the fact that this is a lineup that should extend the team fights in their favor. 2 revitalizes for them, 1 from Witty and 1 from Aran to go that way. And also taking a look at the emblems here, breaking it down, Gideon.
Looking at the emblems, you're seeing a lot of poke, right? 3 impure rages coming all across the board. Oh, Aran, you're in so much trouble.
Revitalize already. Sanguine Claws brings him back. Kirk rotating over. Fabian recovering that position for the team. Aran gets away.
I don't think he's going to be able to recover from that just yet, especially when the CC is on the opposite end. And now, even in the middle lane, they're still contesting for it. Brusco making sure that he can sustain against Witty and Yehezkel at the same time. And this is what I'm talking about, right?
Surge, Sanguine Claws, Soul Sever. King Kong picks up first blood.
That's not what you want to happen, man. You know, give King Kong the Suyo. He'll make it happen. First blood in his hands. And that's the thing, the team is going to go ahead and play around those points. If they know that some of the resources are down from that early skirmish earlier on, they'll still capitalize it. And every single time the Suyo is picked up, I don't know, I actually don't know the perfect statistic on how many first bloods that hero actually has, just because how much damage he has in the early game with the Soul Sever.
He does, but Kirk right now is winning this 1v1 pretty hard so far, and Aran forced to actually go for the recall. But generally, how I'm seeing this is that TLID need to make sure that they have a tight game, right? Any little mistake that they've made, we've seen Fnatic ONIC PH really blow that over and turn it into a full-on snowball.
Yeah. Let's think about this. This time around, Kelra's not going to have the Bruno. He's got the Harith, a signature pick of his. Hold on. Hold that thought for a second. The fight for the turtle, though. Fabian.
The retribution now going to be caught in the curtain call, and also the Sanguine Claws. Witty pops in to revitalize. Kirk coming in as well. Kirk into the back. He dives.
And now he wants to continue on. Oh, the vengeance not enough. Takes down. But at least Fabian is able to find a kill for himself, right? These small moments to pick up these kills, to find that initial gold is going to be great, but this Sanguine Claw is showing up to be quite a bit of a problem for TLID.
And again, Super Fritz is on a hero that is very late game centric. You want to go ahead and build up those stacks on the bad impact, and then eventually you're just popping off damage from range. But going back to it, you know, for Kelra, this Harith works a little bit different. Wow, already Yehezkel forced to go ahead and just wings on out of there. But he's going to be fine. Already early damage potential showing.
I really hope he doesn't disrespect it. So far, Kirk has been playing a strong game, and Aran does have a bit of a level lead so far, but at the same time, right, we're noticing that it's just about pushing these waves, making sure you have priority, making that very first move. It's just the capitalization has been a little weak.
Good trades. Oh, up top, Kirk picked off Fabian. Able to utilize Aran's aggression. Now, it's Witty who gets traded on the map. Super Friends with the claw. And King Kong with the kill.
Okay, at least it's pretty good. They're trading up, right? We give Witty, we take Kirk. It works out at the end.
And not only that, but This is Fabian, the best start that he's had so far in the series. It is going to be on this Joy. Could hyper scale up pretty well. Aaron Shiki will burn the flicker, so Kelra goes and gets that resource out with the Zaman Force. But Fabian also, going back to it, picks up the Starlium Scythe now. And with the early kill that he has, he actually is able to provide quite a bit of damage, still running that Temporal Rain on the Joy here.
They have to really take their time with this, right? A lot of the motions on the map are pretty readable, but from Fnatic, ONIC, PH, it's about making sure this mid is clear, and at least Aaron Shiki is going for the double waves, and I feel that in the past couple of games, as much as Aaron Shiki was able to pick up those double waves, Fnatic, ONIC capitalize a lot more on Yehezkiel and his positioning, which is something we need to keep in mind, right? If we see Feathered Airstrike, we're expecting GOA to come out pretty fast.
Now that the turtle's up, they're going to fight for the space already. Yehezkiel gets taunted.
That's a lot of damage, bad impact. Oh, Yehezkiel forced to flicker out to safety. Meanwhile, Aran getting killed by the Yo-Yo Witty, forced to use the Revitalize just for the burst, just for the poke of Super Prince.
Well, Feather Airstrike is going to come out great. Fabian is going to try Electrifying Beats. He's already gone in. Cursed Blood.
And that's going to be Brusco taking very low, still able to survive. Brusco in the midst of it all. Getting the kill back, Fabian, claiming the turtle. AOG.
No.
That's the kill for Fabian. Jumping back in. Kelra's down. Flame of Pain.
They didn't find it back. They didn't get the trade that they were looking for. And finally, Team Liquid have some momentum in the game, and King Kong is able to walk away from another Electrifying Beats. At least they're able to breathe for now, but one of the better starts we've seen from TLID.
Yeah, not only that, but all that going again to Fabian here on the Joy, 5-0 now, gets the triple. Not only that, but also got the turtle. Uh-oh, King Kong might get spotted out.
Oh, no, we don't want to watch Murray.
Oh, King Kong survives the outplay from King Kong. Kurt gets the shutdown. Fabian got taken out under the turret.
He's alive.
That's shutdown right there.
How did it happen?
How?
Fabian, I mean, he's 5-1 now. Broken record at this point of time, but here comes the rest of the team. It's now they're going for a bit of a lane swap. Kelra dealing with a round underneath the turret with the Zaman voice. He's not even worried about it.
Doesn't care about it.
Oh, look at him.
Jumping back and forth. Aran going to the bush again. Sanguine Claws catches him. Oh, the airstrike into the back. Aran will be slain by the bat impact.
The timing on the Unbreakable to get the taunt outside of the circular from the Feathered Airstrike was perfect timing.
Outside of the circular. I love that. I'm going to steal that. I like that a lot, as a matter of fact. But at the same time, it's 5-5, and they've evened out that lead. Man, that was such a huge shutdown. The gold now looking real good, but there's permanent damage on the map. Top side missing up and one inhibitor. Sorry, not one inhibitor, a tier 1, but even the bottom side has been traded too. At the same time, King Kong's still a level down on Fabian.
He's a level down, and they're finding these small wins across the map. And Team Liquid ID is going to have to get in a position to go ahead and capitalize on some of the leads they have. Like you just mentioned, the lead in levels, even for Aaron Shiki, he is a level 10 right now. He's only got the Hunter Strike, still building in. Meanwhile, Kelra, Starlium Scythe, still working on the second item, but now the last turtle for the game is started up by TLID. Let's see if they can get the 3 for 3 here.
They're all going to focus onto Aran. Sanguine Claw, Aran very low for the airstrike to zone him away. Fabian wins out the retreat battle. King Kong taken out by Fabian as the curtain call comes down, but FNOP will just disengage.
Yep, they're just pulling back. We don't need any more than this. Let's not overextend, and let's just breathe for a moment. With King Kong already down, Fabian has guaranteed his level lead against his opponents, but Aaron Shiki is the main win condition. He needs to poke out his opponents, and once Fnatic ONIC get desperate, that's when Witty needs to find that counter engage.
Brusco taking a lot of shots here.
No! Super Prince in that bush. Aaron Shiki now with the Rhapsody as well. Aaron able to escape. Kelra with the chase, and now gets caught by Aran. Power Wilderness, and for the airstrike, Kelra! Still able to dodge away for so long.
2 for 1 so far, but it's still Revitalized, comes out through Electrifying Beats, does not take him out. Finally, Fabian is able to put him down as Aran is next to fall with the help of King Kong. Are you going to do it? Yes, he will. Underneath the turret, they dive. A double for Kirk.
The timing from the Super Fam comes through again in a fight that you thought was all for TLID, but it wasn't, and now again, the pendulum swinging in Game 3. They focus on the base the mid turret, tier 1.
Under the turret going in for the airstrike, and Kirk shall be shut down by Aaron Shiki.
That's 280 gold into the pockets of TLID. At least they find something back. 9-9. They're keeping it a very tight series here, but with 3 turtles on their side and 1 turret, we're looking for some permanent damage from specifically Fnatic ONIC PH, because now you realize that it's all about waiting for that Cursed Blood to come out and then maybe looking to, you know, overstep a little bit to get TLID to come out of their comfort zone.
The most difficult thing here for Fnatic ONIC PH is obviously dealing with where Fabian is. Most of the time, because of how far ahead he is in terms of damage potential on the Joy, they got to keep an eye on the back line, and Kirk's been doing a fantastic job. I mean, he is tanky enough to go ahead and jump in around whether he has the Vengeance or not. And that's kind of a mirrored approach where your back line is both exposed on both lineups if you're not careful here. So they check things out in the mid lane. The Lord is up, and Kirk's going to be the one to go ahead and get in position. Now still, it's relatively even across the board that Tier 1 gets pushed in by the minion wave at bot as they get in position for the Lord.
I just love the fact that they're forcing respect out of them, right? Even on the bottom side, from FNOP, they're not spreading out anymore. They got to stay together.
Okay, so Melfic Roar already picked up by Aaron Shiki too, so that should be the power spike, 3-item power spike. You can see the damage, the poke with the feather airstrike as well. Death Sonata. Kelra is out of the fight just like that. Up top, 1v1, Flavor Fave, the Usurper in a 1v1 against Kirk. I want to go solo kill you, but it's not King Kong, it's Kirk.
Yep, it's Kirk for now, but it's not over just yet, right? 4 ultimates to 3 ultimates. The ult economy is looking pretty good for Fnatic ONIC at this point of time, and this is the very first Lord. If they're looking for that big swing, Fnatic ONIC need to win this out.
They'll just delay it a little bit longer. Team Liquid ID still having the Revitalizers too. One was just used by Witty, still have the one for Aran. They'll give the go signal though on the Lord. They're going to zone out Fnop.
Aran jumping in, it's going to stun as well. David claims it, and Kelra disappears. Aaron Shiki gets him down with the Death Sonata.
Where did he go? Where did he go? Just a couple of shots and he disappears into thin air. Unfortunately, he's not able to build up enough shields. The raw damage from Aaron Shiki is just too much for now.
It's too much for now, and this is the game that Aaron Shiki and the rest of Team Liquid ID needed. They get themselves another major objective, and now trying to work down some of the turrets they still have left to approach the base of FNOP, but Aaron Shiki, just go ahead, post up, take down that tier 2 as the Lord makes its way down bot. Aran?
Oh,
no. Kirk?
Even with the revitalize, Aran might have just made it. Kirk into the midst of the rest of the cavalry who just pounce on him.
Kirk, he's got to calm down here. I mean, yes, it's calculated from Aran's side, but Kirk should know better. He got very confident off of that, and this is off of a Lord push.
Lord push right now. Mid turret still being worked on. A feathered airstrike dropped down. Wow, a lot of shots for King Kong. Shields are going to be popping here, though. Lord almost gone. The last one will go down, though, as Lord is cleared out. So FNOP will hold on to the base turrets pretty healthily.
For now, at least they can breathe. At least they can, take their time and rethink their strategies. Because I think the hardest part is getting the right people to group together. Ideally, you want to get that curtain call on both Aaron Shiki and Yehezkiel. Maybe ideally Fabian as well, with basically any of their front lines.
They still want to go in. Kirk. Feather airstrike on the Super Priest leads like this. And the glowing one. Super Priest gets bad impact just in time. Another feather airstrike over to Kelra. Very low on Kelra and Kirk. Prince able to clear out the wave in the bottom lane. And that is it. But man, the kill threat.
He was burning.
He was hurting a lot. That was glowing wand on top of the... Oh my, it could have gone bad. Super Prince luckily pops his ult in time and conveniently has minions down by the bot side of the map.
Could have been real bad.
It could have been real bad. Even running with that. Again, all Super Prince wants to do is continue to build up on the stacks.
Stack them up.
That he has. Glowing wand, wishing lantern now. You can see it there. 216 stacks for the Sicilian. So the later the game gets dragged on, then Super Prince becomes pretty devastating in terms of damage, but you saw it too. The stacks for Aaron Shiki, he deleted Kelra earlier on.
Yeah, I mean, he's 695. He's about to hit 700. It's only like 1230 in the game so far. I mean, he's been stacking up really, really nicely, and I do like the way the TLID is adjusted.
You can see the purchase for Witty. Anti-Curse into second item Twilight Armor, so he has ways to deal with the poke that will be constantly coming out from FNOP's Super Prince, right? With the Sicilian, that bad impact, it won't really have that punch anymore with the Twilight Armor. You can just constantly take that damage, back away, wait for it, Kelra.
Oh, Kelra
from the back, Wilderness! That's a big bump. No, that's a not. And the curse of blood from Winnie.
That's 3 members already down, and Kirk, he's got no pushing power as Fabian starts running in with the rest of the squad. It's going to be the Vengeance already. Papa with no minions. What?
Okay, there's the push in from the Cavalry they're looking for in game of 3. Fnatic will still try to defend, but they're going to have to make this work.
Only Kirk left now. Gun down the Rhapsody and that Sky Piercer. The Cavalry are alive.
Ooh, they breathe.
ID uses this draft against Fnatic ONIC Philippines, which arguably they got all the favorites on each hand. And with that, we're throwing it over to the casters.
Very interesting draft. We already know what party it's about to be here for this one from TLID. But interesting. I mean, even with that Fredrin last pick, what do you guys feel like?
I don't know. I feel like the Fredrin, I guess it's a little interesting, right? You're still able, you have multiple ways to lock down and try and keep Joy in place. I guess that's what they wanted from the beginning.
Hey, it looks as zany, as goofy as a Hilda XP when I saw it first at MPL ID. And Aran was the guy who tried it first. He was the guy who brought that pick. So, Fredrin XP, Aran, I trust you.
We'll see if that trust is in the right place, because one thing's for sure, TLID is one of the few teams that brings out so many unique combinations of heroes and picks, and they do it for game number 4 here. To even out the series, we'll see if it's enough, but also on the flip side, the other side here, for Fnatic ONIC Philippines, they're more so, you know, leaning on some comfort for this, and Brusco, like I said, on the Khalid, has had great performances, and you take away the Luyi from Super Prince as he gets whittled down already. Oh, Brusco could be in trouble. He's going to go ahead and Cyclone out of there. But at least now you have the Valentina for Super Prince, so he could actually take Yehezkiel's ults too.
I suppose, but even Brusco's playing a very tight game here. No flicker, as expected, but unless...
Yo, that's not good. Revitalize from Aran will not save him. Super Prince still, despite getting bullied early, claims first blood.
Interesting motions across the map here. I wasn't hoping that was going to happen, but at the very least, it's good for Fnatic ONIC PH, right? They find one for themselves, and at this point, it's about brawling, getting all those battle spells out of them as soon as possible.
Yeah, they have to go ahead and play against this. Kirk taking a couple shots from Aran. Again, an XP Fredrin is not something you see too often. So this will be interesting to see how he plays it, because also he's running the Revitalize alongside Witty. And we know that with this kind of lineup and these kind of heroes from Team Liquid ID, oh, Brusco again?
Surge, Sever Fabian. No, he just used a Queller. He took him down. 1-1.
Yep, so far Yehezkiel's been doing a very good job making sure this duality is able to proc just in time and making it difficult for Brusco to kind of take that space, right? Every single time he tries to forcefully push out those waves, he's going to have to pay the tax.
And this is why having that Luyi is so valuable on these lineups, because it's just, you're able to go and get, even if it's just the reactions that you're using and not the diversion, so to speak, it's a big threat. But the fight for this turtle's already going to break out here.
Okay, Aran almost fully stacked, goes in, but King Kong's there, brings a swat. King Kong wins the retreat battle. No Revitalize for them to play with. Even when Aran places it down, Brusco, Raging Sandstorm, Winnie doesn't escape from the primal wrath of Kirk.
Why would they take such a big risk on this? And they didn't even hit their level 4s on time, right?
Yeah.
I think that Aran, yes, at the very least, you are somewhat strong, but you don't have your first items as well. No Thunderbelt, really. And you're going to get bursted down by a majority of these heroes until later on into the game. But let's not forget, Witty is not level 4. Even Yehezkiel wasn't level 4. I just don't see the angle.
And that's why Fnatic punished them when they had that angle available to them too. Witty's still not level 4, will take quite a bit of poke damage down. He's gonna back off here, but this is again a sign, and we see King Kong do this all the time when he picks up the Joy. He loves to jungle this quick around the map, and he's already got a gap between him and Fabian.
Oh, yeah. It's already really tough, Witty. Shortcut Kirk, instant flicker out.
Wow.
Fabian will take it so that he can go to the XP crab.
Yep, real fast on him. He wants to catch up as much as possible here, but great reaction time coming here from Kirk, right? At least he was able to move out of the way and not give a free kill over, because so far, oh, hold on.
Revitalize from Witty. King Kong's damage, a bit too much to handle. Electrifying beats onto Yehezkiel. And reaction, King Kong very low, still able to escape. And man, up top, it's a blazing duet from Aaron. Still no damage though. Kelra walking up. Diversion.
Oh, outplayed! Talk about an IMU of a lifetime to find the solo onto Yehezkiel. Nowhere safe.
IMU is what they said. And Yehezkiel gone. Now a lot of the pressure there on the top side, and you would think, you know, with the lineup Team Liquid ID has, they're the ones playing around, keeping the head on the swivel from Fnatic, ONIC, PH, with the macro utility that this lineup brings. But it seems like FNOP's able to do that instead.
Yeah, and they're doing a phenomenal job so far. 3K lead, and Iran unfortunately does not outpush Kirk at this point in time until he gets maybe a Molten, but until then, we'll basically be seeing Fnatic, ONIC, PH be very happy around the turtle, which is interesting because you're expecting TLID to come in with more creative angles, right? Now that their ults are available, they should be looking for flags, looking for opportunities to sneak their way into the battle lines.
Again, part of this is the utilization of the Valentina for Super Friends. Shortcut could be dropped down. And that's King Kong, so he's like, you know what? Shortcut came through. They're on that side of the map. We'll go and make our way to the turtle and start this up to lock it down. Second one. Not sure if there's going to be any contest, so it looks like TLID just goes in positions.
And Fnatic, ONIC, PH, they read perfectly into it, right? They see that TLID escape. They see the diversion where it was initially going to go. They know for a fact that they've got no resources, so therefore, we don't need everybody around the turtle.
It's just really tough right now for Liquid ID to do anything. Primal right down below.
No way.
Aran, Liquid from Current. Revitalize from Aran, now chasing down. But King Kong comes to his safety and gets the kill.
Can we just say, you know, Kirk on this Edith, a signature pick of his. Loves to do the. hold on, jungle.
King Kong electrifying beats. Yasku, you know, reaction. Fabian to be very low again. King Kong versus 2. Fabian escaping the Queller. Yasku walking up again up top. There's a battle. It's going to be King. Kelra jumping. The double for Kelra under the tier 2.
Nicely done. Nicely done. Brusco applying so much pressure across the map, opening up that information, allowing these kills to be falling through for both Kelra as well as, I mean, King Kong. The fact that King Kong was already 2v1ing it, he's really pressing his lead.
He's has a massive lead right now, but just again as a team, it's mind-boggling to think that Fnatic, ONIC, PH is finding all these fronts across the map from bottom to the jungle and then the top. That it's Team Liquid ID really trying to catch their breath and try to find these moments where they can actually keep things from getting too out of hand. And now the focus here, tier 1 bottom lane, they all rotate down.
Raging Sandstorm from Brusco just onto Aran. Kelra will be just trying to siege this turret down in the bottom lane, and Liquid are kind of in a tough spot now. They have a composition that needs to somewhat snowball. Secure neutral objectives at least at the start, and they have failed to do that.
And the best part is the item builds that we're seeing. Everybody is making sure that they've got some tough, and now here comes the shortcut as Aaron Cheeky is chugging down Brusco, but it's not over yet as the front line is in trouble.
Quick sand guard. King Kong! Going and diving into the back of Hezkiel, trying to survive. King Kong again! Aaron Cheeky, and Brusco will try to sandwich him down. The BMI into Kelra's debut.
You can't stop him. You can only hope to contain him. King Kong unleashes in the back line, and now that's another objective. Turtle secured here for FNOP. And just Team Liquid ID really trying to decide, you know, we brought some uniqueness to this game. We brought some spicy picks to the draft and maybe a whole lot of utility, but we haven't been able to use it.
Have you guys ever watched a video of the hydraulic press? Because that's what Fnatic, ONIC, PH are doing right now in Team Liquid. They've got all the utility to be able to come up with creative angles, but these fights have been so convincing from Fnatic's side. And I gotta give it to Kirk, he's doing a great job, but at the same time, their pinches are like none other. Their collapses are so clean.
Again, it's that thing I was saying earlier about Kirk, man. You know, he's underrated in the sense that when the Edith is also picked up, it's not something you so much think about. He also loves to play with the Warcry emblem, so he's a little more aggressive. But like you said, Gideon, it's the fact of the layering, whether they're initiating with Brusco's Raging Sandstorm or playing into Kirk's initiations with a Flicker, Onward, and Earthshatter. But look at this, focus now on this side of the map. They want to take down that tier 2 if they can. TLID knows this. They'll rotate and try to keep things under control. But again, keep an eye on Brusco. Doesn't have the flicker, though. King Kong.
He's going to go. There's apathy from Kelra. Almost taking Hezkiel down. Or Shadow Raging Sandstorm as well. Revitalize to keep him at bay. Aran still there. Super Friends. Wow. He stole the Frenchman. And he caught all of them.
Oh my goodness, melted every single one. An energy eruption of a lifetime coming in from Super Fritz.
What was
that? The IQ on Super Fritz and the decisions, and that's why we said this Valentina pick would play an integral part in winning this game because you have so many options, but then the creativity.
Oh! Kelra! And now King Kong on Yehezkiel!
What a statement piece coming in from Kelra. A masterclass. Doesn't miss one of those shots. Making sure that TLID are always on their toes. It's 9 minutes into the game with one of the biggest leads we've seen so far. 11.6K, 17-1.
What do you do? What do you do?
What do you do against
praying.
this? You start praying and hoping and counting that you have another 5 minutes in you.
I think the party's over here for Witty in this one because right now there's no way you show up for these to contest. Even the diversion so late, they send in Aaron Shiki, BMI's back to the base, but it was too late at that point, and now with a massive deficit to work against, and the shield's already popped in the mid lane and turret down to the top. They are down to almost the bare bones. Look at the difference in itemization.
Dear Lord, dear Lord.
Oh my Lord. Yeah, Heskil, it just has to eat it. Like, what else can you say about it, right? You don't have the items to even get into your second item spike. And unfortunately, an Enchanted Talisman, yes, you can throw out abilities, but half the time, eating those shots is all you can hope for.
When you're super ahead, you go for Heptaseas, and that's what Kelra is doing right now. Another render shot, Raging Sandstorm backwards, but it's all just to get space for Kelra, to get the base turrets.
They got the base turret mid already down, but still, Lord is up.
Oh my Lord.
They used the conceal earlier on, so TLID back to
go! Kelra! Render's up with me! The gun in the gold lane! And now it's Brusco diving in! King Kong cleaning up!
He made the standard strong. He's ending this game. Keep your prayers up. Start praying to him if you're a marksman. A gold lane god.
This one.
I think this one's going to be a lot more interesting, right? Fnatic have taken a completely separate angle of targeting Fabian, and now the early game as well. TLID need to snowball off this comp.
There's so much control for FNOP. This looks like a pure neutral objective snowball kind of composition. They're going to get first one all the way to the third.
Well, let's see if it can happen here again. FNOP facing championship point, 1 win away from being crowned the M6 World Champions. And TLID, with this lineup, they had the Carmilla before, they can make it work again, and that's a good little preview of what's at stake here. As early a game already, poking happening in the mid lane. This Wishing Lantern, Super Prince.
Okay. Flicker out from Super Prince, respect instantly as Aran shows himself in that push, revitalized for Witty.
Yeah, but just as expected here, right? Because Kirk is going for Warcry, doesn't have the concussive blast, he won't be able to push it out as quick as Aran, only for the earlier stages of the game. Later on might be a bit more tough, but let's see how Yehezkiel's going to deal with it as the first Lethal Wanderer goes over to Fnatic on a PH.
Oh, and all in early over Aran, flicker out as well. So 2 battle spells now used up from TLID. King Kong getting that lethal earlier. Looking to go for more, but respects TLID's control with the juice in.
The biggest thing about this, if TLID wants to go ahead and have these winning fights, is really playing against the massive amount of crowd control and also just space advantage that FNOP can set up with this type of composition, even with the Eve here. I mean, again, looking at it, you know, Kirk, we just saw the performance with the Edith, still running that Warcry emblem, but even so, the amount of mobility that is here for Kelra this time around, running even that sprint, he's going to be able to maneuver easily around these team fights, and TLID has to be able to shut that down.
Yeah, I mean, he can play on... Aaron Shiki, unfortunately, can only play on linear lines, right? He kind of wants to line up with Kelra, which is why he got extra movement speed in his emblems, just to kind of keep up with it. But as soon as that sprint pops, there's no keeping up with it at all, especially if he takes hit from a Queen's Call. Nevertheless, we are seeing an instant invade on the opposite side of the map.
RWM forcing Fabian to use the quad shadow. Fnatic ONIC Philippines, this is the control we were talking about, but they have utilized a couple of resources, and that's why King Kong was sent down below. Brusco gonna be all in here. Aran has the power of wilderness, but Brusco just flickers out, and now King Kong's ahead.
Again, another battle spell used here on both sides, really, all for this first turtle, really taking the time. Aran will hold it up at the front. Fabian joining the fight, doesn't have a purple buff. It's gonna be up in 10 seconds, so they might just go ahead and start this up, take control of it as they do. Brusco gives the information, doesn't have a level 4, so not going to be able to do much, as King Kong, though, did build up, again, just trying to get some of that gold lead and that even level lead.
I mean, as much as Team Liquid ID don't mind taking the turtle, honestly, I feel like it's a bigger win for Fnatic ONIC PH. You're getting your jungler ahead, and more importantly, you're not even giving the opportunity for TLID to start a snowball. I mean, let's just go match by match, right? Super Prince, he's hurting Yehezkiel, especially when both the supports have to leave the lane.
Yeah, I think it's just a very interesting but great approach here for Fnatic ONIC Philippines. They could have gone, oh, wait, up top, Aran, force a flicker, King Kong not going to overcommit there. The Primal Wrath already used by Kirk, and they're just going to go and hammer down on this turret gold. Half of the HP on the turret gold down. Yehezkiel, Crimson Beacon, now Lantern Flare. Yeah, no threat over to King Kong and Kirk.
There's no damage here. Not yet, but it's really, he's going to get chunked down as RWM is also being deployed.
And that's the thing, we're seeing a lot of these fights where it's like, you know, they're dropping down ultimates, they're using their battle spells, they get a flicker out again here, and this is all the thing, right? If you can go ahead and catch a kill for either team, then that's great. But like Gideon, you just mentioned, you know, if FNOP kind of delays this, they don't actually have to go and snowball. Hold on.
Okay. That's a shadow kill over. Okay. Now, that's the revitalize, but Kelra picks up the kill. Fabian, the kill. Kelra, one piece from both of them.
It's too slow, too late to react to it. Even with the Curse of Blood, just no damage to really follow up, and also the major target's already down. So Witty dying like that, and at least Fabian able to find one back. At this point, I think that Fnatic ONIC PH are in a pretty comfortable spot overall. Brusco doesn't mind dying a couple more times, but this next neutral objective might be really tough for TLID to actually get on top of. So it's all about, hey, how many battle spells do you have? If we get hit by the Curse of Blood, can we die for Air on Shiki? Maybe even Aran if we're lucky.
You can see this too, you know, Kelra already having the Haas clause. Oh, hold on.
Kirk. Flicker out, Quad Shadow coming down as well. No onward or no
Earth Shatter.
They're not going to go for it.
Yeah, he can rely on the Primal Wrath here too, but it's more so just, again, kind of limit testing each other. Battle spells being used up or not. Next objective is up here, and they're going to get in the zone here. They have to worry about Super Prince setting things up, but it's going to be started up too. King Kong holding it.
Brusco walking up as well. The Lantern Flare still on him. King Kong on the turtle. First of Blood going to be locked in onto King Kong. Still the retribution on point. Kelra in the back with a heavy crossbow again with the flanks. Fabian jumping back and forth. Not enough damage. Kelra is on a roll.
They split the fight into two. Witty is still trying to buy some time as Kirk at 1 HP tries to knock up Yehezkiel with the Earth Shadow. Fabian with the Quad Shadow should be able to find one for his own, but even so, the fight has been split in half.
No, it's a chase. Super Prince chasing Fabian. He's waiting for the cooldown on the Quad Shadows. Brusco walks up and shuts him down.
And with that exchange, at least Fabian gets a couple kills, but FNOP gets a whole lot through that. Plus, taking the gold lead now in favor, almost 2,000. 1-for-1 for the Turtles here, but some of these first items are going to be picked up now and locked in and start to show. Even for Super Prince, you know, already doing a great job at just setting up the RWM. And gets the going one too. A lot of this utility that comes from this Eve pick is the advantage when it comes to those turtle fights. And even for Kelra to show up on that back line, pop the sprint and maneuver around, again, that's what TLID has to be wary of.
Exactly, about looking for these flank angles and not to necessarily be caught specifically by that Curse of Blood. It can get a little tough, especially when TLID start opening up that map, but Aron Shiki getting shoved and dove underneath turret. A Berserker's Fury for Kelra's just, again, dominating run.
That's what you said about it previously. The hydraulic press raging sandstorm defensively from Brusco, and they get out of harm's way. You can see King Kong dominating this jungle matchup. Fabian still is able to secure the purple buff, but King Kong's a level ahead on the alpha. He's gonna wait for it. RWM over the Esculo. Spear of Alpha 2 from King Kong.
A breather, but now the Crystal Blood on all three of the members. They're chunked out one by one. All three pulled underneath the turrets.
Yehezkiel continuing the chase. Fabian takes it back, punishing FNOP's overextension.
An overextension, trying to set up under that tier 1 turret. Fabian having a great start again on this Hayabusa. He's had to work for it, but they're going to have to do something about Kelra here because eventually that is going to be a kill. It's a damage check. He gets under half. They got to deal with him, Kirk.
They've already got the Primal Wrath out. He's going to get dove under pretty quick.
Brusco's there.
Flicker out, Lantern Flare coming out as well. Now Kirk going to be taken out as well. It will be Yehezkiel who picks up the kill and the turtle to TLID. So some way they're actually able to equalize that gold lead. No longer the big, scary gold lead for FNOP.
All right, so where is the majority of the gold lead actually coming from? And I mean, looking at the gold lead, it's got to be Kelra, right? I think he's got like, what, 2,000 ahead currently on to Aaron Shiki. Hold on, the Quad Shadow's not going to do much there just yet, but even so, that's a majority of the damage from Fnatic ONIC PH. They got to play around him and let Kelra kind of do the work, because look at that damage check, 50% off of that one auto, well, plus the passive.
And he's just doing that to delay him on taking the buff.
Around Chase, conceal already from... Oh my lord! Power Wilderness, Aran bursting through! Now the Rhapsody together with a Lantern Flare. Brusco is down. Out of nowhere, becomes a 2-for-1 for Liquid ID.
Oh no, oh no. Okay, Team Liquid ID are actually pulling this back now with the lead of their own. At the very least, Yehezkiel has a very stable pick. Let's look at the items and really start to compare, because wow, shocking lead for Kelra, but then there is compensation when it comes down to the jungle, compensation when it does also come down to the mid lane too.
And interestingly enough, as you know, as many kills as Fabian has on this Hayabusa, the fact that King Kong is not too far behind in essence against the economy here, that's fine for him, because that's what King Kong does on the alpha pick. It isn't to go and fight and fight and fight. It's really just go ahead and lock down some of the farm, and then later on, you know, you have some more of that tankiness on this alpha. You play around your setup potential, and you just let Kelra shine. And there it is. Skypiercer is actually going to be picked up already from Shiki.
He's going for a third item. I think he recognizes that Yehezkiel is giving him a lot of peel anyway. Same goes to Iran. They need those big finishers, which means I would assume that Fabian, he's going into these fights just to chunk.
And to be fair, the Juicin will go Skypiercer too, right? Like, that's the normal build we're seeing. And for Yehezkiel, it does look like he's on the way for a second item, Skypiercer. So they'll have two. Now, is that a bit too greedy, or is that good, you know?
I think it's part of the answer is just get rid of Kelra. Whether it's either or, as long as you take Kelra out of the picture, then they lose a lot of that damage potential. And we'll see if that gamble is going to be worth it, because Team Liquid ID will start things up.
Crimson Beacon out. Whoa! Escape, what happened? Fabian claims a kill in the back. The assassination there on Shiki. So able to counter it with Detonata. Kelra chasing it on down in the bush. Kelra walking with a heavy crossbar around. Power of wildness. Aaron Shiki claims the kill. Brusco running back with the Raging Sandstorm. Fabian with a chase again. And it will be a Lord traded in for a fight.
Oh my goodness, and a fight well deserved by TLID. I mean, it might not be over just yet here. Let's give it a moment, because Aaron Shiki, it's great. The target acquisition in tandem with Fabian, making sure that Super Prince does not get that much value out of his RWM. Happens so fast.
Yeah.
And honestly, I got to give it to Witty. He's been finding like 2-man, 3-man Cursed Bloods at some critical moments.
Again, this pick, this Carmilla pick for Witty has worked for them in the past, even their whole journey up to this point in the grand final. And they're set up mid.
Spear of Alpha into the Earth Shadow. Witty's still surviving. Shadow kill. It's going to be neutralized by the Primal Rat. Real manipulation! Let's go!
Kelra, he's running forward. He takes out one. Needs the backup. Dive underneath the turret. Nobody is safe. 3 flickers for 3 kills, and Brusco will pay that price.
It doesn't matter if they're behind in that form. They'll make a play either way. And they still have the Lord knocking on the base turrets now. FNOP sets things up. They might look for more.
They're hungry. They're so hungry. They want this inhibitor early on. They want to create that 13K lead they did in their previous series. Because Team Liquid ID, if they find that momentum back against Fnatic ONIC PH, they might be able to turn things around.
Holy moly. Just when you think Liquid have neutralized the lead, when you think they're ahead, someone else becomes the X Factor. Game 1, 2, 3, I think it was Kelra all around. Now, Brusco from out of nowhere.
It's always one of them, and that's again why they have been called the Super Fam. Every single player, every single role in lane filled, and just perform at a peak here throughout the tournament and now through the grand final. It's TLID on the back foot now, trying to just defend even the buffs. King Kong put enough pressure, nearly level 15. Again, with this, Team Liquid ID still in fighting form, not a massive deficit to work against, but it gets increasingly more difficult when they approach these Lord fights because of that setup potential from FNOP.
Oh, but even so, at the end of the day, it really comes down just to hard execution, right? As much as Fnatic, ONIC, PH are able to kind of control this tempo, the execution for these are... Wait, hold on. Oh my god. Oh, right. RWM has also been thrown out here, but I don't think they should be able to find anything.
With the isolated, you know, the cancel! Spirit of Alpha, he gets down with a fade away!
What a cancel! Never mind, I take it back. They do find one.
Sometimes you wonder, you know, Kaura's jumping forward. Well, that's exactly why. So aggressive and making moves just now at this point.
How does he get a Renner's apathy on an Irithel?
I have no clue. I have no clue. But at this point, this Lord should be free, right?
They're going to start it up. Lord for the taking here. It's already taken. Kirk gets it.
Raging Sandstorm, Brusco. Gonna be taken down. He has to with the Sky Piercer stack. Crucial Blood into the back line. Super Prince not able to pop into RWM just yet as Kelra jumps with the heavy crossbow. Power wildness onto Kelra, but Aran gets deleted.
The peel is perfect. Kelra has the space, and Witty, as well as Aran, will not be able to create the opening that they were looking for.
And look at that, just as you think, you know, he's so aggressive on this Irithel, able to jump in. Now he also gets some defense with a Wind of Nature pickup. Able to deal with some of that pressure, physical damage that might be set up from even Fabian here. They work with this Lord at push now, taking the goal lead a little bit further. FNOP will get ready to march towards the base. They already got some work done on these turrets. And so Team Liquid Indonesia in a precarious situation on this defense. They have to be able to clear things out and keep things contained and together. They're going to rely on the setup potential and maybe even this Cursed Blood. Spirit of Alpha won't land from King Kong.
It's a short cooldown, totally fine here, and I think the Team Liquid ID need to play this defensively. Sacrifice an inhibitor, sure, but this game needs to drag on because they're so close to their next item power spike. 39 to 43.
The siege continues. That's a quad shadow to the back. King Kong with the Spirit of Alpha baited out. The Primal Wrap from Kirk as well, though. 2 base turrets taken down. Now 1 more up top. Kelra sent to deal with it. A few more shots into the turret. It will survive for a bit. Kelra wants to go for it. Walks up a few more times. 1 more time. That Sonata keeps him at bay.
Team Liquid ID wants to hold on to that one. Fabian jumps in.
Shadow kills Spirit of Alpha, bringing him back again. The quad shadow back from Fabian and the damage. RWM locking him down inside. It has heal with the Crimson Beacon, locking Super Prince up. Now it's an all-in into the back line. Aaron Chicky getting it. Raging Sets from a boost. Kelra in the base, looking for the end moment. Steel ID clear out the wave, and Kelra will be able to escape, but King Kong have dealt with him.
Oh no, the minions are starting to push it. They're running out. It's one.
Thunder heralds their unstoppable reign. Unscathed, unrivaled, their legends proclaimed. Bow down to the empire of Fnatic, ONIC, Philippines!
Axiata Arena, make some noise for your heralds of thunder! Let me hear you scream!
Their dominant run to the Philippines, and now their dominant run here in the M6 World Championship. We're all part of the fam now. Let's throw it on stage with our
Spirit here using all their favorite heroes. So, ladies and gentlemen, now that the draft has finished up, this is game number 1 of this grand finals. Gonna be Flying Clouds. So now we're gonna be throwing it over to our casters, Leo, Trex, and Mirko.
It's time to write the first chapter in the revelation that is this grand final. Ladies and gentlemen, Aurora Gaming Philippines from the upper bracket, Alter Ego from the lower, doing the nigh impossible, now stand on the grand stage.
All right, taking a look at this draft, we have a new pick, at least from last series and all of yesterday. We haven't seen Yasuke on this Nolan yet, and he's gonna bring it up in game number 1. This is all about feeling each other out in a best of 7.
But we have seen a similar pick to this, the Suyo, something that wants to go fast and something that is very Alter Ego.
And they're going down memory lane. There was a time where Nolan was in the metagame alongside Suyo. So it's clear that Coach Zephyr, Professor X's needs and foresight are coming through. Quick peek at the emblems if you plan on playing Nolan in this current metagame. There's not much really changing here. Oh, quick start mid.
Yep, just a little bit more damage over on Yue. Alec pocket the passive constantly, getting the sustain over to Hijume.
I mean, well done already. We're seeing the aggression in the mid, but still nobody goes down. Demon Kite on this spread run. I mean, Aurora Gaming, I feel like their draft, they just keep it so simple. They keep it very Aurora Gaming PH. And if they win with this, it's a very good start from them because they don't have to change too much up. It's their style.
It's getting full from a basic breakfast or like a little glass of milk, a cup of coffee, if you will. Alter Ego, though, they're flexing how deep their hero pool goes. Could have sworn they were going to go utility as well, since there is a good combo in Hijime and Alec, and then they can bank on Arfi. But Yasuke, the hero pool on this young man.
Yeah. And this is what we were kind of teasing about in the pre-match, right? We were talking about how Alter Ego, they want to go fast, but Aurora Gaming Philippines, they know how to play slow. They know how to slow the tempo down all the way to a point where Alter Ego makes mistakes. And already they're setting up, but look. Already Dark Wave coming in. Demon Kite taking down the Fracture, all in. But Light coming in for the re-engage. UA pops in Crimson Beacon, able to get a Lantern Flare. Edward jumps in now with the Bravest Spider. It's going to be Nino in the back line as Edward.
Way taking a lot of damage, might just go down here.
And Alec will take a few shots. Nino! With the Inferno Pursuit now jumps again. Another jump forward, but now he's caught in a bad place. Has another proc of the Inferno Pursuit. Will be able to go for the jump again and again. Takes a turret shot and gets shanked by Demon Kite as Yasuke moves to the purple buff.
A speedy response from Alter Ego, just as speedy as their start was. Demon Kite with a clutch take, didn't even use retry.
Alter Ego start things off fast. They do win out in kills. It's still the first turtle on the map, though. Yasuke tries to take a different path. Not getting that purple means they didn't get too much out of that trade.
Yep, flickers were used, and now we're jumping over Turtle 1.
Nino in the back, going in for US. Yasuke's gonna be taken very low by Edward. He's gonna go for the stun. Glorious Pathway coming down as the turtle was already secured by Demon Kite, but now it's gonna be Nino all alone. Crimson Beacon and Lantern Flare picking him up. He's trying to go for the pursuit. Dark Wave by Nino. Jumps over on Edward, gets another proc, but will be slain by Edward.
Alec has to get out of here with a Tsunami Slam, looking for the escape.
Alec cannot escape. There was a lantern on him and a big horse.
A little too early for El Padre to be pushing their limits. Again, this is a Phobius. You need some modicum of items built to be able to do that.
Luckily, Yasuke, though, keeps on getting out of these fights. As long as Yasuke stands tall, they have a chance in future neutral objectives. All the games that we saw last time, when they lost, Yasuke had a bad game, so it's huge to keep him on 1-0.
You're alluding to his game on the Fanny, the clincher against SRG. I could have sworn, watching that too, we're going all the way. But here, I agree. Yasuke needs that same amount of patience. Sure, he hasn't got punished yet, hasn't died, but if you want to take it to Aurora Gaming, you have to play the slow game.
And this is the thing about the Nolan. You actually shouldn't be contesting a neutral objective early. Yes, if there are real situations where Nino can actually zone Demon Kite, then take it. But now they're going to go for the dive in the bottom lane. Alec, flicker in, Tsunami Slam, Fracture come down, and all in over on Edward. And it's a pick down below, but look at the response from Aurora Gaming. Glorious Pathway.
Arfi just needs to go home at this point. He's got to get out of here. The BMI, the Blazing Duet.
Cancelled out now, the pickup and the throw down back. But again, it's Light who takes the kill.
Could have gone better for Aurora, but macro-wise, the trade is good. It's an XP laner for a gold laner. Well, are my eyes damned? Is that an orange steal from Yasuke?
It seems, no. Demon Kite has the orange buff.
Okay, so that's all the way from his own.
Yep.
All right, so still, the trade stands. That's what's holding Aurora Gaming's 500 gold lead. It's the trade for the Lapu Lapu for the Claude. It's not a good start for Arfi.
I will say this, though. Getting the trade in the EXP lane does even things out between Edward and Nino. Nino already took 2 deaths, so that makes Nino a little more helpful in these future fights.
Jump over on Alec from Edward. Bravest Fighter already used up, but Demon Kite is on the turtle, and Yasuke doesn't seem interested. Now his Light gets caught with a passive, but that's about it. It's free for Aurora. Arfi, Blazing Duet up top.
That's an ult for an ult in the gold lane. So far, Aurora Gaming have bridged their early game. They figured out, hey, we can be this. I'm holding my hands out about 6 inches apart. This aggressive against the Alter Ego, but not anymore because AE, they're willing to fight. A little bit of pressure, Tsunami Slam!
The lockdown now with Hijime going for the sun as well. Big bonk, Alec gonna be taking it now. Good taunt coming down as Nino rotates and flanks him on the other side. It's the Inferno Pursuit to take him down as Yasuke goes in with a Helmet of Dark Wave from Nino over on UA with the Crimson Beacon. Gets him to safety, and now they go back to the mid lane.
So 2 down on the side of Aurora Gaming. A tower does go into the hands of Aurora Gaming, but Alter Ego are getting away with pushing this aggression in the early game.
Nino not letting the early stumbles take over. once bitten, never shy. El Padre pushing forward. Dominkite finds Yasuke. But again, that's what you get with a Nolan. You get mobility, you get burst. And ladies and gentlemen, look at this crowd just outside Tennis Indoor Sinai.
GG. That's why we call MLBB our national sport. At this point, it might just be, dude. Everybody in Indonesia has finally come through.
All right, so taking a look at the items, Arfi only about 360 gold behind, and when we finally have marksman gold laners like this, they are going to be very important in the first, second lords, those big fights that ultimately matter. Starlium Sight does lock in for Dominkite in the jungle. Even with the 2 deaths on Demonkite, Yasuke isn't too far ahead.
And just to put this into context, being a tank jungler, you don't need that much farm. So that just spells how slow the farm is for Yasuke. He clears waves much, much faster than Demonkite. So this is a slow start for Yasuke.
All right. In the bush, Arfi's gonna try to go for the cancel situation, and all in coming down. Arfi blazing the west. Tsunami Slam based on a Purify. They get the kill on Doming. Onto Arfi. Turtle up top though is the response from Aurora.
I don't know how worth it is to trade your gold laner for the turtle. I'm sure Aurora saw that a mile away.
Yeah, that's a big win for Alter Ego. Plus, big chance of getting this tower on bot as Alter Ego blocks off Light and Yue to try to get down to save it.
Trades all over, and so far, I think Alter Ego have won the past couple. That puts Aurora Gaming in a weird position. The one lane that they for sure won, that gold lane, they just lost.
Yeah, but the thing is Aurora Gaming's okay with a 500 gold deficit, right? They're okay with a 1,000 gold deficit. The whole point of this strategy here is to buy time till around 9-10 minutes, wait till a couple lords where they can beat you out in macro and in big grouped up team fights.
What you're saying is slow is smooth and smooth is fast.
Exactly.
So getting there is an inevitability. It's up to Alter Ego to force Aurora to stumble. And that's why Aurora's backing off.
Nami's on the glorious pathway again. Yue able to go for the Crimson Beacon, flicker up from Heejum, but it gets picked up and thrown back to the fray. Like goes in with Edward. But all I can say, I'm going to sustain
Arfi into the backside with a blazing duet.
Gets big bonked on him. Now the fracture coming in from Yasuki to take Dominkite down as Nito continues to jump back and forth. Inferno pursuit, but now it's Yue to lock him down. He goes for one last one, but Edward cuts him down.
Ay caramba, El Padre falls. And Yasuke instead goes for the purple. Demonkite reciprocates.
Trade for trade, purple for purple, but for the first time, Aurora Gaming gets a huge win on that team fight. They turn it into a tower as well.
AE seems to have met their match. An unspeakable amount of aggression, unparalleled target acquisition, met with an Ube lineup that breaks through your box. This is the unboxing strat that Wolf often talks about. Aurora Gaming, the way their lineup works is, it's just ungodly amounts of crowd control that the backline just can't even come in. Heejum just pop like that.
Big Sky Piercer pickup there, and every time Light sees the feathered airstrike, he just starts running at him.
That's a straight line.
Straight line.
All right, so from here, taking a look at these gold laners once again, still at about a standstill. 2 items for 2 items. I think the question is, you know, normally the Claude has been so much better in terms of things, but Domang on the Harith, he's his own breed at this point.
Yep, and that's the thing. When it comes to Arfi, he's good on the marksman, but he's not great. He's great on the Freyas, on the fighters as well. And you can clearly see Arfi, he got canceled in that fight. He went in way too early, and now Aurora's holding the turret, the Lord.
Dance has begun. Alter Ego making their move, the conceal from Alec.
You know, walking up at Edward, doing the same thing now with the help of the glorious pathways. The Tsunami Slam is able to lock Edward down, but now look at the damage on Heejum. It's Edward in the back with Light.
And now Yasuke goes down as well. Alec all on his own.
You know, jumping to the back line now, trying to go for the Inferno Pursuit, but again, it's going to be Dominkite and Yue going for the damage. Domang doing enough to take Nito down with the help of Yue.
Alter Ego struggle in these situations where they're not the aggressors, they're not the predators, they're not in control. Aurora Gaming on the flick of a dime go for the heart of their lineup, and that's what led to this massive win.
Alter Ego already down to inhibitors on the mid side. Aurora Gaming just punching a straight line with the Lord coming soon.
It's been a while since we've seen a carry Lapu-Lapu. But that is what Edward is right now.
Thanks.
Mr. Consistent, consistently finding Heejum, compromising Arfi. The one combo you have, Tsunami Slam into either of these carries, should do it. That's what's making Yasuke's job so hard is, how do I clean up? What do I clean up?
I think the big thing for Alter Ego in past games is they're able to last it up. Wait a second.
There we go. That's a big charge from the Lord at the mid lane. They crack it open with no response from Alter Ego. Arfi taking a big portion of that damage. Dark Wave landing on 3, but there's no damage currently. And Aurora have had enough. They crack open the base turret, and now it's back to the systematic Aurora.
They smelled something was fishy there. No vision on Yasuke. Where's he's hiding out? They decide, all right, we got what we came for. That's a huge win already this early. Let's back off.
This is a moment wherein our good friend Joseph would say they got their head on a swivel. They don't need to see Yasuke, but the fact that they don't see him
means they see him.
Should be a signal, yeah, that they know where he at. Around. They not at the base. They sniffed him, and now Yasuke commits Grand Theft Purple, guilty of 1 charge. Hijime forced to use the Feathered Airstrike just to clear mid. As
Light.
Aurora just flush out the jungle. All right, spots him, drops that Glorious Pathway. Hijime just wings by wings out.
At this point, it's a mind game from Light, dude.
And at this point, they're farming each other's purples. I think that's like the 3rd one to just go to opposite sides.
Cross-jungling.
Cross-jungling, exactly.
Light here gets that stun on Alec. Even Alec isn't having the greatest time. A majority of the targets that he can hit will either purify or would love to be in the center of Alter Ego's lineup.
All right, so taking a look at these items one more time. Yasuke's been farming his mind off, essentially. He's still ahead of Demon Kite, even with the gold deficit. His goal has been get your items up.
But him being ahead by 100 isn't where he wants to be. Again, tank items, ladies and gentlemen, are significantly cheaper than damage items. So he wants to be like 1,000, 1,500 up. Because look, Demon Kite's Fredrin already has Athena's Shield, Anti-Cuirass, Brute Force Breastplate. This is all he needs.
I would even go further, Leo. I feel like a 1,000 gold lead won't even cut it against a Fredrin on a Nolan. You need to be ahead by at least 2,000.
A full item.
A full item. And that's usually how it is when we see the Yi Sun-Shin against a Fredrin, Nolan against a Fredrin, the splash clearers.
And that's what Aurora Gaming is doing so well here in game number 1. Not only are they winning head-on initiations, but they're able to find resources to take away from Yasuke. Light counter the initiate.
Yep. Now it's going to be the disengage from Nino. He goes for the Dark Wave, landing it onto, but now Edward forced to fight. That's good. Tsunami Slam to cancel out the last portion of the Raging Slash. Big bomb from Demon Kite, and Edward cuts him down again. He's on a killing spree.
Yasuke still in the jungle, gonna try to lock on.
That ain't it. He got taunted by the demon, and Domeng takes him down.
Yue and Domenkite are good targets, but not when there's 2 chunky boys next to them. Make it 3, a half man, half horse.
And that's the way that Aurora Gaming is approaching every single one of these fights. Everyone just huddles around Demon Kite and Light. Because if anyone tries to catch Domeng and if anyone tries to catch Yue, the taunt comes in. The little bonk from Hylos comes in.
We've come full circle, ladies and gentlemen. The last time Edward was on this stage, in this arena, not a single game he won. And he's just moments away from correcting that, historically.
4-1-6. Man is performing. Oh, wait a second. This is a classic Alter Ego move. Whenever the enemy gets a Lord, they go to look for the pickup, but can they take Edward down? Tsunami Slam coming down with the burst damage of Hijime, and Edward will have the immortality, actually. I think that's enough to get him out, and Edward does survive, and now he goes back in with a helmet Demon Kite. Meanwhile, Light on the back line with Yue, jumping in as Domeng goes for the base, but is on force already. Yasuke getting rid of Yue, but Domeng has to be all over the way. Yue comes in from RP!
Nino also trying to block it off as Yasuke works on the Lord.
Nino's all alone, now against 4. He's jumping ready for the pursuit. He's so tanky, but again, he's constantly jumping in as RP does a lot of damage. Dark Wave coming in from Nino, but Domeng takes him down.
The minions are cleared, but one more wave against the base.
They're gonna go straight for it. No nonsense. Aurora take game 1.
Surgical.
So now, ladies and gentlemen, the drafts has been done. We're jumping into Broken Walls for game number 2 of this grand finals. Now we're gonna give it back to Leo, Trex, and Mirko.
Select adjustments coming in from these 2 teams going into game number 2. Will Alter Ego's changes spell a different result, or will Aurora continue to push forth?
I like it at this point. I mean, here's my big problem coming from Aurora. Coming from Aurora for the Sora right now, I think, was the winning piece of this draft in my mind. I think it's something that it's gotten overlooked in the last game, and right now coming in, it's going to be something that can jump into the back line, can do damage to Arfi, can get onto Hijime, and can also be a nice, bulky frontliner for Aurora Gaming PH.
Is the best way to win a draft from the red side, using red 5 this well.
Yeah, it's really, really good by Aurora Gaming Philippines there. But I think for Alter Ego, they've built a very, very good core foundation for those neutral objective takes. The Yuzong with the Suyo. It seems to be the answer against the Leomord right now. SRG played it, got a really good game against Alter Ego.
It's one of the few key wins on the hero that has almost been forgotten since last year's World Championships. Also, the reason why this is such a comfortable Suyo game for Yasuke is there's only really one painful source of magic damage, and that's Yue. Yep. And this lineup, I'd say, is built to hunt down Yue. Nino on the Yuzhong, even Alec can, get pokey and kick him right out of the skies.
Yeah, but getting the Grok and then getting the Leomord is something that's going to be able to stop that. It's something that's going to be a big problem for Alter Ego. And last game, Yasuke also had a nice hunting hero, but he wasn't able to find the angles. So this time, a lot of it's going to come down to, can he finally get past Aurora Gaming to those heroes?
Turtle spawning in the lower quarter of the map. You'll see that the Claude will try to push fast, clear it, get double waves, and then join the fight.
After a long time of not seeing Suyo, well, hold on, Deepakai gets completely zoned. This is a Turtle 1 take for free for Alter Ego, unless Edward gets kind of petrified. Now it's going to be Alec on the way to Dragon, but it's going to be Edward who's still able to go for the CC immune just a bit. Now take it very low, flickers out of safety as Hijume can't get quite close enough.
Frederick, you were saying?
I was saying, the Suyo, it's so rarely picked up that a lot of teams going up against it would just not be prepared for it. But it seems like for Aurora Gaming Philippines, they know how fast a Suyo can go, and that's why Yue, Edward, Domeng, they're playing it so safe.
But can they stop it from its speed? We're already seeing a first Turtle go into Alter Ego. This might not be a composition that Aurora Gaming wants to take the super slow route to. At some point, they do need to try to fight it out.
And I think that's dictated by their jungler. You kind of want to snowball, not as fast as you would like a true assassin, but with a Leomord, you kind of want to get the most out of that power spike you get when you have your War Axe and then your Brute Force. From there, you kind of feel unstoppable. I know I did this morning. They're trying to jump on Edward. I think Nino knew that Yue was hiding in there.
Something was fishy about that.
Again, you don't see it. That means you see it.
Taking a look at the items right now. Arfi looking for Hunter Strike or an impossible early Sky Piercer. He's going to go straight to Sky Piercer,
He's going to skip it.
Did that yesterday as well. He likes to go for that Sky Piercer up front, but wing!
Great reaction from Hijume, but it's a bit late now. Has to burn the Flicker. So it's light with the Flicker and also Hijume.
Both teams really just testing the waters right now. No big full commit engages, but seeing what the other team is going to do.
His limit testing, and now Arfi, Hijo de Oro, finds that early Sky Piercer. Now it's up to Alter Ego to ride that wave.
No red tree, and Yuzuki didn't even get it there, the green camp. So this is info for Demon Kai to utilize.
So last time that we saw Arfi go for this early Sky Piercer, there was a quick gank up to the gold lane. I mean, either after this turtle or maybe even give up the turtle and go for it, but it's all about trying to get Arfi these stacks as soon as possible.
Time's a ticking. We'll see if that kind of rotation will be the play for Alter Ego. But what is clear is they want this second turtle. Massive presence from El Familia here. Aurora Gaming want to contest.
Edward jumping in. Hijume no Flicker. Going to be brought back into the better airstrike now. Hijume taking very low. Plays into right from Domeng.
And back at the Lord. Edward does find the kill, but Demon Kai finds Nino.
It's an all-out win for Aurora Gaming Philippines. Yue trying to go for the stun onto Arfi now. 3-0, and even a turtle taken by Aurora.
Say what you will about Aurora's draft, it being very ult-dependent and timing-reliant. They found the perfect timing. They used every single ult that mattered to take down 3 members of AE and the second turtle too. That's one of the major problems I have with the Suyo. When the hero was big, this was still one of the major problems. Is there's too many dudes in there. And look at this major cut.
Oh, Dragon, good sidestep by Demon, kind of ganking the bottom lane. Going to be dove on now as they turret juggle, and Edward takes to the skies to pick up a killing spree.
Aurora Gaming giving Alter Ego the Alter Ego treatment right now.
Right, caught on the way to Dragon now. They're going to give over a stack to Arfi. So they get something on the map, but Aurora get more value.
It's a good trade for the Northern Lights. An XP laner and a turret for a lone roamer. It's very rare that El Padre Nino gets told what to do. That's just not how it works. Even when they're losing, he's usually the one who wins the lane, who tries to gain back parts of the map. But here, that's a non-starter. Aurora Gaming are dictating the pace, and how unfortunate is it that it's in that same side of the map that the final turtle will spawn.
Another big problem, Yasuke already taking this death, right? And even when Suyo was meta, it wasn't a hero that you wanted to die this early on. It wasn't a hero that you wanted to lose turtles on. And now that that's happened in the current meta, I'm wondering how far back is Yasuke as of now?
We'll see in the items. We'll check in just a bit. The final turtle will be spawning about 50 seconds. Big fight starts!
All in, you blink and you miss it. Arfi disintegrated. Now they're just trying to go for the defense. Petrify on towards Dome. Nino going at it over. Gets the knockup as well. Nino on the back now doing more damage as Demon Kite goes in with a steed and runs through Nino.
2 members down on the side of Alter Ego Esports. A huge gank from Aurora Gaming, sending Arfi back to the base.
El Familia is getting crumbs. Alms. Yasuke is starving. All that upstairs for a turtle. The map doesn't check out. Edward spots Hijime here. Goes into thunder form.
Jose in on the Hijime. Forcing a flicker. Edward! With a flicker himself now. RP trying to go for the damage, but it's Yue! With the shot. RP getting barriered away now. Low gets smacked by Light.
There is no escape right now from Aurora Gaming Philippines. Alec does jump in though.
What a peel there. Tectonic charge. And the blazing duet from Domeng. Nino taking it very low. So able to sustain for some bit. Domeng goes back in. Nino still there. It's going to be Alan with Jikundo and Yasuke now. Going out of a Demon Kite as his horse.
Alec just trying to get away, but Demon Kite doesn't want to let it happen. Yasuke look for the re-engage.
Weller canceled. Now the blade surge backward. Feather airstrike coming down, and they zone Alter Ego from the purple buff.
Let me commend a play that happened off screen that made the tail end of that sequence immaculate for Aurora Gaming PH. Demon Kite used the Phantom Steed just to get there.
Yep.
So again, the map awareness and communications on Aurora Gaming side is on another level. Yesterday, last night, back-to-back, 2 teams that are so good at fighting, so good at macro. SRG and Liquid, they did not play this way.
Nope, they did not. And the mechanical awareness on top of that, Leo. Light canceled out the dive from Nino, which would have been a sure kill.
You know, at this point, we just saw the gold spread. Overall, the 2,000 gold lead is pretty divided between 5 members of Aurora Gaming. Alter Ego still not completely out of this, but if it continues on this track, it's going to be tough for them.
Whoa! Go Hijime back, feathered airstrike, so much thrown at Hijime, and he can't handle it. Neither can Nino. He has to use the Black Dragon form defensively.
This was the MO for SRG last night. That one game they won, and that game 4, where it seemed like they were going to equalize, they attacked the heart of Alter Ego's lineup. They attacked Hijime, denied him the game, denied him from playing. But here, it's all the more evident. The Zushin's short to mid-range utility isn't accessible at this time. Lured for free going over to Aurora.
You know, looking at the back at the draft. Yasuke.
No blade surge.
Jason kills him! Edward on a tanky Sora, still packing such a huge punch. I think he could 1v1 just about anybody on Alter Ego Esports right now.
Mirko, Trex, I've never seen Edward this driven. He plays the same game as he did with the Lapu Lapu, 6-1 and 4.
Oh, wait.
He found the angle.
This is nasty.
Mirko, you know how Light does this.
The tech charge, now Edward with a pullback on RP. And he gets the killing spree, but Edward gets shut down. You were able to stun over on Hijime.
2 members for the price of Edward, plus huge amounts of space right before the Lord meets the base.
No matter what team Light plays for, RSG, TNC, Warcaster Force, Bigitron,
XBT.
And now Aurora, he's the same high IQ player, finds that massive tech charge. Holy Shield up top. Alter Ego looking to protect the real estate. Bottom lane is gonna pop as well. 5K up Aurora Gaming.
You know what I was saying was, I feel like that first phase of drafting, the Jushin was not worth giving over the Grok and the Leomord. I think you take the Grok, you take the Leomord, you give over the Jushin to the other one, and you still get the Farza. Anything, I think Alter Ego, not just in the gameplay, but also the draft, they are getting outmaneuvered right now, and there needs to be an answer soon.
Man, another airstrike over on RP, doesn't have flicker. And now it's gonna be the barrier coming down again. It's Edward. Go into the skies, trying to go for a slam. Yazuke in the bottom lane. Just really trying to go for a trade, but the waves aren't crashing in just yet.
Yazuke looking for some bottom lane play. Anything, and this is what Yazuke always does well. Even when they're losing, he looks for playing the map. He steals away buffs, he finds towers. He's able to play the map a bit, and it's gonna staunch the bleeding slightly, right? It's a small band-aid on a big flesh wound.
And that flesh wound is ringing to the tune of 5,000 gold up. Half a minute till the Lord spawns upper quarter. Alter Ego Esports can only pray and hope to get lucky to contest because the map doesn't belong to them at all. Demon Kite can willy-nilly rough shot, just hit the Phantom Steed, and what, 10 seconds later, be the same kind of threat. Alter Ego Esports, I'll say now, one of their possible win conditions, their outs here, is to get a pick off on Yue. That's a start.
Yeah, Alex got to make a big play, some sort of big kick, but the thing is his light is outmaneuvering him time and time again. Nino can't even go in with a big black dragon and look for these big petrifies because Domain just shreds him down.
Oh, Alec.
Found a bad spot.
Way too aggressive. Edward didn't want to go for the flicker just yet, but the airstrike coming down over on Alec as Yasuke gets pulled back, but is able to blade surge out of there. And now it's Aurora knocking on Alter Ego's base.
Lord's gonna spawn in about 20 seconds. Hijume still unable to find his footing. He's miserable in a situation like this. He can't clear waves as effectively as Yue, and he's on the back foot. How does this national champion throw back to his days in Bali, 2022, the prime of his career? How do they close this 7,000 gold gap? Not inside the base, I'll tell you now. It's got to come from somewhere else.
Already a winner crown for Domain Kite at this point, which means he can be even more aggressive on this big advance. Demon Kite now starting off for the Rose Gold, making him be able to be even more aggressive. They are preparing for this attack like they're gonna try to end it here.
That is the Lord up top, gonna crash into that turret. Say goodbye. Bottom lane, and mid seems to be the point of contention. The defense, feathered airstrike by Yue. How much of a response?
They force the Crimson Beacon out from Hijume. Light just fainted. He went, huh! And Hijume reacted. He flinched. Two base turrets on the sides. That is the worst combo you could find. And again, it's what LaFell said. Roxa, that combo, brother, is too much.
I'm partial to Farok. And there's the Farsa starting it up. Phantom Steed from Demon Kite. Turn in mid, about to go down.
Edward, oh my god, Light jumps in again! Tech charge! Now Hijume taking low, they're still able to go for it. Nino with the Furious down in the petrify, but he won't be able to lock them down for long. A cannon in the mid lane as Edward dives in with a bit of crowd. Yasuke clears out the cannon in, but they have another wave.
RP with a couple of free shots and down. Not yet, Edward able to just get away again.
He's ticking down! Hijume able to get a shutdown. Demon count on the horse again. Jumps on Yasuke. Bang! Hijume gets away with the Crimson Beacon. Dominguez on the base. They can't just end it right here as Nino jumps in, but Yue!
RP keeps on kiting back and forth. He's able to push him away with a couple more shots.
El Familia stands, still breathing. A 10th left on the base, refusing to go down.
Edward got some kind of plot armor, brother. After losing M4, now in the same arena. Something's clicking.
At this point, I mean, I couldn't even see his health bar at that point.
Yeah.
And the Shaw residue was on him. There was no reason for him to be able to walk out of that alive right now. He's got the Jakarta energy right now. It's in favor.
You saw his soul almost leave his body, but his body pulled it right back. He's like, no, I ain't dying here. Not today.
He was burning. There was a little bit of a sting there from Hijume, but he refused to go down. The map is going to correct itself given the moment of melancholy for Alter Ego. They get to get out of their base for the first time in a while. They get to push out, but with all of their base turrets taken out, where do they find a play? I'll tell you now, it's got to come from Nino somewhere, somehow. He's the only real easy way in.
They got to go back to back. It can't just be Nino because Nino, he can bait out the Purify, but then what, right? You need someone else to follow up on the Purify that's used.
I hate this. This is rough. Right now.
Pops in the Crimson Beacon, it's now or never now. Light jumps in the backline, won't be able to find anything now. Azada goes for the Raiders Dragon, Sasuke is able to go for the Blazers, but now Edward!
RP taken out along with Yasuke. Wait, yes.
He gets stomped to the ground, curb stomp, that's Yue. In a 1v1 against Nino, as Domain goes for the BMI! Domain! Guns Hijume down! Now it's the base next to the chopping block! And Aurora go 2-0 in the grand finals! Blinded by the Northern Lights' surgical precision and the seemingly plot armor that
Keo, Trex, as well as Mirko, it's your time to shine.
Till the enemy reaches the battlefield.
Gideon Q pointed out a very pertinent trait that this lineup from Aurora could show up here in game number 3, the Death Ball. We might be throwing back to another Filipino staple strat that won them 2022's MSC in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, Alter Ego is still yet to score a single point in this grand finals matchup.
It's a comfortable formation for Aurora, but I have to say as well for Alter Ego, they finally kind of go back to an identity that they are well with. Fighters on the off lanes, a Leo Mord. They get Alec on something that can make plays, and it's all going to work around this RWM if they can make the catches. If there's a game that I felt like, okay, they have a good chance of winning, I do like Alter Ego's draft here.
So is it safe to say if they don't win this one, we're seeing a 4-0?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't want to speak in absolutes, but the fact that Arfi is on a fighter, and all throughout the series, game 1 and game 2, if you've watched it, you'll know that they forced the same kind of violence onto Aurora Gaming, and the Northern Lights just keep saying no, then that might be it. Looking at the lane-to-lane matchup, Nino here, spots Light. Up top, it's the CC versus the Granger. I'd say this is as close to a fighter to marksman as it is to a marksman kind of matchup you could get.
Yeah, I do think Alter Ego in that gold lane, we may see some more a little bit of action in the mid, nothing crazy, but we might see quicker rotations at least coming from Arfi, which is going to be important, especially when it comes down to first, second turtle. We know how Arfi loves going against these marksmen with a fighter in his hands.
Yeah, he knows the matchup really, really well, so you can already see him winning it out, but for Doming, it's fine too. I think Arfi right now, it's interesting that he's actually deciding to shove the waves. Like this wave before Turtle makes sense, but the other waves earlier, right? Like, he should be shoving now. He shouldn't be trading. And earlier, he should be trading, freezing the waves.
And then he can just run down, forcing a flicker out of Hijume here.
Uh-oh, no flickers. Gonna be all in on him. The taunt as well. Light able to get the first blood. Yasuke very low because of the Edward earlier. That's Yasuke trying to get in. Demon Kite walks up. It's a late, or it's an early retry from Yasuke. And Demon Kite just snatches away the turtle from him.
Early retry and an early death for Alter Ego Esports. Yasuke down. I'm having flashbacks from previous games.
Oh, Light! Able to get away to Dragon Regi Kundo now, all in on him. But Light took a bit too many shots. Now gonna go down as well though, so it's a 1-for-1 in the bottom lane.
The damage on that slam, again amplified by the health you have as a fighter in the EXP lane. You have a respectable amount. 1,000 up for Aurora Gaming now.
At least Nino finds something there, but it's not big. You find Roamer, he's gonna be right back on the map. And look, you give gold plating, you give lane presence over to Aurora Gaming, over to Edward at that, who has been such a star in this series.
They're gonna all in onto Demon Kite, and he goes straight for the friction. That RWM was actually misplaced. Light goes in, a big pump from Demon Kite! And now it's Yue! Knocking 2 members up, Hijume, no flicker. 0-2-0, it's a double kill for Demon Kite.
Alter Ego in shambles, and we're only 3.5 minutes in. Yasuke 0-2-0, Hijume 0-2-0. The stat board is going downhill for Alter Ego.
I don't even need to look for the ball. There's just a lot of death coming around for Alter Ego, and Aurora Gaming PH are serving it up. Half a minute till the turtle spawn, same spot. I think we're done with the gold lane advantage. Alter Ego have to figure out where else can we win, because Arfi bullying a Demon Kite is beyond the fact. There's not much they're getting from there.
Demon Kite's the one with 3 kills under his belt. We said it a little bit earlier. Aurora Gaming feeling like they got a little bit of a stampede going. taking some notes from their brethren, and they really are.
You can say that again, because cover these names, cover the team, and this could be a liquid draft.
Yep.
So what do we do from here for Alter Ego Esports? They've been behind, a nice flicker forced out from Hijume.
Huge.
Aurora Gaming at this point. I mean, Alter Ego, yes, they've fought from behind like this, but normally at least their mid is doing okay. Normally Hijume is doing okay. Normally Yasuke is doing okay. At this, it's only Arfi without a death.
Turtle here, started up by Aurora Gaming. No contest from Alter Ego, with no eminent play either. It seems like Alter Ego have just decided to stay behind their own comfort zones and farm up. Well, where is the farm going to, though? There's really not much scaling.
Exactly. I mean, the CC saying the scaling tech charge coming down, but great reaction now. Light definitely going to be looking for the re-engage now, as that's going to be Alec isolated, taken out by Doming. Light! Gundo on the way to Dragon, bringing Hijume back, and Doming with a double. Now with a big bonk, Yue takes it away.
Aurora Gaming is hunting right now.
Oh! You know, next.
No.
Oh, Doming with the flicker up from the bravest fighter! And the recall on Nino's corpse!
Not against 4! Not against 4, El Padre! Ay, ay, ay!
Alter Ego is coming into these fights thinking they're still in the lower bracket, thinking they can still muscle around their opponents. But Aurora Gaming was ready for this. They've been watching, they've been waiting for this.
I've been saying this since yesterday, and it was good when Alter Ego only knew one speed, but now they're on the back foot. They're cornering Edward.
No way he gets away from this, right? That's an all-in, and RP picks up a kill, so finally Alter Ego, they get a kill after what, 3 minutes?
I mean, Light's playing out of his mind right now as well. He always shows up in the nick of time, and he didn't even use his Way of the Dragon on Alec earlier. He gets a kill on Alec, then flicks in and finds Hijume. I mean, Aurora Gaming, it's tough right now for Alter Ego.
Tough is an understatement, especially when you're down 2 games with nothing when it comes to gameplay or even a comeback. All that Alter Ego have scored all series long are little kills, small trades. Some of them they won in the first 2 games, but here, again, all they got was a kill on Edward down bottom and a Light. Trying to get Arfi here, he's gone!
Final slash, Edward takes him down. RWM with no one to follow it up. Now Light is just gonna go in. Oh, try to bait out the flicker from Hijume, but they've already gotten the turtle on top of that.
Here's the kicker for Aurora Gaming as well, is they still have Doming Kite with a Sky Piercer at 3-0-1. Who, even if Alter Ego score,
he gets a steal, but he gets kicked back into Doming Kite. Now final slash from Edward! Hijume low, it's an all into the backline as Nino gets caught offensive at all, tries to deal some damage again, a big bonk that doesn't land, but Demon Kite still gets to kill. Doming will try his best to get another.
One by one, they all fall under the boot of Demon Kite right now. Bonk after bonk. He's a tanky boy, but he's still 4-0-5.
It's been a hot minute since Demon Kite tasted victory. He's gone around the world, played in Malaysia, came back to the Philippines, and now here in Jakarta. Just mere moments away from match point. Again, 2-0, and no clear signs of life from Alter Ego. A quick look once again at that sequence. An Aurora Alpha strike, no signs of doubt. Even underneath that tier 2 in mid, they were just counting ults, counting battle spells. Halfway through that fight, there was nothing left for Alter Ego.
And Edward is searching for an FMVP at this point. The guy has made play after play from game 1 to game 2 to game 3. And look at range, Doming hurts so much.
And he's finding his own teammate for it, because Light is doing pretty good himself.
Taking a look at the items. Like I said, we just got a Malefic Gun in for Doming Kite. A 1.4K gold. I mean, everyone's got 1,000 plus gold lead at this time. There's really not much to talk about. Aurora Gaming has multiple, I mean, everyone's an item up at this point.
And who I feel it stings the most for is Yasuke.
Yes.
This is his signature pick. He almost single-handedly made Leomord a threat in the knockout stage. I was laughing at Leomord in the Swiss, but looking at the stats, Yasuke, how has he proven me wrong? But now against the Fredrin, who he's down almost 2,000 gold off of, can't even dive in when he hits that Phantom Steed. He's at about the same stat base as the Fredrin, and that's a no-go. You're not going to get anywhere with that.
So here's the thing, right? Because Alter Ego Esports, we thought the meta was getting set down in the lower bracket. We thought what we were watching was the answer to everything. Aurora Gaming isn't even changing much of their gameplay strategy, changing much of their picks. They are the meta at this point. Whatever they want, their composition is winning out.
And we seem to be circling back in M3, Singapore. The world saw how you could play MLBB in a different way. The Ubistrat was debuted by Blacklist International. Now Aurora Gaming are throwing back to that. A free lord come in from them, spawning in about 25 seconds.
And who better to lead that Ube strat than Edward and your EXP laner, someone who was part of the creation, who was there for that moment. Alter Ego Esports. We are watching Arfi try to make it to the top, once again putting band-aids on flesh wounds.
Uh-oh. Yeah, he's gonna go for the clear now. But also Yue, the guy there before the combo, before the trio completely left. He was part of that roster too, and now, Edward just flickers out once! Nino still goes for the Bravest Fighter. The 1v1 will not happen. Edward's gonna try to cancel out the recalls. RP just gonna go for the turret up top, and they're still cutting the waves as the base. He's gonna be targeted out by Aurora.
But there's a Lord at your base right now. And Alec is all alone. They're trying to get back.
RP is already there. Yasuke doesn't have the steed. Lord already at the base right now. Is Alex to be caught on the Juju? No! Domenkai gunning them down! And it's Yue to throw him back! The base wide open! Aurora Gaming Philippines are a game away from cementing themselves in history!
Best heroes that they enjoy playing. Ladies and gentlemen, match point for Aurora Philippines. This win will make them the champions of the M7 World Championship. And with that, we're throwing it over into the Land of Dawn with Mirko, Trex, and Leo.
One game away from denying all the allegations. One game away from silencing all the haters. One game away from scoring and putting a mark on this series. El Familia have all of their fans, the Alter Champs, shouting, hoping that Hoki kicks in now.
Hope is a fickle thing though. Alter Ego Esports need to be able to pull this off with their own determination and skill at this point, and Aurora Gaming has just been so strong, have just been so clean from draft to execution.
It's now or never. They've been lucky all throughout, has been the joke, but now they actually need a bit more luck. But they also need to fix everything. Have they fixed? Have they done enough in the draft? Because Wolf said it's over.
Here's what's scary. For the first time in this 4-game series so far, Aurora Gaming actually have a favorable draft index. The numbers favor even them. Even the game's algorithm can tell that their draft performs much better.
And it's such a safe choice, or I mean, it could be safe, could be aggressive, but knowing how they've been playing on the back foot, it really looks like this pull yourself together is more defensive. You can already see it here, Ijume having to use it right as I say it.
And this is so un-Alter Ego. They're not used to playing this way.
I mean, to Hijume's defense though, he loves that pull itself together. I mean, he uses it on a lot of heroes, and we've seen him use it on this Jushin throughout this series so far. Up in the top side, Arfi, is he finally going to have a time to shine on this Granger? I wonder if he's going to go for an early Sky Piercer once again, or just take the normal build route.
In addition to possibly Yasuke and Hijume in mid and in the jungle, Aurora Gaming might have countered and cornered Arfi into playing marksman, which, again, he's okay with, he's good at, but against Domenkai, he struggles with.
Yep. You know, jumping on to Edward and pursuit constantly now onto him. River Spider already used up by Edward. Like to be picked up now by Alec and by Hijume, but it's going to be the flicker around us. Domeng rotates in the gold lane. It's Nino caught in the midst of it all, still through the Phoenix, and Edward goes through it with Yue. Domenkai gets rid of Nino, and it's Aurora with 2 kills and the neutral objective.
First turtle once again for the side of Aurora Gaming PH. 1,000 gold lead once again.
Wolf was chewing our ears off for this fact Gideon was tag teaming the fact that if you do not get the first turtle, Aurora Gaming have basically won half the match. So, how does Alter Ego Esports fix this? Number one, protect Yasuke at all costs. But to do that, you have to kind of put Alec on the back burner. You have to put Hijime in a weird position, which it's clear that maybe Hijime isn't playing as aggressive as he used to.
It's almost, I mean, it's too late to protect Yasuke at all costs. He's already 0-1-0. He's already falling behind. He's 2 levels behind Demon Kite at this point. In my mind, Alter Ego, yeah, protect everyone. You need to just stop. You gotta slow it down, maybe even give up the second turtle. Big Tsunami Slam.
Oh, Light gets away with the Raging Sandstorm, and now Demon Kite goes through, brings Alec back. It's gonna be onto Light. He goes. Last few shots, almost taking him down. Light caught in the bad spot, but he can just heal back up. And Aurora don't lose anything.
Hijime gets a little bit of nice chunk damage, but once again, it's still not enough. Alter Ego think they can take these fights when it's very clear to all of us that they can't.
When Nino starts joining these big 5v5s, things might change. I'm looking at how his Infernal Pursuit might kind of compromise Light, even Dominkite, but if you remember that first turtle, Dominkite came in late. Dominkite made himself scarce up until the very last moment where Alec almost died. So it seems like even on a timing basis, even when it comes to execution, Aurora may have found the checkmate.
You know, and to that point, Nino, we saw him on the Phobius earlier this series, and he did do amazing with those pursuits. We also heard the panel talking about how laning phase isn't as important. How well can you be an impact in these big fights? So it could almost be worth Nino leaving lane here and there to look for the plays in the Purify.
Near the Phoenix, man, you can already see the tilt, the desperation. It's now Yasuke jumping with a Shocker Light! Stuns him out the way! Survives it all! A double kill now, Hijime is able to get RPA kill, but it's Yue who rotates.
Alter Ego are desperate at this point. Grasping at straws, grasping at Ghost, as Aurora Gaming continues to elude.
The last shot of the turret gets him down. RP gets one more.
Dirty trades up top, and it's at this point where I can tell Alter Ego doesn't even care what the numbers look like as long as we get kills. That whole sequence up top with the turtle far removed down bottom, taken by Demon Guy with no contest. The former ONIC prodigy roamer, Alec, formerly known as Owen, started it up, but I don't think he's ever faced a team as surgically precise as Aurora Gaming PH for his 2-year career. He's gone this far. He's played so many tournaments countless times throughout the Indonesian amateur scene all the way up to the world stage. I don't think he's ever faced a team like Aurora.
Raging Sandstorm and even a flicker out from Edward. But RP gets away with a flicker, but again, I think it's worth it to trade flicker for flicker if you're on a Lapu versus a Granger.
Very true. Luckily, RV did get 2 of those kills down there. The only 2 kills on the board did go into his hand. First item was the Hunter Strike. Second item was Sky Piercer. The one time that he trades it.
And unfortunately, the stacks didn't come after the Piercer. So now Aurora Gaming are still up on timing.
It's very unfortunate at this point. Luck is not on their side. The past 2 games, he's built Sky Piercer first, gotten no kills. This time he gets 2 kills and decides to build it second.
I'd hate to say it, but their luck may have run out. And when it comes to the World Championship, you can't rely on luck. In comes Alec, looking for an engagement. Even he doesn't know if it's worth it. Dominkite pushing clean, Nino pushing him back.
Went for the lane swap. Nino all the way up at top side. They want to fight for this third turtle.
The final turtle with Demon Guy holding on. Phantom Steed info. In he comes.
Dark Wave canceling it. Raging Sandstorm maker with 30 the Phoenix. Everything using the back line. RP does not have flicker to get torn through by Aurora.
And Nino's gonna drop next. Yasuke on the run.
That's what you call an Aurora avalanche. A force of nature plowing through El Familia. 4,000 gold up, 7.5 minutes in. Alter Ego can't catch a break. Yasuke, he's down 1,000 gold.
Alter Ego just walking into a brick wall, walking into the avalanche right now, thinking they can man it. Even at that last play, they go for the turtle. They feel like this is a do or die situation when maybe it really wasn't.
And now Alter Ego back again to look for those plays. the plays you see when they are behind. But up against Aurora, who are so consistent, so disciplined, they can't be baited into a fight. Heck, when they take a fight, it's always in favor of them. Now Nino, he can't even go for it. He lands the Dark Wave, but he knows better than to jump on Domeng.
Even with Yasuke in his wake, Yasuke is not in a fighting form because they can't see where the rest of Aurora are. And you know how it is. If you can't see your opponents, chances are they're just nearby.
Yasuke does get away there. You know, one of the big differences for Alter Ego this series as well, essentially this whole series, is not everyone can fight on their own. And in past games for Alter Ego, Arfi could handle his own. The rest of the team could handle their own.
Usually, with a higher range hero like Granger and the Mount Shocker, Dangerous Grass is on your side.
Oh, light. Oh, he's trying to bait out the flicker. Phantom Steed now comes through. Domeng for the side, goes over to Zaman for Tsunami sign for the down, but it's only on towards that point for the Phoenix.
Everyone's able to get away there. Edward! Oh, still in the backside. Edward jumps in.
Doesn't get the stun, now gets stunned. Edward! What the hell? Jumps in under the turret and takes 2 down.
With a huge Hail Mary into the base. Edward was getting Arfi no matter what by the end of the day, and now they're gonna move on to the Lord.
Alter Ego Esports is in no shape to contest. They can barely get out of their own base. The only things Aurora Gaming did not get out of Edward's trade was Hijume's flicker and the lives of him and his jungler. A free Lord for Aurora. Where else do they go?
I mean, at this point, you just pray and hope. You sit back. Endless Battle finally comes in for Yasuke. The ability to dive from Aurora Gaming, the ability to literally go under these towers and secure kills. That's why I say I don't know, because the odds are out there. A possible Hail Mary conceal play.
This is a start, a conceal, but they don't have vision. They don't know where the rest of Aurora are. They're keeping themselves scarce to keep this huge lead.
Here's the question, what do they do even if they found someone up there? What was the play? You're 7,000 gold behind.
Can't kill anyone.
Obvious. You're not going to be able to take anyone out on the opposite team. Just wait in your base.
3 years ago in this very arena, it was Sanford making that kind of play under tier 1. Edward does it under base turret.
Aurora Gaming looking to break into the base. Holy Shield up top popped. Down goes the Lord. Alter Ego keep their inhibitors, but lose everything else.
Alter Ego wants to stand a chance here. They need to stay put, stay split up.
Radiant Sandstorm through the Phoenix. Arfi taken down by Demon Kite. Tsunami Slam desperate from Malek. Edward jumps back away with the Bravest Fighter, and now Hijume is shining the light on them.
Yasuke taking a lot of damage as well. It goes down.
Alec standing tall, gonna be taken very low. Domeng takes him down. Another mini wave coming in up top. Hijume is the only one left. He goes in against 4. And now it's Edward who walks up, throws the sword. Domeng gets a double. They've wiped Alter Ego out.
Nino coming up, Arfi as well.
Nino, can he do it? He goes for it again. They go for the clear. Domeng's on the base. Some Monforce coming in. And it is all over.
The age of dominance continues through the Northern Lights. Aurora Gaming Philippines are your M7 World Champions.